Hungry ghosts were originally the weakest species in the monster forest, surviving each day only by feeding on carrion. Whenever they encountered stronger monsters, they could do little but take the beating and get battered to pieces. Yet one day that frail race of hungry ghosts suddenly changed. They unexpectedly became terrifyingly strong, hunting other races in a frenzy. From then on, they rose to become the predators at the top of the food chain. Even more shocking was that the cause behind that transformation actually came from a human. Hanso was a young weightlifting athlete. He had once been seen as the bright hope of Korean sports. During a competition, he tried to lift an insanely heavy weight. The weight reached 10 tons, leaving every spectator with their jaws hanging. That display, which looked impressive at first but turned disastrous, led to an absurd ending. Just like that, the young man was reincarnated into a completely unfamiliar world. The moment he opened his eyes, Hanso saw an entire flock of chickens staring blankly in front of him. He even thought that because he had eaten too much chicken breast, chickens were still haunting him even after he went to hell. But these chickens were far too weak, and the moment they tried to eat Hanso, he dealt with them miserably. Right then Hanso suddenly realized that he could observe. He could see the chickens' information and status, no different from an interface in a game. Unexpectedly, despite their foolish faces, these chickens contained an extremely abundant amount of protein. Driven reckless by hunger, the young man immediately finished off the whole flock to fill his stomach. After eating, Hanso was stunned to realize one truth. He had reincarnated into the body of an unbelievably skinny young man. All those years of hard training to build a six-pack had vanished like smoke. Fortunately, Hanso still retained his physical foundation. He could pull up a large tree trunk with his bare hands. He carried it on his shoulder to train, determined to regain his old physique. 3 months later, Hanso's body had become sturdier, but it was still far from his former peak. Seeing that the chickens were both fat and meaty, he once again thought of supplementing protein. Right at that moment, something suddenly appeared behind Hanso. He turned his head intending to see what it was. The instant he saw it, he was so startled that his heart nearly stopped. Standing before him was a gigantic chicken of overwhelming size. Because Hanso had eaten all of its chicks, it had come today to take revenge. Knowing he could not face it head-on, he immediately turned and fled. If even one blow landed, his body would surely be crushed like a thin wall. While running for his life, Hanso still could not help glancing back. He was even jealous of the gigantic chicken's firm, statue-like chest. People obsessed with the gym and lifting weights for hours really were hard to understand sometimes. And so, one man and one chicken chased each other in chaos throughout the forest. While fleeing, Hans suddenly saw 2 foolish chickens crawl out from the bushes. They even smirked, as if saying that after daring to eat their brothers the other day, getting hit by karma today was only deserved. Hanso was furious, but he could do nothing, because the mad chicken was still charging behind him. While escaping, Hanso unexpectedly activated the skill Eagle Eyes. Thanks to that, he learned that the gigantic chicken was named Cockatrice and weighed as much as 1.2 tons. If one ate Cockatrice's breast meat, the user could unlock. It was a rare skill called muscle recovery. Seeing this, Hanso decided to stop running and turn back for a duel, because to him muscles were more precious than his life. Many people thought muscles grew through training, but in truth, that process began when the muscles were damaged. At that time, muscular strength and performance would temporarily decline. If the body received enough nutrition and proper rest, the damaged muscle fibers would recover and grow stronger than before. That process was called muscle recovery. Hanso believed that if he could take down this chicken, his old muscles would return to him. During the battle, Hanso accidentally activated the skill Great Hand Spinning Technique. With just one punch, he knocked the gigantic chicken down on the spot. He successfully defeated it, which meant he had gained another precious source of protein for building muscle. Warning: muscular endurance has decreased. The body has automatically activated muscle contraction for recovery. That night, Hanso enjoyed a delicious roasted chicken feast, lacking only how salt to make the flavor complete. But Hanso had no idea that in the nearby forest, greedy eyes were watching him, filled with craving and drooling without end. In truth, that group was only 3 residents of this place, and they reacted that way because it had been so long since they had smelled fragrant meat. They realized Hanso was the one who had defeated the giant chicken Cockatrice, the nightmare of the entire forest. At first, the 3 of them did not dare approach Hanso, because they thought he was an extremely dangerous person. But because their craving was too strong, the 3 young men eventually sat waiting beside him, and dignity no longer mattered. Hanso asked who the 3 of them were, and they answered that they were ghouls from the Alamai region. He immediately used the skill Eagle Eye to check their information, and sure enough, the 3 of them were not lying. Hanso was rather curious because this was the first time he had seen a creature of the ghoul race with his own eyes. One ghoul revealed that they were looking for the person who defeated Cockatrice, then asked whether Hanso knew anything. He admitted that he was the one who had killed it, while also apologizing because he had thought that chicken had an owner. Hearing that, the 3 young ghouls immediately showed joy on their faces. After that, they explained that when the strongest monster died, a struggle for territory among the races had erupted in Alamai. Cockatrice was not very intelligent, but in return it was extremely aggressive whenever anyone invaded its territory. Their purpose was to beg Hanso to step in and help the ghoul race. However, he refused because right now he still had to train to regain his former physique. After hearing that, the three young ghouls were deeply disappointed and could only bid Hanso farewell before returning to their village. Seeing the three of them still hesitating to leave, Hanso told them to take some chicken meat back to eat, so he could not finish it all by himself anyway. The ghoul group was grateful for Hanso's generosity because it had been a very long time since they had eaten meat. At that moment, one of the three was about to bend down and lift the chunk of meat. Hanso saw that scene and felt something was wrong, so he immediately stopped him. He began explaining that lifting heavy objects with the wrong posture could easily injure the back, and the consequences were extremely dangerous. Young ghoul remained utterly confused, completely unable to understand what that guy was talking about. Is there really no one among you who knows what the deadlift exercise is? What is that? This is the first time we have ever heard that name. No wonder your arms and legs are as skinny as firewood sticks. Hanso suddenly remembered a few things his physical education teacher from elementary school had once taught him. And so, only when you can teach something to others do you truly understand it completely. If there comes a time when your muscles stop growing, try teaching others, it will help you. Hanso felt that the words of his teacher from back then were indeed reasonable, and so he decided to help the three young ghouls transport that meat back to their village. Inside the village of the ghoul race, Hanso was being personally received by the Ghoul King himself. The Ghoul King thanked Hanso for bringing food to support the villagers. During the conversation, he was only focused on the strange structure of that man's body. That man's arms and legs were scrawny, while his belly was full of fat, the very picture of obesity caused by a lack of exercise. This guy probably drinks often and eats greasy food just like my old pot-bullied boss. Skipping the greetings, Hanso told the Ghoul King to get straight to the point, then asked why that man had called him here. The Ghoul King revealed that they were in serious trouble because of the death of the giant chicken cockatrice. The ghoul race was the weakest force in Alamai, with neither physical strength nor skills, so they had to survive by eating carrion. Hanso said he had absolutely no idea about this, causing the Ghoul King to immediately fly into a rage. That man then ordered his subordinates to escort the three ghouls who had brought Hanso back to the village. Before long, all three of them had been tied up and brought before the Ghoul King. That man asked whether they still did not know their crime, then ordered his subordinates to bring that thing over. Be loyal to the strong, that is the law of the jungle that has existed for a very long time. Therefore, I wanted to lure in the one who defeated Cockatrice, then make him loyal to me. You dared deceive me, so pay the price with your lives. Skill, heavy mace, double the power, just as the Ghoul King was about to punish them. In front of the three of them, Hanso stopped that man's mace barehanded, wasting someone else's time then bullying the weak. Is this the culture of this village? I already activated my skill. Could it be that I still have not used my strength correctly? Otherwise, how could a weak human block my attack? The Ghoul King believed Hanso had merely been lucky, so he began boasting that he would show him a real skill. My skill is heavy mace. It can increase the weight of my weapon from 2 to 10 times. With his current amount of mana, the Ghoul King could make the mace 4 times heavier. The mace weighed 32 caddies, multiplied by 4, it was nearly 130 caddies, and with the force of the swing added in, its power became even more terrifying. However, Hanso only used his hand to block it, and before he could even do anything, the mace had shattered by itself right before that man's horrified eyes. After that, Hanso easily subdued the Ghoul King with only 2 fingers. Held right at his weak point, that man was so frightened that he did not dare move. While acting cool, Hanso still did not forget to brag that he was this strong thanks to bodybuilding. However, everyone there had never even heard the names of those exercises, and so Hanso challenged the Ghoul King to a deadlift contest, so the whole village could understand what true bodybuilding really meant. If Hanso lost, he would have to become a subordinate under the Ghoul King. Hanso also reminded that man to keep the proper posture, otherwise his lower back would be easily injured. At that moment, the Ghoul King suddenly gave a sinister laugh. It turned out that he also had the skill Heavy Blank, which could reduce an object's weight. As long as this skill was activated, the weight of the barbell would instantly drop to only 1/4. Thanks to that, the Ghoul King successfully lifted 200 jin, though in reality it only weighed 50 jin. When it was Hanso's turn, he told everyone below to carefully observe his movements and posture. Before lifting the weight, Hanso had to warm up his body. Only when the muscles were properly stretched could training avoid cramps. The deadlift, also known as the death lift, was a full-body exercise, with the core being used the most. The first movement was to stand upright, with both feet spread shoulder-width apart. The second step was to push the chest out as much as possible and keep the torso straight by driving force into the back. After that, draw the center of gravity from the middle of the feet, slowly pull the bar past the lower body, then lift it to knee height. At that moment, the Ghoul King secretly played a trick, causing Hanso's 200 Jin barbell to become many times heavier. Yet no matter what schemes that men used, Hanso was not afraid at all. Hanso not only lifted the barbell, but also threw it away with force. The barbell shot into the sky, making the villagers stare in amazement. Seeing that scene, the entire village and the Ghoul King immediately knelt down, begging him to become their boss. From that day on, Hanso officially became the leader of the Ghoul village. From Gulo's words, Hanso learned a few more things. This place was a world completely different from Earth. Even so, there was still a legend here that those who transmigrated to this place could return to their original world. This world was called Lisa, a place where the strong devouring the weak was regarded as literal truth. The Ghoul King's name was Gulo, so from now on that man would be called by that name. Gulo led Hanso to the training ground for the warriors of the Ghoul race. Though it sounded grand to call it a training ground, in truth, this place was only an empty patch of land with nothing worth mentioning. Hanso ordered all the villagers to gather at the training ground at once. Though they did not understand what their new leader intended to do, they still obeyed and lined up neatly. Hanso believed that ghouls were a weak species that only knew how to survive on the leftovers of other races. But that would no longer continue as long as they trained themselves into truly strong bodies. Over the next 3 months, he would train them all into true warriors. If they passed this training course, they would no longer be looked down upon by other races. The first exercise in Hanso's 3-month training course was push-ups. This exercise looked simple, but doing it with proper posture was not easy. It helped strengthen the chest and arm muscles. The ghoul's task today was to learn how to do push-ups correctly. 3 hours later, the whole group was almost exhausted after countless attempts. They had to perform around 700 push-ups under the scorching sun. Meanwhile, Hanso had already done more than 20,000 push-ups with a boulder placed on his back. He even felt it was still not heavy enough, so he told Gulo to add more weight to the boulder. The ghouls watching from the side were also sweating, unable to understand what their leader ate to be that strong. At this moment, the villagers were utterly exhausted, and some even complained that it would have been better to let Gulo remain leader as before. With this kind of tormenting training, who could possibly endure it? Hanso heard those murmurs and became extremely furious. It is precisely because you all only have this kind of sluggish spirit that you are considered the weakest. Are you all truly willing to accept the title of weakest? This is the wilderness, a place where only the strong survive. Do you intend to keep running away like cowards when your friends, loved ones, and families are harmed by others? If you are all nothing but useless trash like that, then get lost. I will no longer train you. As for anyone who dares to stay and continue doing push-ups, I will grant you the strength to protect what matters. After being awakened by Hanso, the Ghoul village finally understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and continue training. Not a single person chose to leave. No matter how tired they were, they still struggled to complete the first training session. The more sweat shed on the training field, the less price paid on the battlefield. Hanso had inspired everyone to firmly resolve to become stronger. A good trainer was not necessarily the one who understood muscles the most, nor the one who had reached the limits of the body. The greatest trainer was someone who could awaken determination and fighting will in others. At that moment, Hanso's eagle eye skill was also promoted to level 2. Time continued to pass like that, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. On the small path leading into the Ghoul village, a group of strangers suddenly appeared. Were none other than the Lizardmen. Today, the Lizardmen had decided to attack and occupy the Ghoul village, turning this place into a colony. But they did not know that their movements had already been discovered by Hanso. He immediately ordered the Ghoul warriors to prepare and take their battle positions. This was their first battle after 3 full months of relentless training. At that moment, the Lizardmen had advanced deep into the canyon. Suddenly, countless boulders came crashing down from above, leaving them completely unable to react in time. In an instant, several members of the group were crushed under the rocks, severely injured and collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. Only then did they realize they had fallen into the ogre's ambush. The young men in the village were no longer as frail as before. Each of them now possessed firm, bulging muscles. The Lizardman leader had to quickly think of a countermeasure, or defeat would only be a matter of time. Sensing Gulo's mana, the leader assumed that he was the commander of the ogre side. For that reason, he decided to challenge Gulo to a one-on-one duel in order to turn the situation around. You ogre over there, come out at once. Stop hiding like a coward behind your subordinates. Come down here and fight me one-on-one. Let me see just how capable you are. Sir Hanso, how do you intend to respond to his provocation, sir? Hanso suddenly remembered the old days, when he had once kept a crocodile as a pet. That crocodile possessed an extremely powerful bite force, reaching roughly 2 tons. Yet even with such strength, it still could not bite through muscle. These trained muscles of mine, biting into them will only give you a toothache. You've been my pet for quite a long time now. Thanks to that memory, he immediately recalled how to subdue reptiles. Hanso instantly jumped down and pinned the leader flat on his back against the ground. First, these lizards had to be flipped onto their backs, and made made to expose their bellies. Then, look straight into its eyes, because with young animals, one had to show them who was stronger. Sure enough, when faced with Hanso's terrifying gaze, the opponent quickly submitted. He had no idea whether this human was planning to bite him or not. As a result, in the battle against the lizardmen, the ogre side won an overwhelming victory. Not too far from Alamai was the Duchy of Wyruth. It is truly an honor for a small country like this to possess outstanding talents such as yourselves. I entrust you with the task of investigating Kokrese's disappearance. We shall obey your command, Count Wyruth. General, is it truly all right to entrust such an important mission to these young warriors? Aha, Count Wyruth, do not worry too much. Though they are young, they are all rare geniuses. Leper overwhelms opponents with elegant swordsmanship. He is truly a master swordsman. Henda, meanwhile, wields a heavy greatsword, powerful enough to knock away any weapon an enemy may use. If those two fight together, aside from dragons, almost nothing can bring them down. Then I suppose the ordinary-looking warrior behind them must also be an extraordinary figure. That one is a little hard to say. I do not really know what he is capable of either. Leper and Henda asked to let him come along because the three of them are childhood friends, and those two geniuses are fond of him as well. After that, the three of them entered the forest together to investigate Kokrese's mysterious disappearance. On a nearby tree trunk, a goblin was drawing its bow, preparing to take aim at them. Leper was even faster, instantly rushing forward and stabbing it once. At the same time, the other two had already been surrounded by goblins. Henda did not falter in the slightest, immediately swinging his greatsword up. Since it was a heavy weapon with tremendous destructive power, wherever the blade swept through, goblins collapsed in droves. The remaining young man had truly landed an easy, high-paying job. Before he could even do anything, his two close friends had already dealt with all the goblins. Locke felt rather jealous of his two friends, because all three of them had been taught by the same master. They had the same master, yet only he remained weak. Perhaps this was the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. Meanwhile, at the Ogre village, the group of lizardmen was learning Hanso's rapid muscle-building training course. Thank you for everything you have done for us. No problem, come by whenever you want to keep training. The Ogre villagers also reminded the lizardmen that they had trained with all their might if they wanted to bulk up quickly like them. In the end, the lizardman tribe left in confusion, wondering how the frail ogres had become so muscular. Their bodies really are well-toned. When I first saw them, even I was just as surprised. During training, muscles ache and then grow during recovery, but fatigue can accumulate in the central nervous system. That reduces training efficiency and can even cause injuries. Therefore, resting to reduce post-workout fatigue is called reloading. When the ogres entered their 9th week of training, they began to grow tired, so Hanso gave the entire village a day off. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the ogres' bodies had changed noticeably. Not only had their muscles grown, even their height had increased. Hanso used the hawk eye skill to check and discovered that the ogre's body fat was only 8%. Even he had not expected the ogres to improve so quickly, despite this place having neither equipment nor supportive medicine. After the lizardmen left, Hanso immediately told the whole village to prepare dinner. The young man then asked him whether they could go hunting on their own today. In truth, it was not as though they were trying to skip a training session or anything. It was just that until now, they had never had the chance to face their prey head-on, because Hanso had always handled the hunting. Ulo was curious whether a healthy ghoul strongman could defeat Hanso or not. He said outright that they were still far too green, and when it came to weightlifting, he could take on the whole village by himself. After that, everyone began carrying their luggage and set out on the hunt. Even while moving, the ghouls still had to train their leg muscles seriously under Hanso's orders. Right then, a ghoul suddenly turned around while he was training. Because his movement fell out of rhythm, he immediately injured his ankle. Seeing this, Hanso immediately signaled to everyone. He told the whole group to stop so he could check his injury. That night, Block trained with his sword alone in the forest. He wanted to become stronger, so he would no longer have to hide behind his two friends whenever something happened like this morning. Because of that, even after everyone had fallen asleep, he still quietly trained hard. Leper suddenly stepped over and reminded Block to put more force into his thumb so his sword strikes would become faster and stronger. It turned out the sound of his training had woken both of his friends. Enda reminded him that it was already very late, and if he still did not sleep, his body would be exhausted tomorrow from lack of rest. Right then, something suddenly burst out from deep within the forest. A group of lizardmen was running straight toward everyone. However, the lizardmen's target was not them. It looked as though they were fleeing from something extremely terrifying behind them. Behind them was also a flock of foolish chickens, which also seemed to be terrified of something. It turned out they were being chased by Hanso and the ghoul village to supplement their protein. From then on, a new ecosystem formed in the forest, with him standing at the top of the food chain. Back in the afternoon, the whole group was hiding behind the leaves, silently observing their prey. They were plump chickens, their meat both delicious and rich in nutrients, and eating them helped build muscle very quickly. Even so, the ghouls were still somewhat hesitant about facing the flock of foolish chickens. At this moment, a foolish chicken was chasing its prey, but two tree trunks blocked its path. Unexpectedly, the foolish chicken suddenly crowed loudly, and its entire body instantly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, the two tree trunks were easily knocked down by it. Sure enough, when hungry, even a chicken could become extremely dangerous. No wonder the ghouls were so intimidated that they did not dare hunt them. Seeing the foolish chicken's strength, a young ghoul immediately found two other tree trunks to test himself, unwilling to believe he was weaker than a chicken. But no matter how hard he tried, the two trees did not budge at all. I will rest for a minute and try again. I will let you rest for a full 3 minutes. There is no need to force yourself too much, focus on how your heels move. After being reminded by Hanso, he immediately followed the proper movement, but it seemed the tree roots were buried too deep, so his strength still was not enough to uproot it. Right then, Hanso suddenly noticed the flock of chickens. While observing them, he realized the difference between the foolish chickens and the ghouls. Their muscles have been improving too steadily, so I failed to notice this problem. Lord Hanso, what is wrong? I am sorry. The fact that you cannot perform as well as them is my fault. Is our posture wrong? It is not that, it is just that your muscles have grown used to my training schedule. From now on, the ghouls must change their program. Hanso told everyone to gather fully, then began introducing the new equipment and exercises. The thing behind me is a cable crossover machine, made specially to break through your fixed training schedule. From now on, you will use it to train the opposing internal muscle groups. Practicing this exercise properly will make it easy to defeat those chickens. As expected of our leader, the leader always finds the answer. The cable crossover is an exercise that stimulates the chest muscles to grow, raising the trainee's muscles to a new level. This exercise only shows its effect when performed with the correct technique, and it is fairly difficult for beginners. First, lean your upper body slightly forward and bend your knees a little. Second, do not stretch your arms out completely. Keep your body centered and limit movement throughout the exercise. Third, stand in the middle of the equipment. Pull the cables with just enough force like a bird flapping its wings, then cross your hands. Fourth, different hand directions will affect different muscle groups in the chest. Remember to keep your hands steady, do not shake, and do not borrow the elastic force of the cables. Having been taught a new exercise by their leader, the ghouls were extremely excited and immediately began training. By the time they faced the flock of foolish chickens, everyone's chest muscles had developed far beyond before. Unexpectedly, the moment the chickens saw that scene, they also began evolving to a new level. Their size had become much larger than at the beginning. The ghouls did not falter at all, still charging straight ahead because their faith in the new exercise had given them strength. The two sides decided to rush into battle right in the middle of the forest. Outside, Hanso used the eagle eye skill to monitor the entire situation. He discovered that the deranged chickens had evolved into cockatrices. With up to 132 pounds of protein and only 12% body fat, the ghouls were no match for them at all. To stop the chickens from continuing to evolve, they had to make sure their breast muscles could no longer develop. Meanwhile, inside the ghoul village, one person still remained behind. It was Gulo, who had been assigned to stand guard, though watching over an empty place seemed rather dull. But Gulo did not think so. On the contrary, he found it extremely comfortable and free. And so really is a good person. It is just that our tastes are far too different. That is why I prepared this. Today's menu is crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include clean chicken skin, flour, chili powder, cooking oil, and a little salt. The first step is to use a knife to cut the clean chicken skin into even bite-sized pieces. If it is fried right away, it will easily smell, so before cooking, it needs to be seasoned to remove the fishy odor. Next, add chili powder to the flour and mix it well, creating an irresistibly appetizing blend. Finally, sprinkle that mixture evenly over the prepared chicken skin. Only then is it dropped into the sizzling pan of hot oil. And with that, Gulo's golden, chewy, crispy fried chicken skin was complete. Back to the battle in the forest, the ghouls had been completely overwhelmed by the chickens. They had trained their chest muscles exactly as Hanso taught them, but they still could not defeat the flock of chickens. Hanso explained that they had only trained for a few months, while the deranged chickens had trained their chest muscles since childhood to hunt prey. Possessing such impressive chest muscles was never an easy thing, but that did not mean you people had completely run out of ways to win. You must remember how you made it all the way here. You must train from the foundation first, only then can you drive all your strength outward. The origin of muscular power always begins from the roots. At last, you people finally understand. Before this, you failed because you only used your chest muscles. But what will the result be if you combine them with the power of your legs as well? Show me all of your effort and willpower. After being enlightened by him, the ghouls burned with fighting spirit and immediately charged straight at the flock of chickens. However, the result was still no better. They were sent flying by the deranged chickens in a single blow. It turned out that carrying heavy loads throughout the journey had trained their legs, but it had also exhausted them. By the time Hanso realized this, everything was already too late. After winning the battle, the chickens began looking at everyone with contempt, as if saying that they were still too young. It was time for Hanso to show them who truly stood at the top of the food chain in this forest. Seeing that someone still dared to provoke them, the chickens immediately turned their attention to him. The entire flock grew furious and charged straight toward Hanso at once. Faced with that situation, Hanso remained strangely calm. He merely stretched one hand gently forward. As the deranged chickens charged in, slow-motion scenes suddenly appeared in their eyes. From the time they were tiny eggs that had just hatched. When they grew a little bigger, their parents taught them to hunt. Then after reaching adulthood, they had to compete with their own kind. It was precisely that process that made their chest muscles develop with extraordinary power. But today, the opponent they had to face was Hanso himself. In the end, the entire flock was handled cleanly by him. Not a single one was left. Eat plenty of protein. Tomorrow you people must catch one yourselves. Whoever holds a chicken leg does 300 push-ups. The next day, following Hanso's order, the ghouls continued setting out to hunt. He told them to be very careful, because if they got injured, they would not be able to train. Hanso did not go with everyone, because he was still busy training his chest. Without their leader personally commanding them, the ghouls were forced to plan their own course of action. According to their calculations, Hanso alone had caught 27 deranged chickens yesterday, so today's minimum target was 50. They decided to split into 3 groups. If any group encountered danger, they would send a signal for the other 2 groups to come support them. And so the Ghoul Village's second hunt officially began. At the same time, 3 young human men had found the skeleton of the cockatrice that Hanso had once dealt with. The skull was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed to have been destroyed by some kind of high-level magic. Anyone who can take down a cockatrice with a single blow must be as powerful as a great mage. It is hard to believe we can really handle this mission. Do not worry, Block. Even though you are the weakest in the group, we still will not let you get hurt. The 3 were still talking when they suddenly felt the ground shake violently. It turned out that a squad of ghouls was driving a flock of chickens nearby. Very quickly, the group of hungry ghosts discovered 3 young humans, and the other side noticed them as well. The 3 were extremely surprised, because this was the first time they had seen such a strange group of 6-packed monsters. Stop first. Humans are naturally cruel and warlike. We do not know what they will do. Acting rashly could put everyone in danger. What are those hungry ghosts doing? Could that be a pose before unleashing a move? Hurry and call Team 1 and Team 2 here. We must gain the advantage through numbers. The hungry ghosts immediately came up with a way to use their pectoral muscles to send signals to their own kind. Who would have thought that action would anger the chickens, accidentally causing them to evolve even further? The foolish chickens evolved into cockatrice monsters, and their faces looked a little less stupid than before. In their fury, the entire flock immediately charged straight toward the hungry ghosts. Team 3 secretly thought that this time they had truly run into serious trouble. But at the critical moment, the captains of Team 1 and Team 2 appeared just in time. Reinforcements had arrived, so the hungry ghosts were no longer afraid of those cockatrices. Right now, they could already use the secret technique they had learned from Hanso. Hold the weight in the proper posture. You are doing well. When you cannot maintain the correct posture yet, someone must definitely stand nearby to support you. But if we want to truly feel our own strength safely, what should we do? The answer was Hanso's secret bodybuilding technique, having 4 hungry ghosts coordinate as one group. Thanks to that, the attack of the person in front would be reinforced by the strength of the 3 behind. Lying on this battle formation, the 4 hungry ghosts successfully overwhelmed the chickens. However, there was one extra hungry ghost in the group, and he was almost singled out and attacked by a cockatrice. The 3 young humans decided to step in and help him, because they had seen something special. They were moved by the hungry ghosts' united and determined way of fighting. Just as the 2 sides joined forces to defeat the chickens, a new danger appeared. It was a gigantic cockatrice, far larger than normal. The gaze it cast at everyone was filled with anger. This cockatrice made them think of a dragon named Long Yi. That dragon was famous for being greedy and violent. He was always afraid that another dragon would surpass him in the future. Therefore, he chose the extreme method of dispersing his own power, creating cockatrices, a species closely related to dragons. Although this chicken was not a true dragon, to everyone, it was still an extremely dangerous creature. At that time, Hanso was still absorbed in training his chest muscles, so he did not know what was happening in the forest. Although his muscles developed more slowly than in his previous life, Hanso still had plenty of time to adapt to this world. 3 months had passed, and at first they had been so skinny they were no different from anchovies. I had to teach them step by step, no different from teaching a newborn child how to walk. They had once nearly wanted to give up, but that was only a fleeting thought. In the end, all of them gave everything they had and not one person was willing to quit. Because of that, their bodies grew more and more developed, and now they looked much more presentable. Leader, we have run into serious trouble. The chickens are evolving too quickly. Everyone is in danger. If this continues, they may all be unable to hold out. Shut your mouth and hurry up, show me the way. Warning, energy has exceeded the level the muscles can withstand. Danger is rising. You want to cancel this skill. How dare you touch my brats? Confirmed, continuing to cast the skill. Hanso had only just stomped his foot to gather momentum, yet the ground around him instantly cracked. Immediately after that, he shot straight into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Leper and Henda were still fighting the gigantic chicken. One person drew its attention to distract it, while the other aimed directly at its weak point. Their strategy was fairly reasonable, and the chicken had already taken several blows to its vital spots. However, it was much stronger than the two had imagined. Before long, Leper was struck by its flapping wings and sent flying into the air. Although he was badly injured, the young man still signaled that he was alive so his comrades could feel at ease. Seeing this, the hungry ghosts were forced to use their secret battle form. The bodybuilder's ultimate technique was forming a human tower, but the chicken attacked too fiercely, quickly breaking apart everyone's coordinated formation. Just as the hungry ghosts were about to fall into danger, an object suddenly plunged down and knocked the chicken down. The cloud of dust quickly dispersed, and the one who had appeared was none other than Gulo. As for Hanso, because he had jumped with too much force, he landed in the wrong place. Right at this moment, a flock of gigantic chickens arrived and surrounded Gulo. He was not afraid in the slightest, and even mocked them, saying that this was all the chickens could do. That hungry ghost seems to be the Demon King. That long-range attack just now was indeed quite impressive. What are you looking at? Did you think I would dare come here without preparing first? Could Lord Demon King have arranged a plan in advance? I have drawn their attention. Use this chance to wipe them all out. Lord Hanso, please step forward. Leader, why have you still not appeared? Where are you, leader? The Ghoul King had just boasted too boldly in front of the chickens, and this time he truly seemed beyond saving. Unlike ordinary ghouls, Gulo never took part in the physical training sessions. Even so, his position had never wavered, so exactly how had he done it? How had he maintained that status, even though the other ghouls in the village had all grown much stronger? The reason was that Hanso had assigned Gulo an extremely important task, which was adjusting the weights for everyone. Gulo had no choice but to constantly use his weight increase skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill had reached maximum level, quietly growing stronger even without him realizing it. Before this, Gulo had only needed to use a single rock, yet he had already been able to deal with the giant chicken. But this time they had brought more companions with them, so he also began to feel a little intimidated. Seeing this, the ghouls began cheering Gulo on, believing that if he could defeat a chicken in one blow, he would be no weaker than Hanso. No one can defeat this gigantic thing in a single blow. Perhaps I truly am a different kind of natural-born genius. Come at me all at once, you chickens. This great Ghoul King will defeat every last one of you. The moment Gulo finished boasting, he was struck by the chicken and sent flying out of sight. We really are about to die. Henda Leper, I am sorry that I never understood your jokes until now. At the final moment of my life, I still have friends by my side, so at least I will not leave this world alone. We will struggle until our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, leader, for teaching us. The training was harsh, but thanks to it we were able to feel the joy of becoming stronger. If there is another life, please continue teaching us once more. Somewhere else, Hanso had tracked down the place where Gulo had fallen. The ghouls are in danger. Leader, please hurry and save them. Activating the calm skill. An emotion exceeding the capacity of the calm skill has been detected. The calm skill has been forcibly cancelled. What is going on? Why did all the chickens suddenly run off somewhere? It turned out the chickens sensed the threat from Hanso, so they immediately rushed over to surround him. Stop right there. I am trying to stay as calm as I possibly can. An emotion surpassing the effect of the calm skill has been detected. The user will be released from control, and the calm skill will be disabled for 1 day. This tremor in my chest, it must be Lord Hanso. Who exactly is this Lord Hanso you keep talking about? He is both our teacher and our leader. His muscles are much lighter than ours, but words cannot fully describe it. Once you meet him, you will understand. To put it simply, Lord Hanso is our new Demon King. I still cannot understand what these people are talking about. At this moment, Hanso was facing the entire flock of giant chickens alone. He unleashed Whitequake single hand, sending one chicken flying straight into the sky. Seeing this, the other two immediately leaped up into the trees. Then from above, they plunged down and stomped hard onto the spot where Hanso stood. Even though he was forced deep into the ground, he showed no fear at all. Instead, he used weightlifting technique to fling them away to the side. He sprang out of the pit. Hanso casually took down another chicken as well. My ancestors once taught that your species can develop muscles through tremors in the chest. That is why I brought you here. That is right, this is the place. I can train my muscles using my own chest. What about you? Can you do the same? Hanso braced his hands against the ground, and behind him appeared the shadow of a dumbbell bearing infinite weight. Hanso's muscles suddenly swelled violently, making it look as though he had transformed into a giant. Immediately afterward, he unleashed ultimate move, Divine Squat Palm. The foolish chickens were instantly beaten by him until they had no way to fight back. When everyone arrived, they happened to witness Hanso completely overwhelming the chickens. So this was the Demon King the ghouls had always been talking about. After going this far, is that man really still human? I have used my legs too much. I cannot waste time. I do not know how long I can maintain this form, but if I give up now, Lord Hanso, if you keep going like this, I will be exhausted and collapse. But if I had to choose, I would rather be the only one to die than let the entire village suffer that fate. If I give up now, I will have no face left to meet the former demon King Gulo again, the one who willingly helped me train. I have to end everything with a single strike. Weight tremor, extreme weight. Super muscle recovery skill activated. Muscle mass has been restored by 15%. Warning, the muscles in the limbs are far weaker than the upper body. Quickly relax the upper muscle groups. Risk of muscle damage detected. Immediate relaxation of their body muscles is required. Lord Han, after everything we will also lend you a hand. After that, the whole flock of chickens was defeated by everyone working together. Today's training ends here, Gulo. I will definitely remember your contribution. Before Lord Hanso arrived, he was always this hot-tempered. Yet the moment he met Brother Hanso, he immediately became a much better person. So who is going to help me stand up now? Do not turn your faces away like that, you ungrateful bastards. Just wait until I get back, then you will see. You worked hard today, Lord Hanso. Gulo's sudden appearance made everyone freeze in place for a full 5 seconds. Because I felt something was wrong with my body, before coming here, I took the chance to get some sleep. Gulo, you are still alive. What exactly is going on? Do not all rush at me like that. Stop right now or I will give you all a beating. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, protect and look after everyone together with us. It was he who personally wiped out all the cocatresses, and he was also the one who defeated the cocatrice. Is that really true? Yes, I am fairly certain of it, Lord Wyroth. That demon king is nothing to worry about, but that brat is definitely dangerous. We still do not know when they will reveal their true nature. I have to think carefully and find a way to deal with him. Now that I mention it, where is Block? Did he not come back with you? Excuse me, may I ask what you're doing? Hey, you brat, you are planning to hurt him, are you not? Whoa, look at this, his aptitude is pretty good. Stop treating Block like an object. You want to become stronger than the person you are now. That is not important. What matters is behind you. So do you want to or not? You must have thought about it at some point. If you do, stay here and train with me. He had no other choice, so we could only let him take Block away like that. Boss, please save Block from those hateful monsters. We still do not know what they are training in. It might even be black magic. It is unfortunate that someone was taken, but while we do not understand them clearly, we cannot take the risk. Besides, your boss is not the reckless type. No, today we will teach them a lesson. You two, prepare to fight. Why are you suddenly so fired up? This does not seem like you at all. Come on, move aside, old man. Daring to lay a hand on my student. We must save Block from the hands of those ghouls at the ghoul village. Since we have a newcomer today, we will begin with squats first. May I ask, what is a squat? I will teach you, come here. Squats are an excellent exercise for firming the body, while also helping to build muscle. What is it, Block? Are you trying to sit flat on the ground? Alright, stop for now. To be honest, doing it like that is just standing up and sitting down. You have to drive force into your thighs to avoid harming your body. Spread your legs shoulder-width apart, Block. Do it like this. Point your knees forward and lower yourself as if you are about to sit. You can place your hands however you like. Movement has to be decisive, driving force into the thighs and hips. That is what a squat is. For your first time, that is pretty good. Have you trained somewhere before? I studied swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting one more time. Remember to move decisively. Can you raise your arms? I will place a weight on your hands. Keep the correct posture, then perform the squat. Alright, very good. Everyone give Block a round of applause. This guy, he can keep his posture steady while squatting and lifting weights at the same time. Just as I thought, my eye for people is not bad. This is what physical training should be. Block, you followed me because you wanted to become stronger, right? That is true. I want to become strong like my friends. I am only afraid you cannot do it. To be honest, I understand that very well. I know that someone like me, no matter how hard I try, can hardly compare to those with innate talent. But I am still very grateful to Brother Hanso. If you teach me at the very least, I think I can handle things on my own. What did you just say? In the future, you will become strong in a completely different way. Strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you truly have potential. This is the first time someone has acknowledged my talent. Alright, stop crying, your muscles will deflate. Conditions have been met. The skill Eagle Eyes level 2 has been raised to level 3. Lord Hanso, why did you bring these chicks along? We can hunt chickens, but we cannot hunt recklessly, otherwise before long there will be none left. Therefore, we should stop that before they go extinct. Lord Hanso, this chicken species grows very quickly, so raising them is not a problem. In Alamai, few monsters can wipe them all out. Right now, we are stronger than those chicks, but if they evolve, no one besides Lord Hanso will be able to handle them. You cannot beat them. You truly cannot defeat them. Actually, that is not entirely the case. We can still do it. I knew it. Then why do you look down on your own race like that? Chi, I am disappointed. You all must make use of the femoral region and the main muscle groups to stabilize your bodies. Heavy blank 1/10, are you ready? I am ready, let us begin. Good, I will activate the skill. Heavy blank X2, wait. Keep going, you can do it. While everyone was training, a stranger suddenly charged into the ghoul village. You are the monster who kidnapped Block, my disciple, right? I think you have misunderstood. I do not know who you are, and furthermore, I am no longer the chief of this place. Your answer only needs to be yes or no. We are only training. What exactly do you mean? Oh, he can block one of my sword strikes with his bare hand. She just injure my muscles. This older woman is truly dangerous. Hey, you two, is this the one who kidnapped Block? That is right, it is he. Block, our master has come to save you. Block, where are you? Hurry and answer us. I apologize for interrupting your training, little brat, but kidnapping someone else's else's disciple is not good. What is this block? You already had a trainer. If you had told me beforehand, this would not have happened. But bodybuilding is more interesting than swordsmanship, right? Be honest, why are you hesitating? I am sorry, master, but I like bodybuilding more than swordsmanship. You went through the trouble of coming all the way here. I am truly sorry. Master, I have a new master now. Is that so? In that case, I have no other choice. I will have to use force to bring you back. As soon as she finished speaking, the strange woman unleashed her ultimate move, Heavenly Sword, and slashed straight at him. Hanso also immediately tensed his muscles to block the opponent's attack. This really wounds my pride. I can only give you a few scratches. Block, you want to train to have a body like that? Yes, Master, Hanso is truly too cool. Then let us do this. I and that boy will duel for the right to be your master. Perhaps you do not know, but bodybuilding is not martial arts. It is the process of training and improving the body. I heard you took down Coquettress with something called bodybuilding. That was to supplement protein. I only did it to survive. Then bodybuilding had no effect on the victory. Fighting. What did you just say? Why are you so angry? Did I touch a nerve? Training the body but being unable to fight is no different from being useless. I will show you what training is truly for. The chicken leg muscle branch mechanism has been activated. I wonder who would win if Lord Hanso and that girl fought. Just look at the difference in their physiques and you will understand. Body size does not prove anything. Master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Activating the skill Eagle Eye level 3. Species human, occupation swordsmanship master. With such a low muscle ratio, why can she still injure me? An ordinary human cannot use a sword to damage muscles. You alien bastard, what kind of damn martial art are you teaching? As for the swordsmanship I teach, it is a swordsmanship that allows me to use a sword to cut down enemies when needed. Let a senior like me teach you a few things. Do you know why I call you an alien, even though you look human? Because your magic power is red. The redder the magic power, the purer the demon bloodline. Moreover, the technique you are using is not something a human can use to change shape during battle. As long as someone has enough determination, anyone can change shape. Stop pretending to know everything. That only happens to aliens like you. Humans can only use inner force in this way to make up for their shortcomings in battle. One sword separates the world, 10,000 swords pierce the heart. Even if you try to spread your martial arts here, it is useless. Do you understand now? That kind of martial art is nothing but trash for humans. And yet you still thought you could defeat me with such shameful martial arts. Did all your opponents lose like that? Among those you faced before, was any of them stronger than me? Why should I care about that? Once someone becomes my opponent, none of them survive. We, the ones who love bodybuilding, will always strive to surpass. To surpass even those stronger than ourselves. Now I will let you witness that with your own eyes. Block, may I say something? I am sorry, because we thought there would be little chance to see you again. We went to our master. We knew doing that might make you hate us, but for some reason, we still did it. What are you two talking about? Why would I hate you? Because you left or we forced you? What? I came here because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was even planning to go back later. Hanso agreed as well. Block. What kind of martial art are you planning to learn? We are curious too. I just arrived, so I am not sure yet. Demon King, can you guide us? Good, follow me. Do you still remember what our master said was the most important thing in swordsmanship? When we first learned the sword, it was the lower body center of gravity. Correct. As for our upcoming exercise, we will use the entire lower center of gravity and focus on training the quadriceps through squats. Hanso said we had to learn the correct posture first. But if we want to make the exercise more interesting, is it not very dangerous to use weights right from the start? It is fine, I will be there to support them. Elsewhere, Hanso was still exchanging knowledge with the master of those 3 young men, but the scene looked no different from weight training. Why did you withdraw your strength? I did not, I am merely gathering my strength. More precisely, this is the technique of contraction and tightening. Are those the voices of Leper and Henda doing something over there? It turned out that this grandparent and grandchild pair had also been dragged by their friend onto the path of gym goers. What in the world is going on? Are they training? That. They are just doing squats. This is also part of the exercise. Sorry, could I include your training method in the training program? Really, why did you change your mind so quickly? Because I can feel a very powerful passion in it. I have found joy in watching bodies drenched in sweat from training. Let us form an alliance and bond through training. When seeing the master of the 3 young men off, Hanso suddenly realized something. Your handshake really is no joke. Just how exactly do you train? Aha, are you curious? Fine, I will tell you. There is actually nothing special. My job is to swing a sword all day. Do you think I still need to train? But I am curious about something else. Are you truly fine with teaching everyone an advanced training method without taking any payment? It is fine. The more people who train, the better, is it not? Why do you think that way? Because the gym can appear anywhere, and you will also work more efficiently when you know more proper ways to train, right? That can be applied across the entire continent. I want the culture of healthy living to spread widely. You are more interesting than I thought. I have taken a liking to you. Whenever you want, I will grant you a favor. That evening, while everyone was having dinner, Block had something he wanted to say. Please forgive me, Hanso. Hanso may not know this, but the city where I live is a place with severe discrimination. Not only does it discriminate against aberrants, that place also discriminates against dark sorcerers and many others. Even the leader of humanity always sets his own priorities. Young people like me care less about that, but I am worried Hanso and the friends here will be in danger. Hanso was gnawing on chicken breast, and upon hearing this, he realized that this was indeed a major issue. Then let us take our time and think carefully about this trip. Hanso did not answer Block's question directly, but instead turned his attention to the horse's feed trough. Its texture was both crisp and sticky. This was definitely the main ingredient of oatmeal porridge. Only horses get to eat something this clean and nutritious. This is truly a serious matter. Look at that boy, he is even eating livestock feed. That stuff is not tasty at all. Monsters really are poor when it comes to food. If monsters heard that, they would be very sad. I once tried the military rations that everyone commonly uses. Normally it is a little bland, but would you people like to taste my food? Is this monster inviting us? I actually think it is quite tasty. It has a light sweetness, and there is also a faint hint of mild spice. That spice was added very skillfully. It is truly marvelous. I lost my sense of taste before, yet now it actually tastes delicious. When we are close to the place, I will tell you people the formula, so do not look down on us monsters, understood? See monster. Hey, you said your name was Riona, right? What is it? We will continue tomorrow morning. You still remember promising to grant me a favor in the morning, right? Of course I remember. I have already decided what I want. I want you to help me settle the matter of grains. Is this not food for livestock? You heard what everyone said too. I heard you plan to raise chickens, so you want grains to feed them. Not to feed them, we will be the ones eating the grains. I do not mind, but I would feel sad letting you eat something meant for livestock. That is right, Lord Henso. She seems to hold a high position among the human troops, and besides, we are not used to eating grains either. What did you just say? Say it again for me to hear. They are not wrong either. If you want a bigger reward, just tell me directly. You can exchange your current tent for a proper wooden house. You can also wear warrior armor instead of commoner clothes like now. As for food, you only need chicken breast. Lord Hanso has always liked chicken a lot. That is not it. Taking in only protein is very harmful to the body, especially the liver. But if you eat enough carbohydrates, glycogen will create a source of energy that supports muscle growth. In fact, oats are a slow-digesting carbohydrate, low in calories but rich in nutrition. That is why on Earth, they are called the king of grains. What reward could be better than oats? After hearing that, everyone was speechless, unable to understand what this man was even talking about. However, the ghouls were extremely excited, curiously asking what it was and wanting to see it. I think it must be the special secret he used to face Lady Riona. What do you think? We cannot lose to those monsters. Let us try eating it too. Locke is eating it too, so let us all try it together. But as soon as they ate it, the whole group immediately called out Sister Hugh's name in unison. Sister Hugh, the moment this thing touches the mouth, it already tastes awful. Locke, spit it out, this is not tasty. All the strongmen have spat it out too. It is tasty and very satisfying to chew, do you not think so? He even has a talent for eating. He will definitely get stronger quickly. How exciting. I do not fully understand what you said, but it seems you know a great deal. I will start the production process as requested. Are you serious, Riona? You really are the best. At least we have nothing to lose. General Riona has returned. Open the city gates at once. And so, do you still remember what I once told you? This is a country of eccentrics. This is the strongest nation on the continent, but it is also a place filled with discrimination. The scrutinizing gazes of the people here made the ghouls feel extremely uncomfortable. What is wrong? Walk with proper posture. They are looking because your physiques are too beautiful. Is that true, leader? I am fairly sure that is not the case. And so, under everyone's judgmental eyes, the whole group walked along while confidently showing off their muscles. Am I starting to like these monsters? At this moment in Wyroth Castle, so you taught my soldiers how to train, and you even fed them food meant for livestock. That is not livestock feed, it is oats, something like oatmeal meant to be eaten. What an insolent fellow. My general proposed bringing these special monsters into the castle. If not for that proposal, I would not have let you people step even 1 foot inside. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Do not cause any trouble. Just teach my soldiers to train, then leave quietly. If you have finished your work and also want to learn, I can become your personal trainer. I do not need that. Just do as was said, vassal. The generals are already too famous, which makes me worry about how to change the people's attitude. This is a good opportunity. Someone bring the mercenary Tutula here. General, your guest is preparing to bare his fangs and brandish his claws at you. At the soldiers' training ground, everyone stop. Today we will carry out a special exercise. The person standing beside me now is the special trainer brought into the castle by General Riona, the Ghoul Master Hanso. Ghoul Master, Then is he not a monster? Why is a monster training us? I know you people do not like the new trainer, but if you do not obey him, you are violating military law. Hello everyone, I am Hanso, today's special trainer who will guide you on how to train. I do not like the way everyone is looking at me like that, so all of you lower yourselves. Why are you still looking at me? Hurry and do what Lord Hanso told you. Lie down, pull in your stomachs, you lot. Are you still refusing to follow orders? What are you all doing? Hurry and do it. This scene is truly ridiculous. Everyone, are you really listening to that monster? Cat it. If you call Trainer Hanso a monster, that action will be considered disrespect toward the general. Do you think so as well, Trainer? Do you believe that monster's orders are also the general's orders? Everyone, stand up. Are you really planning to obey that monster's orders? Hold on to your human dignity. Military orders are absolute. Is there anything wrong with that? There are plenty of problems. First of all, we are human. There is no reason for us to listen to a monster like you. Second, as for that training you mentioned, we do not need to learn anything besides swordsmanship. Finally, we do not want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait a moment, Lord Hanso. I think I can handle this matter. Regarding the first issue, the person standing there can teach you in Lord Hanso's place, so there should be nothing left to object to. Regarding the second issue, I do not yet know whether swordsmanship or training is more useful, since they have never been compared, so why not fight a match and see? As for the final issue, whether it is civilized or not, then we will know once we compete, you humans. Are you ready? We are ready. These guys really are beyond saving. Fine, I accept the challenge. Trainer, is this allowed? I am on the human side. Where is the other side? Hee, stupid monsters. But sorry, I am not a cadet. Let me show you what kind of fear a mercenary personally entrusted by the Count can bring. The moment the battle began, that guy had only just charged forward, when he was knocked down on the spot by the young ghoul. Hey, are you alright? Did he lose? I can see him still moving a little, so he should be alive. Do not hit too hard. Are you showing off your strength? I apologize, leader. Forget it, you did not do it on purpose. Now that you have lost, obey my orders. Yes, trainer. Unexpectedly, the young man woke up, then silently activated his power. Taking advantage of the moment the ghoul turned away, he suddenly rushed forward, intending to launch a sneak attack from behind. But before the sword could even slash down, he had already been blasted into the darkness by Hanso. His whole body slammed hard into the wall. The next day, Riona came to the training area to visit everyone. Hanso, are you still alright? He clearly used magic. I think so too. I believe he used magic during the match, so monsters truly cannot be trusted. Trainer, I do not yet understand the situation here. Explain what happened. Yes, General, a few people disobeyed orders, so a fight broke out. Our soldier lost, but someone said the monsters used magic. Hanso, did you really use magic during the match? I would not bother doing something like that. General, do you believe that monster? I was only passing by, yet I heard something interesting. Tell me what is happening here. General, are you standing with me or with these monsters? Of course I stand with humans. In that case, whose orders do you follow now? Did you come here to train? First, get down from the horse. Lord Hanso, I do not think he came here to train. He did not. General, I am extremely displeased. The guests you brought back have caused trouble for our people. A soldier was injured. This is a very serious matter. As the Lord, how can I turn a blind eye? As the Lord of the Worth Duchy, I will exile General Riona for 2 years. But when he saw the murderous look in Riona's eyes, the Lord immediately faltered and did not dare say another word. My lord, that cannot be done. Please let us deal with those monsters. Please withdraw your order. If he says any more, he will probably be scared into losing face completely. Hanso, I am sorry for bringing you here yet being unable to look after you properly. Do not worry about it. We are not exactly welcomed everywhere anyway. My lord, can you at least let them stay for the 3 months you promised? I will keep my promise. Good, everything has been arranged. All of you be silent. How dare you defy the Lord like this? After this, do you still dare call yourselves soldiers of this country? But General, I told you to be silent. You brats, I thought you only discriminated against monsters. But I never expected you would even dare talk back to your superiors. I should step back, so the future seeds of leper still have a chance to grow. I wonder how this will change the future seeds of leper. It will probably be very interesting when I return. What is wrong with her, smiling so terrifyingly? That evening, the person who had once picked a fight with Han, so secretly left the city, carrying a bounty. As long as I do a few more jobs like this, I will have enough money to stop taking filthy work. This bell looks just like a real flower. I wonder if I should open a flower shop. My beloved wife and daughter, please wait for me a little longer. Dad will be home soon. Yet that man had no idea that the village where his wife and child were living had already been swallowed by a sea of flames. Our hometown welcomes us back with such a beautiful sight. Princess, may I have this dance with you? Next day, 2 hungry ghosts appeared in the sun-slim forest. Was your hand not broken just now? My hand is completely fine now. Hey kids, what are you doing with those slims? Is that Lord Block and the private general? Did he not say he would not return after leaving with her? By the way, you still have not answered my question. Lord Hanso said we need these slims. What are they even for? Slims cannot even be made into medicine. Just come with us. Perhaps it would be better for you to see it with your own eyes. Lord Hanso, we have arrived. Block is here and Riona too. I only stopped by to greet everyone before leaving, and I was also curious about what you were about to do. Use your pectoral muscles to press them into one block. What exactly do you intend to use those slims for? When I looked at the students on the training ground, I realized ordinary weightlifting or muscle building was not very effective for the kids. In this case, training like athletes would be more useful, but since we lack equipment, I have to create it myself. Making equipment from slims. Is it like the scarecrow you once used to train quick slashes? No, this is not like swordsmanship. Bring one slim over here. First, once you have the slim hand, do it like this. Take this core out first, after all it will regenerate in just a few days. Therefore, we can separate it and handle it like this. Once the regeneration stone is gone, we will make a hole in the middle of the slim. This kind of slim has excellent elasticity. Next, we stretch them out by hand like this before they shrink back. And now we have a training band shaped like this. Riona, you probably did not know that. With it, you can perform many exercises. The elasticity depends on the slim's color, so we will classify them for different exercises. Lord Hanso, I want to thank you and apologize to you. What for? Perhaps you do not know, but I once doubted you, thinking you were only obsessed with training to get close to humans. You are truly sincere toward us. As for me, I am a failed teacher who could not stop Wyroth from becoming a lost land. Because of that, I had to endure unreasonable treatment from the Lord. But you are different. I believe you can make this country change. Change, let me see. That is my specialty. Not that kind. Then is it like this? Not that either. That is exactly the change I once mentioned. Let us see what the monster coach will teach on the first day. We did not come here because we lost the battle. Do not start with some weird movement like lying face down on your stomach. Lord Hanso, may I leave these kids to you again? Of course, the number of new members has increased again. Meanwhile, it was not only the things around Han, so that we're slowly changing. Our enemies are immortal monsters. What is terrifying is that if we are bitten by zombies, we will also turn into monsters. Be careful, do not let your horses get bitten, and you yourselves must stay on guard. Warriors, charge forward and attack them for me. Bedorman, no wait. If we appear now, others will be dragged into this. Just endure a little longer, Bedorman. Those zombies are nothing more than props. Block Dukedom running training. As I said, the stamina each person can use in one day has a limit. Therefore, we need to focus on training the necessary muscle groups. You understand what Lord Hanso just said, right? Everyone start stretching with the bands to prepare for chest presses. No, Today we will do CrossFit instead of chest presses. Wait, what is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman, made up of high-intensity exercises performed continuously with almost no rest. In other words, it affects many different muscle groups and requires the body to work in balance, like a regular hexagon. If we divide into groups and set clear goals, it will increase teamwork while also encouraging competition. I have already made a list for each group. Ask Gulo if there is anything. Everyone, let us all do our best to complete the workout. During training, Hanso occasionally heard a few strange sounds ring out. I have heard that sound several times already. What exactly is it used for? Recently, our Lord had to personally take action against the zombies, because they kept appearing in the villages around the castle. They are sending a distress signal. It seems the enemy is much stronger than initially expected. You lot, your body cores are about to collapse. Reduce the weight and train seriously. Just as I thought, he is not paying attention at all. According to the scouts' investigation, we have identified the enemy base at the end of this road. This time we must eradicate them completely and bring peace back to the homeland. All troops, advance. My lord, I fear we have advanced too deeply into the middle of the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they cannot devise tactics. We only need strength and numbers to wipe them out. Look, our soldiers are still advancing very steadily. All troops, do not slow down, keep advancing. Victory or defeat in war lies in the momentum of the attack. Do not stop until every enemy has been wiped out. As the one behind all this finally shown himself. Before long, the enemy commander appeared before them. It was Ben Gulo's old friend from years ago. Gulo was stunned to realize that even though several decades had passed, Ben had not aged at all. It turned out that all this time, Ben had been secretly conducting research, and he had even used his own body as an experimental subject. After injecting tubes of blue liquid into his body, he transformed into a gigantic monster, his strength and speed increasing to a terrifying degree. With only a few simple blows, Ben easily beat Gulo until he was dazed. Clearly, Gulo was no match for him at all. Ben believed Gulo had grown weak because he only knew how to focus on sword training. As for what he was doing, it was using research to push civilization to a new height. At this moment, Ben's experimental monsters were attacking the soldiers in a frenzy. He confidently regarded that as proof that his research was entirely correct. This world always has a few people who are great because of something, but they cannot become the standard for ordinary people. Just as Ben was about to finish off his opponent, His subordinate Ivan rushed over in time. He appeared and blocked his attack. Ivan shouted for the Lord and the soldiers to retreat quickly, while he would stay behind to hold off Ben and his companions. Taking that chance, Gulo immediately rode his horse out of the battlefield. But his loyal subordinate bravely stayed behind and sacrificed himself. He fell before the brutal power of the monster. Gulo hurriedly urged his horse on, his breath ragged with anxiety. He knew things could not continue like this. Images of Ben and the terrifying monsters kept appearing in his mind, making Gulo wonder what he had to do to defeat them. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hanso and the muscle army were still training relentlessly at a terrifying intensity. Even after completing more than 150,000 repetitions, Hanso's face remained calm as he continued lifting the stone weights and counting the rhythm. Returning to the army on the move, Gulo shouted loudly, demanding a report. Is no one going to report the army situation to me? Immediately, Lumi stepped forward and spoke. I am the captain of Squad 20, Lumi. Gulo then ordered him to report. Lumi gave a grave number. Out of 400 soldiers, 347 were killed or infected, 27 were wounded, and only 26 remained unharmed. Hearing this, Gulo calculated in shock. There were only about 100 reserve troops left in the city, most of them trainees or wounded soldiers. He roared angrily, "Damn it, how can we continue the war with only 26 people?" Lumi suggested that they should call General Leon back for reinforcements. Gulo immediately dismissed it, believing it was already too late to call for reinforcements now. At this moment, Lumi offered a bold idea. What if we borrow the strength of the monsters inside the city? Lumi explained that the one leading them was Hanso, who once possessed strength equal to General Leon. Since the army was providing food and lodging, they could use that as a condition to force them into battle. Gulo nodded, satisfied with the plan to use monsters against monsters. He made up his mind and said, "Good, do it that way." Then he immediately urged his horse forward at full speed. 3 days later, at the military training grounds, Gulo rode in on horseback and roared, "Stop training. Everyone gather at once." Meanwhile, Hanso and the muscle army were still standing there in confusion with purple weights in their hands. "What are you doing? Hurry up and obey the count's order." Gulo looked down at the crowd slowly surrounding him. He spoke and asked, "Hey, demi-human, are you the one named Hanso?" Hanso calmly smiled and replied, "Yeah, did you come here for personal training?" Gulo's face immediately turned grave. "No, I came to give orders to you monsters." He suddenly roared in fury. "The time has come for you to repay the grace of being fed and sheltered, you lowly creatures." Gulo raised his fist high and declared, "By order of Count Gulo, you must destroy the corpse army outside the city." For the dead silence and the blank faces of the muscular army, Gulo thought angrily to himself, "Tiesk, truly low-level monsters, do they not understand human speech? Look at those bewildered faces." He shouted loudly again, "You have the honor to go to battle, act as a shield for me. As for the leader Hanso, I will grant you citizenship of the great kingdom of Gulo." Yet the opposite side still showed no reaction, making Gulo shout even more in excitement. Is this not the perfect condition? Feel free to show off the bizarre bodies you are proud of. Hanso suddenly shouted, striking a front double biceps pose. The air of war diminished, replaced by the scent of flexing muscles. Immediately, the entire muscular army tensed their bodies, confidently displaying their rippling muscles. Seeing that strange scene, Gulo could only groan, "What on earth are you people doing?" Hanso maintained a smug expression, explaining that this was bodybuilding, a concept within the broad realm of the gym. He pointed to his teammates while asserting that showcasing bodybuilding was exactly what he wanted to convey. But Gulo had completely lost patience. He roared that there was no time for chit-chat and threatened that if they did not obey, any injuries or deaths would be their own responsibility. Those words struck Hanso's taboo point. He immediately exuded intense aura, eyes glowing red, growling, "You will no longer be able to train, fool. If I lose all my muscles, can you bear the responsibility?" Before the suffocating pressure and the giant shadow appearing behind Hanso, Gulo turned pale, sweat pouring like rain. He stammered that though he did not understand Hanso, perhaps he should apologize. The count was completely overwhelmed, quickly bowing to admit fault. He timidly corrected his words, "I was wrong, please forgive me, stop, I am scared." Seeing the opponent concede, Hanso nodded slightly in acceptance. Gulo did not dare stay longer, immediately spurring his horse to leave with Lumi. Hanso quickly returned to training. He shouted excitedly, "Enough rest, start again from number 1. On the other side, Lumi anxiously asked if Gulo should try persuading them again, but he firmly refused, believing from the start there was no hope in those monsters. To Lumi's astonishment, Gulo affirmed that though Orga was somewhat unpleasant, his strength was unquestionable, comparable to General Leon. The two silently spurred their horses and continued forward. Gulo ordered all forces to assemble before the city gate, determined to show the zombies the true power of humans. Outside the city, the undead still roared and pressed forward. On the city wall, General Orga, with his imposing physique and distinctive nose ring, was ready to confront them. From inside, Gulo watched anxiously upon seeing a sea of zombies surging forward like a flood. Suddenly General Orga roared, stopping in his tracks. He shouted toward the enemy, "I have received reports that among you there is a leader who can think." Orga continued to speak, asking, "Are you not going to step forward and speak?" From afar, Ben and his giant minions slowly approached. Gulo was astonished to realize Ben had appeared. He walked while snapping his fingers disdainfully. "I am busy here," calling repeatedly. "What is the matter?" From above, Orga declared firmly that no matter how numerous the monster legion, breaching this city wall was impossible. "So you send a representative for a duel with me, the representative of the kingdom of Gulo, to determine the outcome of this battle." And laughed excitedly. "Sounds interesting. I accept that proposal." Seeing that the opponent had fallen for the trap, Orga smirked smugly, then suddenly leapt straight from the wall to the ground, creating a powerful impact. Amidst the thick dust, Orga growled, "Who will step forward?" Immediately, a massive muscular monster appeared. It advanced with a black mask covering its entire face. It roared once, then began flexing, displaying imposing, bulging muscles. Orga looked at the large opponent calmly, remarking, "Not bad physique." He immediately charged, wanting to test the opponent's strength himself. After the violent clash, Orga smirked pretty tough. After saying that, he continued to exert more force. He launched a series of relentless punches, making the monster's body shake under the tremendous pressure. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black liquid. Orga quickly rolled to dodge and thought to himself, "Indeed, this is a skill not to be blocked head-on." Seeing the corrosive streak on the ground, Orga sneered, "What is with this decayed body? I have never seen an undead like you." The monster trembled, only one thought echoing in its mind, "Dangerous, too strong." It immediately turned and ran desperately. Orga shouted in astonishment, trying to flee. He immediately pursued closely and roared, "No way. One of us must fall for this battle to truly end." Orga quickly closed in, then grabbed the monster from behind. Gulo shouted a warning, "General, careful next to you." Orga just barely jerked to dodge in time. Orga roared angrily, "How dare you interfere in a sacred duel?" He immediately focused his strength on his legs, charging straight at the one who disrupted. Suddenly, a lightning-fast punch struck his face, sending Orga flying. He coughed up blood in pain, then appeared with a crazed smile, saying nothing mattered, not even divinity, as long as he won. He laughed while showing off his enormous arm, bulging with blue veins. Ben looked coldly at Orga and asked why he had accepted this match. Then he growled that Orga was the country's final variable. A series of dry, heavy impacts rang out one after another, as if heralding a tragic end. Seeing the strongest general being overwhelmed, Gulo and Lumi could only stand frozen in horror. Their faces turned pale before Ben's extreme brutality. Orga lay gasping on the ground, his body utterly exhausted. In despair, he trembled and begged for his life. "You want me to spare you? Fine, of course I will let you live." For the general's utter astonishment, the monster used terrifying strength to throw him straight up into the high sky. General Orga fell from the air, his face stunned by the attack that had come far too suddenly. He screamed in despair when he saw himself plunging into the thousands of undead below. A thunderous crash rang out, and then everything sank into chaos. From the middle of the crowd, a monster with white hair and a white beard staggered out. It was none other than General Orga, now completely transformed. Seeing that sight, Gulo cried out in shock that it was all over. His defensive line had now turned into zombies as well, and watched triumphantly, then tempted Gulo to give up and hand the city over to him, saying that he would spare his Latway. Gulo shouted back in fury, telling him not to speak such nonsense. He would never hand the Gulo kingdom to someone who had abandoned his humanity. And let out a sinister laugh, saying the negotiation had failed, though from the very beginning, he had never intended to let him live. His expression instantly turned cold. Ben raised his hand as a signal, ordering the undead army to advance. The undead surged madly toward the city gate, no different from an unstoppable raging flood. Gulo shouted in panic, ordering the soldiers to quickly shoot down with bows and arrows. But the soldiers on the city wall only trembled and replied that they had never shot a bow before, and did not even know how to aim. Seeing such a weak army, Gulo clenched his teeth in rage, slammed his fist against the city wall, and cursed. Lumi anxiously stepped closer and hurriedly asked the Count what they should do now. Gulo stood rooted in place, his face drenched in sweat. In utter despair, he admitted in a trembling voice that he did not know. Before Lumi's gaze, both stunned and full of questions, Gulo suddenly lost control and shouted straight in her face that he had said he did not know either. Count lost all will to fight, turned around and fled deep into the city, leaving Lumi behind as she called after him in shock. Gulo kept running like a madman through the streets, abandoning everything behind him. In his mind echoed the harsh mockery from years ago, the voices of children laughing at him and calling Gulo a coward. Even those close to him had once looked at him with contempt, saying that Gulo running away was the act of a coward. Another acquaintance had mocked him, saying that everything had fallen apart precisely because the young master was too timid. "Is running away not your strong suit? Following you when you flee must be the safest choice." The image of a woman being captured, along with the sound of her crying out for Gulo, rang out like a knife cutting into his heart. Gulo ran while bursting into tears of hatred. He screamed in despair that he was already too exhausted. He wondered whether anyone had ever understood the weight of the word responsibility, or had ever stood in his position. Though he was a cowardly leader, unable to shoulder responsibility, deep down he still wanted to protect the people who mattered. Gulo poured all his remaining strength into pushing open the door before him. He broke down crying for help, then collapsed and called out Big Brother. Gulo kept apologizing, saying gym was the true way and weights were the meaning of life. Before the calm Hanso and the army of muscles, Gulo begged desperately. He lowered his head to the ground and sobbed, saying they could kill him if they wanted, but he only begged them to save the people, the soldiers, and this country. Surrounded by the army of muscles, Gulo still kept kowtowing, sobbing as he begged them to save him. Hanso looked at the broken man beneath his feet, then calmly concluded that, in short, he wanted to train at the gym. Gulo blankly raised his head and looked up, completely unable to understand what was happening. Hanso flexed his massive, bulging shoulders. He declared that Gulo, I do not need your life, but personal training tuition will not be cheap. He smiled confidently, with the mighty army of muscles behind him. A group of soldiers hurried over to Hanso and pleaded earnestly that they also wanted to join. However, Hanso immediately shouted decisively, telling the beginners to move aside. He bluntly rejected anyone whose total lifting weight was under 400 kilograms, and at the same time banned them from taking part in this battle. Hanso and the muscular army strode forward with imposing confidence, leaving everyone around them stunned. Looking from behind, Gulo broke out in a sweat and silently thought that they really did look somewhat strange. Yet when he looked at those sturdy backs radiating a sparkling aura, he could not help wondering why they could look so incredibly cool. Hanso led the army running along the streets, their rhythmic chants echoing with every step. 13, 14, 15, 16. He pointed forward, confirming that the straight road leading to the city gate was this way. Realizing that the situation was extremely urgent, Hanso ordered them to switch to interval training, and the whole team immediately answered in unison, yes. Then everyone began to accelerate fiercely, the counting still ringing out with each rapid step. 28, 29, 30. Hanso roared, demanding that the whole team maintain high intensity for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then they shot forward like arrows. Even though they were already so tired that they were panting, drenched in sweat, and their breathing had become ragged, they still did not slow down even a little. Seeing that scene, the people on both sides of the road could only cry out in amazement that they were terrifyingly fast, while the army of muscles charged through the cloud of dust. Amid the wreckage, a mother clutched her child tightly as bloodthirsty zombies surrounded them. The child called out to his mother in despair. Immediately, a crushing press like 1,000 pounds rang out along with the shout press, obliterating the monsters in an instant. The child stared blankly at the rescuers who had appeared, then quickly turned to reassure his mother. Mom, it's okay now, they've saved us. But this kind of hero is really unusual. The mother stared in shock at Hanso and the army of muscles running while rhythmically counting their exercises. 16, 17. The boy asked excitedly, Mom, if I learn swordship, can I be this strong too? The mother looked at the moving muscles glistening with sweat, then said, Son, that is not swordsmanship. When the war ends, we will ask together what exactly that technique is. At the city gate, the situation was extremely chaotic as a frenzied sea of zombies poured inside. At this time, Hanso's Hawk Eye level 3 activated, allowing him to see everything clearly. Seeing the zombies charging and screaming, he wondered, why are zombies so noisy? Then he clicked his tongue, commenting, these are skin and bones, they probably never knew what squats are. A tired member explained that these are zombies. Seeing his subordinate bend his back while speaking, Hanso immediately reminded him, even resting you must keep your back straight, or your life is ruined. The young man hurriedly obeyed, then continued explaining that these zombies had no intelligence at all. They only had the instinct to eat. In essence, they were moving corpses. Hearing this, Hanso breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no need to feel guilty when striking them. The man next to him panted and asked Hanso Nim, what do you plan to do next? Hanso observed the zombies continually pressing toward the city gate. He calmly proposed a shocking idea, why not use the chest to push them all away? The opposition fell silent in astonishment upon hearing this. Hanso snapped, what that face means what? The young man shook his hands fearfully. No, sorry, the plan is brilliant. Hanso laughed heartily. Exactly. He immediately turned to ask, so can I take command of this operation? Faced with Hanso's determination, everyone agreed, let's do it that way. Immediately, a flurry of orders was issued. A member of the muscle team shouted, everyone disperse. Team 1 and Team 2 quickly spread throughout the village to protect the civilians. He continued coordinating the forces. Team 3 and Team 4 immediately climbed the walls, coordinating smoothly with each other. They assisted the soldiers while fighting to push back the zombies. Team 5 support Hanso Nim in pushing the zombies off the wall. At the city gate, Hanso used his tremendous muscular strength, alone holding back the flood of zombies pouring in. Witnessing this incredible scene, everyone around could only gape in astonishment. Wow, he actually did it. However, the situation remained extremely tense. Gulo shouted loudly, quickly block the city gate. He analyzed worriedly. Even if Hanso Nim repels the enemies, if any slip through the gap, the village is in danger. Gulo continued desperately urging, therefore, please block the city gate quickly. Hearing this, Lumi shouted a report, Count, the city gate has been completely destroyed. She pointed to the empty entrance, where Hanso was straining to hold back the enemy. No doors remained to block it, leaving Gulo shocked. At that moment, a confident voice rang out. I knew this would happen. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. They carried a massive metal kettlebell engraved with Hanso's name toward the city gate. Gulo was astonished to recognize a familiar face. The frail boy of before now has enormous muscles. Lumi could hardly believe her eyes. How could they lift something so heavy? Amid the chaotic battlefield, Hanso remained calm, performing a walking lunge. A member strained carrying the kettlebell, shouting, block, you go ahead. The swordsman, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, asked in astonishment, what is happening? He gritted his teeth in pain. My quads are exhausted, my legs can't move. Don't give up, senior, you can do it. A member of the muscle team spoke up. I know your heart always cares for the seniors' bodies, but if you train too hard and exceed limits, you risk injury. He trembled while giving instructions. Don't save me. I'd rather collapse here than tear a muscle and have to rest. After saying that, he helplessly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gulo cried out in pain, senior, don't. Then he gritted his teeth. How can the others lift this? His vision blurred from exhaustion, but seeing Hanso alone holding back the zombie flood at the city gate, Gulo immediately snapped to attention, thinking he can still lift it. Another member rushed to assist, Gulo Nim. He shouted loudly to coordinate, Team 5 support Team Kettlebell. Team Kettlebell advanced to block the city gate. The massive kettlebell glowed purple, beginning to be moved toward the entrance with heavy steps. Gulo roared, exerting all remaining strength to push the metal mass straight forward. From above, shouts of encouragement rang out, advance Team Kettlebell. The entire team shouted in unison with determination. The giant kettlebell was brought to where Hanso blocked, ready to fill the gate. With faith and steadfast will, they yelled that they could do it. Gulo clenched his teeth, sweat streaming, breathing heavily from bearing the immense weight. They carefully shifted it bit, constantly reminding each other, slow, careful, until the multi-ton kettlebell was in the right place. It immediately became a sturdy shield, separating the village from the sea of zombies outside. Seeing the efforts of his subordinates, Hanso smiled in satisfaction. He looked at exhausted Gulo and said, appreciating your training tools is good, approved. The leader's praise was like a tonic, making the muscular brothers erupt with happiness. Very good, the gate is now blocked. Team Kettlebell can rest. Immediately, another leader pointed ahead and shouted orders. Aside from squads 1 and 2, everyone, push back the zombies in Hansonum's place. The muscle army instantly charged forward all at once. The thunder of footsteps echoed across the city wall as they rushed down onto the battlefield. They charged straight into the middle of the undead horde, using pure strength to sweep away the enemy. Their powerful arms easily blocked and drove back the monsters, forming a sturdy wall of flesh. A warrior strained to hold off the zombies while looking back and asking, this is the right way to do it, right? And so calmly looked over the battlefield and reminded him, put more force into your glutes. Even fighting has to look good. The muscle army shouted in unison. The powerful men easily wrestled down and threw the monsters away like toys. From above, Gulo cried out in panic to warn them. If they were bitten by zombies, they could turn into undead immediately. Suddenly, one muscle warrior froze, his eyes glowing a threatening red. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently, as though he were undergoing a terrifying transformation. He threw back his head and roared, bright red veins bulging all over his guardian-like body. Yet the comrade beside him calmly reminded him, stop pretending to be infected so you can slack off. We were the Andes race from the very beginning. Watching that clumsy performance, Lumi could only stand there in silence, her expression completely speechless. Lumi looked down in utter exasperation, muttering that it was truly embarrassing, while below they were still laughing and inviting each other to pretend to transform. Just then, the zombie horde screamed and charged again, while Hanso quietly stepped forward to face the monsters. An undead suddenly lunged over and bit hard into his shoulder. Hanso's expression darkened, a heavy aura spreading from him as he said angrily, you have dirtied my muscles. Immediately after that, blazing golden energy burst from his body, blasting every zombie around him away in an instant. From afar, Ben stared in shock at that unbelievable scene and wondered what that thing was. He sat on the hill, narrowing his eyes in analysis. They look like demi-humans and monsters, but why are they helping humans? Ben covered his face and burst into delighted laughter. Interesting, have more weight-obsessed lunatics appeared. Ben pointed toward the city gate, coldly ordering his lackeys to rush over and tear them apart. The monsters with sharp fangs and terrifying eyes began to surge forward. Their eyes flashed in the darkness, beginning a violent sweep. Soldier only had time to freeze as enormous rays of energy swept across the battlefield. He bitterly cried out, "This is General Ivan's attack." Hanso watched coldly as another purple ray continued to shoot past. That was the attack of General Oxnay, who had been completely transformed. The ferocious monsters rushed in like a tide, throwing the battlefield into greater chaos than ever. Gulo ran over in panic and shouted loudly, "Hurry and get out of the way." As soon as he saw Hanso, he clung to the city wall and shouted while pointing the way. "Hansanim, he is over there." Gulo pointed toward a tree in the distance, firmly stating that the person there was the mastermind behind everything. However, the muscle army surrounded the area so densely that Hanso's view was completely blocked. Gulo kept shouting directions, "Just go straight ahead, there is a blue-haired guy there." Hanso gave a confident smile and replied, "All right." He turned to instruct his subordinates, "I am going to give that blue-haired customer some consultation for a while. You guys keep training on your own." Hanso's face instantly turned serious, his hands clenched tight, his aura surging as he muttered, "Good in that case." Hanso unleashed the technique Reverse Spec Deck Fly with astonishing power, his arm swings creating a chain of afterimages that left Gulo stunned. This truly was a miracle. A real miracle was happening. The immense pressure from Hanso's movement swept away the undead legion and the rubble, leaving behind a vast empty space. In the distance, Ben sat leisurely beneath a tree beside a mysterious figure, saying with contempt that both sides were equally useless. Ben began to worry, sweat pouring down as he bit hard on his glove, and asked his companion, "Right, Elise?" Elise stood silently under the shade of the tree, only giving a slight nod in answer, and clearly showed irritation, because this unexpected variable had forced him to appear in person. He slowly stepped out from his hiding place, preparing to meet the battle. At the same time, Hanso, with his surging muscular body, was also striding closer. The two opponents faced each other directly in the middle of the battlefield, making the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Hanso flexed his body, displaying his massive back muscles as he advanced step by powerful step. Sensing the pressure from his opponent, Ben immediately released dark power, transforming into a pitch-black monster with yellow eyes and sharp horns. Hanso did not waver at all. He accelerated, drove power into his legs, and shot forward like a tearing wind. A terrifying collision erupted right at the center of the battlefield. Both of them locked tightly onto each other, using pure physical strength to overpower the opponent in a tense contest of force. Amid the crimson dust, Hanso's eyes were cold and filled with determination, while Ben in monster form bared his teeth in a savage grin. Hanso and Ben continued straining in their breathless confrontation, causing the ground beneath their feet to split from the pressure. Ben gritted his teeth and held on, but he was completely overpowered. Hanso roared in fury, "You dared touch my VIP customer." He used his guardian-like hands to clamp tightly around Ben's arms, leaving him almost completely unable to resist. Ben let out a painful groan, but Hanso gave him no chance to breathe, grabbing him tightly and roaring, "So it was you." Immediately, he lifted the monster high into the air, then slammed him hard into the ground with terrifying force. Ben's eyes bulged wide, his mouth hanging open in extreme shock and anger. He continued with the decisive strike, pressing Ben's head firmly into the deep pit just created. Into the ground, Ben whispered in terror, unable to comprehend what this power really was. He struggled and shouted, telling that bastard to let him go. Standing tall with burning red eyes, Hanso coldly asked if it was finished, then looked at the exhausted enemy beneath him and declared it was his turn. Hanso pressed Ben firmly to the ground, then activated the skill called Mountain Climber. Hanso's repeated stomps created violent tremors, carving a deep trench in the ground. In the distance, Elise silently observed the battle with a completely indifferent expression. At the same time, across the battlefield, the muscle army and soldiers were exerting all their effort to wipe out the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and strikes resounded continuously, systematically erasing the figures of the undead legions. Observing from afar, Elise assessed the situation and coldly concluded that Ben was truly very dangerous. Immediately afterward, a chilling command was issued. This dangerous element must be eliminated immediately. It shot off quickly, cutting across the forest at terrifying speed to provide timely reinforcement. A long-haired brown girl suddenly appeared, swinging her sword to block the attack of the killer machine. The stranger coldly asked her who she was. The girl replied firmly, "Look carefully. I am a descendant of the Leon family, not someone easy to bully." The clang of metal rang out as they engaged in high-speed sword combat, while the Black Wolf silently observed. The robot immediately issued orders to its companions. "Hurry to Ben," then it accelerated, slicing through the air. Leper smirked in challenge, saying, "With that level of sword skill, you think you can stop me?" The machine calmly responded that sword data had been loaded, and the opponent had no chance of winning. It spun its blades at extreme speed, creating a violent vortex of attacks surrounding Leper. In another area of the battlefield, a member of the Muscle Army with hands glowing pink shouted, "Pull quickly." The group exerted all their strength to stretch the energy cord connected to the purple dumbbell. When the elastic force peaked, they shouted, "Release." Gigantic energy dumbbell was immediately hurled with astonishing speed. Heavy blunt 1 out of 10 was activated, transforming the dumbbell into a purple fireball soaring across the sky. Below, both the kingdom soldiers and the muscle army looked up in horror as the purple light enveloped everything. Suddenly, the fireball exploded into countless dangerous sparks. They rained down on the ground, creating violent impacts, towering columns of smoke and fire, and wiping out enemy troops. Amid the battlefield dust, the muscle army quickly coordinated their forces. Someone shouted reload, then ordered Squad 1 to check for remaining zombies in the village. Meanwhile, another group focused on protecting and supporting the citizens inside the fortified walls. The battle cries resounded with full vigor, finishing the chest presses, immediately transitioning to comprehensive combat exercises. The bodyguard warriors charged into the midst of the undead, using steel fists to crush all resistance. Witnessing the coordinated effort, Gula was stunned, realizing he once thought them fools, but now they seemed to be marching alongside legends. Gulo remembered his grandfather's tales of ancient legends that once there was a monster strategist on humanity's side during the Fourth Demon World War. Seeing that figure, Gulo was shocked, wondering why that name suddenly appeared in his mind. Just then, at the center of the rubble, Hanso used his abs to pin the opponent's attack. This left Ben stunned, completely unaware of what was happening. He struggled to break free, but Hanso's hands, like steel pincers, gripped him tightly, leaving no chance. A loud bark cut through the air, followed by the appearance of the skill called Banado. This was Bedorman's advanced technique, a perfect combination of wind magic and dark soul arts. The spinning bones in the vortex were terrifyingly hard, like refined steel. The devastating attack could fell anyone without protective gear in an instant. Yet against Hanso's steel-like body, the bone vortex felt as light as a passing rain. Even the opponent's ultimate skill was only enough to make him slightly itch. Seeing the devoted attack minimized, Bedorman's wolf groaned in disappointment, then perked up upon hearing encouragement. Well done. Ben had his throat crushed by Hanso, eyes wide in agony, deciding to use his final measure. A series of syringes filled with strange green liquid pierced his tense biceps, as Ben gritted his teeth, threatening that whatever happened next would be by his own doing. Even before this blatant use of drugs in battle, Hanso remained calm, confident that no matter how much stronger Ben became, he could not escape his grasp. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and grabbed Hanso's shoulder, startling him. Ben's shadow appeared with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, whispering in his ear, "Is that what you are thinking?" A cataclysmic collision immediately erupted. Hanso was sent flying straight into the air by the opponent. Ben's maniacal laughter echoed as intersecting energy beams continuously shot out, ripping apart the ground around Hanso. Standing at the center of the assault, Hanso calmly contemplated muscle contraction and the properties of muscle fibers and bones, and angrily shouted that he had not wanted to use this skill for Leon, blaming Hanso for interfering in others' affairs to bring disaster upon them. Undeterred by the threats, Hanso continued to think about white and red muscles, tensing his abs and thighs, shouting the abdominal and thigh technique to block the apocalypse. High myoglobin content gives the red color, helping muscles resist fatigue. Hanso immediately executed pose technique number 5, making all his back muscles bulge impressively. Red muscle had the advantage in endurance, but its contraction speed was not especially fast. White muscle, on the other hand, was completely different. Ben began to grow suspicious when his attacks had almost no effect on Hanso. Hanso stood towering with a darkened face, his eyes blazing in the darkness. Although white muscle tired quickly, because it had little myoglobin, its contraction speed was superior. In his monster form hidden in the tree, Ben gritted his teeth and decided that if it was not effective yet, he had to attack even more fiercely. He charged down madly, with only one thought left in his mind: keep attacking until the very end. Terrifying impact exploded directly against Hanso's body. Amid the violent rain of blows, Hanso realized the only way to win was to endure every attack. He gritted his teeth and struck the sight chest pose. He tightened every block of muscle, letting streams of energy crash into him and explode across his body again and again. Hanso patiently waited for his opponent to tire out, because he understood this was essentially a contest of endurance. However, at this moment, Hanso still did not know another truth. Ben's body had not been created in a natural way. Medicine tubes scattered across the ground were proof of that twisted transformation process. Looking at the pitch-black entity with blazing red eyes before him, Hanso cried out in shock. Ben had lost all humanity. He opened his mouth in a crazed grin, revealing a terrifying row of sharp teeth. Hanso unleashed an extremely powerful press, creating a sky-shaking explosion that shattered the ground beneath the immense pressure. Witnessing that unreasonable power, Ben in monster form was so horrified his pupils shrank. He could not believe that one punch could smash the entire area apart. Sweat streamed down his distorted face, and he gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold on. Realizing the gap was far too great, Ben told himself that he absolutely could not confront Hanso head-on with strength. Hanso curled his lips in a confident smile, calmly saying that no matter how superior the muscle fibers were, neural control under extreme pressure was still incredibly difficult. Hanso's whole body suddenly blazed red like fire. He tensed his body and showed off his bulging muscles, admitting he still was not used to a body that kept changing constantly. Enemy's blue streaks of light kept flashing around Hanso at dizzying speed, but he still stood firm and wondered when that man would finally run out of strength. Meanwhile, in another area of the battlefield, the gigantic monster Farron was rampaging wildly through the soldiers with powerful swings of his arms. The piercing clash of metal rang out again and again as he suddenly spun both arms like a giant pinwheel. The towering monster conjured a violent whirlwind, crushing and hurling away everything that blocked the human army. It stepped into the ruins, its crimson eyes looking down at the defeated, then said with contempt, "As weak as slugs, a few spins and you all flew away." Under that terrifying pressure, a young warrior still stood firm with unyielding resolve. He faced death and calmly admitted, "I know we are weaker than you." But his gaze suddenly turned icy. He tightened his grip on his sword and shouted with determination that the power of their friendship was completely different. A surge of fighting aura and radiant blue sword energy erupted fiercely from the blade. He immediately broke into a smug smile, yet that smile quickly vanished when his expression changed from sheer shock. Violent impact came crashing in, sending him flying far away amid a cry of pain. "Get that skinny sword out of the way, let him show you a pink blade dance." Immediately after, a fierce purple Chaos Demon Swift Blade fighting aura technique was unleashed with overwhelming force. The monster casually mocked the attack for being too slow, leaving the opponent stunned as the giant sword tore through the air and came crashing down. Because the momentum of the attack was too great, the slash could not be stopped and struck straight down at the one lying on the ground. The blade froze mere inches from Rapier's face. He asked shakily, "Am I strong?" A cold voice rang out weak. A massive black shadow with crimson eyes radiated overwhelming pressure across the battlefield. But before the monster could even make a move, it was blasted away in an instant. Everyone on the battlefield fell deathly silent, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Hanso strolled out of the dust, calmly spat, then dropped a casual remark. "Well, you do train heavy, don't you? Is this a fight or a gym inspection, brothers?" The story shifted to a small village on a distant frontier, amid a peaceful scene beside cliffs and a river. A cloaked man hurried up the stairs, repeatedly calling for the general with a face full of panic. He poured every bit of strength he had into pushing open the door to the room ahead. Seeing the man suddenly barge in, the sturdy general sitting at the dining table still asked calmly, "Entering a respectable girl's room without knocking is far too lacking in finesse." That teasing remark left the village chief frozen in astonishment. The village chief, drenched in sweat, shouted that there was no time for jokes and reported the shocking news that had just happened in the White Kingdom. General Leon told him to calm down, then mocked him for being only 40 yet already gasping for breath. The village chief slammed the table hard, roaring that a horde of zombies was attacking the White Kingdom and begging for the general's strength. Hearing that, Leon burst into loud laughter. She casually said the army could handle that themselves, then continued eating and drinking. When the village chief revealed that the one behind the zombies was Ben, Leon's movements instantly froze. Her gaze turned ice cold as she slowly repeated Ben's name. Leon gave a faint sneer, revealing a firm back packed with powerful muscles. "Ah ha ha," the female general's hearty laughter echoed throughout the room. The officer standing nearby broke into a sweat and worriedly blurted, "General, now is not the time to laugh." Leon smiled meaningfully. "If we do not laugh now, then when should we? Ben has truly crawled into a nest of fire ants." Before her subordinate's bewildered stare, Leon raised 2 fingers and declared that the White Kingdom now had 2 sturdy shields. One was the reliable ally Hanso, who used extraordinary muscle power to crush enemies with just one punch. And the second shield was her beloved niece. She was the #1 hope of the entire continent. Leper glided forward at terrifying speed, then instantly shifted into an abdominal crunch stance like a bird of prey. Her glowing golden eyes flashed with a sharp coldness, making the person before her feel an extreme sense of danger. Les was born during the continent's dark age, when endless wars broke out without cease. Because they were too lazy to train, the elf race once nearly vanished from the map. To help them, the human doctor Joseph P. E. Lurls researched and spread a training method that combined meditation and was designed specifically for elves. At present, Les had far surpassed an ordinary exercise and become a supreme combat technique that Leper had painstakingly trained in the elf forest. Each of her movements was graceful, clearly displaying the point and flow techniques. That left the opponent stunned as she landed lightly right on his weapon. After only 7 years, Leper had completely mastered this technique and turned it into her own style. She sprang up into the air and unleashed bridge chop exercise with utterly terrifying destructive power. Facing the enemy, Leper coldly declared that his existence would be erased. A massive surge of energy erupted violently, shooting straight toward the target. Leper continuously transformed her techniques, shifting from zone back directly into zone level. She completely overwhelmed him, leaving the enemy standing frozen in shock. She spoke coldly and directly to her opponent. "You are absolutely no match for me." For the opponent's astonishment, the robot machine still stubbornly replied, "It is not over yet. The machine is broken, but the mouth still works." Immediately, Leper deployed the basic Duxon technique, spinning the blades into a vortex of continuous attacks. The sound of clashing metal rang out in rapid succession as both sides plunged into a breathless duel. While fighting, Leper calmly mocked him, "Keep spinning like a washing machine. I am still watching." The crazed robot machine fired a barrage of razor-sharp blades, surrounding Leper from every direction. Immediately after, an earth-shaking collision erupted as two streams of power clashed head-on. Leper activated the fighting aura named Powerhouse, then raised the sword burning with golden flames. Watching the robot struggle with the bulky weapons, she curled her lips mockingly. Too many arms made it lose balance, perhaps. The opponent trembled helplessly under the tremendous pressure from her. Leper declared coldly everything should stop here. Immediately, she unleashed hyperextension with fierce destructive power. A strike sent the opponent flying in a blinding flash of light. Amid the dense smoke, Hanso, though breathing heavily, stood firm like a rock, leaving the enemy astonished, wondering why he wasn't exhausted yet. He couldn't believe his eyes, for by his calculations, the power gap should have been overwhelming. He frantically accelerated, creating streaks of light surrounding Hanso from all directions. Witnessing the opponent's incredible endurance, Hanso also wondered why he hadn't weakened, and gritted his teeth in fury as every attack proved useless. Why couldn't he make any difference at all? And screamed in utter rage. How exactly was that body created, huh? Weaving a tight net around Hanso like an inescapable trap, Ben lunged forward with eyes blazing with murderous intent, roaring, hitting relentlessly without faltering. Is he made of steel or what? Hanso immediately responded firmly. That is exactly what I want to ask. Ben attacked madly, simultaneously revealing the drug he had just taken, specially formulated to counter Leon, granting him a huge source of dark energy. Ben asserted his current strength was on par with the Elders, then dove from above like an arrow aimed straight at Hanso. Yet Hanso roared arrogantly. Perhaps because I have trained harder. Ben writhed in pain as the side effects of the drug began to erupt. He staggered, panic-stricken as the side effects appeared. Quickly administer the neutralizing drug, the consequence of steroid abuse. From afar, Hanso observed Ben's body deform into a swollen purple mass, veins protruding. He calmly stepped closer and wondered, this time what transformation are you trying to provoke? Before him now was a gigantic grotesque creature, mouth oozing yellow fluid, eyes glowing with sickly light. Suddenly the monster vomited a huge amount of ghastly greenish-yellow liquid, covering the entire area. Hanso watched, wondering, is it a nutritional imbalance or gout? A system notification immediately denied it. From within the slime, Ben's emaciated form gradually appeared, exhausted. He trembled, left only to silently plead, hurry, inject me. Wait, why am I even fighting that monster? He looked at Hanso with tear-filled yellow eyes, trembling, suggesting, hey, maybe we should stop. Ben continued lamenting in despair. Fighting is exhausting, let's go for coffee, especially when the world is still so beautiful. Hanso crossed his arms, face dark with pressure. I don't want to fight either, but you are the one who started it. The murderous aura around him flared. Hanso gritted his teeth, roaring, do you know how many people couldn't come to the gym because of you? The greatest crime is banning gym. Facing Hanso's terrifying expression, Ben was utterly terrified. He wept and begged, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Why did I do these things? Please don't look at me like that. Ben collapsed to his knees in the slime, choking out that he only wanted to save Elise. Hanso silently stepped closer, repeating the name with suspicion. Elise? Ben trembled as he confirmed, yes, Eliella. In his memory, the image of a black crow perched on a wooden post resurfaced hauntingly. Elise was dead, tied to a tall post under the cold gaze of the crowd. The pain of loss burned into a raging flame of hatred. Ben roared, revenge, I came here for revenge, his face twisted into a mad smile. His trembling hand raised a syringe of bright green liquid, murmuring that this drug was painful and disorienting. Then he shouted at his opponent, I almost softened and forgave you. Without hesitation, Ben plunged the syringe into his chest, injecting the entire dangerous substance. He gritted his teeth determinedly, using the final dose to finish you. Ben's body erupted with horrific dark energy, transforming him into a gigantic monster with sharp teeth and red eyes full of murderous intent. I will end this completely. A blinding light suddenly burst forth in the deep forest. The violent explosion caused a massive shockwave, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Amid the light, Elise's figure appeared floating in midair. The scene left Ben stunned, hesitatingly exclaiming. The story turned back 32 years ago in the Gulo Kingdom. Under the sun, a young man diligently trained with a wooden dummy, the clangs ringing steadily. That was Gulo at 57, while Ben's close friend sat leisurely on a chair, holding a book. Gulo, why are people so weak in magic? Gulo swung decisive sword strikes while irritably responding, do I have to know that too? Ben smiled gently, reminding that Gulo would inherit the kingdom, so must understand this issue. Though he said he didn't want to hear it, Gulo knew his friend well. He trained while grumbling, even if I say don't listen, you still speak. After an intense session, Gulo paused, leaning on the wooden sword, exhaling. Alright, speak. Ben eagerly agreed, and explained that unlike combat, magic is subtle. Strong emotional shifts make mana flow easier. He raised the principles of magic book, saying the core issue is that Gulo's people are always bound by rules, overly concerned with others' gazes, thus suppressing emotion. This very suppression, like binding ropes, made mana difficult to circulate, and the mana reservoir couldn't expand. However, 57-year-old Gulo insisted magic is a witch's curse, while exploring one's own power is the spirit and identity of their people. Ben teased that sounded like a corrupt politician. Gulo immediately snapped, growling, "Want to die?" Ben sat on the chair, clutching the book, murmuring, instead of studying useless magic. He looked at the wooden sword on the ground and suggested, "It's been a while since I dueled, shall we?" Gulo smiled, agreed, "Fine, let me warm up." Early Crow often gets a bitter end. The match began with continuous clashes between the two wooden swords. Both immediately charged at each other, creating a highly dramatic atmosphere. The match score was quickly announced with a large gap, 123 to 43. Just then, a girl appeared, calling out loudly, "Master Leon." She stepped closer and sternly scolded Ben, saying he always lacked perseverance. How could someone with such talent waste it? Ben silently turned away, scratching his head while muttering that these sword-waving exercises were boring. He was going to study instead. The female master smiled and explained. It was only because he hadn't reached that level yet. He had no idea how fascinating swordsmanship could be. She looked at Gulo and advised Ben to learn from him, see how he enjoys it. After speaking, she gently punched Gulo's chest to encourage him. But in his heart, Gulo thought he didn't find swordsmanship attractive at all. Ben turned back to the master, casually saying he was just practicing for fun. He knew he was only average. Gulo was stunned, and the master immediately asked again. Ben suddenly changed expression, his eyes turning cold as he stared at the opponent and asked, "Who are you?" The purple-haired girl smiled and said she came for this child, then proudly introduced their opponent for today's training. That person was also my favored disciple, Elise. She appeared confidently with neatly braided white hair and a long staff in hand. She tilted her head, smiled brightly, and said, "Even if there are two of you attacking at once, I would still win." Those words made the two boys blush with anger. One shouted, "What did you just say? You're just a girl and dare to say that." Gulo and his friend immediately assumed a defensive stance. But Elise's expression changed. She frowned and asked, "Do you like to discriminate by gender so much? Then take this stick." Elise dashed forward like lightning, swinging her long staff in a series of attacks that completely stunned the two opponents. The powerful consecutive strikes fell, leaving both wide-eyed in astonishment, barely able to defend. After the absolute domination, Gulo and his friend lay flat on the ground, gasping and admitting she was incredibly strong. From now on, no more underestimating girls. Watching Elise's back, the other boy thought she was different from the fake nobles, carrying a simple yet strong charm. In his mind appeared Elise's radiant smile, and he couldn't help but think, her face is really beautiful. Under the sunset, he turned to Gulo and said he had a dream. Gulo, confused, asked what, and he declared he would marry Elise. Gulo was startled, unable to hide his shock, shouting loudly, "What?" The boy calmly looked at Gulo and asked again, "Why are you so surprised?" Gulo awkwardly replied, "No, it's just that this is sudden, so I was a bit surprised. Someone as weak as this wouldn't catch Elise's attention. Your swordsmanship is poor, so give up, Ben." The young man remained unshaken, instead resolutely saying from now on he would seriously practice swordsmanship. From then on, both threw themselves into almost non-stop training sessions. As time passed, their sparring sessions continued relentlessly. Ben also improved noticeably day by day. Finally, all his efforts were rewarded with his first victory. Seeing Elise nearby, she asked Gulo if he really wouldn't participate in the competition. He bowed silently, looking at the sword on the ground and his friends' backs leaving. But when facing them, Gulo forced a smile and said, "Yes, because of work I couldn't attend." Immediately after came his father's anger. He roared, "I trained you in swordsmanship, yet you lost to an inferior child." The sound of a slammed table echoed in the main hall. Gulo could only cower, disappointedly, saying he perhaps had no talent in swordsmanship. "I don't want to hear any more." A cup was thrown straight at his head, injuring Gulo. Count Leonard looked at his only child with disdain. Tiascaeus, is he really this useless? Gulo trembled and bowed in apology. In the pouring rain, Gulo sat alone on the high city wall, silently watching the waterfall below in despair. A soldier approached, reminding him that sitting here too long would catch a cold. Lord Gulo. He warily replied he was fine, then told him to step back. Suddenly, Elise dashed from behind, hugging his neck and shouting, "Find my ass." Gulo startled, calling her name, while Elise sharply said his face was already awful. Elise didn't bother, dragging Gulo along clumsily, complaining he really didn't know how to enjoy life. "Come follow me, young master." Gulo could only stammer, helplessly running after her. Watching Elise always radiant in the crowded streets, Gulo silently wondered why this girl could always smile like that. Seeing her excitedly try on new dresses, Gulo blushed, thinking, does meeting me really make her this happy? Surely she already likes me, that Ben guy has no chance. He told himself this with full determination. If that was true, he was confident he could love her more than anyone else in the world. At the military training ground, Gulo happened to overhear soldiers talking that Ben confessed to Elise but was rejected. Another, surprised, asked, "Aren't they dating?" Hearing that Ben was rejected, Gulo was shocked, but inside a glimmer of hope remained that he still had a chance. Believing that Elise also had feelings for him, he ran madly through the streets, shouting in his heart, "Elise, I like you. No, I love you." Gulo disregarded everything, telling himself that whether oppressed by his father or forced to leave his family, once in love, reason no longer mattered. His mind focused solely on his beloved, he resolved to always look toward her and make her happy. Gulo stopped in front of a room, breathless from both exhaustion and nervousness. He lifted the curtain, his heart pounding as he was about to face the girl of his dreams. Gulo nervously swallowed, then slowly peeked inside. But the scene before him left him completely stunned. Gulo's face turned pale with horror, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shakily called Ben's name. The night before, under a starry sky, Ben painfully held Elise's hand and asked why she rejected him. Hadn't she once said she also had feelings for him? Ben desperately recounted his efforts, saying he had trained to exhaustion because she liked six-pack abs, then earnestly begged her to reconsider. Suddenly Ben's eyes widened in astonishment as a brilliant blue light began enveloping Elise's body. She hovered in the air, radiating immense magical power, and began sincerely confessing that since birth, she had carried a body full of magic. Elise looked at her glowing hands and explained if the magic accumulated too much, it would destroy her, so she had to find a secluded place to release it. Elise sadly thought about the future. Currently, she secretly released magic to avoid others' attention, but one day, everything would be exposed. Disregarding the danger, Ben suddenly rushed forward, hugging Elise tightly amid the violently surging energy. Elise cried out in panic, telling him to be careful of the electric shock and asking why he had rushed over to embrace her. But Ben, the only magic scholar of the kingdom of Godot, still held tightly to the woman he loved and gathered Elise fully into his arms, then solemnly swore that he would spend the rest of his life loving her. Amid the glittering light of love and magic, Ben softly called her name, Elise. Behind the half-closed door, Gulo saw everything, his heart seeming to shatter. Tears of anguish rolled down his despairing face. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his resentment when he saw the girl he loved lying in another man's arms. Gulo called Elise in a hoarse voice, while Ben silently swore to protect her at any cost. Ben's memories, the days spent with Elise and the little dog, were always filled with laughter. But for Gulo, they were long drunken nights, secretly standing behind a tree, as he watched Elise release her magic power alone. He could only stand there and watch the person he secretly loved find happiness beside someone else. Gulo lowered his head before the old photograph and burst into tears, unable to hold them back. But that joy did not last long when Elise suddenly coughed up blood, staining her entire hand red. Ben rushed over in panic and asked if she was all right. Amid the relentless coughing and the dog's loud barking, Elise tried to reassure him that her magic power had been increasing recently, so this only happened from time to time. She even forced a smile and teased Ben about losing at swordsmanship. Yet on Ben's face at that moment, only shock and absolute terror remained. The fear of losing Elise made Ben lock himself away in the laboratory. He realized in agony that the moment she collapsed, his entire world seemed to fall apart. Ben believed it was time to fulfill his promise to Elise. He begged her to hold on until the day he returned with the cure, then began researching the newly discovered compound that enhanced physical ability. But the price to pay was far too terrible, as horrifying mutated creatures were born one after another from those mad experiments. Returning to the present, Gulo staggered toward Elise with a bottle of liquor in hand. That made her frown and ask Gulo, "Why does the smell of alcohol reek this badly?" In his drunkenness, Gulo roared with bitter resentment, "Did you not once like me too? We were once so wonderful together." Faced with that frenzy, Elise still calmly replied that she had never loved him. She apologized if she had made him misunderstand, then told him to set that matter aside for now. Her body began to be covered by a brilliant blue stream of magic power. Then she posed a cruel question. "Gulo, even supposing we had once been together, could you truly love someone who was forced to use magic and become a sinner like me?" Elise looked at Gulo with disappointment in her eyes. She bitterly reproached him for clearly knowing her circumstances, yet still pretending as though he did not. Gulo gripped the bottle tightly, sweat soaking his face, then shouted in choked resentment that he had been too cowardly back then, and even now had to rely on alcohol before daring to speak. He wanted to continue, but sobs and overwhelming fear swallowed his reason, leaving the Count only able to scream in despair. Seeing that his cowardice still had not changed, Elise softly apologized and turned to leave. She left Gulo behind as he painfully covered his face in shame. Her words, that he was still far too afraid, bored deep into the wound in his heart. Memories from long ago surged back again, beginning with the days of parched drought. It was that very drought that drove the people of the country into misery. An enraged crowd carrying torches and farming tools gathered before the city gate. They shouted for the Lord to come out quickly and summon rain to save the people. Gulo stood atop the high wall, silently looking down at the sea of furious people below. Gulo's father coldly told his son to look closely at the thing called the common people. He calmly said that if rain fell, that would indeed be good. But he was not a god, so he could not use a miracle to make rain fall. At that time, Gulo could only lower his head helplessly and ask his father what they should do in this situation. Instead of worrying, that lord asked his son in return whether those people truly hated them or not. It was not so. What they needed right now was only someone to vent their anger on and blame for everything. The lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, full of schemes. He smiled sinisterly, revealing that he had found someone to take the people's fury in his place. When Gulo tremblingly asked who that person was, his father suddenly widened his eyes, laughed madly, and uttered a name. It was Elise, the girl you confessed to. After hearing that, Gulo went utterly still. He stood frozen as his father placed a hand on his shoulder and mockingly thanked him, saying that his useless son had finally proven helpful for once. Count Leonard coldly thanked his son for letting his tongue slip, helping him find a scapegoat for the people. Gulo objected in shock, saying they could not treat the person he loved that way. Immediately, a brutal slap knocked Gulo to the ground. He shouted that the person who would rule the country in the future must not let personal feelings sway him. The count pointed at him threateningly, saying that if Gulo were simply left alone, everything would surely be ruined. He roared an order at the soldiers, take Gulo back to his room at once and lock him up immediately. In the glow of sunset, Gulo secretly climbed over the wall and escaped, silently apologizing to his father in his heart. Although that was his father's will, this time he could no longer keep obeying. Gulo hurried through the crowd. Even if Elise was the woman he could never have, he still did not have enough courage to stand by and watch her fall into danger. At last, Gulo found the place where the incident was unfolding. He shouted loudly that he had seen it. Seeing Gulo, Elise, who was being restrained by soldiers, desperately called for him to save her. Whispers immediately rose among the savage crowd. They suspected Lord Gulo was an accomplice of the witch. The people's anger erupted. They shouted that even if he was the count's son, if he was an accomplice, he had to be punished as well. They joined together in demanding that everyone involved be dealt with too. Faced with that terrifying pressure and countless hateful stares, Gulo began to tremble. Gulo fearfully pulled his hood down to cover his face completely. In that moment, he became the most cowardly supporting man. Despite the sound of his name being called behind him, he still turned and fled in panic. He abandoned Elise, who watched him go with sorrowful and despairing eyes, amid the encirclement of those preparing to strike, and held Elise's already cold body in his trembling arms. He cried out in unbearable agony after losing the person he loved most. Broken keepsakes fell just like his shattered heart at that moment. Returning to the present, Ben, still in his monstrous form, was roaring madly, calling Elise's name without cease. Hanso, with his muscular body, charged forward as fast as an arrow, while Ben roared with murderous intent, "Get lost, you bastard." Hanso did not flinch. He focused all his strength into his arm and executed the one-arm dumbbell press, and roared in a loss of control, shouting for him to let go. In pain, he pleaded continuously, begging Hanso to release him, but Hanso coldly pressed on to the limit. He rendered his opponent completely unable to resist, finally collapsing to the ground. Hanso clenched his massive fists, ready to move on to the next cable exercise. Light blazed in his eyes amid the darkness as the pullover technique was activated. The downward strike cracked the ground. Hanso continued push down 15 reps per set, 10 sets straight without rest. After finishing the punishment, Hanso looked at his battle-stained hands, casually shrugged, then resolved it was time to deal with the remaining zombies. In the distance, a massive energy whirlwind called Boninato suddenly erupted, sweeping everything before the mysterious creature in the dark. Hanso glared toward the distance with annoyance and muttered, "That dog is causing trouble again." Looking up at the sky, he casually asked if it intended to take its family, then smiled softly. "That's kinda cute." Immediately afterward, Whirlwind sent ribs and debris flying into the air. Leper with her blazing red hair stood firm before the screaming whirlwinds. Hearing the barking, she coldly turned and declared, "Take them," for she cared nothing for the defeated. Witnessing that, Gulo panicked, shouting that Ben could be allowed to leave like that. He desperately roared that he would return for revenge, urging Leper to pursue and deal with him thoroughly. Leper muttered Baron Gulo, then suddenly drew a sword and darted forward. She roared with deadly intent, declaring she would defeat her opponent. Gulo stared in confusion at her charging form, horrified to realize she seemed to be aiming directly at him. Ignoring all astonished gazes, she closed in with a furious expression and shouted at Gulo, asking what he had done to her roof. Gulo fled in fear, ordering soldiers to quickly block Leper. A blonde girl standing nearby could only sigh in exasperation as she watched the Baron continue to flee. Suddenly, 2 members of the Muscle Army appeared, swinging their swords to block her path and advising junior sister Leper to stop. Leper remained unshaken. She leapt over them, asserting that her senior brothers could not stop her. Though fully aware, she did not reduce her speed. When action was necessary, she shifted her stance to maintain absolute balance midair. Immediately afterward, she lowered her center using the staking spin technique. All her energy was concentrated in her legs before she unleashed a bursting extension strike. Leper glided smoothly like flowing water, leaving Block frozen in amazement at her incredible speed. Her sword pointed straight ahead, accompanied by a firm declaration that no one was allowed to touch the Baron. Leper's attack caused the opponent only enough time to emit a cry of pain. She executed a skillful midair roll to escape the encirclement. Block silently approached, speaking in a deep voice to ask his junior sister to stop. Seeing a familiar face, Lai froze and called out to senior brother Block. She sheathed her sword and stood proudly, noting the man before her was handsomer and more muscular than before, but immediately asked who would stand still to take hits so slowly. Block stared down at his hands, sweat pouring as he slowly admitted, "So all this time, I was just training for looks." Before he could explain, Leper launched a flurry of sword strikes, forcing him to take responsibility for the family's collapse. Leper charged, swinging her sword fiercely, shouting not to apologize, "Gulo must pay." The sharp blade stopped mere inches from the Baron's face. Hanso appeared unexpectedly at the right moment. He grabbed Leper's ankles, immobilizing her. Gulo joyfully shouted, "Hanso Nim." Leper was lifted into the air. She struggled and screamed, telling him to release her immediately. Hanso coldly called cable pullover, then used immense strength to slam Leper to the ground, creating a violent impact. Hanso continued with 10 reps, repeatedly striking the opponent to the ground without mercy. Seeing the girl lying motionless, Hanso suddenly panicked, worrying that he overexerted. Wondering if all that sand could still breathe, Hanso silently pulled her by the legs, explaining to Gulo that their warrior was naturally very resilient. Gulo quickly reassured that Leper was surely not dead, and she, lying face down, quietly felt relieved to be alive. The story then shifted to Gulo's majestic cat. Leper suddenly sprang up on the bed and shouted Gulo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room, wondering where she was, just as a young maid entered asking if she had woken. The girl explained this was the guest room in Gulo's castle, and that Hanso Nim had asked her to care for Leper, politely asking if she needed anything else. Leper looked at the girl and asked if she could tell her where Baron Gulo was. The girl guessed Leper would not let this go, but honestly said the Baron was receiving PT from Hanso Nim. Seeing the girl eager to guide her, Leper nodded slightly and agreed to follow. They proceeded deeper into the forest together. Leper asked in doubt if the Baron was really here, and the girl confirmed it with certainty. The further they went into the wilderness, the more impatient Leper became, complaining whether this was exercise or torment, and the girl only told her to trust a little more. Leper silently blamed herself for being naive to believe someone who tried to assassinate the Lord would be guided to meet him. When the girl suddenly exclaimed that she could see Hanso Nim, Leper was stunned to realize she had truly been brought there. Seeing Hanso, she immediately hurried over. Before her eyes, Gulo was crawling flat on the ground, breathing in broken gasps amid unbearable agony. Hanso stood behind him and loudly announced the new exercise named Santa Claus Bear Walking. Gulo cried as he shouted, "Please finish me off." Hanso broke into a bright, triumphant smile. Right after that, the system window appeared, reporting that Gulo's scream had inspired him and that a new skill was forming. System reported that a new skill had been created from Gulo's scream. Below, he and the army of muscles were still crawling flat while dragging the heavy carriage, desperately calling for Leper to finish him off. Hanso immediately acquired the skill trainer's mind and fused it with calmness. He looked at Gulo with excitement, thinking that he loved the exercise too much, causing the epic grade passive skill perverted trainer to appear. Hanso's expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening with excitement as he shouted, "It really is amazing, right? Let us raise that passion." Gulo shouted back in panic, "What exactly is this insane thing?" Gulo kept screaming endlessly in pain. "Leper, you said you would finish me off." In contrast to Gulo's suffering, Leper clasped her hands close to her face and closed her eyes, savoring it with deep satisfaction. She marveled that pilates and the gym had finally harmonized, as if witnessing a beautiful sight. Meanwhile, the group still had to keep dragging the carriage under extremely harsh supervision. In the castle's main hall, an important meeting was being held with all officials in attendance. Gulo sat in the presiding seat and solemnly declared the meeting open. An official in a distinctive GMF outfit opened a scroll and reported that Ben's invasion had caused many important figures to die in battle. The council began discussing how to make up for the manpower shortage after General Leon refused to return to the kingdom. The official continued raising the issue of handling the positions that were still vacant. Gulo proposed that anyone with muscles and achievements should simply be made an official. The ministers all voiced their agreement, saying that it was indeed a very reasonable idea. Moving to the second item, the official reported that after witnessing Hanso's activities, many citizens had gone to the training center to learn bodybuilding. Thus, the new force named the Bodybuilding Swordsman Army was officially born. Burly, muscular warriors in sturdy armor swung their swords in unison and shouted with great momentum. The official announced that the position of head trainer would temporarily be assigned to Goody Builder Gong, then asked whether everyone agreed. Gulo smiled brightly with excitement, immediately agreed, and said that it was very good news. He turned to express his deep gratitude for Hanso's support in national defense, but Hanso suddenly raised his hand to signal him, saying that money matters could be settled later, and now it was time to train. He quietly turned and walked away, leaving the Count still staring blankly in place. Gulo anxiously ran after him and asked in a rush, "Wait, Hanso Nim, is there something you are not satisfied with?" Before his eyes was Hanso's massive back with bulging muscles that radiated terrifying pressure. A violent crash rang out. Hanso suddenly broke through the fortress wall, making Gulo fall backward in terror. He helplessly blurted out, "What is it this time?" Gulo trembled as he asked, "Is there something you are not pleased with?" Hanso's face was now blazing with fierce momentum. Behind him, the army of muscles had already lined up, ready to begin the training session. Seeing the tense situation, an official hurriedly reminded the soldiers to put away their spears, because Hanso Nim was growing even angrier. Hanso looked at everyone in the meeting room and asked who wanted to join PT, making Gulo slump hopelessly into his chair and lament that it was always only him. To end this torturous training session, Gulo immediately clasped his hands with a stern expression and ordered the ministers to hold the meeting as quickly as possible, summarizing every plan at maximum speed. Witnessing the Lord's decisiveness, a member of the army of muscles was moved to tears and cried out that the Count was truly wonderful. An official rushed in while clutching a scroll, reporting the next development related to the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Leper had to face judgment for the crime of assassinating the Count, but thanks to Gulo's leniency, her punishment was reduced. Even so, she was still stripped of her citizenship in the kingdom. Looking straight at Leper, Gulo said in a low voice that he knew she still harbored resentment toward him. He suddenly made an offer that shocked everyone. If she was not satisfied, he would grant her the right to finish him off. Those words left all the surrounding soldiers stunned, staring blankly in disbelief. Gulo began trembling violently, then shouted in despair, "No, you really should finish me off." But Leper instead broke into a bright, satisfied smile and answered bluntly that she refused. Gulo collapsed, clutching his chest as he sobbed, begging Leper to finish him off so he would not have to do PT with Hanso. He shouted in panic, begging anyone at all to step forward and judge him. Just then, Hanso suddenly appeared behind him and cheerfully announced that he no longer needed to be a count. From now on, July 24 would only have dumbbells and dumbbells, terrifying the other man. Hanso clearly looked excited, thinking that sounded very good. The mustached ministers began whispering and calculating among themselves, wondering whether that man intended to hand the country over to them. They discussed taking action at this opportunity, since the Count's power had weakened. Unexpectedly, becoming the Lord seemed this easy. Seeing that, Hanso was moved to tears and said he had never expected them to think so much for the Jimgors of the country, leaving him deeply touched. Hanso immediately took off his shirt, flexed his rippling muscles, and declared that he was very happy. No matter who became Count, he would help that person improve their physical strength. When the reward was even more terrifying than the punishment, they hurriedly changed their attitude, smiling as they showered Gulo with praise, even thanking him for not being born into a Count's family. They affirmed that they were very satisfied with their current positions, and the person most worthy of the title of Count was certainly Lord Gulo alone. After the meeting, Count Gulo promised to manufacture every training tool Hanso requested. Everyone continued sitting in the main hall to discuss the kingdom's next affairs. Although the kingdom agreed to provide support, the tools Hanso wanted surpassed the White Kingdom's technology. It was said that only Behemoth, the king of Earth's spirits, could make them, but no one knew where he was. At that moment, Leper suddenly spoke up, saying that even spirits had to show some respect to her pilots. He explained that, because she had once lived with the elf race and hopeless, she had the ability to converse with spirits. Overjoyed, Hanso immediately clasped her hand tightly and earnestly asked her to take him to meet Behemoth. Leper looked at him with a solemn gaze, then stated her condition. That would not be difficult, but in return he had to help her take revenge. Hearing that, Gulo instantly went pale, fearing that she would target him. But Leper quickly corrected him, saying that the target was not the Count. The ones she truly aimed for were the Black Mage organization Illuminati, those who had destroyed her family. At the same time, inside a dark cave, a terrified underling was shouting that the variable had become far too large. He trembled, promising that next time he would never repeat the mistake. The orange-haired girl with a strange smile immediately sneered, "Kia haha Ben, he is very disappointed in you." The plump monster beside her also mocked his origins. The orange-haired girl murmured coldly, "Indeed it is better without Elise." Suddenly a massive arm with bulging blue veins swung an enormous scythe of death, striking the enemy like thunder. Witnessing that sudden attack, everyone in the cave turned pale with fear. A fierce explosion erupted at the entrance marked with a red triangle, scattering rocks and debris everywhere. The shockwave sent a flock of black crows into panic, scattering through the gloomy forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull lay abandoned on the ground. Heavy boots trampled the weeds and a firm voice echoed, well hidden. She had to search for a proper spot to squat. The target appeared Illuminati before the confident red-haired female warrior. Seeing that, Ben screamed in frenzy, "I will not forgive you." From afar, the blue-dress girl covered her mouth and laughed with delight. "You are madly enraged, so cute. Let me add fuel to the fire." Suddenly, her gaze turned sharp. She murmured, "All right, I have decided." She lifted her skirt, her red eyes burning with cruelty as she declared she would destroy Elise. At the same time, Ben crazily injected green vials into his arms, veins glowing across his body. Dark power erupted, transforming him into a terrifying entity with blazing yellow eyes in the dark. From a crack in the ground, a black entity appeared with a sinister grin. Kiahaha, at this point, it counts as betrayal. The orange-haired girl laughed smugly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. Kiahaha, I will report this choice back to that person. Ben was completely exhausted, sweat streaming down his fierce face. Before the giant arm reaching from the void, he could only scream in despair before vanishing into the rubble. Dungeon 32 of the gym opened, showing the blue dress girl and Farron rushing through the dense forest. She laughed loudly with delight. Ben has truly betrayed. Surely that person knew in advance, hence sending him. Farron asserted firmly that there is nothing in this world that person does not know. The girl was curious about Ben's research journal, but Farron declared it belonged to him, despite others eyeing it. Farron proudly declared, Benzer's stuff is mine, no one can claim it. Under the full moon, Leper immediately activated fighting energy and key vision sword. Cataclysmic impact erupted, breaking trees, shaking the ground, and blowing everything around away. Leper dashed at incredible speed, gliding like a phantom through the deep forest, then gently landed behind the opponent. Baron froze and turned back, exclaiming in shock, grass. Leper stood towering behind, coldly looking at the monster and mocking, too much wild grass grows here. Farron immediately enraged, his body glowing dark green and roaring with fury. Grass. He activated the Song of the Rotten Forest, releasing a green energy wave that covered the entire battlefield. Farron swung the scythe, creating surging magical waves pursuing Leper through the trees. He continued casting the Symphony of Rotten Wood, becoming a gigantic, terrifying entity. Leper had to channel full energy into her legs to continuously dodge. She avoided the destructive attack descending from above. The giant monster swung the glowing green scythe to chase, but Leper activated golden fighting energy to protect herself. While fighting, Leper calmly instructed that to pull weeds traditionally, one must never hold back. Farron's face twisted in terror as he saw Leper approach, her aura surging before his eyes. Leper affirmed she remained old-fashioned, then activated fighting energy along with top sword techniques. She surged like a whirlwind, unleashing successive golden slashes to crush the green monster. Powerful sword strikes made the opponent scream in pain, before being completely consumed by light. Meanwhile, Gulo diligently used his sword to clear underbrush along the path. I told you not to cut grass, the elves hate it. Gulo hurriedly explained he only wanted Hanso to move more easily. Hanso suddenly appeared behind, placing a hand on the Baron's shoulder and gently advising him to practice walking lunge in the back. Hanso asked Live about directions, sensing the team kept circling. Leper calmly explained that the elves' path was different from the usual route. After walking a while, Leper stopped and pointed, here. Hanso tested it, praised the soft ground, not squatting would be a waste. He immediately ordered the team to do 20 squats while Leper began using Les breathing technique. In the peaceful space, Hanso's counting echoed clearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the quiet state, Leper clearly heard the birds singing. She also heard the rustle of leaves as the wind passed. Even the slightest movement of budding flowers did not escape her senses. At that moment, the elves' path appeared, radiating multicolored light, dispelling the forest mist. Leper pointed to confirm, right here. Instantly, the glowing magic flared, opening a guiding gate for the group. Hanso did not forget training, glancing at the flustered Gulo and reminded him that no chanting had been agreed upon. Hanso continued urging, this time everyone stay alert. We will do 40 times. How many times? The muscular team responded in unison with full spirit, 40 times. Still not satisfied with the volume, Hanso roared, too quiet, increased to 60 times. How many times? The entire army opened their mouths at once and shouted like thunder, 60 times. Hanso smiled in satisfaction, good 60. At that very moment, a terrifying suction force swept the whole group into the center of the vortex. Leper reminded everyone to relax and leave their bodies to the wind. They fell freely through a mystical space, filled with brilliant rose petals. This was the spirit realm, where the earth spirits lived. She clearly declared, this land belongs to Mother Gaia. Gaia appeared with beauty both majestic and harsh, with volcanoes spewing crimson lava and islands floating among the clouds. A member of the Muscle Army cried out in shock, Hanso Nim. This place truly was unexpected. An extremely powerful invisible pressure forced everyone down to the ground. Dry thuds rang out one after another as each member of the Muscle Army was pressed face first to the sand, unable to move. One person groaned helplessly, Master, this weight is too heavy, I cannot take it. Hanso nodded slightly in confirmation that is true. But instead of worrying, he was extremely excited, squatting with difficulty while cheering. Is this place not perfect for training squats? Looking at the giant stone pillars trembling with every breath, Hanso, excitedly, I never expected this place to have such a premium home gym. In the eyes of a personal trainer, anywhere could become a training room. A warning immediately appeared about an entity named Behemoth. Heavy footsteps made the earth tremble, followed by the terrifying crimson eyes of the giant stone guardians. Hanso looked toward the radiant palace, his gaze filled with determination. He wanted to meet Hansoon, but before them stood a giant stone monster guarding the dungeon entrance. A giant stone fist slowly rose, preparing to strike down like thunder. The enormous fist slammed down, crushing the ground and making the Muscle Army flee in panic. Yet Hanso did not dodge at all. He braced himself and used his bare hands to withstand the terrifying weight pressing down on his shoulders. Witnessing that breathless scene, the team members shouted anxiously, "Hanso Nim, are you all right?" Immediately afterward, a series of other stone guardians also raised their fists at once, ready to provide supporting strikes. The stone punches rained down one after another, burying Hanso beneath the rubble. He let out a resounding roar, but instead of looking pained, Hanso looked incredibly excited. This steadily increasing pressure was truly wonderful, and the power inside him erupted violently. Hanso roared loudly, then blasted all the stone guardians around him away like fragments. A terrifying collision exploded, dust and smoke covering everything. The muscle army could only call his name in stunned worry. The ground began shaking violently from the rapid pounding sounds, leaving everyone confused and wondering whether it was an earthquake. A member noticed something abnormal and shouted loudly, "Run now, Muscle Master is about to explode." Hanso stood towering, his eyes blazing, his muscles tightening and creating suffocating pressure. He declared loudly, "Increase the weight," making both Gulo and everyone else flee in terror. Right then, the skill Heavy Blunt at tenfold power was officially activated. Hanso braced himself and performed heavy squats, a massive purple mass of energy pressing down on his shoulders. He slowly counted each rep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seeing the strange scene, the red-haired girl asked blankly what he was doing. One member calmly replied, "Today's Hanso Nim's leg day, the most terrifying day for every gym goer." Faced with the girl's confusion over the concept of leg day, another young man hurriedly explained, "Ah, it means the day for training the lower body. The seniors here word things a little confusingly, so please understand." Suddenly, a deep voice like thunder echoed down from above. "Interesting ants dare to crawl all the way here." The whole group looked up at the roiling sky in astonishment. The authoritative voice continued to ring out, "I am Behemoth, master of Gaia in this spirit realm." Amid the clouds, a majestic volcanic island appeared in full grandeur. Behemoth roared and questioned them, "What is your purpose in coming here?" Despite the suffocating pressure from the Spirit King, Hanso still focused on training and shouted, 15. "Let me introduce him to you. He only cares about counting reps." After finishing the set, Hanso quietly stood up and leisurely walked off, leaving Behemoth staring after him in bewilderment as he headed straight toward the shore. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Hanso bent down and began drinking seawater with great relish. Behemoth roared in anger, "I am asking what your purpose is in coming here." Hanso still ignored him, drinking with satisfaction, thinking only seawater is nature's gift. "Drink up, brothers." Hanso stood up, his body drenched, his bulging muscles glittering under the sun. He thought seawater usually contained a lot of sodium and was not good for hydration, but the water here was strangely sweet and refreshing. Seeing this, the muscle army asked excitedly, "So drinking water helps muscles grow?" Immediately, the whole team cheered, "Muscle growth, everyone hurry and dive into the water." Behemoth was speechless before the chaos. What the hell are these people doing? The whole muscle squad rushed into the sea, drinking water while shouting in excitement. After drinking his fill and quenching his thirst, Hanso wiped his mouth and said calmly, "Wonderful, now let us talk." That action was no different from adding fuel to the fire of anger. Behemoth roared, "You dare drink water while speaking with me? What a ridiculous bunch of rude fools. I have nothing more to say." A series of giant stone guardians with crimson eyes full of killing intent appeared at once. Behemoth roared loudly, "I will teach you manners from the very roots." Behemoth roared arrogantly, declaring that this place itself was a living labyrinth. Without a spirit to guide them, intruders could not even find the entrance, let alone escape. He challenged Hanso's group to overcome the shifting stone walls and the stone guardians waiting inside to reach the distant volcano. Behemoth laughed mockingly, "I dare you to find the way into my heart." Faced with that challenge, Leper immediately entered a ready stance. She poured power into her legs and leaped into the air with the bridge choke exercise technique. She intended to cross the labyrinth from above, but Behemoth immediately stopped her. "It is useless, gravity reinforcement." A massive pressure suddenly pressed down, shocking Leper. Unable to resist the pull of the ground, she was dragged down and slammed hard into the rubble, creating a deep crater amid the dust. Forcing herself up after the fall, Leper gritted her teeth helplessly. "The gravity is too strong, I cannot move through the air anymore." Suddenly, a series of dry sounds rang out continuously, making her suspiciously look back. Behind her, the muscle army began to move. They counted in unison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Powerful arms stretched out, and the counting echoed throughout the labyrinth. 6, 7, 8. Each count made the ground shake under their extraordinary strength, training arms while clearing a path. Seeing this, Behemoth laughed loudly in contempt. "What a bunch of idiots." This was the dwelling place of the earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals. He asserted that these walls could not be broken with bare hands, yet their counting continued to ring out without stopping. Hanso suddenly stepped forward. By the 12th count, he poured all his strength into his arms and pressed against the rock wall. At the 13th beat, Hanso roared, unleashing immense power as he thrust forward. The stone wall cracked and crumbled, leaving the enemies stunned. A confident member of the muscular squad smiled, explaining that the wall was indeed tough, but fragile before them. He immediately shouted to everyone everyone, elders, focus on breaking the wall along the cracks Hanso just created. The muscular squad cheered in excitement as the walls crumbled easily. They were thrilled by the effortless breakthrough, when suddenly, their joy was short-lived as a gigantic entity loomed from the dust. The team froze before the terrifying red-eyed golems. Instantly, combat skills and the 9 secret hidden sword were activated. A streak of golden light sliced through the air, charging at the enemy. Leper swung his sword, launching a strike as swift as lightning, aiming precisely at the red eye, also the creature's weak spot. Leper lightly flipped in midair, then told his teammates to just aim at the eyes. Immediately after, the giant golem collapsed. The muscular squad, invigorated, rushed to attack the remaining golems with powerful punches. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a roar of fury echoed. Immediately after, a distant volcano erupted, smoke and fire spouting skyward. Amid this fierce scene, Hanso remained calm, observing and wondering if this was where Behemoth was hiding. Leper pointed ahead and confirmed, yes, the spirit said we must lift that to meet him. Before them stood a massive stone platform blocking the path, with a long iron rod piercing the cave ceiling. Everyone wondered how to lift it. Hanso casually proposed a rather impulsive solution: why not just destroy it? Only 17, yet temper as fiery as fire. Immediately, a squad member panicked and stopped him. Hanso, there seems to be a rope attached on the other side. Memories surfaced. Hanso had left Earth for this world 11 months ago, his body muscular yet only 17 years old. Throughout this time, Hanso had tried to bury his homesickness, but seeing the familiar item, he froze, eyes wide. The emotions pent up for so long suddenly burst, tears rolling down the muscular leader's face at the object reminding him of home. In the dark cave, the training machine appeared like a treasure. Hanso choked, whispering, "Oh, long-lost lat pull-down brother." The lat pull-down machine was a training device developed in 1967 by American trainer Andrew Memo. He recognized the motion of gripping the bar and leaning back as very similar to the rowing exercise. From that, he created a machine to perform this motion more safely and effectively. To this day, the device has been improved into various models and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hanso shed tears. Wiping his eyes, he murmured, "Lat pull-down, stop or the protein will spill." The muscular squad looked at each other in bewilderment, asking, what is a lat pull-down machine? On the other side, Gulo trembled in fear. He stammered, asking Hanso if this was a trap, and how wide the area was. Ordinary people see a trap, but PT sees weights. Hanso walked over calmly, affirming, no, this is not a trap. He asked the team to recall which back exercises they had been training and try to list them. A squad member quickly listed one-arm dumbbell row, bent-over row, barbell row, and Romanian deadlift, then hesitated, asking if that was correct. Hanso explained that they only did pull-ups because they had a partner, but normally most people trained alone. He demonstrated directly and said the exercise equivalent to pull-ups was the lat pull-down, as it allowed weight selection and effectively simulated back-pulling motion. This exercise focused on the shoulder blades and lats, but if distracted, trainees might use forearms, biceps, or shoulders. Hanso enthusiastically suggested, since the equipment is here, let's demonstrate its use together. The muscular squad raised their hands, cheering excitedly, develop muscles, develop muscles. First step on the lat pull-down machine was adjusting the pad and stabilizer to prevent the torso from lifting. Second step, grip the bar slightly wider than shoulders and secure the lower body. Third step, engage the core and use lats to pull rather than arms. Fourth step, trainees must avoid excessive back arch and absolutely not use body momentum to cheat. Hanso turned back, smiling brightly at the team, saying the weight was still a bit heavy for them, so save it for next time. The team in unison wished him muscle growth. Hanso poured all strength into his muscular arms and roared. Immediately, the secret mechanism activated. A voice announced, "Open." The giant stone door in the cave slowly slid up, revealing the path inside. The team shouted in excitement, "Let's go." Witnessing this, Gulo asked a member in bewilderment, the schedule said one thing, but we practiced another, sir." The muscular man calmly explained that Hanso's physical fitness was on a completely different level from theirs. Gulo, still shocked, asked anxiously, "So after training, how do we get in?" The question made the bulky soldier sweat, stammering, unable to reply. Inside, Hanso continued with heavy sets. He clearly counted to 8 as he finished the 4th set. He excitedly called Gulo, asserting that proper pressure placement would create an incredible muscle pump sensation. At that moment, the heavy plant skill 1 out of 10 activated. He tensed and shouted, "All right then, Hanso, please come in." The entire muscular squad had to combine their strength, concentrating all their power to lift the multi-ton stone door, bracing while urging faster. Hanso walked in casually, praising his junior's progress, and said the door would need a few more tons to match their strength. As he passed through, the giant stone door immediately slammed down, sealing the entrance. Strangely, inside appeared hamsters wearing protective gear, hurriedly running on scaffolds. The deeper they went, the more they saw a vast space with blazing furnaces and giant gears turning endlessly, like a mysterious workshop in the mountain. In the workshop, countless tiny kangaroo-like creatures jumped on buttons to operate the machinery. The blazing furnaces continuously spewed out scalding air. Sound of machines echoed through the space, mixed with the scene of the diligent little rodents at work. The girl accompanying Hanso was extremely excited, eyes sparkling like stars, shouting so cute. She could not resist and stepped forward to touch Hanso's muscles, eagerly saying they looked so soft. Seeing muscles makes you forget all danger. Hanso immediately stopped her and seriously reminded her that before registering at the gym, she had to receive consultation from the staff or the owner. Seeing that the girl was still bewildered, Hanso emphasized that casually touching others was forbidden, and that this was a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and boldly declared that he was Behemoth, king of the earth spirits. Looking at that tiny form, Gulo and a muscular member clearly showed disappointment, while the man mocked that the Spirit King's belly was a single pack just like his own. After being looked down on, the white dog angrily shouted that they were truly rude, but right afterward, he was suppressed by another presence. A cat wearing a white lab coat suddenly appeared, smiled sinisterly, and said the situation was so interesting that he could not bear to interrupt. The cat introduced that the white dog was actually named Lena, a high-ranking earth spirit, and the cat himself was the real Behemoth. Behemoth reminded everyone not to look down the creatures working here, because all of them were high-ranking spirits. Before the dignity of the Spirit King, Hanso and the whole group could only silently nod in agreement. Behemoth looked at Hanso, said he had grasped his strength through Lena's test, then asked the purpose of his visit. Hanso went straight to the point and asked whether he could make gym training equipment. Behemoth confidently replied that if it was training equipment, as long as there was enough time and materials, there was nothing he could not create. Seeing that Hanso was about to continue speaking, Gulo hurriedly stopped him and reminded him that negotiations could not be done that way. He stepped forward, respectfully bowed according to noble etiquette, and introduced himself as Count Gulo Kaut, Lord of the Gulo Kingdom. With a humble attitude, Gulo politely asked whether the elder cat wanted to eat fish or needed them to do anything. Behemoth quietly observed him, inwardly judging that this was also a fairly polite human, then asked about compensation. The Spirit King in the form of a black cat affirmed that money was merely fleeting, while serving him was eternal. Gulo immediately bowed his head and pledged to obey every command the Spirit King gave. Behemoth curled his lips into a meaningful smile, then said that recently, a slippery named demon had appeared and polluted this land. The space suddenly grew gloomy, and the mournful cries of crows echoed throughout the dark forest. Behemoth said that enemy was very powerful, to the point that every customer he sent out had lost contact, and the warning signs scattered through the forest were the proof. Behemoth clasped his hands and stated his condition. If they destroyed the named demon and purified the land, he would lend them his help. Hearing that, Hanso broke into an excited smile and immediately asked whether anyone could guide them. The Spirit King explained that he had only sent mid-ranking spirits before, but this time, he wanted to grasp the exact situation more clearly. Behemoth pointed and ordered the high-ranking spirit Lena to accompany them, making her jolt in shock. She hurriedly tried to find an excuse to decline, saying she still had to manage and supervise this place. Behemoth immediately grew furious, bared his teeth and growled, exposing how she slept all day and secretly snacked. He shouted at her to go at once. The fierce roar startled both Hanso and Gulo. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, the female General Leon was fleeing in haste, muttering that she should never have stirred up this nest of fire ants. Seeing the dense horde of shadow monsters ahead, Leon was startled to realize they had already set up an ambush, then clenched her teeth and took a defensive stance. From the darkness, a murderous roar rang out, calling the Swordmaster Leon, while the clowns and black, cloaked madmen charged forward crazily. They all shouted in fanatical unison, working for Oculus with a terrifying level of passion. Leon suddenly changed direction, gliding away while murmuring that the law of nature was that ecosystems were always intertwined. There are those who do not fear a swarm of bees, because what they want is only sweet honey. You understand, right? At that very moment, she swung a beautiful arc-shaped sword strike, sending the monsters closing in on her flying. A commander wearing an eye-shaped headband roared Leon's name in rage. In the middle of the encirclement, Leon suddenly emitted a brilliant golden aura. She poured all her strength into the sword technique Tosun. A small insect flew across the night sky as if signaling that a terrifying upheaval was about to occur. The black mage was drenched in sweat, staring up at the sky in shock as he blurted out what that was. He trembled as he realized the frightening truth that he had never heard she was this powerful before. High in the sky, hundreds of radiant golden swords suddenly appeared, covered the entire space, ready to pour down at any moment. Like a rain of light carrying destructive power, a colossal burst of light suddenly exploded. The light tore through the night, causing flocks of birds to scatter from the forest in panic. The story continued with the image of the mascot Lena absorbed in gnawing on chunks of stone. She smugly boasted that if they wanted to know the past, they should watch her gnaw on rocks, while Hanso squatted and exclaimed in admiration that it was miraculous. Suddenly Lena's eyes widened in astonishment, drawing Hanso's attention. He hurriedly asked whether she had seen anything unusual, but it turned out to be only a trick, as she cheered because the stone was too delicious, leaving Hanso and his companion speechless. Lena excitedly casually explained that it was just a joke, because the mineral was still too new, so its memories were very short, then snapped at them not to look at her like she was a glutton. Immediately afterwards, she ordered the whole group to search for and dig up the oldest-looking mineral blocks in the area. The army of muscles quickly approached the large boulders, and one person carefully asked again whether they only needed to bring them back. The whole group began laboriously digging around a gigantic rock. Hanso stood behind them with his arms crossed, wondering what they intended to do, while his subordinate honestly said they were making handles so he could lift the rock more easily. Hanso murmured as he thought about making handles, then slowly extended his enormous hand. Hanso pressed his fingertips hard into the steel-hard surface of the rock. He drew in a very deep breath. He gripped with terrifying strength, causing the rock to start seeping water under his grasp. Hanso dug his fingers deep into the hard rock, calmly instructing to treat the stone like a sponge and just pull and push, brothers. The muscular disciples beside him could only marvel. Then Hanso performed a one-arm dumbbell row with the massive rock. He continuously changed positions, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then shouted to switch hands. Seeing that, Block stepped in front of the large rock and asked if this was what he meant, then skillfully performed the snatch deadlift. Next came a series of coordinated moves from snatch pull, snatch balance to overhead squat. Block poured full strength into lifting the rock overhead, then slammed it to the ground, creating a massive shock. Standing amidst the dust, Block confidently declared he had finished, and so smiled with satisfaction, giving a thumbs up to encourage, "Indeed, Block, your posture has improved a lot." The student wiped sweat, smiling brightly, saying this is just a small matter, too easy. The atmosphere of intense training spread everywhere. The muscular team tirelessly carried, lifted, and pulled huge stones to build endurance, counting in booming rhythm. Amid the bustling scene, the elf Lena stood still holding a small stone. She looked at the rubble around and thought they were supposed to find ancient stones, yet brought them to the gym. Lena silently put the stone in her mouth and crushed it. Immediately she froze, her face showing astonishment. It turned out to be an egg. Below, a simple wooden bridge led into a cave deep within the rocky mountain. In the dark chamber, a man wearing a bird beak mask and red glasses sat before a formidable partner, sweetly saying Oculus valued Lord Frog's abilities, then explaining that turning this place into a dungeon required great resources. As he spoke, the bird masked man lifted a teacup and took a sip. But immediately he spat it out and screamed in horror, "Damn it, you dare bring poison to the negotiation table." From the shadows, a long tongue licked its lips, gruffly asking poison. Its proper name is Whiskey Frog. The figure was Frog, leader of the powerful frog people, smoking a cigar and holding a bottle, calmly claiming it was not poison but healing essence. The bird-masked man roared angrily that he had orders to join Oculus, not to seize this place on his own. Able to contain his anger, he lunged at Frog, shouting that a lowly reptile dared to toy with his lord's goodwill. But as he moved, the bird-masked man suddenly felt dizzy, vision blurring from vertigo. Frog remained calm, correcting him that he was a frog, not a gecko. Joining Oculus was fine, but that condition didn't interest him. Immediately, Frog and his henchmen held the struggling bird-masked man, then poured alcohol into his mouth, mocking him to drink it all. The bird-masked man screamed in despair as the burning liquid filled his throat, feeling like he was being incinerated from within. Soon, the bird-masked man collapsed completely, his red eyes dull from drunkenness and hiccuping repeatedly. Frog looked at him, stripped of spirit, and mocked that now he finally wanted to negotiate. He grinned maliciously, exhaling cigar smoke, declaring, "My friend, there's no shortage of wine here." Behind him, the Frog army in sharp suits appeared threateningly. Frog boldly declared the real negotiation begins, then mockingly addressed the drunken envoy that whatever he signed, he was drunk anyway. Meanwhile, the elf Lena suddenly shouted with excitement that she had found it. But looking down into the valley, she froze at the sight of the muscular team diligently training, their coordinated shouts echoing everywhere. Lena squinted with contempt, unable to believe those lowly creatures were obsessed with extreme physical training. Two members of the muscular team trained while chatting. One praised the opponent's deltoids, wide as an eagle's wings. The other humbly claimed it was just blood pump, while he was the one truly increasing the weight. That remark immediately struck the pride of another teammate, causing him to pause with a serious expression. He radiated intense aura, arguing that sensation mattered more than weight, then flexed to show his muscles. Opposite him, the other refused to yield, surging with red energy and roaring that weight was the absolute truth. Both immediately argued fiercely, continuously shouting their viewpoints. Opposing forces erupted, engulfing the two muscular warriors facing each other. One challenged, "Talking too much wastes muscle. If you're skilled, show your abs here, dear." The opponent remained undaunted, stretching while boldly agreeing he intended to do the same. The muscular team members sat observing and discussing with excitement. One thoughtfully remarked, facing weight against sensation, "My chest looks majestic." Immediately, a warrior flexed loudly, eyes blazing with aura. The two muscular men instantly assumed combat-ready stances. One noted that the opposing team's lats seemed larger, but the sensation team possessed perfect balance and symmetry. The air grew hotter as the call for pose number 1 echoed. Both warriors performed the front double biceps pose confidently. Soon after, call for pose number 2 echoed at the climax of the contest. Hanso suddenly appeared from behind, coldly asking what the hell they were doing. His sudden appearance startled the group, stammering loudly, "Hanso Nim." Hanso's face was filled with killing intent, asking in a low voice if they had just summoned their abs. He pointed and shouted that instead of wasting time thinking about weight or sensation, he would rather train hard and rest hard. One member sadly murmured that he was still curious which was more important. 2 others immediately rushed to Hanso to ask clearly, sensation matters more, right, or weight is the real truth. Hanso looked directly at them and countered, between dumbbells and barbells, which is more important? The question left them dumbfounded. Hanso continued pressing them with tough anatomical questions between hamstrings and quads, which is more important, muscles, and still asking hard. He clenched his chest and deltoids and roared, "I ask deltoids versus chest, which is ultimately more important?" Watching from afar, Gulo sweated, asking why not compare parents like normal people. The muscular soldier signaled to be quiet, reminding Hanso Nim has sharp ears, making Gulo nod fearfully. Seeing the juniors clutching their heads and pulling hair from overthinking, Hanso approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, and gently said, "There's no need to think so complicated." He smiled brightly, displaying rolling muscles, and sincerely advised to just increase weight and feel the sensation. Hanso's words struck straight to the young warrior's heart. He was moved to tears, silently calling the leader's name with boundless admiration. Hanso announced excitedly, "That was just the warm-up. Now the real training begins." The whole team believed he would help them break their limits even further. The entire team shouted in unison, loud and clear, "Yes, big brother, let's go Uracha," their roar echoing across the region. In the distance, a small creature was still eagerly gnawing on a mineral rock. It secretly watched the muscle army, wondering whether they really intended to perform their mission. Meanwhile, Leper was rather skeptical. She observed their slow movements and wondered what enemy would stand still to let them attack. In another forest, Block silently looked at his hands, his face heavy with thought. He had once believed he was strong, but Hanso's words about training supporting muscles for breakthroughs always haunted his mind. Block persisted through the dense forest, muttering to himself that it surely had to be nearby. He parted each thicket to search, until his eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting the target. Block shouted with excitement, "Found it!" Slim, seeing the vibrant green creature hiding in the grass, he immediately wanted to use it to craft resistance cords for training. Without hesitation, Block leaped into the air and shouted his technique, "Tree Chop." He dove down, continuously attacking the liquid monster, ending with a powerful cross strike. But a strange presence made Block pause. On a branch, a peculiar creature silently observed him. It was a frog-like beast, holding a bag full of Slim. He casually apologized for harvesting the alcohol-soaked specialty, then curiously asked what a human not being a mage needed Slim for. Block scratched his head and replied, "You don't know, this can make me stronger." Hearing this, the frog cheered, "Want to be stronger, big brother? I am an expert." Block asked skeptically, "Really?" And he immediately invited him to meet the big brother. Though he secretly thought he already had Master Hanso, Block could not resist curiosity and followed along. Soon after, he was swept into a grand feast with the frog people, continuously downing large jugs of liquor. The frog people cheered his drinking capacity, probably used to it. Block blushed and hiccuped repeatedly, complaining that he had only started training and was already overindulged. In his drunken stupor, he lazily asked, "So when will I become stronger?" Then hiccuped again. A one-eyed frog with glasses leaned close to Block, grinning mischievously. He shouted that the alcohol was kicking in, meaning he was visibly getting stronger. Just like a blind seer judging an elephant, Block's mind spun, and he staggered amid the scattered bottles. Block muttered drunkenly, "Not good, I really can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table, completely unconscious. The one-eyed frog eyed his trapped prey. He grinned slyly, showing his pearly white teeth, and said, "Customer, I will charge you dearly for this round of liquor." In the darkness, Block awoke with a parched throat. He croaked, thirsty, and looked around bewildered, wondering where he was. A violent headache hit, making Block dizzy. Once clearer, he could only clutch his head and groan in pain. He was shocked to find himself lying in a huge, dark, terrifying cave. He struggled, but found himself stuck in a layer of slimy green substance on the cliff wall. The substance was sticky and extremely elastic, making it impossible for him to escape on his own. Suddenly, a deep, muffled voice echoed from the darkness, "New one, just lie still and wait your turn, little brother." Block looked over and saw a strange creature imprisoned nearby. He introduced himself as the poison frog, food storage of the amphibians, and leader Lee Zerman of the alley mine. Seeing Block unresponsive, he immediately roared, "Do not ignore me." But then he clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at someone who wouldn't live long anyway. Block calmly asked, "Hey, I have a question. Why didn't they deal with us immediately?" Leader Lee Zerman explained that it was all to serve the creation of the dungeon. Before Block's bewildered expression, he said it was a dark land where monsters proliferated endlessly. Deep in the cave, a grim tower with ghostly blue fire appeared, terrifying to behold. In fact, monsters cannot be created infinitely. To operate the dungeon, they must steal energy from living creatures. That was the fundamental principle for creating a core that could store and maintain an energy source. Therefore, the amphibians gathered living creatures into the food storage, turning the place into a backup power source for the entire cave. Thousands of people were imprisoned along the towering cliffs, sinking into extreme despair. Block was stuck in the slimy green layer. He asked tiredly, "Is there really no way to escape?" Leader Lee Zerman, imprisoned nearby, coldly replied, "As you can see, the chances are nearly zero." He advised Block not to waste effort, because the more he moved, the faster the energy drained, then mockingly asked if he wanted to depart early. Block closed his eyes helplessly, blaming himself. Everything happened only because he was too weak. He weakly offered his final apology, "Master, I am sorry I didn't have time to increase the weights." Upon hearing that name, the lizardman immediately turned pale, sweating in fear. He asked if he meant Hanso, the bear lord of the alley mine. Block blinked in astonishment. "Yes, that's right. How do you know?" At that moment, everything changed instantly. The leader screamed in madness, "Must escape, must leave immediately." He thrashed violently in the slime layer that confirmed escape was impossible, making Block ask in surprise, "Wouldn't that make you die faster?" Lee Zerman had completely lost control due to fear. Memories resurfaced of Hanso using him as a push-up weight. At that time, Hanso had laughed calmly, telling him to start again from 1. Thinking of that scene, the lizardman leader cried out, "What a crazy thing." He desperately shouted that he would rather die immediately. Meanwhile in the city, Hanso looked around wondering where Block had gone. A member of the Muscle Army reported that Block had left the resistance corps and went hunting Slim early in the morning. Hanso was slightly concerned, because Block did not inform him to bring extra cords just in case. Leper standing nearby also sensed something unusual, as it was not normal for Block to still be absent at this hour. Hanso smiled slightly with full confidence, asserting that Block had grown up, at most only losing a few pounds of muscle. Gulo anxiously looked around and reminded Hanso, "Nim, this is the enemy camp. Being so casual might not be good." But no sooner had he spoken than he widened his eyes upon seeing Hanso casually hoist a massive rock onto his shoulder. Hanso smiled brightly yet with pressure, saying if he did not want to take it easy, then start immediately with 100 squats. Gulo could only cry silently, his face drenched with sweat and tears from the brutal exercise. At that moment, the spirit Lena explained the upcoming mission, that the target was a toad named Kak. He intended to turn this place into a dungeon, so absolutely no strength should be used in certain areas to avoid inadvertently aiding the enemy. And so pondered upon hearing this, saying a toad meaning a frog, right? He had heard frog legs were high in protein, probably great for muscles. That immediately struck the interest of the Muscle Army, who shouted asking whether frog legs really helped develop muscles. Oh, build muscles." The burly crowd surrounded the tiny spirit and growled, "Where is that source of protein?" Lena replied in panic, "Help me, there's a whole group of monsters asking about the menu." A muscular member suggested splitting into teams to search, and if the target was found, signal with chest strength. However, Hanso seemed unimpressed, saying he did not like doing cardio for too long. Seeing the chance to escape the torturous exercise, Gulo immediately smiled brightly, volunteering that he would handle the search professionally. Despite his legs trembling from exhaustion, he still begged to be assigned the task. Hanso looked at Gulo with a meaningful gaze and asked whether he had finished 100 squats yet. Gulo still wore a forced smile and honestly replied, "Not yet." Hanso's face instantly lit up in a terrifying way. He gently commanded that the exercise be completed before leaving. Already old and facing a strict teacher, the poor count could only remain silent, tears streaming as he desperately answered yes. The toad cock hummed a tune while dragging a gigantic sack, weaving through narrow crevices in the cave. He advanced into a spacious chamber, where a colossal red urn was located. There he encountered another of his kind and announced that he had returned. A toad's hand touched a magical orb containing a whole world, causing the mechanical door to slowly open. Cock lifted the glowing material, muttering that he would soon create many friends for the other one. He poured all the light into the deep pit and commanded it to grow, becoming a superb source of nourishment for the dungeon. Below, Leader Lee Zerman, imprisoned, was horrified to see the pursuers appear, saying, "It's over, the earthworm big boss is here." The giant worms began crawling clumsily across the ground, moving toward the trapped individuals. The worms closed in on the rock where Lee Zerman was stuck, baring sharp teeth and preparing to charge. Meanwhile, at Hanso's camp, a muscular member ate while anxiously asking, "Hanso Nim, Block didn't bring chicken breasts. Will his protein intake be okay?" Hanso calmly chewed on a pastry in his hand and affirmed that Block would be fine, because he had been granted a blessing. The subordinate was bewildered, thinking Block was born with some special power. Hanso explained that actually Block's taste buds were among the worst in the world, and the others considered that a drawback. Hanso laughed, saying if he couldn't taste anything, any dish becomes chicken breast. In the dark dungeon, Block suddenly unleashed his power, his eyes burning fiercely. Rather than fear, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the monsters that intended to attack him. Block chewed through the monster meat, his eyes ablaze with excitement, and roared, "Who's next?" Sounds of chewing echoed continuously in the silent space, making the atmosphere even more chilling. Block was still stuck to the wall by a layer of green slime. Below him dozens of giant worms crawled clumsily. Witnessing this, the lizard man imprisoned nearby exclaimed in horror, "Wow, that is edible." Contrary to the opponent's fear, Block was extremely exhilarated, feeling energy flow through every cell, and his face lit up in satisfaction. Block began to tense his body, channeling all his strength into his muscles to break free from the chains. Despite the lizard man constantly asserting that escape was impossible, Block did not give up. His eyes suddenly glowed purple with intensity. A loud explosion rang out, tearing the slime apart to the astonishment of the nearby creature. Block forcefully freed himself from the wall, slowly raised his head with a sly expression, then casually asked which one to eat first. The monsters panicked as if being chosen, while he pointed down at the worms crawling below. Guess which? Block's twisted grin and hungry look made the space even more eerie. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched forest, the muscle army was running in a hurry for training, and a member curiously asked what benefit would come from collapsing a dungeon. He affirmed confidently that collapsing a dungeon would certainly be beneficial, just trust him, and so explained that a dungeon is an automated system that accumulates power, expands the range of energy absorption, and creates territory for its owner. A muscular member ran while asking, so why don't humans build dungeons themselves? Gulo, panting, explained that humans did not know how much energy was needed to create them. He emphasized that humans operated through taxation, and if their vitality was drained, rebellion would surely occur. Gulo clutched his head in tension, because maintaining a dungeon with an average population was already an extremely difficult problem. The small spirit explained that if the environment seemed energy deficient, the opponent might deliberately keep the territory small to limit intrusion. Lena continued analyzing the second possibility, that the enemy also had goals beyond creating a dungeon. Gulo and the warriors were all worried, because both possibilities indicated that turning this place into a dungeon would be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, at the enemy stronghold, the toad Cock was merrily drinking and singing, both drinking and singing with excitement. Cock adjusted his monocle and asked meaningfully, "Do you know why we drink?" "Because it makes it easier to deceive each other." Cock laughed loudly among the cheering underlings, saying that thanks to the alcohol, they could become acquainted with all kinds of creatures. A chaotic scene in the tavern unfolded with all kinds of monsters merrily eating and drinking. He suddenly presented the contract to Block, smiling seductively, "My friend, do you want to stamp this agreement?" Block had completely lost his composure, standing dazed, stammering incoherently. The toad henchman poured more liquor into his mouth while urging, "Drink up, Toad." Standing before the drunken monsters, he loudly called out, "Come on, it's work time, friends. Let's hit the construction site, Toad." The sluggish monsters trudged through the dark cave, every face showing clear exhaustion. Suddenly, a horned monster went berserk from the craving for alcohol. He shouted desperately, "Give me the liquor. With liquor I will smash everything." Immediately, Ko struck the mad creature with a bottle, knocking him down. Seeing him hurt, Ko panicked and shouted, "It's broken. Quickly take him the poison, Toad." Ko led the excited cheering Toad team and announced, "To make work easier, I will take you to the peat island, the main ingredient of smoky whiskey, Toad." Toad, wielding a shovel, dug while instructing his comrades, "Do it like this, Toad. Put your whole body weight into it, Toad. This is Ko's mandatory cardio." Amid the dusty construction site, Hanso appeared unexpectedly, turning hard labor into a high-intensity workout. He carried stone carts and hoisted large blocks, while shouts of "Toad" echoed. Hanso dug with unbelievable speed, excitedly commenting, "The lats are starting to feel it, the most addicted miner in history." He smiled confidently, wondering whether to engage his pecs as well. Seeing such extraordinary strength, two toads glanced at each other in bewilderment. Could he be a friend Toad? The other nodded, "Friend, surely Toad." So clapped to signal the surrounding toads, "Breaks over, let's move to the next set." Block's faction immediately went to work frenetically under his guidance. Hanso tensed in posture, urging digging peat without engaging the back is poor technique. The toads, carried by Hanso's enthusiasm, dug energetically while their shouts echoed. Hanso continued demonstrating shovel use like a bodybuilding exercise, shouting, "Relax the arms afterwards, like pressing dumbbells." Imagine the shovel attached directly to the elbow. The toads labored sweat-drenched, mouths continuously making thuds, thud, thud, thud. One began to resist, shouting angrily, "Why must we obey you, thud?" Seeing the distraction, Hanso lifted the shovel, sternly warning, "Do not mistreat the exercise equipment." equipment. He smiled brightly but with pressure, instructing everyone, "Come on, start over." The toads began to mutter, thinking Hanso was not a friend. "You're not our friend, Thud. We mistook you because you looked like a madman, Thud." Hearing this, Hanso blinked in confusion. "What are you saying? Didn't we just agree to be training partners?" His words were the last straw, driving the toads into a frenzy, shouting, "Training partner, indeed not a friend, Thud." They jumped simultaneously, striking Hanso's shoulders and back with shovels. Yet, despite the fierce blows, Hanso stood firm like a rock, leaving the toads dumbfounded. He quietly turned to remind, "Hey, do not hit people with exercise equipment." Hanso also warned, "Hitting with weights will get your membership revoked." Iron shovels shattered against his steel-like muscles, causing the toads to tremble and excuse. The shovel broke on its own. Thud, probably from digging too much. Thud. One persisted, mumbling, "Normally, could someone so skinny withstand our blows?" Immediately, an intense red energy erupted, enveloping Hanso in the form of a terrifying muscular entity. Hanso stood tall amid the red smoke, eyes blazing white in the darkness. He croaked, full of murderous intent, "Me." Stifling pressure filled the space as Hanso growled, "Misheard." His muscular body radiated overwhelming authority. This left the tiny toads below trembling in extreme fear. To develop muscles, heavy training is important, but stretching with resistance bands cannot be neglected. Hanso demonstrated while warning, overextending reduces strength significantly. At his feet, a toad was held to the point of suffocation, desperately begging, "Spare me, my tongue is about to be torn." Hanso continued urging proper stretching, shouting, "The most important thing is to maintain proper posture." He tensed, stretching the red band, insisting, "If you do not want to stay scrawny, you must stretch diligently." In the agony of being used as a weight for stretching, the toad panicked, screaming, "Save me." In a luxurious room, Block's group gathered to strategize. A one-eyed man held a wine glass, smugly admiring himself in the mirror, handsome and cunning. He believed that with them, the dungeon would run without Oculus. The leader raised a bottle, declaring boldly, "Today is a toast celebration," then ordered the entire drunken crew summoned immediately. Toads below cheered loudly, while many others were drunk and collapsed on the ground. In the dark cave, Ko casually drank at the desk as someone approached. He adjusted his monocle slightly, then asked, "Arrived, Toad?" Before Ko stood the core officers of the Redhead Legion, known as the Drunken Elites. The wolf Kavod roared excitedly, "Summoning us means the fire is ready, right?" Immediately after, Zekulit reminded Mr. Kavod, "Quite rude." Behind, the white bear Gullimak growled softly, "Huff." The blue-haired spy sensed the scent of battle, while Teokat scornfully complained, "Peacefully sleeping and now disturbed." Ko laughed smugly, "Well done. Teammates must be close like this, Toad." Ko's glasses gleamed. He declared it had been a long time since everyone gathered like this. "Let's all enjoy." Instantly, a giant magic circle enveloped Ko, activating the future's skill. The drinking game officially began. A powerful energy surged to the wine cellar, where giant wooden barrels were stacked. Announcements blared, confirming the sacrificial items and ordering them taken. The entire wine cellar was swallowed by magical light. From the light emerged a pyramid-shaped creature with a long red tongue. It announced proudly, "I am Nagaro, the outstanding Four Faces guide of the game." Nagaro excitedly declared the drinking game began. Choose players for each faction. Scanning the area, it found 380 intelligent beings, and said they would be divided according to alignment. And so, casually eating sweet potatoes, was startled to see Nagaro appear. He asked, bewildered, "What is this?" The host announced each faction has 5 direct participants, the rest stand aside. Nagaro shouted excitedly, "Who will play with me?" "Not playing, I'll keep the drunk ones in place." Hearing this, Hanso anxiously asked the masters, "Blood alcohol concentration is what?" The system screen appeared, "Long time no see." In reality, alcohol does not directly cause muscle loss. Hanso listened as the masters explained the liver, where protein is produced, prioritizes metabolizing alcohol, so muscle synthesis is significantly impeded. Illustrations showed the liver struggling to process alcohol, making Hanso realize this could adversely affect muscle growth. Metabolizing alcohol consumes water, leading to muscle dehydration and significantly reducing performance and training effectiveness. Upon hearing the risk of losing muscle, he immediately changed color, roaring absolutely not, then touched the magic screen. Seeing this, Gulo curiously stepped closer and asked if just pressing it was enough. At that moment, Gulo frantically rushed forward, shouting to stop like the only sane person trying to prevent disaster. Gulo was extremely worried, thinking this might be enemy magic, so absolutely must not press it casually. In his mind, the Count silently decided it was best to observe from outside rather than risk to preserve his life and the soldiers. Gulo, with a sly smile, immediately shouted that he said not to press it, while trying to stop everything. Unexpectedly, Gulo accidentally touched the screen, making him scream in horror as the words Gulo joined appeared. He thought if he didn't participate, surely Hanso Nim would think he was lazy and playing around. He then decided to place his hand on the screen, and the system immediately confirmed participation. A white cat appeared, explaining this was conditional field magic created by the enemy. This magic initially had no immediate effect, but under certain conditions would trigger extremely severe penalties. Hearing this, Lena quickly suggested pulling the strongest players to bear the load, then together with Lai touched the screen. Nagaro excitedly cheered that the final player had been decided. Ima's lineup was officially revealed, including Hanso, Gulo, Lai, Leper, and Lena. On the opposite side, Team B was confirmed with Coke, Randip, Kavad, Zekalit, and Telkat. Nagaro excitedly declared there were enough players, so the game would be chosen. A golden pyramid spun and then dashed into the forest. The pyramid stopped, revealing the game's name, Bani Bani Little Rabbit. Nagaro explained the rules were simple, players would transform into rabbits, but each side had one person as the carrot. Each team had to protect their carrot while fighting against the other side. If the carrot was captured, the losing team's blood alcohol concentration would rise by 0.1%, a nightmare punishment for gym-goers. Of course, capturing one carrot was more advantageous than catching 3 rabbits, and even reserve members could participate. Thus, the exciting and fun drinking game officially began. A Toadman raised his thumb proudly, exclaiming this time was truly lucky. He smiled wickedly, claiming his team's carrot was the guy on the bamboo. But who exactly was the bamboo guy? Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, tearing through space. Toadman panicked and ran for his life, shouting that players were here and requesting reinforcements. He grew more anxious upon realizing over 10 people had arrived, then wondered if Block could make the carrot float. The Toadman gritted his teeth, determined to say he didn't know, but then looked up in horror and shouted that the opponent was too strong. Immediately after, Hanso appeared in a colossal form, his blazing red eyes exuding a terrifying aura. Hanso roared in fury, declaring he could touch whatever he wanted, but absolutely no one was allowed to touch his muscles. The muscular army wearing rabbit ears fled frantically through the forest, pursued by mysterious shadows. One team member cursed in panic, then desperately shouted, asking everyone to protect him quickly. While running, he revealed his crucial position by shouting that he was the team's carrot. The ground began to shake violently with each heavy step, while Gulo scrambled and ran in a hurry. Seeing that the enemies were no longer chasing, he froze in suspicion. Are they tired of the chase already? A muscular warrior beside him pointed upward and asked, "Didn't you hear that sound?" He explained that Gulo had confirmed the other member was the carrot. Gulo stroked his chin in thought, realizing that their target was indeed to catch the carrot. Even so, he still didn't understand why the enemies knew their target and ignored him. Hearing that Gulo had shouted the carrot's identity while running, he helplessly yelled, "Fool, why shout that while fleeing?" A muscular warrior pointed forward to warn, "Block him fast, that one is dangerous." Randip with his blue hair and blazing red eyes rushed forward like a gust of wind. Seeing the opponent approach, the muscular troops casually mocked that this guy probably never knew what a squat was in his life. Maybe just one kick would break him in half. Ignoring the taunt, Randip immediately executed a spinning move. With terrifying strength, he easily brushed past the muscular warriors and sneered, "I smell the slowpokes." Before Randip's incredible speed, the muscular team members could only stare in shock. Too fast. They quickly coordinated kettlebell swing with heavy blunt 1 out of 10, launching a massive purple energy sphere at the opponent. Randip casually glided by, dodging the attack smoothly and taunted, "If that counts as a dodge, then it's done." He continuously changed direction with agility, making the magic sphere unable to hit its target. Immediately after, a white cross-shaped light erupted violently, as if tearing the space apart. On the other side of the battlefield, Leper swung his sword fiercely against the enemy, questioning, "Is he really a swordsman?" Consecutive fiery slashes erupted, accompanied by remarks on the luxurious scent emanating from the opponent. As the flashes collided relentlessly, Leper realized he was facing a magic swordsman. Suddenly, a massive column of light shot straight up into the sky. Blinding light shone down, causing a muscular member below to widen his eyes in terror, watching the show like being hit by a spotlight. In another block, a guardian hand decisively popped open a wine bottle. The beastman chugged the burning liquid and roared in excitement, "Well done." He shouted that he was on fire, demanding everything blaze more fiercely as aggressive flames engulfed the guardian's body. The startled frog people jumped into the water to escape, shouting, "Run, the hind legs are about to be roasted." Kavote stood amid the flames, laughing madly. "This scene is truly scorching, haha." He leisurely faced the bulging back of Hanso, proudly revealing his magic created a fiery shield based on the alcohol concentration he drank. The more he drank, the bigger the flame, and the wilder the destructive energy. Kavote continued, pouring wine into his mouth and taunted, "Come, let's blaze." Excited, he unleashed the fire sand collapse technique, summoning a giant fire entity covering the space. It lunged at Hanso with tremendous force. The ferocious fire wolf bared its fangs and swiped, roaring at the opponent, "You will be burned, giant." Before the fierce fire attack, Hanso remained calm. His eyes lit up as he noticed the opponent's traits and muttered, "Bunny ears." Thinking of losing valuable muscles, Hanso gritted his teeth with murderous intent, "Losing muscles. I absolutely cannot allow that." He immediately tensed, assuming a strong cable fly stance, making the surrounding pressure increasingly suffocating. and so focused all his strength into the guardian hands, completely overpowering the fire monster, causing it only to let out a painful cry. The muscular leader stood like a god, silently looking down at the defeated, exhausted figure beneath him. Kavote collapsed, completely unable to fight. The system announced Kavote of Team B could no longer continue the game. The unfortunate truth revealed, Kavote was only a rabbit, sacrificed heroically but in the wrong role. A golden rabbit-shaped coin shone in the sky, confirming the result. The biggest question now is, who is the real carrot of Team B? Kavote was officially eliminated. Meanwhile, in a dark room deep within the cave, Randip lay down exhausted, resting. She suddenly sat up and shouted, "Water, bring water here now." Immediately, Butler Zekilet respectfully carried a tray of water to the bed and said, "Here is the young lady's water." Randip clearly looked annoyed, drinking while grumbling. "Zekilet, why do I have to do these trivial things?" Truly the Monday morning employee sentiment. Zekilet calmly looked at the mistress and replied, "I have no choice but to follow the contract terms with him, young lady." Hate it, hate it, hate it. I just want to drink and play." Randip screamed, stomping in frustration. Seeing the young lady angry, Zekilet quickly pushed up his glasses to reassure. "Please don't worry, young lady. I will handle everything so you don't have to." He skillfully changed the topic, asking about the new gift. "By the way, young lady, do you like the white rabbit doll just brought back?" Randip stared at the round white doll, then clicked her tongue. "Not bad, but staying in the room all the time is boring." Suddenly she decisively spat. "I've changed my mind." Zekilet quickly grabbed the doll as Randip roared with excitement. "Done being bored, let's crush the opposing team, brothers." At the same time, elsewhere, Leper unleashed a powerful kick named Psychic Series. A nearby blue-haired young man sniffed and smirked, remarking, truly the scent of a strong one." Leper confidently looked at the opponent and asked, "Do you understand now? Don't look away while facing me." However, the blue-haired man coldly replied, "No, not you." He pointed behind. "The Frog Lord has arrived." Immediately a giant frog in a stylish vest appeared, holding a wine bottle. The frog looked at the muscular crowd and muttered, "Right, the carrot is right here." Seeing the zombie soldiers start fleeing, he angrily shouted, "I'm talking, don't run like that." Leper immediately leapt into the air, proudly declaring, "Alone I can handle all these drunkards, no match." For the attack, the frog quietly sipped, activating Drunken Fist Stage 1. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a terrifying sonic wave named Shocking Roar. Massive pressure swept through everything, leaving Leper stunned by the intense shockwave engulfing the entire battlefield. The frog's internal force was truly fearsome, no different from a massive bomb exploding. To lessen the impact, Leper immediately covered his ears, trying to find balance amid the violent sound waves. He kept spinning with the vibrations of space, telling himself that as long as he held his center of gravity, he could reduce the damage. Leper spun through the air like a top, then tore through the wind before falling toward the dense forest in the distance. Thanks to the tiny step technique when landing, Leper quickly steadied his balance. Right after that, he saw a member of the muscle army collapsed on the ground, crying out in agony. Leper was still bewildered when, from within the mist, two strange tall beings stepped out, a giraffe man in an elegant suit and a rabbit girl in uniform. The giraffe man respectfully asked whether the young lady was satisfied with the rabbit hunt. The rabbit girl coldly replied that they were all too weak, and she was nearly bored of it. Muscle Soldier hurriedly reminded Leper to stay alert, because those enemies were definitely no ordinary opponents. The sight before them left everyone frozen. Hanso lay face down and motionless, completely unable to resist, making someone despairingly murmur that even Hanso had lost. Leper could not believe his eyes, trembling as he wondered whether that muscle fool had truly fallen. He rushed over in panic to support him, anxiously asking whether Han was all right and what had happened. Hanso rasped between broken breaths, telling him to listen carefully. Sensing something ominous, Leper cried out anxiously, telling him not to say another word, because he had promised to help him take revenge. Hanso weakly replied no, he thought he had to say this. "Be careful." Leper held him in panic, repeatedly asking what technique had hit him, and what had reduced him to this state. Hanso shakily raised his hand, then suddenly began explaining the process of muscle growth. He said that process did not happen during training, but mainly occurred while sleeping, then continued giving instructions. Therefore, one had to sleep at least 7 to 8 hours to ensure the muscles had time to grow. According to ancestral teachings, alcohol could also hinder that process. His expression turned grave as he earnestly asked him. So the drinking game had to depend on Leper, and all this time he had only scared him half to death. Furious at his excessive obsession with muscles, Leper kicked Hanso straight in the face and called him a madman. Looking at Hanso lying face down on the ground, Leper clicked his tongue and understood that in the end, he only wanted a deep sleep. He looked ahead and told himself that was fine too, since he had no idea who the carrot was anyway. So if he just caught someone at random, the odds of being right would still be 50-50. Opposite him, Randip hugged the rabbit doll with an annoyed look, complaining that she thought she would see a good show, only for them to be this arrogant. Immediately, the Toad Man tipped the bottle upside down and declared that he would clean everything up. "My lady." After being scolded, he showed clear irritation, trudged forward, and revealed that the more alcohol he drank, the faster his magic became. Zekilet, wearing glasses, also roared because they had dared to upset the young lady. He shouted for the opponent to repent, then unleashed a powerful strike that warped the surrounding scene, as though shifting it somewhere else. Seeing the attack miss its target, the red-haired girl exclaimed in shock that he had stabbed at nothing. Randip instantly flew into a rage, rushing over to scold Zekilet for not concentrating, while the butler merely bowed his head humbly and apologized to the young lady. He calmly admitted that he could not hold his liquor, so the more he drank, the lower the accuracy of his attacks became. Hearing that, Randip screamed in fury, asking why he had revealed his own weakness to the enemy, saying this was not honesty but simple-mindedness. A warrior from the muscle army suddenly roared, then charged straight into the middle of the monster encirclement. He poured all his strength into his powerful arms, unleashing bench press and creating waves of purple energy that swept across the surroundings. Right after that, he froze and wondered whether he had taken him down, because it felt as if that attack had not touched anything at all. Suddenly, Zekilet appeared right behind him and launched a thunderous blow that made the muscle warrior cough blood in agony. The goat butler moved constantly at dizzying speed, sweeping across the battlefield while his opponents could do nothing. From within the darkness, Randip calmly took a sip of her cocktail and revealed that everything they saw was merely illusion magic. They had fallen into an illusion, and if they kept reacting or attacking inside it, they would only exhaust themselves. She explained that her magic expanded the illusion according to the amount of alcohol consumed, while the real Zekilet was hiding somewhere in the mist. Randip smirked arrogantly, saying that even if they knew the truth, they still could not do anything. She declared that once the game ended, the battlefield would be entirely in her hands. But the moment she finished speaking, she was suddenly attacked by the white cat spirit. Seeing this, the giraffe butler rushed over in panic, anxiously calling out to the young lady. Amid the dense encirclement of the shadow monsters, he brought a thunderous blow down on the enemy, coldly telling him that he should relearn how to breathe. The opponent was spectacularly eliminated, while the monsters could only shriek in panic. Immediately, a shocking announcement rang out, saying that Team B's Zekilet could no longer continue the game. The monster lay collapsed miserably, foaming at the mouth. The system regretfully confirmed that Team B's Zekilet was only a rabbit. Leper stood beside the radiant golden rabbit coin and calmly said he had expected this. Yet another piece of bad news suddenly arrived. Team A's Gulo could no longer continue the game either. Leper was stunned to learn that Gulo was only a rabbit and had been eliminated. On the opposing side, the blue-haired man smiled smugly at that sacrifice, but before he could fully enjoy his triumph, the situation instantly reversed as the next announcement rang out, saying that Team B's Telcrack could no longer continue the game. An unexpected result was announced. Team B's Telcrack was the real carrot. Lena was extremely proud and did not forget to tell everyone that they absolutely had to report this to Lord Behemoth, because they had lost the carrot. All members of Team B had to suffer the penalty of having their blood alcohol concentration raised to 0.1%. Gulo was also exhausted by then, panting while being teased for his love of cardio training. The notice board revealed the shocking secret that Team A's carrot was Gulo. The Count silently thanked him for the perfect feint. The drinking game officially ended, but the Toadman began to lose his mind. He drained the bottle of alcohol and growled that because he was extremely furious his alcohol level would soar. Refusing to accept the result, he continued provoking the opponent with his wide, gaping mouth, then raised the bottle high and declared that this forest was his territory. He declared that all the energy produced by the battles just now, all of it would become precious nourishment to feed the dungeon. He raised both hands high, summoning a fierce dark magic surge, then shouted, "Infernal Dungeon." A confirmation echoed, "Completed." Immediately, a massive, blazing red magic circle enveloped the area, signaling that an evil dungeon had just appeared in the kingdom. That man pressed his hands hard to the ground in triumph, then shouted with excitement, "Completed." He laughed arrogantly, declaring that the final Good House dungeon had finally been erected. Yet he quickly sensed that something was wrong. He clutched his face and yelled in anger. Why didn't it work this time? It turned out he had failed once again. The story returned to the time before Count Gulo left the kingdom. At the training grounds, Block, with sun-kissed skin, strained to push heavy weights. Hanso strolled over leisurely, reminding Block to keep his back straight while kindly asking, "Block, are you worried about something?" Sweat-pouring Block avoided his leader's gaze and mumbled, "No, it's nothing." Hanso smirked playfully, "But your muscles tell a different story." Realizing he could no longer hide it, Block sighed, face full of disappointment. "Actually, I feel too weak, so I'm a bit discouraged." Hanso immediately reassured him, Weak you? Judging by the weights, you only trail me. Good spirit makes the body less fatigued. Block recalled the time he had been guided. Since Hanso Nim started teaching me to train, he directed me into powerlifting, right? Hanso nodded in confirmation. Block continued, if so, at least my strength should approach Hanso Nim's. But in reality, I can't compare to him. Hearing his subordinate's ambition, Hanso suddenly changed expression. He grinned slyly, wanting to compare to me after such a short time. You've got a fierce spirit. Under the pressure from his leader, Block could only bow and admit fault. I'm sorry. Hanso suddenly patted Block on the shoulder and laughed loudly. Just kidding. Anyway, you're stuck, right? Block nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Hanso studied Block carefully, then said, there's something I've noticed earlier. Try raising your hands like this. Block followed the instruction and asked, like this? Hanso closely observed his subordinate's expression before asking further. Do you feel pain or discomfort when raising your shoulders? Block honestly said no pain, but still felt some awkward tightness. Hanso told Block to repeat the movement, while placing his hand on his back to directly check the motion of the muscle groups. Seeing Block's hands didn't fully rise, Hanso confirmed, you can't lift completely, right? Block nodded, and Hanso began to analyze the technique. Hanso smiled encouragingly, noting that it showed Block had a very respectable physical foundation. Then he explained about the anterior deltoid. However, Block was raising his shoulders without using the anterior deltoid much. Hanso decided to teach him how to activate this muscle group. He started the first exercise. Hook resistance bands to both hands, extend arms slightly wider than shoulders, then push forward to open the shoulder blades. Hanso handed the resistance bands to Block and instructed, 15 reps per set, 3 sets a day. Keep the rhythm, and you'll feel a real difference. Meanwhile, Block closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the internal changes in his body. The scene suddenly shifted to a dark, treacherous cave where thousands of frog minions stood along the cliffs guarding the poison stash. Amid the strong smell of alcohol, a well-dressed white bear drank down a bottle, murmuring about a strange power. As the liquid seeped into his body, his hands and the bottle gradually turned gray and stone-like. He stared, wondering if it could become a formidable weapon. The masked frog minion stopped before the cave entrance, silently thinking of the base. He immediately dashed forward with fierce determination. Must protect this place. Meanwhile, Hanso began explaining the first benefit of strengthening the anterior deltoid. The throwing force would become noticeably stronger. He swung with great power, as if tearing through the very air. The bear-masked minion was suddenly hit by a strange object straight in the face. Despite continuous impact, he tried to appear tough. Just that, I am the strongest drunkard. Here the one who drinks best is the strongest. It's really a different world. Immediately a huge hand grabbed his head tightly. Hanso continued to reveal the second benefit. The overall mobility of the body would also improve significantly. Elsewhere, a member of the muscle army suddenly roared a signal. The whole team tensed, showing off their shining muscles. Then they began performing the kettlebell swing exercise. They boldly declared they would not let anyone disturb Hanso Nim's muscle-building process. The frog began entering a level 1 drunken state, tilting its head back to drain the bottle. Immediately, the loud shout skill causing chaos was activated, creating a terrifying shockwave around. The frog's mouth was indeed a formidable weapon. The muscle warrior shouted to encourage his teammates. Endure. If it hurts, it means the training isn't enough yet. Amid the battlefield, Leper concentrated intensely and reminded himself, there's no time to pay attention to the other side anymore. Gulo frantically charged and yelled, don't wake Hanso Nim, you frog. He gritted his teeth with determination. I don't want to endure that training pile. A powerful collision sent the enemy flying amid a panicked scream. Gulo hid behind a tree, trembling as he watched and worried. That sound seemed too loud. Could he have woken up? Remember, I heard your will clearly. Hanso wore a dark smile that sent chills down others' spines. He decisively declared he would make the opponent train until hoarse while counting. Immediately, Hanso unleashed the one-arm dumbbell press with terrifying strength. A powerful blow landed, causing the enemy to cry out in pain before being forced down into the ground. Not stopping, he continued with a medicine ball throw over the head, using his arms like guardians to fling the opponent into the air. The enemy was thrown high. Below, Hanso stood firm and coldly counted the rhythm. He warned that if the rhythm wasn't followed, the exercise would start over. 2 muscle army members secretly watched, thinking the distance was safe enough. However, one suddenly noticed something unusual about Hanso's muscles. The person next to him still affirmed that their leader's muscles were always perfect. The muscles across Hanso's back began to spasm, then bulged unnaturally, releasing a violent surge of energy like lightning around his body. Red system warning appeared, announcing that the muscle groups had stopped synthesizing and were rejecting signals transmitted from the cerebellum. Hanso's face gradually turned vacant as his shoulder muscles and intercostal muscles broke completely free from the brain's control. The miraculous muscle recovery skill that had just activated instantly reported a failure error. The situation grew even worse when his inner thigh muscles also began to lose control, causing Hanso's body to distort violently under the terrifying pressure. from the serratus anterior, calf muscles, and erector spine into the pectoralis major and triceps. Hanso's vital muscle groups continued breaking free from the brain's command. Those surging masses of muscle swelled abnormally, pressing against his body until his face twisted in agony. Every organ had lost control. Could it be that he had fallen into a state of key deviation? Immediately afterward, the combat muscle compression skill was completely removed, causing Hanso to be swallowed by his own enormous muscles. A blazing red system message appeared, confirming that muscle monster mode had activated, while a terrifying pressure spread out and enveloped the entire space. Witnessing that scene, Toad muttered in shock that this feeling seemed like something he had encountered somewhere before. An ancient memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, back when he was a tiny tadpole wearing a monocle, once facing a gigantic water monster filled with sharp teeth. It was the trauma of an absolutely powerful being, a horrifying helplessness that he never wanted to experience again. Once bitten by a snake, one fears ropes for a lifetime. Terrified, Toad turned to urge his comrades, telling them to run from this place. Yet the purple man beside him immediately gripped his shoulder and firmly said they could not run. He looked at Toad with a stern gaze, then said that in truth, everyone was feeling it. A bleak vision appeared in their minds. If they did not stop Hanso here and now, this land would surely be devastated, leaving only desolate ruins behind. Toad gritted his teeth and made his decision. There was no other choice left. He roared with overwhelming force, ordering the Redhead Legion to assemble. The frogman lackeys immediately appeared, ready to engage. Just this once, we will form a temporary alliance. He decisively gave orders to the remaining forces, including Bodybuilder Team 1 and 2. The formation quickly surrounded Hanso. Two allied forces faced the same target together, but it was still impossible to know which side would fail. The Redhead Legion immediately moved. They shouted for Hanso's vision to be blocked, making the tiny creatures frantically climb and cling to the gigantic body, losing control. The only goal was to make Hanso fall asleep once more. Below, the muscle army also hurriedly rushed toward the blazing giant. Amid the delirium, memories of a training session from years ago surfaced. Hanso had once braced himself and gritted his teeth under the terrifying 900-kilogram bench press. With a will as hard as steel, he roared powerfully that he had reached his goal. Dry sound of metal striking metal rang out as Hanso completed the set and accurately placed the barbell onto the rack. He walked away leisurely, drinking water while humming along to a rhythm full of smooth satisfaction. Hanso looked over at his master and teased him, saying that a mere 100 kilograms was nothing worth mentioning. His master was truly too weak. The master, wearing a red headband, burst into laughter at his disciple's arrogance. "In your eyes, am I only doing a bench press?" Hanso answered in confusion, "Is that not the case? I know that much too." The teacher began speaking of a higher realm. The bench press just now only used the pectoralis minor. He divided each part to train separately, and every muscle fiber had its own method. If trained properly, every part of the body could move as naturally as the hand. Hanso, do you want to become familiar with every muscle fiber? A new world will open before your eyes. But Hanso immediately brushed it aside with a sulky expression, saying that he did not like it, because he trained only because it made him happy. Teacher stroked his head and laughed loudly with tolerance, saying that this brat was fine as he was for now. Back in the harsh reality, the giant Hanso let out a chilling, broken sound. One enormous foot stomped heavily onto the ground, creating a violent tremor. Everything around was thrown away amid chaotic screams. Wherever Hanso went, that place was reduced to ruin. They shouted that they had to block his vision and make him sleep at all costs. Cries rang out as the frogman soldiers risked their lives to climb and cling to Hanso's gigantic body, working together to make the monster stop moving. Under the heavy pressure, the giant trembled because dozens of creatures were trying to pin him down. They shouted in unison, "Combine our strength." But immediately afterward, a powerful swing of his arm suddenly swept across. Hanso roared, sending both the frogmen and the members of the muscle army flying into the air. This was no longer a balanced battle. It was no different from a swarm of tiny ants trying to resist a gigantic elephant. A single thunderous stomp from the giant was enough to prove his absolute strength, overwhelming every effort that relied on numbers. Even so, the two allied sides still had not given up and continued searching for a way to resist the giant monster. Toad poured down a bottle of liquor while calmly suggesting that he would handle one leg. "Leave the other leg to you lot, alright." Hearing that, one soldier fearfully stepped back and shouted, "No, I have always been very weak in close combat." The lackey wearing a hat looked up, his face twisted in terror. He only managed to speak in despair as the shadow of the gigantic foot covered his head, saying that now was already far too late. An earth-shattering impact instantly erupted. The tiny spirit Lena had appeared in time and told herself that she had not arrived late at all. And the purple muscle warrior showed clear relief and cried out excitedly that the minimum condition had been achieved. Immediately afterward, he turned and shouted an order for the whole team to hold out until Lord Hanso regained his senses. The warriors charged toward the giant all at once, preparing for the arduous battle to stall him. They had to hold him back and find a way to put him to sleep so everyone could survive. Hold firm and protect everyone. The shout rang out as the gigantic entity covered the entire space. A dry cracking sound rang out. The phone in Hanso's hand was crushed by the terrifying grip. He stared blankly at the fragments and muttered, "It broke again." I still needed to check my rest time. Seeing that scene, the comrade beside him could only feel exasperated because Hanso had broken another phone. Looking at his hands, Hanso quietly recalled what he had once said to his master years ago. "Master, this strength is too great, I cannot control it." He searched through his memories for the words his teacher had once taught him. The image of the teacher worrying about his disciple appeared. The master smiled faintly and asked, "Is that all you can sense?" Seeing Hanso's confusion, he explained that strength that can be controlled always leads us in a beneficial direction. He picked up the weight and posed a meaningful question. "Then what about strength that cannot be controlled?" The master's face turned solemn, then he affirmed that strength that cannot be controlled is. In the next instant, he squeezed hard, causing the iron bar of the weight to snap, bend, and deform completely. The sharp iron fragments cut into his hand, making blood begin to seep out, no different from a type of weapon. Strength that cannot be controlled is a weapon. It can defeat enemies, but it can also push comrades into danger. Hanso quietly recalled his original wish. He had once thought that if he helped them gain larger muscles, they would love it. He believed that increased physical strength would make them happy. Even when he trained them to have limitless endurance, Hanso was still convinced that everyone would be happy. Looking at the current situation, he wondered what exactly this was. Uncontrolled growth like this was no different from a monster. A radiant nervous system appeared amid the boundless void. At this moment, not a single muscle mass was willing to obey his commands anymore. A massive crimson foot crushed everything beneath it, sending the tiny creatures into a frantic escape. Gulo stared in stunned silence at the colossal being before him. In his mind, Hanso quietly called for his master. The inept disciple bitterly realized he had strayed, as the giant foot unwittingly harmed countless innocents. A lone eye drilled into the dark red sinews. Hanso painfully admitted that he had never truly faced that massive muscle properly. The golden neural entity stood before the muscular form of his own body in the shadows. Each heavy throb resounded, signaling an irreversible transformation. Amid the relentless tremors, a member of the muscle army pressed close to Hanso's gigantic flesh, horrified, asking what So was saying before breaking into tears. Repeatedly patted the coiled muscles, recalling memories of the lateral deltoid and the missteps during side lateral raise practice, hoping to awaken Hanso's reason. Memories of training with Hanso surged vividly. It was the first time they performed the side lateral raise together to isolate the lateral deltoid. He awkwardly recalled the encouraging shoulder pat from that year, mentioning how the big brother had praised and motivated him, wondering if Hanso remembered. Hanso's colossal muscles began to tremble, pounding with each beat like a racing heart. The warrior persistently patted the layers of flesh, fervently calling out to the grand chest of the big brother, reminding him of the first day he became a bodybuilder. He continued recounting a tale of a female bodybuilder who once demanded to swap chest muscles with him, making Hanso laugh uncontrollably at the time. Even as tears streamed down his face, he forced a radiant smile, saying he remembered clearly because Hanso had been the ideal model. The massive muscle fibers continued to contract violently. Though aware the chance to restore Hanso's consciousness was slim, he persisted without giving up. He recalled sneaking behind Hanso to scare him while lifting weights, but Hanso had pretended to be startled to amuse his junior. Thinking of that generous heart, he patted the vast lat muscles while choking back emotion, saying his own lats also wanted to spread as wide as Hanso's. At this moment, the entire muscle army frenziedly climbed and clung to Hanso's giant body, reverently calling each muscle group like the triceps and rear delts. Members of the muscle army clung to Hanso's massive physique, carefully touching each group while calling them biceps nim, calves nim, erector spina nim. Faced with such sincerity, Hanso's mind began to waver violently. Panicked warrior shouted that Hanso nim. The muscles were trembling. Finally, their devotion was reciprocated. He immediately ordered everyone to seize this rare opportunity to massage the big brother, urging them not to miss a moment. Soon after, a spirit cast a spell summoning a stone golem. A series of stone monsters emerged from the earth on command, surrounding Hanso and gently pressing on every spot. The stone golems encircled Hanso, using their rough hands to massage his colossal body. Leper did not stay out of it. She kicked at unreachable golems, declaring she would handle the rest. At that moment, an ally asked Block if there was an herb to aid sleep. Block decisively replied there was one called aroma. He immediately ran into the forest to collect the herb, saying he would bring it back at once. Everyone quickly divided the tasks. Each person eagerly and voluntarily helped Hanso regain his composure. A frog in a suit approached, touched Hanso's foot, and gently sang a lullaby, wishing our muscles a peaceful sleep. The entire frog troop joined in harmony, singing of the front yard, the hill behind, birds and sleepy lambs, as if all life drifted into slumber. The muscle army and the frogs sang sweetly together, sending tonight under the dim moonlight, wishing our muscles a serene rest. Yet the giant Hanso suddenly opened his mouth, roaring with a ground-shaking tremor. Witnessing this, a warrior anxiously cried out, asking if something went wrong. He quickly shouted for everyone to wait. His face became unusually calm. He confirmed that the echo was not an attack, so everyone was safe for now. Like a whale's call across the ocean, it was a mother's worry for her child. Those beats symbolized sacred maternal love. The giant Hanso tilted his head back, letting out another resounding roar. The monster's roar prolonged long enough to complete 20 sets, each set of 15 repetitions. Loud and reverberating through the vast land, deep inside it conveyed warmth and beauty. When the final roar ceased, everyone on the battlefield fell into peaceful slumber. The colossal shadow quietly rested under the faint moonlight. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the giant body began to tremble violently. The monster's form gradually shrank and then vanished into the smoky haze. Hanso returned to his human form, face showing exhaustion, eyes almost drained of strength. Hanso's guardian body collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious after expending so much energy. It had been a long time since he felt the sweet synthesis of his muscles again. Across the vast land, the muscle army and Block's group lay strewn everywhere, exhausted after a truly grueling session. The next day, the real nightmare began as Hanso initiated the exercise called tree walking lunge. He sat comfortably atop the giant tree, while the muscle army and frogs strained to carry the shoulders, moving like a train. The whole group cried out in pain, feeling they might not endure another moment. Unlike his suffering juniors, Hanso was exhilarated. He hummed the train's song and reminded them that losing back strength meant everything was ruined. They could only grit their teeth under the 1,000-pound weight pressing on every fiber, silently thinking that evil people often lived comfortably. Meanwhile, Ben smiled wickedly, thinking indeed no one in the world treated disciples better than a master. He was grateful that destroying the Oculus organization had reduced dangerous elements, ensuring the plan to turn this place into a dungeon succeeded flawlessly. Facing Leon, Ben smugly asked what pleased him most at the moment, then excitedly shouted that Elise had been resurrected. Through the smoke, a woman with long white hair and hollow eyes stepped out slowly. Looking at the entity before her, the red-haired girl skeptically noted that the appearance indeed looked quite real. Ben wrapped his arms around Elise from behind, sarcastically asking if they thought this was the real Elise, then smirked, saying it no longer mattered. Suddenly, a surge of blazing golden fire energy erupted violently. First, prepare yourself to take the hit, Ben. Eyes blazing with determination, signaling an impending purge. What had to happen finally did. A cataclysmic collision instantly erupted. Amid the thick smoke, the female general swung her sword, confronting Ben's gigantic arm head-on. Her rage flared intensely as his vengeance had caused too many to sacrifice. Ben screamed in utter rage when everything that belonged to him had been stripped away. "Do not act as if I am the only one at fault," he roared while swinging his massive arm and charging straight ahead. The female general remained calm, neutralizing each attack one by one. Ben screamed in agony as his body was gravely wounded. The female general stood towering with her radiant sword, calmly admitting her mistake. Ben whispered in hatred. No, the matter that caused Elise to lose her life. Bright golden veins began bulging densely across his massive arm. No longer able to control himself, he screamed madly that it was your fault, then unleashed his decisive blow. Suddenly, the cry of stop echoed across the battlefield. Elise appeared, standing between the two streams of power, causing every attack to freeze at once. He spread both arms to stop the battle, chokingly asking why they had to face each other, when they could have talked things through. Looking straight at Ben, she questioned him first, saying she heard her master had helped him a great deal, so why was he behaving so terribly? She turned to Leon with a doubtful gaze. And you too, teaching a disciple with a real sword, is that what you call instruction? Leon broke into a sweat, asking Ben in shock what kind of way this girl had of speaking. Ben only thought to himself, her memories still had not returned. Leon suddenly closed her eyes, then burst into loud laughter. Haha, is that so? Now I am certain. Without hesitating any further, she suddenly shouted Elise, then rushed forward and clutched the white-haired woman's throat tightly. Leon looked at the other party with a cold gaze. Elise, my foot. This is only a shell wearing Elise's appearance. The white-haired entity struggled to gasp for breath, moaning as it called out to the customer. Leon confirmed that it was a living dungeon disguised as a human. While that shell rasped and begged, please save me, Leon brought her hand close to it and whispered, I hold no personal grudge against you, but if you are left like this. Leon looked down pensively and said, it will surely become a disaster. By now Ben was exhausted, his face gaunt, desperately begging Leon, "No, master, I am sorry, please just kill me." He slammed his head to the ground, shouting in hatred. What did she do wrong? Why do the people of the White Nation insist on making her disappear? Attacking the White Nation was my doing as well. Please, how much hatred do all of you have to insist that she must die? Ben lay flat on the ground, pleading in a faint voice. I will obediently accept death, master, please. Leon looked at her disciple with pained eyes, yet remained resolute. Ben, I am sorry, but you know that is not Elise. Ben let out a bitter laugh. Master really is like that. Leon said coldly, I told you I would not change my mind. Taking advantage of her lapse in vigilance, Ben seized the chance to stab the syringe into his own master. His pleas had now become meaningless. At the gathering area, Hanso and the Muscle Army faced the Redhead Frogman Legion. One frogman trembled and promised to quit drinking. Yet he showed a cunning smile, raised a finger, and insisted he would drink only this one last time. Seeing the other party remain stubborn, Hanso instantly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and roared with crushing pressure, I told you to drink to your heart's content. Before the suffocating aura of the boss, the frogman turned pale and hurriedly changed his tune, promising to exercise instead of drinking. Seeing that the other party had finally learned sense, Hanso broke into a bright, satisfied smile. He cheerfully waved goodbye and promised to meet again next time, while the frogmen all bowed respectfully to see the guests off. However, things did not go as promised. The plan to quit drinking failed after only one day. After Hanso and the Muscle Army had gone out of sight, the frogman curled his lips in a triumphant smile, his monocle flashing with cunning light. At the alley mine, the Muscle Army asked to stay behind and manage internal affairs. Hanso raised a thumb in encouragement and told them to train hard and eat well. The underlings all bowed and shouted in unison, wishing him many more muscles soon. Hanso replied confidently, then continued on the road with Leper. Hanso sought out Behemoth, raised the blueprint of the training equipment, and excitedly said he had completed the commission and brought all the spirits back. Yet the Spirit King in the form of a black cat replied in confusion, well done, but the materials to make this thing are not here. Hearing this, So instantly flew into a fury, radiating a terrifying pressure that forced Leper to work hard to hold him back. Behemoth hurriedly reassured him that as long as there were enough materials, he would make it immediately, but also warned that the conditions for gathering them were extremely strict. Looking at the blueprint, Behemoth was dissatisfied, saying that demanding a bar that would not bend even under 100 tons was excessive. To make it according to the blueprint required extremely precise materials, but the hard part was finding them. Gulo explained that they had come here because the kingdom lacked the technique. Even so, the Spirit King instantly changed his attitude, confidently declaring that he could do it and knew exactly where to find the materials. What they needed to find was H-Bone Stone, a rare mineral that only appeared in newly formed dungeons. Fortunately, a new dungeon had recently appeared nearby, but Behemoth warned that the place was very dangerous because no one knew what was inside. When asked whether he still wanted to continue, Hanso immediately flexed and declared firmly, no problem. Behemoth was very pleased by that decisiveness and let Lena continue accompanying him, making the tiny spirit cry out in panic. Meanwhile, Gulo was extremely reverent, bowing his head as he asked the Spirit King to let a mortal like him behold his masterpiece. Seeing his teammate dawdle, Hanso flew into a rage, rushed forward, grabbed Gulo tightly, and shouted, have you gone mad? We have to hurry and make the equipment. Gulo explained in terror that he was not as strong as Hanso, and could lose his life from a single sudden attack. Those words left Hanso stunned. He blankly asked whether being attacked meant one would die, then looked at Gulo with pity. In the end, he gently patted his shoulder in comfort and said, do your best. Behemoth led the group through the armory, introducing the armor of the human commander-in-chief, as light as a feather yet extremely durable. While Gulo kept praising it, Hanso calmly remarked, is this thing for skinny people, because no one has muscles like him. Behemoth continued introducing the bow of the elf clan elder, with arrows made from unicorn horn and many other precious materials. As he was walking, Hanso suddenly stopped when he saw something incredibly out of place. Everyone stared in astonishment at the display case ahead. The girl accompanying them could not help wondering why that thing was here. Amid a room full of legendary weapons and divine equipment, a small pink object lay quietly glowing. It was a dumbbell. Gulo curiously stepped closer, then asked the Spirit King, may I try lifting it? Permission. He gently lifted the pink dumbbell and spun it a few times with ease. Gulo frowned, it's much lighter than I expected. Seeing this, Leper eagerly tried as well. She lifted the dumbbell with a single finger, calmly saying it wasn't heavy at all. From behind, Hanso quietly stepped forward and told everyone to give him some space. He looked at the pink dumbbell on the ground with extreme seriousness, inhaled deeply, and slowly bent down. Hanso concentrated intensely, his breath heavy. He tensed his body, focusing all strength into his arms, then leapt with a heavy grunt. Hanso's face flushed red, every muscle straining as if resisting a dumbbell weighing tons. How could it feel so light for the others? Memories of his old master suddenly surfaced. Hanso had once asked why every training ended with this pink dumbbell. Master wearing a red headband smiled and asked Hanso, "What do you think bodybuilding is?" Hanso confidently raised 3 fingers and replied, "It's strength, muscle mass, and very thin skin." The master gently shook his head, saying his understanding of bodybuilding was completely different. He lifted the pink dumbbell and began to explain. With massive arms, Hanso's master proclaimed loudly, "Bodybuilding is turning a lightweight into infinite heaviness." At that moment, Hanso tensed, turning pale as he tried to lift the small pink dumbbell. He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming at the extreme limit. Witnessing the strange scene, Gulo and the others were baffled, not understanding why he did it, but in memory Hanso understood his master's lesson. From the shadows, a pair of sharp cat eyes silently observed everything. Behemoth in a white lab coat suddenly appeared, exclaiming in shock, "You're the child Kang Jongjun mentioned." Hanso continued to push to the limit, his face flushed from exertion. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Master." Behemoth explained that Kang Jongjun, from another world, had been his old teammate. The Elf King began recalling the words his old friend had spoken after saving the world. In memory, the master handed the pink dumbbell to Behemoth, saying a child would feel its true weight and heal the decayed world. He believed someone would achieve it, as if foreseeing leper would be succeeded and protected by another. Behemoth asked if he had taken on a disciple. Hanso's master laughed loudly, saying he would recognize it immediately, but to pretend not to know. When asked if he intended to return to the old world, the master casually took it as a compliment. He firmly denied, pointing a finger to the sky, "No, I still have something to lift." Could he lift the entire universe? Immediately, a roar echoed from Lena, urging, "Listen carefully." Hanso gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently under near-limit pressure. The Elf King continued to shout of Vu, "You must surpass even your master." Hanso's eyes widened, reddened from focus. He screamed in pain, pouring all his strength into his trembling arms. He resolved to lift it. His shout echoed through the space as he channeled every muscle cell into the final effort. Violent shock erupted at the center, creating blast waves and dust before Gulo and Leper. Hanso's pressure cracked the ground. Amid the smoke, Hanso appeared with blazing red eyes and intense aura. He tilted his head and roared, veins bulging all over. He finally conquered the infinite weight of the small dumbbell, mastering his master's teaching. After reaching the limit, Hanso's hands gradually relaxed, letting the pink dumbbell drop with a dry thud. He was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily and limbs limp. Witnessing this, Gulo quietly stepped forward, lifting the dumbbell with a bewildered look, utterly confused by what had just happened. Hanso struggled to sit up, looking at Lena to ask where his master had gone. Lena replied that he had handed her the pink dumbbell and disappeared. Behemoth smiled slightly and said he felt the person was still training somewhere in the world. Hearing about the master, Hanso asked in shock if he was still alive, then hurriedly asked Behemoth if there were any of his relics left. The Elf King said thoughtfully there were some, but quite dangerous. Hanso immediately affirmed it was fine. He wanted to find his master's relic no matter what. An ancient stone door gradually appeared before them. Inside, a towering cliff was lined with hundreds of horizontal bars side by side. Gulo worriedly said something felt wrong here. In contrast, Hanso confidently recalled his master's words, "The more dangerous, the faster the body changes." Hanso excitedly tensed and boldly declared, "Good, we'll train a bit before proceeding." Gulo looked on in exasperation. "I don't think he'll stop after just a little." For him, no exhaustion means no pause. At the muscular army camp, the training atmosphere was extremely intense. A soldier shouted that Lord Gulo had returned. The muscular warriors looked around in confusion, then were told that many major events had occurred. He explained that after the frog monster catches disappeared and Hanso was absent, the power struggle erupted fiercely. Even though the muscular army tried to maintain balance at Ali Mine, the situation changed completely as the orcs began attacking. Amid the rubble and red flags, a young warrior doubted the seniors could be so easily defeated by the orcs. The senior bitterly admitted, "Yes, the Orga could never defeat us." However, his face suddenly tensed when mentioning a terrifying entity that had appeared, Oglot. He sweated horrified, asking which tribe had spawned that monster. The trembling warrior recalled the name. His face paled with fear, eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Red Hand Tribe." Immediately after, a violent shock resounded. He recalled the past in the tribe. Beside a wooden cradle, a newborn orc lay amid murmurs that it was very special. When lifted, the baby's body radiated red light, accompanied by a prophecy that the one with magic would become a future leader. The innocent baby laughed with delight. The one-eyed orc threw all his strength into hurling a sphere forward. Heavy blunt double, giant wild boar roared fiercely, charging straight at him. The one-eyed orc panicked and ran desperately, thinking this time he might not escape. At that moment, a red-haired green orc appeared, delivering a powerful punch that defeated the beast instantly. The one-eyed orc stared in shock at the savior who had just appeared before him. The tall green-skinned orc warrior stepped forward, looking at the opponent and asking if he also possessed magic. He smiled confidently, loudly declaring that he was an orc of the Red Hand tribe, and the only one in his clan with magic. Red Hand Orc with fiery red hair grinned warmly, suggesting the opponent become his friend. From that day on, whenever they met, he never forgot to greet in his unique style. As soon as he greeted, he delivered a powerful slap, causing the one-eyed orc to scream in pain. A series of blows followed, leaving the victim only able to scream. That event left a deep, haunting impression on the abused orc, becoming a ghost he feared. The Red Hand Orc casually waved goodbye with a triumphant smile, while the opponent was flung far away. The one-eyed orc dazedly recalled the past, bitterly thinking that even fleeing to remote block did not escape fate. The ground shook with relentless sounds. A soldier panicked, reporting that the enemy was invading, and the one-eyed orc immediately ordered troops to punish his cowardly past. A formidable orc army marched forward, carrying a giant palanquin as they moved. The one sitting on the throne pointed forward, roaring with authority to wipe everything clean. He declared that only slaves and the Red Hand tribe existed here, ordering all creatures at Alley Mine to submit. Immediately after, countless flaming purple stones rained down like meteors, astonishing the orc army below. Had not expected an ambush as massive stones fell into the canyon, creating violent explosions. The red-haired Oglot looked up in shock, then yelled loudly in astonishment. Instantly, a one-eyed member of the pirate army reacted. Bap led the naval soldiers forward, shouting the raid command. One-eyed member grinned, seeing the enemy panic. Watching his comrades continuously push stones down, he believed victory was near, and this was the chance to defeat Oglot personally. Below, a muscular warrior braced himself, prompting the orc to exclaim in amazement that no sword could pierce him. The one-eyed member began gasping, heart racing under pressure. He worried whether the opponent would recognize him when their eyes met. At that moment, Oglot smirked wickedly, declaring he had found Golot, coldly asserting the battle would end when the leader fell. Below, the muscle army continued fighting enthusiastically, displaying rippling, powerful muscles. Oglot suddenly leapt into the air, roaring that Golot must die. His face immediately became serious, realizing the bastard was targeting the leader with a decapitation strike. He poured all his strength into his massive arms, unleashing a one-arm dumbbell press with a thunderous punch to block the attack. Oglot spat disdainfully, looked directly at the opponent, and commented that Golot was quite strong. Hearing this, Gulo paled, stopping to ask why he was being called Golot. But Oglot did not believe the denial. He lunged to grab Gulo, saying he had heard of a human-shaped one uniting the bear clan. Oglot angrily called Gulo a fool, slapping him repeatedly until he screamed in pain. Surprised by the attack, Gulo angrily retaliated with a powerful punch to the opponent's face. He delivered continuous thunderous blows, shouting that he was not Golot, but Master Hanso was Golot. Gulo pressed the attack further, explaining that the one across was the true Golot temporarily standing in. Oglot was stunned by the blows, mumbling Golot's name in a daze. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a pale, gaunt figure trembling in the distance. Oglot slightly smirked, ignoring Gulo's warning not to drop his guard, and leisurely approached the newcomer. He grinned with malice, greeting the old bear friend he had not seen for a long time. Oglot excitedly reached out as if to seize the opponent, asking if he remembered him, showing joy at the reunion. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a muscular member of the army dangled on a cliff filled with pull-up bars. Hanso continued training beside him, calmly ordering another 100 pull-ups before coming down. Gulo, exhausted, also hung there, shouting that Hanso Nim was being unreasonable, while Hanso innocently asked back. Gulo cried, complaining that Hanso always gave him privileges to skip training, asking why only he was treated specially. While diligently doing pull-ups, Hanso casually asked in return if Gulo wasn't training, did he really think so? Hanso displayed his massive back and explained that training intensity is relative. His warm-up could be someone else's main workout. For Hanso, lifting ton-heavy stones was just preparation, but for others it was extreme. What was easy for the muscle leader was not easy for everyone. In reality, Gulo had never been lazy, as his body had completely transformed since his first appearance. Perhaps Gulo himself didn't realize it, but his core muscles had become remarkably firm and strong. Gulo roared confidently, asserting he was no longer weak like before. His eyes blazed, hands radiating fierce purple magic. Gulo proudly declared himself Hanso Nim's right-hand man. He was also the greatest bear mage, while the massive purple power surged violently. That power easily crushed huge stones and completely controlled the enemy in an instant. He looked straight ahead with determined eyes, boldly affirming his true identity. He was Gulo, and that confidence gave him the chance to lead the army against the enemy. At the cliff, the sounds of collisions echoed as the muscle army trained with the monsters. The warrior suddenly froze, sweat pouring as he heard strange sounds approaching. To protect peace at Alley Mine, the Goody builders realized they need a more effective combat method. Instead of wasting frog monsters as food, they considered taming them to enhance mobility and combat ability. Thus, the Frog Rider Corps was officially formed, embodying spirited warriors. The commander immediately ordered the Frog Rider army to launch a full-scale attack. Battle cries echoed through the air, mingling with the monsters' screams. Watching the army lift giant birds over their heads while running, Gulo shouted in panic that this method was clearly ineffective. The warrior confidently responded, introducing it as the frog overhead press technique. The entire army marched while using the toad monsters as weights in unison to perform presses. Seeing that, his companion raised a thumb in praise. It really was effective, fighting while training. The practical combat experience was clear. Immediately afterward, the order to form ranks was passed down to the Goody Builder squad. The warriors all struck a front double biceps pose, showing off their gleaming muscles with overwhelming spirit. Next, the Rider Toad squad was ordered to launch a surprise attack from the rear. They roared loudly, performing frog overhead press while lifting the giant birds above their heads and charging straight ahead. The toads stared blankly, unable to understand what was happening before that strange tactic. This was the freshly established meat grinder tactic. The Crimson Mass came crashing down, and the muscle army collided violently with the toads against the enemy formation. One warrior unleashed a decisive blow, making the opponent lose the ability to resist and collapse. After sweeping across the battlefield for a while, one member spoke up and asked whether all the enemies had been wiped out. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned suffocating when someone murmured that hell was rising from beneath the earth. A gigantic red hand of energy named Spike suddenly emerged, releasing a terrifying killing intent that covered the entire space. A member of the muscle army suddenly unleashed a new skill called gravity magic. A purple pillar of light erupted brilliantly, trapping the Toad Man inside and shocking him. The energy quickly spread, forming a gigantic magic circle. The Three Fat Tower technique created an earth-shaking explosion, sweeping everything away and officially declaring victory. Amid the ruins, Gulo looked at the defeated enemy and reminded his comrades, "Do not tell Hanso Nim about this skill." Orga lay collapsed on the ground, still sneering provocatively. "You think everything ends just because you defeated my Red Hand tribe?" Even after losing, the Toadman still wore a defiant expression. Gulo coldly asked what he meant. The Toadman trembled and replied that they knew nothing. The muscle members ate while suggesting they remodel his body to force a confession. Then someone added that if they stuffed a healthy spirit into a healthy body, he would tell them everything. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, the Toadman hurriedly softened his stance. "No need to do that, I will talk." He insisted that he no longer wanted to fight, then suddenly asked, "Gulo, do you know Oculus?" Gulo asked back in surprise, "Oculus? Are they the ones Leper and the others mentioned?" He admitted that he had heard that name a few times. The Toadman said that one day, those people came to the tribe and gave them power. In return, they demanded 20% of their life energy every month. He wanted to resist. He could do nothing because the mysterious cloaked ones had taken the tribe's children hostage. They seized the tribe's inherited weakness and used it to force them. Uglut growled that he had only followed orders to observe everyone while waiting for a chance at revenge. During that time, he grasped their abilities and learned the identities of the core officers, especially the one with the codename Waterbomb. However, just as the secret began to be revealed, a beam of white light suddenly pierced straight through Uglut's chest before everyone's stunned eyes. He painfully coughed blood, his body collapsing amid the shocked cries of his henchmen. A soldier pointed toward the top of the cliff in panic and shouted loudly, "Someone is up there." Amid the smoke and dust, a stranger with vivid pink hair appeared. As he jumped down, he complained in irritation. "Ouch, that hurts too hot. I told you not to shoot." Right beside him, a purple-haired being wearing a gigantic hat coldly reminded him, "Hey, talking too much will be dangerous." He curled his lips into a sinister smile, looked at the dying Oglot, and mocked that saying unnecessary things could only end miserably. The purple-haired one silently looked down at the smoking pool of green fluid, then calmly suggested, "Or should I make it so you can no longer speak, by eating every last one of you?" Standing tall on the high cliff, the pink-haired one loudly announced a bargain. "Special news, I will spare the first one who reveals Hanso's location." He wanted to find the leader so he could face the strong. He remarked that this group had fairly good spirit, but still reminded them that there were people in Oculus they absolutely had to beware of. Meanwhile, at the training area, Gulo was hanging from a bar, his face twisted with fear. He cried out in despair, "Let go, I am really about to fall." Just then, one hand was completely exhausted and began slipping helplessly from the bar. Immediately, one foot performed the POI technique, then decisively shifted to Flake to cling tightly to the bar. That was Leper, an officer of Oculus. He was hanging upside down, gripping the man's leg to save him above the thick mist, looking no different from a bat hanging in a cave. Elsewhere, Organ, the man with curly pink hair, appeared with a sinister smile. He asked smugly, "What did I say? Would it not have been easier if you had obediently accepted everything?" Around him was a scene of devastation, with the entire muscle army defeated and sprawled across the ground. A dying warrior used the last of his strength to tell Block, "Report this to Hanso Nim." Carrying that heavy responsibility, Block fled in panic through the forest. He ran headlong, breathing hard, drenched in sweat, crying out desperately to pass on the final warning that they must never return to this place. Meanwhile, Hanso was visibly moved by the new gift. At this point, I really have to thank you, Behemoth. The Spirit King in the form of a cat calmly replied, though it is nothing much, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. However, Gulo was extremely disappointed. He grumbled, no, Lord Behemoth, I do not feel grateful at all. There are so many legendary swords, shields, and suits of armor, so why do we have to carry this pile of scrap metal? Gulo shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw Hanso calmly accept the old equipment. He wondered, Hanso Nim, since we are coming back here anyway, why increase our luggage with all this extra weight? Hanso silently looked at Gulo, then suddenly asked, Gulo, do you know what soccer is? Gulo blankly thought that someone who only knew muscles like Hanso could not possibly understand soccer, but still answered honestly, yes. Hanso continued asking, do you like it? Gulo nodded. Then do you want to play it well? The Count replied, only moderately, sir. Hanso smiled and said, then this will be easy to explain. They say that if you want to become good at soccer, it is very important to touch the ball often, because when that happens, data about the weight, the feel of the ball, and the results of one's own actions gradually accumulates. Hanso suddenly placed the heavy purple weight plate into Gulo's hands, declaring that it was because he wanted to become good at soccer. The Count widened his eyes at the overly sudden practical training. If he had not asked, he would not have had to carry more, poor man, but never mind. Hanso smiled brightly and said with enthusiasm that today, they should become friends with these weight plates. Gulo immediately shouted, what the hell does that have to do with soccer? Hanso remained unfazed, blushing as he covered it up by saying that weight plates were round too, so they would definitely help with playing soccer. Hanso turned to ask Lai whether he wanted to become good at soccer. Receiving an indecisive answer, he only awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Ah, I understand. Immediately afterward, Hanso shouted for them to set off, and pulled the gigantic stack of weight plates with all his strength. On top of it, Leper and the Spirit Lena sat calmly watching. Behind them, Gulo trembled while holding a small weight plate, staggering after them and helplessly cursing, lunatic. Elsewhere, a fierce battle erupted with blazing golden sword strikes. Leon charged into the encirclement, unleashing powerful slashes that terrified the enemies. A soldier trembled, his mouth gaping in despair as he cried out, monster, monster. Shrill sounds of metal clashing rang out again and again as Leon faced the mysterious masked men alone. She swung out a decisive slash, grievously injuring her opponent and leaving him completely unable to fight back. Leon moved with terrifying speed, constantly closing in and unleashing vicious attacks. Before her eyes now stood a gigantic entity, its eyes and teeth glowing with menace. Guardian roared fiercely, then wildly swung his weapon and charged into attack. Leon immediately flipped away, narrowly dodging the strike as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a black-cloaked soldier shouted loudly, run quickly, we will buy time. He desperately ordered the Tutula mercenary regiment to retreat at once. The moment he heard the command, the soldier had not even managed to run before a cold blade was pressed against his neck, making him tremble in terror. Ben stood alone in the dark forest, sensing his life force surging, then muttered smugly, good, the energy is growing stronger. He looked at the red-haired woman with a malicious gaze and asked, Master, the disciples are very happy. Are you happy too? Seeing that the other side remained silent, Ben curled his lips in mockery, saying that she did not even have enough intelligence to answer. He stared at that lifeless face and the blazing orange eye, wondering whether he should call it master or merely an empty shell. On the road leading to the towering cliff, Gulo looked into the distance in alarm and said to Hanso Nim, a group of people is coming this way. From the horizon, frantic cries rang out one after another, count. Immediately afterward, a group of people rushed over and dropped to their knees before Gulo, earnestly begging for the Tutula mercenary unit to be allowed to resolve the people's resentment. Gulo panted while carrying the heavy weight plate, telling them to calm down before asking, what happened? Explain everything clearly. A blonde-haired man carrying 2 swords stepped forward, respectfully introduced himself as Talun, commander of Tutula, then recounted the tragedy of his members. Because they had lost their families in the zombie attack, they had searched for the mastermind to take revenge, only to encounter an unexpected variable. Ben's face, with its deranged smile, appeared clearly again in their memories. Suddenly, a bald member of the muscle army shouted in terror, Haiba, red hair. Talon hurriedly explained that the one helping the mastermind was General Leon, but he immediately reassured the panicking comrade. Look carefully, it is not her. The red-haired woman still stood silently, with only one question left in her mind, what? Gulo tried to dispel the tense atmosphere, saying there was probably a misunderstanding. Leon definitely had not betrayed the kingdom. Hanso then asked what exactly was going on. Gulo broke out in sweat, secretly thinking that if he did not explain clearly, Hanso would definitely make him undergo even harsher training, and that was already more than enough. He hurriedly explained, Ben often transforms his body to fight. What they mean is that Leon is covering for him and helping him commit the killings. Hanso nodded aha but still muttered suspiciously, strange, with Leon's forearm muscles, how could she do something like that? That is definitely a lie, with her level, they could not even touch one of her toes. Just then, hurried footsteps and ragged breathing sounded from afar. A warrior was fleeing in panic, rushing toward Hanso and shouting loudly, Hanso Nim. Hanso looked at the person who had just run over with a puzzled expression. Recognizing an acquaintance, Hanso asked in surprise, Block, why did you come here? Block was frantic, his face twisted with fear, reporting the terrible news that something major had happened in the village. Immediately afterward, a painful scream rang out in the dark basement. A hand was tightly chained, the wrist covered in wounds and bruises. The villain Organ, with his tightly curled red hair, wore a vicious smile and threatened that it would be easier if they confessed sooner. A member of the Muscle Army, though tortured, still answered with resilience, trying to claw at the stone floor while telling himself he had to hold back. But his endurance had reached its final limit. In the gloomy basement, the Muscle brothers were bound tightly, writhing in agony. One person sobbed that he could not take it anymore, while painful groans echoed throughout the space. Witnessing that bizarre scene, the red-haired villain was baffled and confused. I have not even done anything. Could some invisible force be helping me? At this moment, the bodybuilders were suffering indescribable pain because they were forbidden from training, their miserable howls ringing out amid violent tremors. The red-haired man stood frozen in place, completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. The source of that pain was extremely ironic. It was the fact that they were not allowed to train. What tormented them was the fear of losing muscle. Block ran through the forest in panic, his breathing rapid and full of terror. The moment he saw Hanso's figure, he immediately shouted, Hanso Nin. Hans turned to look at his panting brother with a bewildered expression. Block, why are you here? Block shouted in utter despair. The village, something terrible has happened in the village. Hanso placed a hand on Block's shoulder, reassuring him with a radiant smile. Block, what happened? Earlier, Gulo had once reminded Block to think carefully, because there was a 90% chance of failure. Block frowned and retorted that they had taken down the orcs very easily. Did you not notice anything when we attacked with the boulder earlier? He recalled the scene of the entire team putting their strength together to throw the gigantic boulder, only for the red-haired one to neutralize it easily, while his accomplices merely watched from afar. The attitude showed that they looked down on their opponents completely, meaning their strength might be on par with Hanso Nim. Block was eager to seek reinforcements and immediately said that he would bring Hanso Nim here. His comrade shouted loudly to stop him, demanding that Block calm down, because although Hanso was very strong, if he fails everything will truly be over. The enemy does not take us seriously at all, their only target is Hanso Nim. Faced with Block's worry, the senior advised him to listen, saying he should only bring Hanso back when they were certain Hanso could overpower them. The senior pointed and warned him, before that moment comes you absolutely must not lead Hanso Nim here. Block agreed but asked to stay and fight, suggesting that another senior go report the news to increase their chances of victory. But the Muscle Army flatly refused, because they believed they themselves were not good at speaking. They all flexed and displayed their muscles together, declaring that protecting the youngest was the responsibility of seniors, and even knowing the enemy was strong, they would not run away. Seeing the sacrifice of his seniors, Block choked up and could not speak. Seniors. Turning to the forest, Block sought out Hanso and lied that everything was fine, only wanting to tether beside Hanso Nim. Hanso casually remarked that the lack of wheels made everything less efficient. Soon after, he ordered the Tutela mercenary squad to switch to a reconnaissance formation. The chariot walking lunge exercise officially began. Hanso and the others leisurely sat atop a massive stone platform. The entire mercenary squad had to use their strength to support and move it, like living wheels. Hanso smiled and ordered that if they went the wrong direction, he would immediately swap the roles of the wheels. At the same time, Lena activated a magic circle and loudly shouted to summon the golems. Giant golems with blazing red eyes gradually emerged from the thick clouds of dust. The red-haired girl ran hurriedly while asking if finding the dungeon entrance was the starting point of the attack. Gulo dashed after her, explaining that although this was a dungeon area, not every place belonged to the dungeon. Gulo continued urging the team, adding that fortunately they did not need to conquer the entire dungeon. The most important task now was to collect the H-bone stones as requested by Lord Behemoth, while other matters were not of primary concern. A member of the team worriedly asked about their vengeance. Hanso immediately gritted his teeth with determination, saying they had to teach them a lesson so they would no longer trouble Helen. Gulo still could not help but feel concerned about the current situation, especially if General Leon had truly betrayed them. Leper quickly spoke up to reassure that her aunt could absolutely not be defeated by that person, and would never cooperate with him. Suddenly the spirit Lena panicked, reporting that the signals from the two golems in the southwest had been cut off. Realizing missing information, Lena immediately ordered the group to move to where the golems lost signal, then was astonished to find additional signs. Soon after, the golem in the northwest was also disabled. Gulo wondered if it was because this was a dungeon that the golems were so easily suppressed. That question made Lena furious. She shouted that the supreme spirit golems could not lose to ordinary monsters, then worried because they were being destroyed too quickly. Deciding to act, Lena urged that she would go ahead, then immediately used spirit magic combined with position swapping to move across the rocks. However, the moment she stopped, Lena's face suddenly turned pale with horror. Behind her, a giant red-eyed wolf silently appeared. Lena trembled, realizing she had fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, Hanso remained completely calm. He smiled and suggested that while waiting for Lena to find the entrance, everyone could exercise their arms a little. Gulo immediately flew into a rage, crossing his arms and shouting that exercising in enemy territory was absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, another member smiled in agreement, saying that if their arms were exhausted, they could still fight with their lower body. Hanso proudly shook hands with his teammates in agreement. Witnessing such muscle obsession, Gulo could only stand behind, helplessly shouting. Hanso began instructing the overhead extension exercise aimed at strengthening the triceps. First, use both hands to hold the dumbbell and lift it over the head. The third step, push the dumbbell up with triceps strength, simultaneously inhaling deeply. Hanso reminded that gripping the surface of the dumbbell would be more comfortable, and elbows must not flare out to the sides. Elsewhere, Leopard dashed swiftly through the dark forest, constantly wondering if Aunt Leon was really here. Her eyes flared with determination. Even if that person was not her aunt, she would not allow anyone to tarnish her aunt's honor. Leopard focused power into her legs, shooting forward like an arrow, determined to catch the imposter and uncover the truth herself. Suddenly, a gigantic column of golden light struck the ground, caused a violent explosion, shaking the entire deep forest. Witnessing the shock, the blonde swordsman solemnly concluded that it was certainly aftershocks of a battle. Right behind, Hanso and his teammates casually tensed their muscles and laughed heartily, leaving him bewildered, wondering if he was mistaken. Hanso immediately became serious. He called Block back and shared his assessment. Hanso said this vibration came from outside the muscles. Probably Leper or Lena had encountered an enemy. Block immediately nodded in confirmation. Block smiled confidently, thinking that the warm-up was already more than sufficient. Hanso turned to instruct Gulo to stay and continue training, as the area ahead was too dangerous for beginners. After Gulo's thanks, Hanso and Block immediately accelerated forward, shouting to begin interval exercises as part of the combat training. In the dark forest, a pristine white lily suddenly glimmered under the foliage. A girl with gray eyes curiously looked at the flower and quietly asked what it was. The accompanying woman gently explained that it was called a flower. The girl continued looking around, pointing at a small creature on a branch and asked what it was. The woman calmly replied that it was a squirrel. The little squirrel sat calmly on the branch amidst the forest's silent atmosphere. In the quiet forest, Elise pointed at the treetops and asked what it was. Ben replied it was a leaf, then patiently explained that what lay on the ground were caterpillars. Seeing Elise's innocent expression, Ben pondered whether she truly remembered nothing of her past. The girl shook her head sadly, replying that she could remember nothing at all. Under the sunset filtering through the leaves, Elise looked at Ben with trust and said that she could still feel. She felt how much he cared for her and how fiercely he longed to protect her. Ben's face suddenly showed concern. He told Elise that more attackers would come in the future. He looked at her with determined yet pained eyes, warning that whatever happened to him, she must find a safe place to hide. In a dark castle, the red-haired man looked down at the sorcerer kneeling at his feet, mocking that his remote frontier background was unacceptable. He curled his lips in a sinister smile, saying it was lucky that his boss was quite interested in that research. The blue-haired sorcerer trembled, sweat pouring endlessly, hurriedly replying that being noticed by his lord was a great honor. The red-haired man began questioning the research, asking if it was a living dungeon. The sorcerer hastily confirmed it. The red-haired man stepped forward with delight, saying very well, so it was like a portable power source. When the other hesitated to correct him, saying it was not entirely so, he immediately dismissed it, saying that was unimportant. He leaned close to the dark sorcerer, his eyes suddenly blazing with menace. When that thing is complete, you know what to do. Hand it over obediently. Back in the present forest, Elise looked at Ben worriedly and asked if something very frightening had happened. Ben immediately smiled to reassure her, saying nothing had happened. There was nothing to fear. Ben looked at Elise with gentle eyes and confessed that he only feared losing her once more. Elise looked deep into his eyes and softly said that his eyes always seemed tinged with sadness. She gently touched Ben's cheek and blamed herself. Perhaps it was all her fault. But Ben quickly held her hand to reassure her, affirming that it wasn't like that. Elise still trusted Ben completely. She gently stroked his head as if soothing him. Don't worry anymore, for I will always be by your side as you have long wished. Ben blushed from emotion, softly calling Elise's name in surprise. Behind them, a shadow with sinister grinning faces appeared, saying they had been found. Ben immediately turned pale with fear and yelled in panic, telling Elise to run quickly. Immediately after, Hanso leisurely stepped out from the shadows. Recognizing the familiar figure, he asked if it was the same one from last time, for bullying the new gym members again. Hanso easily blocked the attack with his bare hands, reminding that showing off strength immediately upon meeting was inappropriate. The team member looked around puzzled. Hanso Nim, there's no one here, perhaps we've come to the wrong place. Hanso gaped in astonishment, blaming himself had his heart led him here unknowingly, and angrily shouted, asking what nonsense he was speaking, then frantically attacked. Hanso immediately closed in, grabbed the opponent, and shouted the name of the exercise Long Poon. Hanso suddenly controlled Ben and executed a powerful press, throwing him to the ground with a violent impact. Pressed by strong hands, Ben could only emit a pain cry in helplessness. Hanso, with blazing cold eyes, questioned, I'm asking if you often bully new gym members. Ben writhed under the heavy pressure, wildly flailing and screaming in pain. Just as Ben fell into danger and could no longer resist, Elise suddenly appeared, her hands radiating brilliant energy, shouting for everyone to stop. Realizing her reckless intent, Ben screamed in shock to stop her. Elise, don't do that. A muscular army member rushed to report to Han, so that this force seemed even stronger than Master Leon's strike. Amid the blinding light, Elise affirmed that even knowing her colossal energy was dangerous, she could not stand by any longer. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Ben shouted that she misunderstood, he would no longer fight, so stop. Yet Elise still smiled resolutely, declaring she would protect him this time as he had protected her. Though unable to recall memories, Elise still felt the beautiful bond between them and continued channeling energy into the sphere. Ben lay exhausted on the ground, sweat streaming. He trembled, shouting in despair that it wasn't like that. Elise. In another dark space, the red-haired organ silently observed the child being drained of energy, curiously asking what its fate would be. Organ casually speculated that after being drained, the child would hardly survive. Back on the battlefield flooded with light, Elise shouted with determination, this time I will protect him. She unleashed her full power, creating a violent explosion engulfing everything. Elsewhere, Lena decided to go first to scout. She immediately cast an elf spell to swap positions, turning into a rock and teleporting. But upon appearing at the new position, Lena was shocked to find herself in an extremely perilous situation. Before her stood a giant wolf, its eyes blazing red, looming threateningly. The monster roared fiercely and charged straight at Lena, bearing sharp teeth. In the critical moment, Lena quickly activated the Stonemaker spell, creating a solid rock before the opponent's mouth. The wolf immediately bit the rock instead of the prey before it. The wolf's teeth struck the stone as if sharpened. Seizing the opportunity, Lena fled in panic. Sweating in fear, Lena resolved to buy time at all costs until the golem could be summoned. She continued using Stone Screen, erecting a sturdy stone wall to block her pursuer. While calculating the final moves, Lena suddenly froze as a giant tornado rolled up from afar. Lena immediately countered with Stone Missile, launching a rapid series of stones at the opponent. However, the monster had already activated the Bonetto skill. A dark skeletal tornado instantly formed, sweeping away everything in its path. Violent impact flung Lena far away with a desperate scream. Lena activated the Floral Swim skill, shrinking into a blue beam and diving deep underground to escape. Hidden beneath the earth and stone, Lena confidently said this was an underground domain. Those who weren't elves could not harm her. Before she could rejoice, the wolf above began sniffing and frantically clawing at the ground. Lena froze as the opponent dug into a deep hole and lunged straight at her. He shouted in astonishment, "You're a mole, you damn beast." Terrified, Lena burst into tears and screamed in despair. Back with Leper, she was being blocked by a mysterious figure. She shouted, "Auntie, please wake up. What dirty trick did they use on you?" Girl tried to recall the familiar image of her aunt from years past. In old memories, a voice reminded Leper that Leon was busy, telling her not to ask to play anymore. But the girl smiled brightly and replied that it wasn't play, she was training. Soon after, she turned completely serious and instructed, "Lai, try holding the sword in the proper stance." She pointed at the sword and explained carefully, "From this section to this section is the hilt." During training, Leon had once proposed a situation where two sides clashed, but the opponent was physically superior. Leon asked Lai, if you fell into that situation, how would you handle it? Returning to the current battle, Leper drove strength into her legs and answered through action, "If it were me, I would make use of agility." She shot forward like lightning, lowering her center of gravity to repeatedly slip beneath the opponent. With astonishing speed, Leper roared that she had to be even faster. She was determined to gain the upper hand against the enemy at any cost. The clash of metal rang out, and Leper suddenly realized the opponent's true speed. The enemy's speed even far surpassed hers. Leper froze when she saw countless golden swords surrounding her. Yet she still told herself that no matter how many slashes the opponent unleashed, there would certainly still be an opening to counterattack. She had to find the opponent's weakness to turn the tide. Leper immediately executed a spinning technique, sweeping through the rain of swords like a whirlwind. She quickly regained her balance, lowering herself to prepare for an explosive strike. Leper spun her body continuously at maximum speed, forming powerful spirals of energy. Immediately after, Leper poured all her essence into the battle aura technique, Rising Path Sword, preparing to draw her sword for decisive slash. Looking at the majestic figure before her, Leper silently wondered, can my sword reach you?" Violent collision erupted, and golden light instantly covered the battlefield. Though she struggled desperately to withstand it, Leper still smiled brightly and admitted that she still needed her aunt to teach her more. Leper cried out her aunt's name, Leon, then delivered a thunderous slash from above. Yet the tip of her sword was stopped with only a few fingers. Leper was stunned as she realized the painful truth, so it still was not enough. She was knocked far away, collapsing onto the ground in despair. In her daze, childhood memories between her and her beloved aunt suddenly flooded back. Little Leper once ran over happily, holding up a small wooden sword and saying, "Aunt, take this, I made it for you." Leper suddenly understood something profound. In truth, her sword had long since reached her aunt's heart. Elsewhere, Elise panicked as she realized something strange within her own body. She trembled and whispered in fear. How strange! Even though she truly wanted to protect everyone, she could not control herself. She had to protect them, but what was happening to her body? Meanwhile, Hanso used overwhelming power to restrain Ben, leaving him completely immobilized beneath his powerful hands. This was the beginning of the concept of a living dungeon, implanting life force absorption devices and monster creation mechanisms directly into a living being. Because it was an unprecedented experiment, no one had information on how the energy operated or how to deal with unexpected changes. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, tearing through space and bringing unpredictable consequences. Hanso looked at Ben trembling beneath his feet and awkwardly apologized, "Sorry, I did not mean to bully you." Realizing Elise's condition was extremely critical, Hanso rushed forward in panic and called out loudly. The weak girl whispered in despair as her body gradually withered, "What should I do? I cannot stop the power from escaping." He told himself he had to think of a way to resolve this situation immediately. In Hanso's mind at that moment, only one command repeated again and again: think, think, think. Hanso realized Elise was like a cracked bowl trying to hold water, while her life force kept leaking through the gaps. The problem lay in its immense scale, like a giant dam splitting open, causing energy to surge out like a raging flood. The cruel truth was that there was almost no way left to stop it. Standing behind her, Hanso blankly wondered why she had become like this. Ben clutched his head and screamed in agony, saying that patching a crack in a dam was already absurd, let alone severing this energy connection. Deep in the forest, a burst of flames suddenly erupted violently. Immediately, the supreme technique, Condensed Yangblade's sword, was unleashed. To understand that pressure, look at the world's top free divers. Even they can only reach around 110 meters. For every 10 meters deeper, water pressure rises sharply, making deep diving without professional training nearly impossible. And yet, look at the Anguri Dam in Georgia, with an astonishing height of 271.7.5 meters. For a tiny human to approach and repair the broken bottom of that dam sounded like pure fantasy amid the thunderous roar of pouring water. The black sword forged from special energy targeted only the essence of the living dungeon, making the impossible possible. Beneath the sunset, General Leon appeared majestically with fiery red hair, holding the unconscious Elise in her arms. The energy mass that had lost its vessel began to erupt violently. Ben stared in stunned silence at the enormous sphere of light swelling deep in the forest. His eyes bulged in terror, the blood vessels around his pupils trembling violently. Ben fled madly and shouted, "Dodge now." A horrific explosion followed, swallowing everything in a dazzling radiance like a meteor of light crashing into the earth. The smoke and dust began to gradually clear. Hanso stepped closer and asked worriedly, "Block, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Block struggled to get up, retreating as he replied, "I am fine." But Hanso Nim. Block's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted a warning, "It is coming." Immediately he drove strength into both hands. He hurled the giant rock forward with all his might. The enemy in the darkness, with blazing red eyes, only had time to see the light rushing toward him. The collision created a violent surge of pressure, and so immediately performed the jumping exercise. A fierce shout rang out, making the ground seem to split apart. He launched into the air, displaying surging masses of muscle filled with overwhelming power. Before that unbelievable strength, Ben blurted out, "They really are monsters." He broke out in sweat, never expecting Leon to be so strong and refined. Thanks to that, Elise still kept her life, but Leon certainly could not remain unharmed either. Her time was probably running short, as terrifying cracks began appearing across her body. His madness, that entity roared, "Leon, fight until your body is shattered. That is the general's final atonement." As though driven by an invisible force, she was forced to fight until her very last breath. A slash that tore through space shot straight toward Hanso, leaving him only enough time to cry out in horror. Hanso shouted a warning in panic, "Hey, get out of the way. The gym equipment is falling, absolutely do not catch it." But Block remained firm, saying that if it had been him yesterday, he would not have dared to catch it. But today, he was different. He proudly showed off his new treasure, only a simple rope tied around his waist. That was the piece of equipment Behemoth had given to Block. At a glance, it looked no different from an ordinary rubber cord, and in truth, that was exactly what it was. Behemoth, John's former comrade, had noticed Block's physical weakness, which was why he gave him this rope. Thanks to its special ability, it helped Block enhance his awareness of the core muscle groups. At the same time, it was also ideal equipment for reducing instability in each step of movement. It turned out that thanks to that rope, he had developed his muscles to an unbelievable degree. Hanso stood beside him and also gave a thumbs up, praising his junior's progress. Block scratched his head and laughed in reply. Haha, so that is how it is. Hanso said he really wanted to congratulate him, but now they had to run immediately. Before Block could understand, he continued, Leon's forearm muscles are truly serious now. Immediately, a terrifying surge of energy rushed over. A soldier shouted in panic, "It is coming, dodge quickly." Hanso poured strength into his hands, using forearm muscles as hard as steel to block the lightning strike, telling himself that beginners should not face it head-on. At the training grounds, Count Gulo was determined to lift the gigantic stone weight over his head. Seeing the Lord's obvious change, a young soldier stepped forward and praised him. "Count, your body looks much thicker now." Gulo panted in exhaustion, sweat streaming down his body. He looked up and asked in return, "Have I changed that much?" He immediately struck a skilled side chest pose, showing off his surging arm muscles, then laughed in satisfaction. "Now that you mention it, it really is different." After being trained by Hanso to exhaustion so many times, he finally had a day when he could hold his head high before his juniors. He looked at his toned body, then cast his gaze toward the kingdom that was gradually reviving. "Not only my body, this entire kingdom is also changing." On a peaceful street, a child held his mother's hand and asked whether she had noticed everyone seemed different lately. The mother asked back in surprise. In another street, the female soldier smiled brightly, saying that culture always changes over time under the influence of environment and new values. For the White Kingdom, instead of relying only on traditional swordsmanship, physical training became necessary and quickly changed the army. Now, even ordinary training sessions were filled with an atmosphere of muscle tempering. Enormous muscles, gleaming beneath the radiance, gradually became the new standard of strength. Although there were still people who persisted in pursuing pure swordsmanship because they saw Leon as a symbol, most had shifted to training their muscles. Suddenly, Leon appeared and launched a lightning-fast attack straight at Hanso. She released a powerful source of energy, executing the battle aura ultimate technique mountain reversing sword beast, causing countless luminous swords to cover the sky. Hanso stood in the middle of the encirclement, alone taking the full brunt of the violent rain of swords from above, the continuous impacts making him cry out in pain. Seeing that scene, Gulo shouted in alarm, Hanso Nim. Though suppressed by the astonishing power, Hanso still tried to order his comrades, "I am fine, hurry and stay away." Leper arrived in time to stop them and spoke up, "Senior brother, please wait a moment." She carefully observed her aunt, realizing that the brainwashing technique controlling Leon seemed to be gradually breaking after the direct collision. She hoped that, taking this opportunity, her aunt could truly wake up. Leper thoughtfully remembered that Leon had always valued real combat experience and sparring drills above everything else. Looking closely at the muscles enduring the rain of swords, she realized there were no cuts or serious injuries. Leper wondered whether her aunt was using this very method to train Hanso. Block immediately denied it, insisting that ordinary swords could not pierce muscles trained to the absolute limit. The problem lay in Hanso's unstable mind. Block thought that if Leper's hypothesis was correct after this test, Hanso would definitely step into an entirely new level of strength. Amid the explosions of energy shaking the heavens and earth, Hanso screamed in pain as he endured the suffocating pressure. Leon's attacks were so fast they surpassed even the speed of the signals traveling from Hanso's brain to his muscles. In this life or death situation, how could he possibly rely on his muscles to win against swordsmanship? Suddenly, Hanso heard a voice echo in his mind as if Leon was trying to communicate with him. She asked a question full of implication. "Hanso, just how deeply are your brain and body truly connected?" Amid the relentless collisions shaking his whole body, Hanso was stunned, unable to grasp the true meaning of that question. In the subconscious realm, a strange conversation between the brain and the muscular system began to unfold. Hanso suddenly realized that until now, he had never truly faced or understood his own muscles. The brain was scolded for overthinking, making every situation more complicated than necessary. Even though the brain tried to explain that analysis is essential to overcome adversity, the body presented a much simpler truth. Every movement and all extraordinary strength ultimately revolved around two things: contraction and expansion. Understanding this core, Hanso roared amid the explosive surge of power, his muscles swelling fiercely. Mind and body, though separate, now merged into one. Even the energy for thought was cut off, entirely redirected to the process of ultimate muscle contraction. The opponent immediately unleashed dual energy, performing the mountain-piercing sword technique. The sword was drawn under the full moon, ready to confront a strike heavy as 1,000 pounds. A press of power shaking the heavens and earth descended violently. crushed all resistance, leaving the opponent utterly defeated. Leon fell into exhaustion, her body cracked and broken. She wondered if she had had any rest, then gradually drifted in the golden-tinged void. She once understood the sharpness of the sword better than anyone, but now that sword had lost before the will of human muscles. Before the Master Leon's disciple recruitment announcement, the crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. Being directly taught by a sword master and belonging to the Meteo family, everyone was fired up and shouted in unison, "Let's go!" Witnessing this, Leon was astonished, exclaiming, "My heavens, why have so many people come?" It turned out everyone was deeply interested in swordsmanship, creating a sea of passionate, muscular people. Leon could not hide her joy, smiling brightly. With deep understanding of sharpness, she could devise the most suitable teaching method. Leon demonstrated directly, meticulously guiding how to direct force. The disciples practiced diligently according to the commands to block and slash. A disciple wearing a red headband excitedly shouted when executing correctly, "All right, Master, is this correct?" Seeing the disciple's progress, Leon raised her thumb in praise. "Wow, I don't know whose disciple you are, but you are truly a genius." The first disciples were forged into skilled swordsmen, soon becoming heroes in chaotic times. Leon watched them with pride. Before departing, the red headband disciple boldly vowed, "I will achieve great deeds and never bring shame to my master." Yet harsh reality quickly crushed all hope. They failed miserably. Her beloved disciples could not return, leaving only battlefield-stained relics behind. Before 3 simple graves with broken swords, Leon bitterly admitted this was her failure. Under the dim moon, her gaze turned cold and resolute. Leon understood that combat experience was the key factor, so she decided to maximize sparring sessions for the soldiers. Seeing the graves with swords of the deceased, she resolved to completely change the training methods. Leon began focusing on teaching disciples how to wield dual energy, making their swords blaze with powerful golden radiance. Despite continuously improving the curriculum, Leon was haunted by the long rows of graves, a reminder that swordsmanship must change to save more lives. Thanks to improved training methods, more disciples could survive and return from the battlefield. They gathered around Leon, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Master." Yet no matter how hard she tried, loss continued. When night fell, Leon collapsed amid the cold cemetery, haunted by the swords of departed disciples. Suddenly, a fierce rain of swords poured from the sky, as if piercing the very space. Pain felt like invisible blades cutting deep into the heart of the female general. She jumped up from the bed, screaming in horror. "Nightmare," Leon gasped, drenched in sweat after the dream. He forced a smile to reassure herself. "Ah, haha, it was just a dream." Leon exhaled, thinking it was due to her recent health decline. Excited, she flung open the window, intending to start a morning meditation. Yet before her was a gloomy cemetery, thousands of graves with swords immersed in darkness. Pitch-black hands suddenly emerged from the ground, gripping the ankle of the person standing there. Leon looked around in horror, her face pale as thick darkness began to engulf everything. From nothingness, skeletal black hands like ghosts reached out, madly surrounding her. The wails drove Leon to despair. The dark entities kept charging, gripping her limbs, and trying to drag her down. In a life-or-death moment, Leon concentrated all her strength to swing a radiant sword, tearing through the night, striving to escape the grasp of the screaming souls. That slash revealed a bottomless chasm, burning below like molten lava. Leon stood frozen on the edge of the cliff, looking down at the sea of fire where countless soldiers' spirits writhed. The plaintive voices called, "Leon, come down here." That terrifying scene was suddenly interrupted by the image of a peaceful house under a blue sky, then immediately struck by a gigantic sword. In Leon's mind, memories of old disciples appeared one by one in pain. She could not let go of that past failure. Her disciples had come from many places: neighbors, friends, lovers, family, and ordinary people. She slowly read each name like an act of penance: Jack Lee, Henry Jack, Laura, Matilda, William, Matthew. The swords on the graves began to shake violently, radiating strong spiritual energy. Leon continued calling the names of the departed: Mary, Ray, John, Dave, Jackson, Amy. The sword shook, blazing sky-high, initiating the mountain-piercing sword mastery. Before the forest of blazing swords, Leon declared in a deep voice, "I will wield the sword until you are satisfied." Back in the present forest, Hanso and the others panicked as they gathered around the unconscious Leon. A desperate cry for help rang out. "Auntie, please open your eyes." Leon collapsed on the ground, her breathing faint and broken. She thought quietly, in the end, I still could not protect them. Leopard desperately grabbed Hanso by the shirt, crying as he shouted, "Hanso, do something already. Physique or whatever it takes, save my aunt." Faced with that urging, Hanso only remained silent, his face pensive. Leopard kept shouting, "If something happens to my aunt because of you, then..." At that moment, Block hesitantly explained that even before the battle began, Master Leon's body had already shown signs of collapse. He believed it was the result of forcibly separating a tremendous source of energy from her physical body. Leper stood frozen in place, tears falling without end. As for Leon, she lay there, still unable to escape the haunting darkness in her heart. She murmured a belated apology to her departed disciples. "I am sorry. If I had not taught you swordsmanship, perhaps you would have lived more ordinary and happier lives." She painfully blamed herself for arriving far too late, then wondered how deeply her disciples must have resented her. Suddenly, Hanso stepped forward, smiled calmly, and said, "Leon, it was all thanks to you." He calmly explained that thanks to Leon, he could converse with his muscles and perform his movements better. Leper was stunned, unable to understand what he was talking about. Hanso continued his strange reasoning, asking whether one could converse with even a sword after reaching the highest realm. While Leper was still bewildered, clear voices calling for their master suddenly rang out from the empty air. Countless radiant swords of light appeared, driving away the darkness around them. The souls of the disciples called Master Leon's name, thanking her for showing them a new world and the joy of becoming stronger. Even though they had not become famed heroes, learning swordsmanship had still made their lives shine more brightly. "No, that is not true. If you had not learned swordsmanship, you would not have had to sacrifice yourselves like that." One soul smiled and asked whether their master regretted learning swordsmanship. The disciples answered in unison, affirming that they had never regretted it and had always been happy. "Do you truly not resent me at all?" A radiant soul answered firmly, "Of course not. It is time now. Let us go together. There are still so many wonderful sword techniques we want to show Master." A warm hand of light gently reached toward Leon. She softly reached out and took it. Leon walked amid the circle of her beloved disciples, each of them eager to show off their skills to their master. Before dissolving into eternity, Leon turned back to look at Hanso with her brightest smile and left her final words, "I leave the rest to you, Hanso." And so, all the obsessions that had tormented her were finally released, her soul departing in peace. The system announced, "Muscles and spirit have reached an unprecedented level of synchronization. The legendary skill conditional absolute reflex has officially been created." Hanso fell silent before Leon's passing. He said softly, "Leon, you worked hard. I have received your will." Disciples standing nearby could not hold back their tears, choking as they called out, "Sob, sob, Master Leon." A sudden shout rang out, "Everyone look at this." A tear rolled down the serene face of the female general. "She is smiling." Immediately afterward, a new main quest named Leon's Request was activated, with the sole objective of eliminating one executive of the Oculus organization. Elsewhere, Ben was trying to carry his injured friend toward the red gate between the cliffs. He pleaded, "We are almost there. Hold on just a little longer." His breathing came in ragged bursts as he fled from the enemy while searching for a place to hide. Suddenly, a fatal sword strike from behind pierced through him. The assassin in the red cloak clicked his tongue regretfully, "Tieske," and yet he still did not fall after one blow. Enemy of the family die. The assassins charged forward madly, attacking in a relentless rush. A barrage of attacks came crashing down, making Ben collapse. Though gravely wounded, he still tried to shield his friend in his arms. With his final breaths, his hand gradually loosened, and he softly whispered Elise's name. A hand reached out in vain as drops of liquid began to fall. Immediately afterward, a series of test tubes and glass bottles fell after them. They all shattered, scattering into countless fragments. A colossal burst of light suddenly exploded. From within the light, a gigantic muscular monster emerged, its blazing veins making it look deeply threatening. It threw back its head and roared, standing towering amid the wreckage. Sensing something ominous not far away, Hanso silently turned around. He looked at his companions and instructed them, "Stay here and mourn Leone." Hanso's gaze turned toward the surging source of energy. He said in a firm voice, "That seems like something I have to deal with." Facing the gigantic shadow in the distance, Hanso drove power into his legs and shot forward like a tearing gale. Looking at his opponent, he thought that appearance was very similar to the time he transformed into a muscular monster. Hanso raced madly through the dense forest, charging straight toward the entity roaring violently. He realized the other side had paid a terrible price, and that man surely no longer cared about his own life. Hanso kept accelerating, worry surging nonstop through his mind. If he could not stop it in time, then surely, before his eyes appeared a desolate, deathly wasteland, covered in withered dry branches. Hanso understood that if this situation continued, Helen would not be able to survive in this land. He softly asked his companion partner, "Can you do it?" Suddenly, a grotesque face with a gigantic glowing red mouth roared with crushing pressure, "You are far too distracted. Is that how we were taught?" Hanso slightly curled his lips, revealing a confident smile. He called out to his comrades with excitement after a long time, "Come on, let us shout together." Immediately, he and the muscular army performed the morale-boosting ritual in unison. Hanso shouted loudly, "Can we do it?" The whole team answered decisively, "We can." He continued leading the rhythm, "Will we do it?" And their united affirmation rang out, "Absolutely." Just like that, Hanso communicated with his muscles as if they were close comrades in battle. Hanso poured all his strength into a single strike, then loudly declared the technique's name: one-arm dumbbell press. A thunderous punch slammed straight down, splitting the ground apart and creating a heaven-shaking shockwave. Inside the green monster's form, the opponent could only widen his eyes in agony as he took the full brunt of that terrifying power. The gigantic monster roared madly, desperately swinging its arms to counterattack despite being completely outmatched by its opponent. Defense. Hanso remained utterly fearless, charging straight into the middle of the encirclement. He closed in, performed a pec deck fly using his powerful arms to stretch out and then tightly compress his opponent's muscle groups. Right after that, Hanso shifted into an out-tie technique, driving power from his legs to break the inside clamp. The terrifying pressure made the monster tremble. Ben was stunned as he realized the cruel truth. No matter how massive his body was, he was still inferior to that tiny being. He screamed in utter terror. Hanso was squeezed tight by the giant hand, but his face remained calm, without the slightest change in expression. Hanso continued tightening those bulging masses of muscle and slowly counted the rhythm. After a weighty turn of his body, he once again poured in all his strength, making his body contract violently, creating a stomp like thunder, tearing the ground apart with savage force. In the middle of the newly formed pit, Hanso calmly muttered that he had to do at least 8. Ben roared madly in panic. Meanwhile, Hanso displayed his massive back with its rock-solid slabs of muscle. He stood firm amid the dense cloud of dust and smoke. The monster charged in, creating a violent shockwave across the battlefield. Despite his opponent's helpless roar, Hanso kept squatting right on top of him, crushing the ground beneath that terrifying weight. Not giving the opponent time to regain his senses, he used his enormous hands to clamp tightly around the sides. Then he continued unleashing a tree-style pullover technique, yanking hard with a forceful jerk. Witnessing that power far beyond imagination, Ben could only stand frozen, shocked until his mind went blank. Hanso launched a bench strike, then followed with a knee blow like thunder smashing straight into his opponent's face. In the middle of the battle, he faintly revealed a confident smile, but then he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with suspicion at a presence that had just appeared. From within the darkness, a giant, muscular brown wolf slowly stepped out. Its mouth was clamped around a small creature, then it growled softly in warning, telling them to move aside. The wolf silently observed and recognized the strongest one in this place. It sensed the latent power within Hanso and looked straight toward him. The question was, why did you choose to work out? Some people trained to lose weight, some wanted to become healthy, live longer, or simply avoid being bullied. For a few people, it was a way to control their physique, even a path to becoming famous. But for most of the others, they trained only because it made them happy. Yet when that question was directed at Hanso, the atmosphere instantly became heavy. He was moving while training with a massive weight, sweat streaming down his bulging muscles. A series of collisions erupted, and Hanso was in very bad shape right now. He gradually lost his sense of direction and lost his feeling for himself. Watching from afar, his teammates began to notice something unusual. They whispered worriedly that Hanso's movements were very strange, and he was sweating far more than usual. Immediately, the senior brother shouted in panic, "This is bad. Junior sister Lai, hold your position." He immediately ran off at full speed, making Leper shout in astonishment, asking where senior brother was going. As he ran, he hurriedly explained that in the match against their master, Hanso had already reached his limit and was only trying to reassure everyone. Just looking at that abnormal amount of sweat was enough to understand. Before their eyes, Hanso's back was already soaked through. Leper still did not understand. She shouted that there was nothing strange about sweating. Anyone would sweat a little while training. He explained that muscles needed water to maintain strength. If too much of that water escaped, it would be a disaster for a gym-goer like Hanso. Hanso's mobility and concentration were dropping severely, his body growing weaker like someone dehydrated by a high fever. He was struggling to hold out under the suffocating pressure, while sweat continued pouring down without stopping. Hanso quickly turned his body, gritting his teeth as he resisted the power of that ferocious creature. He began to flex, displaying each muscle group from the flexor carpi ulnaris, the intercostals, the rectus abdominis, to the infraspinatus and rhomboid major, all of them shining brilliantly. From far away, a giant, muscular creature approached, its threatening growl making the entire tremble. Hanso stood there with his head lowered, darkness covering his heavy face. He muttered that his mood was truly awful. Amid the violent explosions and chaotic streams of energy, he still repeated gloomily, his mood was truly awful. Seeing this, Block hurriedly rushed over to support him with all his strength and shouted, "Hanso Nim, please rest. I will handle this part." Hanso was still tense, drenched in sweat. He irritably repeated that his mood was truly awful. Block was startled and worriedly asked whether this was not the rest time between rounds. Hanso roared decisively, that was not the issue. Seeing his big brother still blazing with fighting spirit on the battlefield, Block asked in confusion why he felt awful. Hanso quietly looked down, then suddenly asked Block seriously what he trained at the gym for. Block answered at once without hesitation. Of course it was to become stronger. After answering Hanso, he suddenly thought of something and changed his mind. Block said pensively, "No, lately my goal has changed." His eyes blazed with determination as he looked toward the dazzling light. He wanted to surpass his limits, to push or pull the heaviest weight he possibly could. Hearing the answer he wanted, Hanso suddenly revealed the brightest smile he had ever shown, his face flushed with happiness. Hanso whipped around toward Block and shouted, "That is it, that is why I am irritated," leaving his junior bewildered. He began reflecting that there were countless sports in this world, from taekwondo, swimming, and kickboxing to ice skating. All of them had one thing in common that weight training did not: a competitor. Looking at the two shadows confronting each other, Hanso suddenly remembered what he had realized during his battle with Leon. Collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, he had once muttered to himself, wondering whether that opponent would remain still forever. Hanso trembled as he braced a hand against the ground, wondering how much stronger the enemy he faced today would be by tomorrow. What could we use to stand against them? Hanso let out a resounding roar. Jim Gore's life must always move forward. He poured all his strength into his bulging muscles and declared loudly that he had to defeat himself, the self that had grown stronger than yesterday. Hanso's expression immediately turned serious. He insisted that physique training was not meant to overpower anyone. Under immense pressure, he still pushed through the heavy exercises, declaring that his true goal was to refine both body and will. Hanso exerted himself fully, treating the training session as a form of advanced meditation. Seeing him so absorbed in philosophy, Block, drenched in sweat, reminded him that they had to defeat them first before focusing on training. Hanso froze as if he had just realized a truth. "Indeed, that's right." Block added encouragement, saying that by doing so, they could also acquire more training equipment. Hearing that, Hanso cheered in excitement, exclaiming it was perfect. For him, training with additional equipment was unbeatable. He immediately surged forward with wind-like speed. Amid the chaotic battle, he unleashed low-weight, high-repetition moves. Hanso shouted in exhilaration, while Ben tensed and screamed to release all his power. A massive black wolf suddenly lunged, attacking almost instantly, but it was immediately grabbed by a muscular warrior by the neck, choking its breath. He stared coldly at the beast and boldly declared that its opponent was himself. For Hanso, this battle was no different than a gym day with new equipment. Hanso smiled brightly, flexing his rippling muscles, then shouted loudly. In high spirits, Hanso delivered a strike as heavy as 1,000 pounds, tossing his opponent into the air. Hanso swiftly landed firmly amid the thick smoke. The black wolf growled, its whole body trembling in frenzy as Hanso treated it like a new toy. The muscular young man controlling it exclaimed in astonishment, wondering how the front teeth could be so strong. Suddenly the grip slipped, allowing the beast to break free and dash away. It charged straight at Hanso, growling as if challenging him. Hanso calmly raised his hand to block the wolf's pounce, commanding it to stop. He told it to look at its master first. He explained that when the body changes too drastically without time to adapt, the outcome would be catastrophic. Intense bodily transformation left Ben no time to adjust. Extreme physical changes made his heart pound violently, as if about to burst from his chest. Ben's eyes widened in panic and pain. Then he unexpectedly vomited a thick black substance. At the same time, a small dog with bright eyes frantically ran through the forest. It tilted its head back, howling, trying to run forward as fast as it could with all its determination. Back in the village, a man named Hen trudged along, ignoring calls asking where he was going. Hen choked up, telling the squad leader that, like many comrades, he had lost both his wife and child in the brutal zombie disaster. His face was soaked with tears, his hands trembling as he gripped in regret and cowardice. Unable to face the truth, unable to contain himself, Han cried out tragically, calling the names of his wife and daughter Belle in despair for failing to protect his loved ones. Suddenly, cries of father and brother rang out, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. Han froze as he saw his wife and child, flesh and blood, running toward him. Han quickly embraced his little daughter, tears of happiness streaming after days apart. He was shocked and asked how they escaped, and Belle brightly said that the small dog had helped them flee. Han blinked in surprise, asking a dog. The little girl nodded. Belle cheerfully recounted that she and her mother were escaping together. The image of the village engulfed in flames appeared, mother and daughter supporting each other as they fled through the ruins. But disaster struck when they suddenly stumbled. Facing imminent danger, the painful fall left the two of them prone on the ground while zombie shadows gradually surrounded them. The little girl could only open her eyes wide in fear as danger loomed right in front of her. At that moment, a swirling blue energy suddenly appeared. It emerged in the night sky, causing the monsters to freeze briefly. Seeing the strange sight, the little girl cried out, hopefully that the dog seemed to want to help them. A massive creature with coarse brown fur stood before the zombies. Thanks to this timely intervention, mother and daughter escaped the disaster. They slipped into the darkness and eventually found a secret cave where many people in similar circumstances were hiding. According to the remaining villagers, the dog was very gentle and always appeared delighted when petted. It had saved many villagers and led them to safety. But after each rescue it quietly left, watching the dog sitting silently on the hilltop facing the blue vortex. Everyone sensed the deep sorrow in its eyes. Back in the present, Little Belle hugged her father tightly, excitedly saying, "Let's keep it, Dad." Faced with his daughter's eagerness, Han was embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Although immensely grateful to the creature for saving his child, he wondered if it already had an owner. On the other side, the man in monstrous form collapsed, his body repeatedly sustaining severe injuries. The small dog stood beside him, eyes full of worry, letting out soft, pained whines at his friend's plight. In his weak breath, the man called Elise's name as a final message to her. Then he completely collapsed to the ground amidst thick smoke. Immediately, a red energy burst erupted around the small dog. A massive energy vortex suddenly surged. The small dog had resolved to protect Benzu with its own body. The battle temporarily ended. Hanso wiped sweat and ordered Block to conclude the session there. He looked down at his muscles, quietly thankful for their hard work throughout. Hanso urged Block to quickly prepare for sleep so the body could have optimal recovery time. The quiet night fell, covering all space. Hanso yawned deeply, exhausted after a long, intense day. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hanso saw Lena sitting on a rock nearby, waiting. After a stiff greeting in the dead of night, she immediately told Hanso to follow her because something serious had happened while he slept. Hanso asked about gathering materials. Lena, with a serious expression, insisted that there was a far more urgent matter at hand. Hanso stopped questioning and asked, "What is it?" Lena led him to a dungeon and pointed to the glowing object inside. "Look closely at this. This is the core of the dungeon." Hanso remained puzzled, curiously asking if the dungeon core was some kind of hack squat. Hanso laughed with delight, affirming that lower body training was extremely important. He was happy to have an extra training tool, but Lena immediately snapped, "Not that." Looking at Hanso's muscular build, she suspiciously asked, "Hanso, your race is certainly demonkind, right?" Hanso radiated a sparkling aura and firmly corrected, "No, I am human, a bodybuilder." Lena muttered skeptically about that unusual race, then shrugged, thinking that since he wasn't greedy for money, it was fine. Lena stood by a tree and ordered, "Now we will start the important report. Listen carefully." Lena explained that after the battle ended, she roamed the area and sensed a surging life energy. She quickly gathered nearby spirits to help consolidate that energy. Thanks to this, Lena successfully rebuilt the dungeon core, giving Hanso his own domain without any effort. Lena excitedly pointed and asked Hanso, "Don't you want a domain of your own?" Hanso muttered to himself, "A domain of my own?" Memories of the modern world suddenly flooded his mind. That day it poured rain, and Hanso stood dazed in front of the gym door. The sign on the door clearly stated the gym would be closed for holidays from September 28 to 30. Hanso stood silently in the rain, regretting that if he had his own gym, he could still train during the holiday. He immediately understood that a private domain meant a personal gym. Hanso smiled triumphantly and shouted with excitement, "That's right, a gym, no, a dungeon. Any name works for me." Hanso's eyes lit up with determination, and he boldly declared his new goal, "My own dungeon gym." At the dungeon entrance, the dog Beto tilted his head and howled, the sound echoing through the night. Hanso began teaching manners to the puppy along with his muscular army. Lena reassured Leper that the enemies had lost both reason and will to attack, prompting her to ask in surprise, "Lost their will?" Lena nonchalantly chewed on some rocks while preparing to explain the full story. In the dark dungeon, Elise hurriedly told the man beside her about the medicine on the other side. A syringe containing pink liquid appeared in the still air. In the lab, Ben diligently mixed a special solution that radiated mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a muscular hamster appeared, flexing and posing with immense strength. Ben cheered with excitement. "All right, it's a success." After that, he quickly left, leaving everyone stunned. Gulo stared at the scene frozen, hiccuping repeatedly, mouth agape, calling Elise's name in shock. Elise and the dog Bedoman stepped out into the field. She frowned at the strong smell of alcohol from Gulo. In his drunken state, Gulo shouted in rage, "Impossible, you like me too. We were so happy together." Before he could finish, Ben delivered a strong punch, making Gulo slump, then coldly said, "Happy my foot." He grabbed Gulo by the collar, shouting that he shouldn't act recklessly under the influence and should speak clearly while sober, and firmly stated that only when sober and courageous can win love, as he was doing. Gulo stammered in shock. I will remember that." Seeing that the other had understood, Ben smiled and turned away, reminding Gulo to always be his brave friend and apologizing for the punch. Gulo sat on the ground, watching his back and resolving to try harder. He felt relieved that the person Elise liked was Ben. Gulo and Ben clasped hands tightly, vowing to maintain their friendship amidst the blazing fire. But that friendship did not last long before disaster struck. Due to drought, the people surrounded the castle with torches and tools, shouting for the Lord to make rain to save the crops. Facing the crowd's anger, Gulo's father coldly said he only knew of a witch for sacrifice because his son reported it. Gulo was no longer cowardly. He firmly stopped his father and shouted, "Stop." His face filled with anger as he questioned why his father involved the one he loved in dirty political schemes. Gulo pointed at his father, boldly declaring that correcting the mistakes of parents was a child's duty. He immediately called for Ben and Elise, the loyal teammates who had always stood by him. him. Witnessing such fierce resistance, the old lord could only grit his teeth in frustration as his plan fell apart. Gulo, Ben, and Elise resolved to advance, and he boldly declared that from this moment he would personally straighten out the country. Father. They united and succeeded. In the heavy rain before the city gates, the people cried in panic, "It's raining. Now we can return." Suddenly, amidst the scene, the cry of a newborn child rang out. In the warm room, Ben looked at the child and wondered whose voice it was. Elise smiled, saying, "It probably doesn't resemble you." Time gradually passed, and the child grew up amid clear, joyful laughter. Beside him was always the loyal dog Bedorman. And then the important day came. Ben quietly stood behind, watching his daughter's wedding with many emotions. Seeing Sophie enter the hall, Ben cried emotionally, shouting that she must be happy. Elise gently reminded him, "Today is a happy day." When the ceremony concluded, Ben wistfully said, "Now Sophie is married too." Feeling sad, he wondered how he could go on living. Elise mischievously winked and said that all they needed was to stick close to each other like when they first married. They tenderly called each other's names, then shared a passionate kiss. Had they forgotten that there were so many people around? Gulo suddenly cut in, his face weary as he shouted, "Dear-in-laws, please restrain yourselves. This is the children's wedding." Gulo's wife immediately lunged to grab his hair and shouted, "Haven't you forgotten your first love?" Gulo panicked, explaining, "No, it's not what you think," while Ben stood behind, laughing in delight. Cherry blossoms gently fell amidst the bustling scene. Under the vast starry sky, Ben spoke softly, recalling the first time he discovered her secret as he looked at the stars she created. Elise softly replied, "I remember too." She spoke with sorrow, "You shouldn't have come close, it must have hurt." But for Ben, physical pain was trivial. He said, "Don't you know losing the one you love is the greatest pain? Compared to losing you, I would rather die." Elise pleaded, asking Ben if he could stay by her side forever. The couple's love had always been so happy. The space lit up, returning them to their radiant youth amidst a field of white flowers. Ben said firmly, "Of course, even if death separates, I will still find you." Elise smiled happily, "I knew you would say that. I love you, Ben." They held each other's hands tightly within the dazzling glow. Ben vowed to live for her this life, and in the next life as well. In the endless void, they called each other's names, shared a deep embrace, and spoke their final words of love. Yet harsh reality immediately appeared. On the cold, empty field, their bodies lay motionless. Ben and Elise had stopped breathing, closing a love full of tragedy and tears. Hanso and the muscular army were rhythmically performing the stone-carrying drill through the dungeon. While everyone strained under the weight, Hanso was thrilled, walking and laughing energetically. He noticed a member behind starting to tire, his back gradually bending. Hanso immediately approached to correct the man's posture. He placed his hand on the man's abdomen and commanded, "Tighten your core." Hanso continued to push against his lower back and shouted, "Keep your back straight," under strict enforcement. The soldier gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to lift the massive stone overhead and shouted, "Add more weight." The army cheered and advanced, their glossy muscles glistening under the light. Hanso smiled contentedly, his face flushed with happiness seeing everyone's effort. At that moment, Hong Nyuk Jim officially welcomed new guests. A tall battalion, brandishing sharp swords, entered and shouted in unison. It was the bodybuilder Swordsman Corps, who came immediately after hearing that Hong Nyuk Diem was established. Fairy Lena stood at the front observing, while the small creatures clapped and cheered for the newcomers. Amid the lively atmosphere, the Toadman casually flipped a bottle of wine upside down and drank it dry. Whenever possible, he pulled out the alcohol, a true drunkard. He adjusted his monocle and proudly declared, "I heard a new dungeon is being built here, folks." He affirmed that his Redhead Legion also wanted to join and become part of this dungeon. Raising the bottle, he excitedly called out, "First, let's toast to celebrate Chef." He laughed triumphantly, completely unaware of the massive shadow appearing behind him. Hanso appeared with a darkened face, freezing the Toad in shock, head full of question marks. He quickly said it was just a joke, then explained that the bottle contained only barley tea. Trembling, he handed over a leather-bound chest and hurriedly clarified, "I didn't mean for you to just take it. Our research team found a new substance and brought it as a gift." The system immediately displayed a notification, confirming that the substance was probiotics, also called beneficial bacteria. And so curiously opened the chest, a dazzling light emanating that made him exclaim in astonishment. When ingested in proper amounts, this probiotic produces excellent effects. It is a live bacteria that improves the digestive system and strengthens immunity. Notably, it also helps restore weakened immune systems after high-intensity weight training. This is no different from Broby, containing billions of beneficial bacteria. And so the Toad laughed heartily, calling each other's names warmly. The Toad smirked confidently, thinking to himself, "Very good, at this rate I'll quickly climb to second place." Suddenly Hanso rushed to hug the Toad and shouted, "Oh cute Toad, welcome aboard." Bones cracked audibly, making the Toad painfully think, "I should have never come here." In another area, a round stone rolled chaotically across the grass. Fairy Lena led a large earth golem unit forward and asked, "Hanso, is the cleanup okay?" "I've brought the weight plates." The muscular army hurriedly carried the heavy plates, urging each other, "Weight plates first, bring them inside, quickly." Hanso suddenly stopped them. Raising a weight plate, he boldly declared, "Wait, just bringing them like this is boring. Let me show you the proper way to move plates." He enthusiastically introduced the bus wheel technique, while Gulo shouted helplessly, "Please just move them normally." Gulo thought Hanso was bullying others with his strength. Hanso began to demonstrate. First, keep your back straight and legs shoulder width apart. Step 2, stretch out your arms and lift the plate to eye level. Step 3, Hanso instructed to rotate the plate right once, then left once as if steering a vehicle. Bin laughed, concluding, doing so stimulates the anterior and middle delts, then transmits force to the person behind. While Hanso and the muscular army diligently rotated the massive stone plates, the fairy king behemoth in black cat form suddenly appeared. He said, "Hanso, sorry to interrupt your training, but there is something important." Hanso stopped and asked, "What is it?" Behemoth explained seriously that maintaining the dungeon consumed a great deal of energy, and if the energy source is depleted, the dungeon would completely disappear. That also meant the exercise equipment he painstakingly crafted would no longer be fully usable. Hearing this, Hanso was completely shocked. "What should we do? Is there really no other way?" Behemoth's gaze turned sharp. He gave a mysterious instruction, "Fill the life energy of creatures, folks." The Fairy King stood amidst the haunting red space, coldly revealing that the most effective way to collect energy is from the lives lost in the domain. Hanso's limbs went limp, muttering fearfully, "Dead life. Extract energy from it. This is the first time I've heard." At that moment, Hanso's brain muscles began contracting at extreme speed, searching for an escape. An idea flashed: if death destroys cells, then high-intensity training also continuously destroys muscle cells. Thus, when the team trained together, dungeon energy would automatically replenish. Hanso realized, simply using training energy as a substitute means no one has to die. Immediately, he boldly issued a new rule to the entire army, decided from now on every bathroom break must include 100 pull-ups. While Hanso was full of energy, the muscular army behind turned pale with horror. Witnessing such a bizarre order, Behemoth could only click his tongue in exasperation. Who would enjoy this, folks? Yet contrary to expectations, the muscular army all raised their hands, shouting "ooh you" with extremely happy faces. Behemoth was speechless, watching the overly excited bodybuilders, then muttered, "Truly a bunch of lunatics, folks." From the distant bushes, a soldier hesitated to mention reporting to senior bodybuilders, but Gulo quickly stopped him. Seeing the radiant smile of their leader, Gulo thought, seeing Hanso so happy, I can't bring myself to speak. Let him enjoy this moment a bit longer. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and greeted as if it had been a long time. Block was stunned to realize they were his senior goody builders. Seeing their gaunt bodies with ribs visible, he said in anguish, "Seniors, what on earth happened to those pitiful bodies?" One senior placed a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed softly. In the short time that had passed, truly many things had occurred. This Gulo's day? Gulo, with bright shining eyes, recounted that after seeing a messenger, they had been imprisoned and then vanished. For many days, chained to stone pillars in a dark cave, they could barely move. When waiting in despair to die without energy replenishment, their bodies had burned internal reserves to survive. As a result, the excess fat and bulging muscles of the goody builders gradually disappeared. Now they looked no different than starving people. Once mighty warriors were now just ordinary bears. One rubbed his flat stomach and said poignantly, I used to be obsessed with muscles, but now I don't understand why I ever was. Amid the somber atmosphere, the dungeon mascot suddenly spoke, urging everyone, don't be pessimistic, let's move toward the dungeon center. It smiled brightly and declared boldly that it would immediately begin the dungeonization process. Standing before the gathered citizens of the kingdom and the frog tribe, Hanso solemnly recalled a time when he lived only for himself. But now he realized he truly loved this bodybuilding culture and wanted more people to share in that passion. Hanso placed his hand on the glowing magical sphere and implored, I ask everyone here to help all creatures in the world, regardless of race, have access to the gym. In response to that sincere call, Gulo Leper and the entire army simultaneously placed their hands on the sphere, ready to open a new era. Amid the dazzling halo, Hanso smiled more brightly than ever before. He raised both hands and declared boldly, Dungeon Gym. The extreme light erupted from the sphere, marking the start of a glorious journey. In the dense forest, a group calling themselves Kingdom Adventurers cautiously advanced. They thought they were treasure hunting, but it felt more like a weekly fitness test. As soon as they arrived at the ancient stone structure, a member immediately confirmed, we've arrived. Looking at the dark entrance, another hesitated, asking if this was the Hell Dungeon. On the gate, the word gym appeared mysteriously. Female adventurer worriedly asked how dangerous this place was to be called a hell dungeon. Her teammate answered sternly, I heard it was created by a demon lord from another world. Although the group was still afraid, the captain reassured boldly, it's okay, our team is very strong. I will lead. But just as he drew his sword to charge, a giant guardian arm suddenly appeared. With a single thunderous impact, he was thrown far away. The group screamed in horror from the dust, a muscular white-haired man ran out in haste. Seeing the fallen victim, he apologized awkwardly, oh, I didn't know someone was here. Are you okay? Furious, an adventurer drew his sword pointing at him and shouted, "Want to fight?" The atmosphere was tense as the others hurriedly helped their teammate up. The muscular man waved his hands to explain, "No, I said I didn't know." Looked straight at the adventurers and sincerely advised, "You'd better turn back. This place is not for ordinary adventurers to test themselves." The man strode away, asserting that only true warriors had the right to challenge this place. Watching that giant back, the sword-wielding adventurer could only stand frozen in doubt. Suddenly, the man stopped and roared, "480. His face contorted, gritting his teeth to bear the enormous weight under terrifying pressure. Witnessing the shocking scene, an adventurer exclaimed in horror, "A mimic monster." But his teammates immediately corrected him, "No, it's just a block of iron." The muscular man with blazing red eyes exuded overwhelming presence, continuously lifting weights with immense force, making the ground tremble. He squatted with terrifying weight under thousands of pounds of pressure. The system immediately announced Gulo had broken the 1 ringgit squat record. However, to obtain the Wonder Armor, he still needed to conquer another 560 kg. Soon after, the path to the free weight room officially opened. Gulo stood tall before the glowing gate. Beneath him were massive weights radiating strong energy. He whispered in satisfaction, "This is a warrior's paradise, where all races unite through muscle. Welcome to the dungeon gym." Footsteps and clanging weights echoed like an exciting symphony. This place resembled not a dungeon, but a global muscle festival, with various monsters training enthusiastically. At the reception, Randip, a girl with bright blue hair, greeted, "Hello, I am Randip, manager of Dungeon Gym." She smiled warmly, curiously asking the new guests, "What brings you here?" 3 adventurers from the Kingdom of Moten said they came after seeing the bounty announcement by the association. The captain clenched his fist and declared resolutely, "No one has conquered this place yet, so we will definitely subdue it and become famous adventurers." Randip began the procedure, asking if they had been referred or used the gym before. Seeing the group perplexed, she said, Mr. Gulo has arrived. Please advise them." Gulo strode forward, each step resolute and commanding. Gulo adjusted his monocle and gold chain, introducing politely, "Hello, I am Trainer Gulo." Appearance like a noble steward, but aura more like the gym final boss than a guide. He showed a photo flaunting his bulging muscles, making the adventurers exclaim in shock, "Isn't this gullet impossible?" Gulo waved enthusiastically, inviting, "I will show you inside the dungeon. Will you follow me?" One adventurer suddenly froze, staring at the photo in his hand, muttering, "Wait a moment." The adventurer pointed his sword at the gray monster and roared, "I cannot trust a monster that only lies." The air was tense like an overstretched resistance band, ready to snap. At this hostile attitude, the monster began showing signs of irritation. He silently activated Heavy Blunt Cup 12 times, making his hands glow with purple magic. 1,000-pound pressure suddenly descended, crushing the adventurer's will to resist. He could only exclaim in panic, "What is this pressure?" Seeing their comrade in danger, 2 other adventurers rushed over shouting, "So you finally reveal your true form. Remove the magic immediately, you monster." Gulo only sighed lightly in exasperation. Then he strode forward amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. He headed straight toward the barbell lying motionless on the ground. The guardian hand immediately grasped the bar. He performed a 120 kg one-arm deadlift with full force. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the adventurers could only exclaim in awe, "Incredible. Truly the power of a monster." At that moment, a brown-haired youth training nearby sneered, "What, Gulo thought anything special? I can lift that weight too." In response to the taunt, Gulo immediately performed a 120 kg one-arm front raise, lifting the heavy weight in front with ease. Terrified by the display of strength, the 2 adventurers quickly whispered, "Let's move to another dungeon." "Sure, this isn't the only place." While the others were still training tirelessly to each count of 1, 2, Gulo suddenly spoke up to stop them, telling them to stand still for a moment. He looked straight at the other party, his voice full of mockery. "The truth is, you are jealous, aren't you? Because you have never possessed a powerful body like this." Then he silently looked down at the crumpled registration form lying on the floor. A young man trembled, drenched in sweat, bitterly wondering, "Am I worth being envied by others?" In the distance, the adventurer group had just finished their mission and eagerly invited one another to celebrate. Everyone worked hard. "Let's go have beer and grilled meat." Amid the crowd, the purple-haired girl quietly refused because she had no money. Her friend asked in surprise whether she was always broke or was in debt. The girl calmly replied that she was saving money for marriage. Even though she did not have a boyfriend yet, it was still better to prepare in advance. Hearing this, the young man beside her blushed and asked about her ideal type. The girl answered without hesitation that it was a warrior. The young man secretly thought, "Isn't a warrior exactly what I am?" and his face immediately flushed with joy. The girl added a cruel standard. She liked warriors with bulging muscles. Her words struck like lightning, leaving the young man shattered and crying out in despair. The girl shouted in panic, "Why did it suddenly turn into this? Hurry and stand up." And just then, the giant placed his hand on Block's crying head and said in a deep voice to cry as loudly as he wanted, so that later, when he was no longer skinny, he could smile with confidence. The young man looked up with eyes full of hope and asked softly, "Master, can I change too?" The giant smiled brightly, encouraging him that of course he could, so he should start by registering for PT right away. In a lush green valley, an eagle was spreading its wings and soaring high through the vast sky. That peaceful scene gave no hint that this place was actually an extremely high-end outdoor functional training ground. Beneath the ground, an incredibly strange training scene was taking place. Muscular frogbird monsters were straining as they pulled heavy ropes amid groans. This was the frog-seated rowing exercise. Hanso sat grandly on the cart, using his arm strength to control the frog rider rig as it trained with enthusiasm, then excitedly counted the beats, 8, 9. Suddenly, the cry of the eagle from high above caught his attention. Hanso raised his head to look up, revealing a smile full of excitement. Immediately afterward, a fragrant bird hotpot was boiling over the fire, steam rising thickly in the deep forest. Hanso calmly enjoyed the steaming dish while resting. As he ate, he carefully read the letter delivered by the eagle, which said, "Dear Lord Hanso, this is Gulo. I have found Oculus northeast of the Roman kingdom just as described, but that place is at war, please be careful. Postscript, please do not eat this eagle. Training it was extremely hard. Lord Gulo." Reading to this point, Hanso froze, his face filled with guilt as he looked at the piece of meat in his hand. He clicked his tongue and told himself, "Forget it, one more set, then we set off." 3 hours before departure, at the reception desk of the gym dungeon, everything was still quite peaceful. No one expected that a chicken breast crisis could mark the beginning of the dungeon legend that followed. Gulo pointed at the plate and asked whether everyone saw the chicken breasts. When they nodded in confirmation, he suddenly revealed that one of the 2 pieces was cake. Gulo cut into a piece of chicken breast, revealing the chocolate layer inside, then cried out in triumph, making everyone marvel in astonishment. He excitedly continued the game, asking which piece was cake this time. Just then Hanso rushed in and shouted, "Where is the chicken breast?" He quickly grabbed a piece from the plate, his face lighting up with excitement. Hanso opened his mouth wide, preparing to enjoy it immediately. Hanso began chewing with relish, making loud munching sounds. The brown-haired man standing beside him was also stunned and doubtful. Is that chicken breast? In truth, it was a sweet piece of cake, while Hanso was still holding half of the cake in his hand. A terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted, making his entire body tremble violently as if he had been electrocuted. Hanso's eyes bulged, his face twisting from shock. He gasped in astonishment, his body shaking before the overly intense stimulation of sweetness. Have you ever competed in bodybuilding or taken body profile photos? To shine in one brief moment, athletes must follow an extremely strict diet. A muscular man stood beneath the stage lights, silently staring at a plate of food containing only cucumbers and a few tomatoes. After months of bland eating, the sense of taste becomes extremely sensitive. Even the slightest stimulation can erupt as intensely as pain. When tasting cake, every sense of a gym trainee is instantly shaken. After 17 years of strict dieting, Hanso's brain experienced for the first time an extreme stimulus called sugar. If there were a ranking for nutritional shock, this moment would undoubtedly take first place. His nervous system seemed swept through by an electric current, his blood vessels swelling and vibrating under the enormous shock. Immediately, Hanso lost control. He lunged into the feast of sweets with glowing eyes, stuffing his mouth with cake, strawberries, and candy in a state of absolute excitement. The carriage pulled by the frog rider rig continued through the dense forest. No one expected this survival trip to turn into a free culinary tour. Amid the lively atmosphere, the members of the muscle army also began joining in, eating and drinking lavishly. Hanso laughed heartily, holding a fried chicken leg in his hand, a slice of pizza still draped across his chest, completely letting himself go. Witnessing their leader fall into such indulgence, a teammate worriedly remarked that he should not be doing that. Another warrior approached, offering a piece of white meat and advising, "Hanso Nim, instead of these depraved foods, please eat frog chicken breast." Immediately, Hanso's eyes turned white, and a chilling killing intent erupted. A powerful kick sent the victim flying far away, leaving him in pain and badly injured. Hanso stood towering with a terrifyingly cold face, roaring a warning that "Who gave permission to touch my food?" The space instantly fell into suffocating silence. To punish that interference, Hanso forced the entire army to strain as they carried giant frogs on their shoulders and continued their exhausting training. Seeing this, Gulo approached, held up a golden fried piece of food and invited him in a gentle voice, "Hanso Nim, open your mouth." Hanso calmly opened his mouth and accepted the delicious bite. Gulo coaxed him, saying he did not need to frown. There were still countless delicious foods in the world. Meanwhile, Hanso remained absorbed in chewing noisily. 2 muscular warriors were struggling to help their injured teammate away from the scene. When asked about his condition, the victim gasped in reply that he thought his bones were not broken yet. But then, every gaze turned toward their leader in utter worry. Compared with that, they felt Hanso Nim was the one who was truly unstable. "Hanso Nim, you normally do not move with swinging motions like that." That question unintentionally brought back a concept once buried deep in his training memories. Hanso was still busy eating and drinking then, and he raised his head blankly to ask back, His chest suddenly began pounding violently. Hanso held 2 sausages, his eyes shining with excitement as he blurted out, "Eating and drinking are even more fun than practicing swinging." The lackey laughed loudly, pointed at his own bulging belly, and agreed, "Exactly, the upcoming Roman kingdom is very cold, so fat is absolutely necessary." Hanso fell into a dazed state, muttering, "Fat, body fat." It was as if his strict training system had just been overwritten by the truth of eating. He calmly took another pile of sweets and stuffed them into his mouth. While chewing with relish, Hanso shouted in bliss, "Fat is the best." He was completely immersed in happiness, loving food far too much. The scene suddenly shifted to a snow-white land where fierce winds howled without end. In the middle of the misty, snowy forest, a small figure wrapped tightly in clothing struggled forward, carrying firewood on his back and holding a torch in his hand. Suddenly, a strong gust blew past and snuffed out the torch. That person grew worried because the village was still far away, his entire body trembling from the cold. That person murmured shakily, "So cold, so cold." A plume of white smoke rising in the distance immediately drew his attention. Steam was spreading in a hazy cloud. Amid the snowy sky, an ice house appeared with thick smoke rising from its chimney, standing in sharp contrast to the cold outside. "Is that an ice house? Could I go in and warm my hands for a little while?" That person hesitantly approached and spoke softly. "Excuse me, sorry to bother you." When he looked inside, he was shocked by the dense steam and wondered why it was so hot. The guest's face immediately changed color at the unbelievable scene unfolding inside. Within the hazy steam, the muscular army was training at high intensity. Heavy breathing, the weighty rhythm of dumbbells, and counting voices rang out continuously. In the suffocatingly hot atmosphere, the warriors were still training with passion, while Hanso leisurely soaked in the hot bath beside them. Standing amid that oppressive scene, the small stranger hiding behind his cloak trembled and quietly swallowed in fear. The outsider's presence was quickly discovered. 2 muscular warriors approached, sniffed him, then declared that this was the scent of a new mat coming to train at the gym. "Must have come to the wrong place. Please allow me to go outside first." But the only exit had been blocked completely by massive walls of muscle. One warrior laughed and said, "Coming in is easy, but leaving is not so simple." Despite his weak resistance, the group quickly lifted him up and dragged him straight toward the hot bath amid his panicked cries. Meanwhile, Hanso still sat calmly in the warm water, slowly chewing his food. He only glanced over and silently wondered why they lived so diligently. Within the misty steam, a member of the muscular army sternly guided the intruder through training. "Roll up those erector spinae muscles." The words sounded like they were activating a game skill, but the pain was truly a full 100%. Poor young man was drenched in sweat, his entire body trembling from exhaustion. He asked in confusion whether it was necessary to work this hard. Contrary to expectations, Hanso was lounging on a chair and said indifferently, "Just do it however you want." Those words drained the morale from the entire room. He gave a lazy smile, then spoke in complete self-indulgence. "Whether we work hard or not, sooner or later everyone has to die anyway." Hanso continued sinking deeper into his depraved lifestyle. While chewing noisily, he advised everyone to simply eat well and live comfortably. A muscular warrior wearing sunglasses happily joined in as well, eating sweets while agreeing, "That is right, happiness comes above all." Meanwhile, the young man could only force a smile because he was far too bewildered. Another member suddenly stepped forward, gripped his head tightly with blazing eyes, and shouted, "Come on, next set." Despite the leader's laziness, the gym dungeon remained lively. The warriors trained passionately amid the snowy weather, while giant cockatrices soaked in the bath behind them. Suddenly, a glowing system notification appeared, "New side quest. The former king's succession has been created." The story brings us back to an age of chaos when the world was sunk in darkness. To fight evil, countless heroes threw themselves onto the battlefield of life and death. Although most heroes disappeared from history, there were still geniuses recorded by name thanks to strength that far surpassed the limits of their species. At that pinnacle stood one hero who forced every measure of strength to be rewritten. The symbol that spread terror among the demon race was none other than the magic swordsman Hildebrand. But at the very height of his glory, a desperate soldier shouted, "You were once a symbol of justice, so why are you doing this?" A soldier pointed toward the dark figure and shouted, "Was it not thanks to you that this world was protected and became a wise kingdom?" Hildebrand calmly held his pipe and softly called out, "Hey, young man." He said calmly that even if people called him a senile old fool or an idiot chasing empty hope, he did not care. Immediately, the orange-mustached commander loudly ordered the priests to hurry and cast support magic. A series of enhancement spells for strength, speed, and focus were cast over the commander, making it look no different from preparing to fight a major boss. Amid the white snow, Hildebrand muttered, "But what if that hope is to regain my youth?" He had been active for more than 50 years. The commander broke into a cold sweat, reassuring himself that his opponent was only an old man drunk on past glory. Hinderbrand slowly approached and said, "You probably never thought of it, did you? Then let this old man teach you a lesson." Before their eyes was only a thin, frail old man. Yet that seemingly harmless appearance was precisely what made people feel most uneasy. Hinderbrand looked at the cup of medicine and asked, "Has the mana potion run dry?" He thought that once everything he had to protect was gone, dignity became meaningless as well. Hinderbrand calmly poured the entire cup of medicine onto the ground. The commander drew his sword decisively and shouted to encourage the soldiers, "As long as we do not fear his reputation, we can win." The commander charged straight forward, unleashing his decisive technique. Yet Hinderbrand still stood towering in place, even as fierce energy surrounded him. He said coldly, "Dignity and the like, does it still matter after death?" His eyes blazed as he calmly saw through life and death. He blurted out in shock, "Did he vanish?" Immediately afterward, he realized this was the technique of instantaneous movement. He gritted his teeth in bitter resentment, damn it. But just as he was still confused, a surge of killing intent had already closed in behind him, leaving him only enough time to widen his eyes in terror. Hinderbrand appeared like a ghost, unleashing a thunderous slash that left the commander utterly powerless as he collapsed. The old man silently surveyed the battlefield, calmly lamenting that he only wished to reclaim his youth. Yet these kids kept getting in his way. Despite being surrounded by a massive army, he remained so composed that he showed no sign of wavering. The opposing commander shouted loudly to reassure his soldiers, saying not to fear, the figure before them was just an old man. Hinderbrand smirked slightly, slowly drew his sword from its sheath, and declared that this old man had decided to steal the youth of their children. The attack order barely ended when countless spells and arrows rained down, like the sky itself had joined the fray. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a deadly whirlwind, sweeping away all resistance. One swing of his sword sent dozens of enemies flying in a dazzling green flash. His white eyes glowed with pressure, causing a mage to panic and shout to cast spells in defense. The frenzied mage poured energy into the blue gem right before him, but it was far too late to regret. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a dense cloud of smoke and dust. Across the snow-white field, the scene of devastation revealed countless soldiers lying scattered on the blood-stained ground. Standing at the center of destruction was Senior Hinderbrand, the 75-year-old king of Simbertham. His long white hair, cold face, and calm words declaring giving youth to the children was truly wasteful. In the holy kingdom of Rumen, under thick falling snow, the atmosphere in the council chamber was tense to the extreme. Even the candlelight seemed to avoid the debate. The young Pope Jack Roland anxiously asked what should be done to salvage the kingdom's rapidly declining prestige. A bespectacled advisor immediately suggested surrendering and accepting all of Hinderbrand's demands as a matter of course. Shortly after, a female minister angrily objected. She emphasized that Simbertham had an extremely low birth rate, with a population mostly elderly, so giving in would lead the country to decline. Reasoning sounded politically charged, yet strangely resembled a population report in a strategy game. The debate erupted fiercely when the bald advisor yelled that if they couldn't stop a 75-year-old like Hinderbrand, what right did they have to be proud? While the Pope was troubled by the harsh arguing, a decisive proposal rang out that our holy god hand knights would go into battle. Doors opened, and leader Sister Pierre strode in with overwhelming presence, impressing everyone with the knights' reliability. While an advisor still muttered doubts about their abilities, Pierre suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his collar with a dry snap. The advisor grimaced in pain, barely able to let out a few stifled groans in everyone's shock. Yet immediately afterward, he laughed heartily as he felt his blood flow strongly, then praised the knights to the Pope without reservation. Pierre, with a long scar across her face, silently observed everyone with cold, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Hanso turned to ask the guide how much farther to the village. Receiving a nod of confirmation from the small guide, he excitedly declared it was time for interval running after days of waiting. Hanso and the muscle army immediately put all their strength into their legs, dashing forward at astonishing speed. Heavy breathing echoed continuously in the quiet space. Hanso was drenched in sweat, his face twisted from exhaustion, muttering that his breath was too heavy. Even the falling snow seemed to slow its pace to keep up with the exercise. Though nearly unable to lift his legs, he still urged his teammates to go ahead. Yet even the strongest muscular warriors had reached their limits. They leaned on one another, panting, heat rising in waves from their bodies. Deep footprints in the snow led straight to a village in the kingdom of Simbertham. The peaceful village appeared amidst majestic mountains, with snow-covered wooden roofs like a rare resting spot amid endless training. From afar, a small boy ran over, calling out loudly, "Grandpa." Immediately, an elderly man with a kind smile lifted the boy into his arms, affectionately saying, "Here is my good child." The boy joyfully shouted grandpas. His face lit up with happiness as he was surrounded by loved ones. An old man stepped forward to bow and thank Hanso for saving young Jordan's life. Seeing the elders around him, Hanso was astonished, secretly wondering why every old man here had an extraordinarily strong body. A member of the muscle team whispered that this village was very strange, but Hanso calmly concluded that perhaps everyone here knew how to train. But another question arose as the village showed no sign of young people. It felt as if the entire younger generation had logged out long ago, with no one keeping up with the situation. An old man sadly revealed that all the young people had left the village to migrate elsewhere, leaving Hanso extremely surprised. Young Jordan began recounting the history of the kingdom of Simbertham, once a nation of powerful mercenaries. In the past, they gained wealth by continuously participating in wars, but fearing overpopulation, the kingdom enacted a law allowing each family to have only one child. From there, tragedy began as a militaristic nation prioritized sons over daughters. This caused a severe gender imbalance, reaching a ratio of 70-1. With too few women, the birth rate dropped sharply, accelerating the aging of the population. Remaining young people had to bear huge taxes to care for the elderly. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave for neighboring countries. Now, only a few children like Jordan had to bear the responsibility of caring for numerous elders in the village. After hearing this tragic story, Hanso still calmly asked while picking his nose, "Is there a gym here?" The question was so strange that the old man immediately froze in astonishment. Jordan explained that perhaps he was looking for a place to train physically. The group then quietly passed through the snow-covered village. A member of the muscle team anxiously asked the old man that if the children had to bear everything like this, why did the kingdom take no action? The old man softly replied that he had heard the holy kingdom of Rumen nearby had a divine creature that could rejuvenate, a spirit that had accumulated wishes for 6,000 billion years. A strange ceremony appeared, everyone kneeling before the glowing sphere in the tent. The old man said King Hinderbrand used it to restore prosperity. Hearing this, Hanso pondered, Hinderbrand, that name seems familiar somehow. Immediately, the system panel popped up with a side quest to meet Hinderbrand, the reward being a clue about Oculus. As if the storyline forced him to accept the task, Hanso rejoiced silently, thanking the ancestors, then turned to ask the man beside him if he could lead him to Hinderbrand. Faced with this sudden request, the man broke into a sweat, awkwardly replying that Hanso Nim, the human king, is actually very difficult to meet. He explained that meeting Gulo was only possible because that kingdom was not too large and the circumstances were favorable. Hanso nodded in understanding, then continued, "So what must I do to meet him?" Gulo rested his chin in thought, and that kind of solemnity usually signaled exercises not meant for the faint of heart. He wore a monocle, stern amidst the snow and wind. Gulo gripped his spear tightly, standing tall among the army of muscles, while Hanso beside him squatted preparing for the new journey. Behind them, the old men groaned from aching joints, complaining of body soreness amid repeated cuffing in the snow. Harsh sounds rang out continuously as the elders strained their bodies under extreme hardship. Hanso was shocked at the scene, silently thinking, could I have just heard bones grinding together? He worriedly turned to ask Gulo, "Gulo, is this really okay?" The easiest way to meet the king was to achieve merit. It sounded simple, but in war, so-called simple rarely existed. He emphasized that the scariest were those with nothing left to lose, and these veterans were exactly that type. A dark-skinned guardian in pink stood beside a white-bearded knight, boldly declaring either to serve the young king or die on the battlefield. The guardian laughed loudly, saying that was the spirit of a veteran, then asked Hanso's group what resolve they brought into this battle. Instantly, Hanso's muscular disciples simultaneously tensed, displaying their strength, then replied succinctly, "Push and pull." The muscle army lifted heavy packages while chanting 1-2, making the white-bearded knight ask bewilderedly what they were saying. At that moment, a shrill scream echoed across the camp, signaling a major incident. A scout frantically spurred his horse toward the fence, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. However, just as he approached, the horse suddenly tripped, sending both rider and mount tumbling across the ground with loud crashes. The scout scrambled to his feet, then dashed frantically to the commander. When asked what major event had occurred, he could only pant, continuously spitting to catch his breath. He stammered in broken breaths, "Not that matter." Suddenly, alarm bells blared, signaling an enemy raid. Flames of signal smoke rose high from the mountain peaks. From the horizon, a mighty army called the God Hand Holy Knights suddenly appeared. Leading the army was a beautiful blonde knight, her cold gaze full of authority. She gave a cold command attack. On the ground, a warrior asked Guru Nim if achieving merit was enough. Hanso remained squatting, calmly replying yes. Muscular disciples advanced, asking Hanso Nim to assign this place to them, worried that increased body fat would make him fight harder. Hanso laughed, saying they misunderstood. Gaining weight didn't mean weakness, but would make his power erupt even more. He likened his current body to a fuel-guzzling supercar, yet full of force. Hanso roared no, then began tightening his entire body. He exerted full force, making every muscle on his body swell violently. From his body radiated suffocating heat, strong enough to shake the space itself. Pressure from the massive muscles flung everything around, making the disciples exclaim helplessly in fear. From above, witnessing the shocking scene, the knights were left stunned. Female Commander Pierre widened her eyes, horrified, wondering what the bizarre figure before her actually was. Suddenly, a resounding roar tore through the air, like a jet plane flying past. catastrophic impact erupted, forming a blazing red light covering the battlefield. At the moment Hanso executed jump squat, tremendous pressure exploded, making the atmosphere recoil in fear. Seeing this, the muscle army frantically reported to Gulo Nim that Hanso Nim had vanished again, but Gulo calmly said this wasn't the first time. Gulo quickly refocused, saying what needed doing was handling the immediate enemies, then explained that to win, one must understand both self and foe. Gulo admitted that currently they had no clear knowledge of the opponent's strength nor their own. Therefore, he ordered the Goody Builder team to prepare, the muscular warriors immediately forming ranks. Gulo reminded his juniors to observe the seniors' battle to learn from their experience. Still, one muscular member grew impatient, complaining that he was itching to rush in and crush them. At that moment, a purple-haired veteran in bright pink attire stepped out, smiling maliciously, saying he would show the rookies the strength of mercenaries. The veteran advanced leisurely, declaring that when they struck, no one could intervene, then boldly ordered the entire army to prepare bones and joints. Under the veteran's command, the army radiated brilliant aura, activating bone density enhancement, creating replacement joints, and protecting the joints. Seeing the strange scene, a muscular warrior asked in confusion Guro Nim, "What are those old men doing?" Gulo silently observed and analyzed. They were using magic to compensate for thin bones and replacing worn joints with artificial ones. However, he secretly worried, recalling Hanso's warning that using artificial joints would bring excruciating pain. Gulo pondered, wondering how they intended to overcome that. Long-bearded veteran roared orders, "Entire army activate berserker mode." With just one command, the atmosphere shifted to no way back. Their eyes glowed red, charging madly forward. Witnessing that scene, a member of the muscular army realized in shock that they had used a berserker skill to lock away their sense of pain. This was the very tactic of a mercenary nation that had grown powerful through war. Following the order for a retaliatory attack, the burly warriors madly closed in on their target. Their heavy footsteps stamped down, making the ground shake violently. It was as if the entire battlefield had been turned into a high-intensity vibration training machine. Yet, just the clash grew tense. An ice-cold voice suddenly rang out, "Release!" Immediately afterward, a soldier suddenly dropped to his knees, letting his weapon fall before everyone's astonished eyes. Hanso's disciples widened their eyes in horror and blurted out, "What is going on?" A stranger with a cross-shaped scar on his face slightly curled his lips, revealing a sinister smile. That man quietly gave a cold command, "Release them at once." The bodies of the muscular warriors began twisting and cracking abnormally. Dry snapping sounds rang out one after another as their joints were forced out of place. It made one of them barely manage to let out a scream of absolute agony. Seeing that cruel technique, another member trembled, his heart pounding fiercely as he wondered, what exactly is that skill? In truth, the enemy used his fingertips to pierce through their defense and strike directly at their joints in an instant. At that moment, the battlefield was no different from a surgery performed at the speed of war. A hand glowing blue slipped through layer after layer of muscle, slid between the joints, then withdrew as fast as lightning. The terrifying truth gradually came to light. Their first row neutralized armor and weapons, while the second row directly split apart the opponent's body. The enemy was extremely cunning, targeting the exact weakness of the old soldiers, their joints. Just thinking about that tactic was painful. Cries rang out continuously as the veterans collapsed one after another before the vicious technique. Female Commander Pierre coldly declared that she did not want to cause any more meaningless casualties, while demanding that the other side lower their weapons and surrender. But her gaze suddenly froze when she saw the muscular army. It was a strange military branch she had never encountered before. Pierre made no attempt to hide her contempt, believing the kingdom of Simbertham had reached the end of the road to use even monsters for victory. To her, in the holy kingdom of Roman, monsters were never regarded as persons. Pierre ordered the cavalry unit to charge forward, declaring that she would grant them mercy by sending them back to the gods without pain. Contrary to the grave atmosphere, the muscular army panicked for a very awkward reason. If that technique hit them, they would be injured and unable to continue training at the gym. They remembered Hanso's warning that injuries would hinder training, so they only hoped to return safely to Gym Dungeon. Seeing the disciples try to run away out of fear of damaging their muscles, Gulo froze, sweat pouring down because he could not understand their thoughts at all. When he heard cowardly mutters like, "Should we run?" or "We cannot afford to lose our muscles," Gulo's gaze immediately darkened dangerously. He roared with authority, forcing the bodybuilders to immediately focus their minds. Gulo loudly questioned whether they wanted to go back to being weaklings, scorned by the world simply because they feared pain. He affirmed that the muscles they had painstakingly trained were not for running away, but for protecting friends, lovers, and family. Gulo's firm speech reached deep into their souls, or more accurately, shook the chest muscles of the entire army. If words had weight, at this moment they were at the level of a heavyweight barbell. He encouraged the disciples to believe in the power that Hanso and they themselves had created. Their chest muscles began contracting, then trembling with power along with each word of encouragement from their leader. Even the giant toadbird monster, swept up in that boiling atmosphere. The sudden change made the Roman knight order begin to show clear confusion. It was as if the battlefield had just switched into a mode completely outside the script. Amid the toad's roar and the shouts of the muscular army, a terrifying pressure covered the battlefield. The massive legion of pale-skinned giants with glowing red eyes and the powerful squad of toad riders all advanced at once, creating a sound that shook the earth. Before that sight, female commander Pierre observed silently, then spoke in contempt, with only those bare bodies. How foolish. Holy Knight squad, dismantle the enemy at once. The knights below asked back in confusion, dismantle them. While they were still hesitating, the muscular army with glowing red eyes had already closed in, their chests pounding hard and making the knights cry out in terror. What are those things? Immediately afterward, the muscular warriors deployed jet stretching and long pull down right in the middle of the battlefield to prepare for an explosive attack. The chant of 12 sets resounded everywhere. Just hearing it made this feel no longer like a battlefield, but more like a continent-wide endurance tournament. Two warriors coordinated and pushed hard, launching their comrade forward like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only look up in stunned helplessness. Oh, they are coming down. Pierre gritted her teeth and ordered, dismantle them. Yet the seemingly fatal slash only created a dry impact against muscles as hard as steel. Immediately, that warrior seized his opponent tightly and shouted the name of his technique. Press as heavy as 1,000 pounds crashed straight down, crushing the opponent into the ground and creating a violent shock. On the battlefield of Crimson Hell Prison, a towering muscular warrior stood among defeated enemies groaning beneath his feet. One member of the army confidently declared that he had completed the analysis of the opponent's technique. He explained that the enemy's technique slipped into thin muscle layers to pierce through and separate the joints. But against bodybuilders with densely packed muscles, that move was almost useless. Witnessing that scene, female commander Pierre could not help being stunned. She admitted she had never seen bodies able to hold their joints together with such extraordinary firmness. Looking at the warriors before her, she wondered whether they were minotaurs or beings that had surpassed even that monster race. Even so, Pierre quickly regained her composure and asserted that every mass of muscle had fatal openings. She spoke as if she had just discovered the truth of the human body battlefield. Immediately, she launched attacks aimed straight at those weak points, forcing the muscular warriors into a difficult position and making them collapse one after another. Pierre coldly ordered her legion to attack the opponent's finger joints, wrists, and elbows. Cries of pain rang out continuously as the muscular army suffered vicious strikes to their joints. Vit clearly issued a challenge. You think you can bring us down just by targeting those spots? Ignoring every threat, the members of the muscular army charged forward madly, closing in on the enemy at extreme speed. One warrior braced himself and unleashed the technique one-arm dumbbell press. He gathered his strength and struck with a blow like thunder, crushing his opponent's resistance into the ground. But when his muscular hand collided with the opponent's fierce attack, his fingers were deformed. The members of the muscular army were suffering terrible pain. They cried out in regret, "We should have stayed in the gym dungeon. I should have just quietly lifted weights. It hurts so much, I cannot hold on anymore." The blue-clothed entity silently looked at their hands, then said calmly, "That must have been carved deep into your genes." She continued coldly, mentioning the sound that signaled death when the neck was twisted. A giant chicken with dull eyes and sweat dripping all over could only cluck in utter fear. It screamed Coca in panic when it saw the hand closing in right before its eyes. A resolute voice rang out, then, "Depart in peace." Immediately, the ultimate technique Heavy Plantix 12 was activated. A massive magic sphere slammed straight down onto the monster's head, creating a violent explosion that swept away everything around it. Unexpectedly, even after that attack, she could still stand firm. "Who are you?" Faced with that question, a pale-skinned giant with a bald head and a monocle calmly introduced himself. "I am the manager and trainer of the gym dungeon, and also Golat." He flexed into a powerful pose and boldly declared his identity. "I am Mr. Gulo." Meanwhile, in the kingdom blanketed in white snow, explosions and lightning still tore across the sky above the high mountain peak. A troop of soldiers quietly marched through cold stone corridors beneath the falling snow. Before their leader, the elders anxiously pleaded, "Your Majesty, you need not personally go into battle. Please trust the army." He turned to his subordinates and asked, "Have you not trusted me all this time?" Then the old king told them to bring the mana potion and declared solemnly, "Then I shall go." Immediately after that, Hinderbrand shot out of the fortress. While flying at terrifying speed, Hinderbrand suddenly halted when he saw a strange object rushing straight toward him. From the opposite direction, Hanso was free falling, his face twisted with fear. He cried out helplessly, "I cannot stop." Hinderbrand silently drew his sword and struck a powerful blow against Hanso's guardian arm. In that instant, it was as though two generations of monsters had collided. The old king said coldly, "Sorry, I have no time to distinguish friend from foe." Before Hanso's stunned gaze, a system notification suddenly appeared. Side quest, continuation of the former king, meet Hinderbrand completed. Immediately afterward, the current location of the organization Oculus officially appeared on the magic map. On the ground, the red-haired man Organ lightly cracked his neck, then spoke with a suggestion. Johansson is gone. How about we just wipe them all out? However, his subordinate reported anxiously that Hinderbrand's signal was closing in fast. He silently wondered whether, in their current exhausted state, they could defeat the legendary old king. Organ pondered for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Guess we will hold back a little longer. He wondered curiously, if Hinderbrand and Galads truly clashed, who would ultimately win? Amid the hazy purple mist, a pale-skinned bear warrior was looming against a female warrior. The atmosphere at that moment was no different from a battle ruled only by the law of the jungle. He calmly concluded that the final loser would only end up being devoured. Tengal quickly analyzed his opponent and realized she specialized in close combat. Knowing he would be at a disadvantage in melee, he decided he had to make her body heavier first. Immediately, he flexed and roared, releasing a brilliant purple surge of magic power that covered both hands as he prepared to unleash an explosive strike. The enormous purple pressure pressed down, forcing the female knight Pierre to brace herself beneath the suffocating weight. Pierre wondered in surprise whether the weight of her armor had increased, but she quickly regained her calm and remarked, "This truly is an interesting technique." In response, Pierre declared boldly, "Then I will make it even more interesting." Below launched a barrage of spears soaring through the air. Spears stood upright among the clouds, then descended all at once like a rain of arrows. Faced with the dire situation, Pierre silently observed and wondered what she should do, but then she calmly realized she had begun to adapt. The spears rained down violently, embedding themselves firmly around Pierre's position amid the erupting purple energy. The bear suddenly roared, "Release heavy blunt." That left Pierre unable to hide her astonishment. Spear after spear, each with varying levels of gravity, was activated and released in rapid succession, piercing through the opponent's dark shadow amid violent collisions. The bear cried out in excitement, "All right, I won." He was certain he had defeated the female knight. However, Pierre unexpectedly held a spear firmly with her bare hand, then said calmly, "This truly leaves me puzzled." Unexpectedly, even after enduring countless spears, Pierre was still alive. The truth gradually came to light, as every member of the group was a priest with healing abilities. The muscular soldier began to show clear fear, fleeing while panicking at the relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a massive purple pillar of light enveloped the target, making the opponent look up and cry out in astonishment. From within the darkness, a pair of hands glowing with purple magic was preparing to unleash the decisive blow. A cold voice rang out, "Caught you." A purple energy circle appeared, and immediately afterward, the ultimate technique Tower of Babel was activated. A tremendous blast of purple energy descended, crushing everything beneath it inside the giant pillar of light. A dazzling stream of light carrying a healing skill poured down onto the battlefield. From the darkness, a gigantic being with towering muscles watched, in silence. The muscular army immediately surged forward like a storm. A warrior shouted an order, "Close in quickly so they cannot heal." Despite the assault, the priest still commanded boldly, "Ignore them, focus on healing." Treating Lord Pierre is the condition for victory. Gigantic hand covered in steel scales suddenly grabbed everything. The entity roared, "Scatter, take them all down for me." A press carrying the force of 1,000 weights slammed down, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The giant still stood towering amid the resounding shouts, "Attack the next round immediately." "Go, go!" A member of the muscular army muttered to himself while running that he would not be careless again. Behind him, someone mocked, "No matter how you look at it, the one who's most like a monster is you." Another thunderous punch slammed down, crushing the ground in a dazzling radiance. Cries of pain rang out one after another as the enemies were overwhelmed by absolute power. The chaotic scene made even the cockatrice freeze in place, eyes wide with speechless shock. The dust gradually cleared, revealing the scene where many lay exhausted, leaning against the ground. A big question arose in his mind: why exactly did they have to fight? Amid overwhelming fear, the chickens trembled at each other in confusion, their tiny brains unable to grasp the purpose of this attack. "Surely you have stood before a weight so heavy you thought you could not lift it." In the gym, the muscular army continued their relentless training. Yet when facing the massive iron, fear suddenly encircled them, for each person understood their own limits. The barbell lay still, but the brain of the lifter trembled with fear. It was a battle between muscle and panic. Should he not lift? Immediately he slapped his own face hard, then struck his chest, abdomen, and thighs to awaken his dormant will. Just because he failed once, was he going to give up? His veined hands instantly clenched the bar with blazing determination. A confident smile returned to his lips, and he boldly affirmed that no, the fear was merely a deceptive signal from the brain. Excited shouts rang out continuously as hot blood surged powerfully through his veins. A dark muscular entity, with fiery red eyes full of killing intent, frenziedly rushed forward to dispel the fear engulfing his body. Using the one-arm dumbbell technique, the giant slammed blows like thunder onto the ground, shaking the space violently. Suddenly, a massive claw swept across, causing the opponent to freeze and exclaim in bewilderment. The shout Kotick signaled a new entity's appearance. A giant chicken suddenly charged forward. Its hands radiated a miraculous restorative magic, helping an entity quickly stand firm amid a green glow. At incredible speed, that figure shot like lightning, leaving those around in astonishment, while a few screamed in fear. The cut-cat chit monster leapt into the air, then frenziedly surged forward. At that moment, a female priest quietly glided beneath the massive beast and coldly ordered dispelling. A comical situation occurred as members of the muscular army suddenly appeared. Grace, the shout rang out simultaneously with a strike as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The muscular army followed up with a powerful press. The blonde priest quietly observed the scene and sighed. Everything had been delayed too long. She continued casting restorative magic. Amid the radiant glow, the priest regretted, saying she should have caused more damage. What a pity, let's return. Seeing the enemy attempting to retreat, a commander shouted they were fleeing attack. Immediately, dark figures riding beasts filled the sky. A member of the muscular army panicked and blocked, "Don't do that," then roared angrily. The group quickly regrouped, affirming that they also had to reinforce their full strength. The scene shifted to a snowy expanse, where Hanso lay curled up in a deep pit. The rippling muscles on his body trembled amid rising steam. Suddenly, the white-haired elder Hinderbrand lunged forward. Yet Hanso calmly used his front teeth to catch the precise sword blade. The strike was stopped midair, leaving the opponent stunned. The white-haired elder gritted his teeth, struggling but unable to withdraw the sword. Seeing the blood on the steel tongue, he was shocked that the muscle had been struck. In contrast, Hanso was extremely worried. He looked at his rib muscles and asked why the front teeth were so soft. Why were they so limp? He frantically slapped his muscles and shouted, "Front teeth, hey, are you sleeping? Wake up." Seeing this odd scene, Hinderbrand realized normal physical strikes were ineffective. While he focused his power, Hanso remained preoccupied with his muscles. Hinderbringer raised the sword high, channeling all his mana, causing it to glow with a dazzling golden aura. Instantly, Hanso's muscles began contracting and swelling repeatedly. The opponent realized they were growing. Hanso's muscles expanded to an incredible size. His face buried in the massive mass, he shouted, still not satisfied with something. A fierce, blazing energy erupted from deep within the reddish-pink muscle fibers. Hinderbrand soared into the sky, his body enveloped in radiant golden light. Looking down, he thought to himself, behind lies the kingdom. He absolutely cannot let this monster infiltrate. Seeing physical strikes ineffective, the king channeled all his spirit power and declared if he could not slash with the sword, he would use magic to pierce you. His face grew serious as he concentrated his ultimate power. Under suffocating pressure, Hanso in monstrous form could only tilt his head and roar in broken, furious bursts. A cataclysmic collision instantly erupted in the sky. Hinderbrand calmly said it was just a joke, for he did not like wasting time on useless matters. Immediately after, he summoned a giant guardian with a golden hammer, striking like thunder, flinging the opponent far away. Meanwhile, Hanso was knocked back, falling freely in the snowy sky, his body battered. Hanso's guardian body plunged from above like a fiery meteor, causing dust and snow to engulf a vast area. Amid the howling snowstorm, Hanso lay motionless in the pit, calling front teeth, "Why don't you answer?" Suddenly, a voice from the muscles replied, "You think I want to answer?" A sharp response left Hanso stunned, bewildered, asking, What does that mean?" Looking at his current state, Hanso froze as the voice came from his own body. "Look at your own appearance." It turned out he had neglected training because he was too immersed in sweets. His brain was scolded for being distracted by sugar, forgetting balance and exercise. The muscles simultaneously declared a strike, only retaining the parts necessary for survival. Hanso was stunned by the harsh ultimatum, "Just live with the excess fat." Behind him, the voice continued, "Front teeth also sends you this message. That rotten brain, get out." If there were a ranking for the most impressively betrayed by muscles this year, he would surely top it. Perhaps this strike shocked Hanso deeply. Hanso lay trembling in the snow, his jaws chattering uncontrollably. This was a thermoregulation phenomenon of warm-blooded animals. As blood vessels constricted and the hypothalamus stimulated the pituitary to release TSH, producing hormones to boost metabolism and sustain life. Normally, when exposed to cold, an ordinary person shivers to preserve body heat at a rate of about 10 to 20 times per second. However, Hanso's muscles at their peak produced terrifying vibrations, reaching 10,000 times per second. Hanso's body shook so violently that his entire figure turned into a blur. The surrounding snow melted into a hot spring in the frozen land. From beneath the water, Hanso slowly emerged amidst billowing steam. That amount of heat was enough to burn away all excess fat, but at the same time it also made all those magnificent muscles disappear. Standing in the snowy sky with scrawny legs, Hanso's metabolic rate had returned to that of an ordinary person. Though he had lost all his muscles, he became strangely handsome with a refined face. Hanso looked at his body and tearfully murmured, "My muscles are gone." Just then, the system warned that he was suffering from an abnormal status frozen. The price of becoming handsome instantly without the gym was far too steep. Then the system presented two choices: a place with a warm bed and bread, or a place with meat. Hanso was still trembling in the snowstorm, faintly curling his lips as he made his decision. Of course it was meat. His brain only thought for 2 seconds, but his priority was crystal clear. Amid the howling wind and the blinding white snow, a trembling hand desperately tried to reach out. The gaunt Hanso used the last of his strength to knock on the wooden door, then immediately collapsed. The patrol found him and shouted in panic to hurry and take him away because he was severely frozen. After some time unconscious, Hanso woke up in a warm room. The man who had saved him asked kindly whether Hanso had finally woken up and whether anything hurt. Hanso answered weakly, "Thank you for saving me." He was stunned to realize his current condition. Something was missing. Seeing him trembling violently, the man hurriedly called to his wife that the boy must be starving, and told her to quickly bring some food. A woman approached with a tray of food, gently advising that he was far too thin and needed to eat to recover his strength. Looking at the bowl of soup and the pieces of dry bread, Hanso thought to himself, "It is all carbs and more carbs. In the past, I definitely would never have touched this kind of nutritional balance." His eyes suddenly blazed, radiating a suffocating pressure as he held the tray of food. Memories of his golden age with a rippling muscular body, when he could freely eat fried chicken and pizza, made him feel even more aggrieved. Seeing Hanso trembling while holding a piece of bread, the woman pitied him, thinking he had been starving for too long. Her husband also sighed in agreement. How pitiful. Hanso lowered his head, darkness covering his face as he told himself that he was betraying himself. But at this moment, emotions no longer mattered. First, he had to replenish his energy. Hanso dipped the spoon into the steaming bowl of soup and began to taste it. With just one spoonful, he closed his eyes and felt that simple flavor slowly spread through his body. Yet just as the rumors said, a man who still had enough strength to hold a spoon would still find a way to lift weights. And so tightly gripped the fragile spoon, the veins on his hand bulging under the pressure he created himself. Right there, he seriously performed concentration curls with nothing but a simple eating utensil. As long as he was breathing, he would train. An absolute gym warrior never gives up. Witnessing that bizarre scene, the homeowner couple could only freeze in silence. They looked at him with eyes both judgmental and irritated, as if wanting to ask what the hell this guy was doing. The two lost their tempers and rushed over to pin Hanso down on the bed, shouting that he should stop being picky and just eat. Forced to eat aggressively, Hanso could only cry out helplessly in embarrassment. After the forced meal, he wandered out in the snowy weather, braced his hands on the ground, and silently assessed that his current body was not too bad. Hanso looked straight ahead, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. He slapped both cheeks hard to regain his senses, telling himself that what was done could not be undone. After that, he wiped the sweat from his face. Then suddenly, he dropped down and braced his hands against the ground. At a glance, it looked like a posture of despair, but the answer was definitely no. Hanso quickly regained his focus, positioning his body in a stable stance. It was the push-up stance to test his primal strength. He concentrated intensely, beginning to count each beat evenly, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat gradually dripped onto the cold ground, his breathing growing heavier with each movement. Suddenly, Hanso froze in astonishment. He did not expect that after just a few beats his muscles would be stimulated so intensely. Never before had he felt such exhilaration while doing push-ups. At that moment, streams of blue electricity ran along every fiber of his muscles. The sensation made him shiver, then he let out a shout of excitement. Hanso's face changed dramatically, as if he was completely immersed in an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. In the human brain, there is always a scale for moments of pleasure. Enjoying a delicacy might score around 3 points, while dangerous stimulants could reach 150 points. For gym enthusiasts, exercising is similarly a powerful addictive stimulus. Gro did push-ups while immersed in dopamine, openly enjoying it without any concealment. For Hanso, training again after a long time was like ingesting a strong dose stimulation. He continued push-ups on the dirty ground until tears began to flow. Memories of the great master with the red headband suddenly surfaced. He sternly reminded Hanso, "No matter what happens, you must not cry." When Hanso asked why, the master explained that muscles are mainly made of water, and so are tears. Crying is losing water, and losing water is like losing an entire training season. He asked meaningfully, what if the water nourishing the muscles turns into tears? While training intensely, Hanso hesitated, responding, "Would I lose muscle?" The master laughed heartily, saying a few tears wouldn't immediately lose muscle, but the key lies in the trainee's mindset. Paying attention to even the smallest details is an important habit for crafting a perfect body. Hanso listened quietly, sweat running down his face as he was lost in thought. Yes, Hanso Genji, he braced himself, using all the muscles around his eye sockets to hold back the tears about to fall. After a deep, determined breath, he resumed push-ups amidst the white snow, right beside the system screen that had just appeared. The mission regret of the former king indicated he had encountered Hinderbrand. The next objective was to assist in repairing the Roman Holy Fortress to find clues about Oculus. Maintaining the push-up stance, Hanso asked the old man, "Is this the Roman Holy Fortress?" He replied, "It seems you remembered a bit." Doing push-ups while asking directions, truly unwilling to stand still. Hanso, panting, earnestly said, "I need to repair the fortress. Can you show me the way?" The old man silently wondered if he was a local, but still gestured for him to follow. Hanso, full of vigor, thanked him, then quickly kept close. In the snow-covered fortress, soldiers busily moved about, assisting the injured and tending to the defenses. Seeing a soldier stretching a teammate on the ground, Hanso's eyes lit up. He thought, if the muscle fibers are realigned and stretched correctly, the effect in relieving tension will be greatly enhanced. Then he suddenly rushed forward, grasped the old man's shoulders tightly, and asked urgently, "Sir, how can I receive physical therapy like that?" The old man paused, surprised, asking if he meant healing magic. He explained that if it was an engineer, he would definitely be eligible, as only enlisted soldiers received 1 hour of therapy per day. Hanso's eyes brightened with excitement. He asked again to be sure, "Is enlisting the only requirement?" At the old man's slightly hesitant confirmation, Hanso immediately declared with a radiant smile, "I will enlist." At that moment, a sudden voice rang from behind, inviting him to join their faction. Hanso quietly turned his head to look back. He saw a mysterious figure shrouded in a blue cloak. The figure slowly revealed a face with a long scar over the eye, grinning wickedly, and said, "Indeed, I did not misidentify you." Feeling insulted, Hanso angrily shouted, "Are you mocking me?" Immediately, the HIV-3 skill activated to analyze the opponent. The system displayed Pierre as human, profession priest, with above standard muscle mass, extremely low fat, and an in-body score of 101 out of 100. Meanwhile, Hanso was shocked to realize his current score was only 67 out of 100. He collapsed, punching the ground in frustration, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. Pierre merely stood, bewildered by the strange reaction. At the therapy area, Hanso lay enjoying the deep massage session. Pierre, in neat attire, asked attentively, "How does your body feel now?" Hanso whispered with satisfaction, "Good, no, very good." He clearly felt his joints expanded, making stretching much more effective. Pierre also remarked in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen an outsider receive our physical therapy so well." Pierre stretched Hanso's arms while anxiously asking, "Does it hurt?" Hanso resolutely replied, "To improve my body, I can endure a little pain." That confident answer greatly impressed Pierre. Hanso smiled in contentment as he felt the energy gradually revive each muscle fiber. Pierre also beamed at the steadfast will of this rookie. Pain yet smiling, truly a muscle system protagonist. At the fortress repair site, tall wooden scaffolds were erected amidst the snow-white scenery. Miners and soldiers hurriedly carried heavy stones for construction. Among the crowd, a worker strained to lift a large sack by a cart, counting 1, 2, then using all his strength to hoist a round stone. Witnessing this, Hanso froze, sweat pouring. He wondered in disbelief how this could be, as the lifting technique was clearly wrong. Watching their work, Hanso worriedly thought, lifting like that will surely cause a herniated disc. Indeed, the entire site was full of dangerous, crooked stone lifting postures. The calls of 1, 2 and groans of fatigue echoed continuously amid the incorrect lifting movements. Immediately after, someone clutched their lower back, screaming in pain, "Ah, my back." A colleague beside them clicked his tongue, "See, I told you." Amid the chaos, a Roman holy priest stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong?" The weary worker replied, "My back." Hanso crossed his arms, observing the entire scene, his face full of bewilderment, unable to believe his eyes. When he saw the priest begin casting healing magic directly on the back of the worker lying face down, Hanso flushed red with rage, his eyes rolling back, no longer able to hold himself back as he threw his head up and shouted to the sky. The order was completely wrong. His shout left the female official behind him staring blankly, unable to understand what was happening. The female official stepped closer and asked worriedly whether something had gone wrong. Hanso clutched his head, waved his arms in panic, then screamed in despair. The order was completely wrong. Seeing his excessive reaction, she could only stare in shock, inwardly wondering whether he was an architect. The two stood silently beside the construction site. She softly asked whether repairing the fortress walls would take longer than expected. Hanso had calmed down and replied, "Yes, it seems that way." She looked toward the construction site and sighed, saying that the bricks were too heavy. So many soldiers had been injured. With just one glance, Hanso could tell the process was a complete mess, exactly like construction workers racing against a deadline. Hanso looked at the construction site in horror and shouted in despair, "A body could not be built this way. Absolutely not." Seeing his fierce reaction, Leper stepped over excitedly, clapping as she cheered that she believed he really was an expert in building fortress walls. Hanso immediately regained his confident air, broke into a radiant smile, and affirmed that he was absolutely an expert. Leper watched his back and said she had also received care, so she wanted to help with this task. He was talking about the body, while others understood it as the fortress wall, completely out of sync, yet still confident. If there was additional support, how long would it take for the fortress wall to be completed? Hanso pondered to himself, the fortress wall. That was right, after all, the entire fortress wall had to be rebuilt too. Looking at the workers tirelessly carrying loads among the ruins, Hanso suddenly realized a key point. He raised 3 fingers and declared boldly, 3 months, only 3 months, and everything would be nearly settled. However, what concerned him most at that moment was not the construction schedule, but the condition of their bodies. Objectively speaking, the physical condition of the soldiers working here was not bad at all. Thanks to regularly doing heavy labor at the construction site, they had firm muscles and the vigor of youth, which helped reduce the risk of injury. However, reality was not simple at all. Constantly working with the wrong posture was silently wearing down their bodies from within. Aches and pains had begun tormenting the soldiers, accumulated damage in their spines causing serious effects. They looked fine on the outside, but inside they were no different from a system quietly throwing errors. If not handled in time, those injuries would soon become chronic illnesses, leaving the soldiers in pain, clutching their heads and hunching their backs in suffering. Hanso asserted that to solve the root cause, besides manual therapy, the most important thing was correcting basic habits. He loomed up behind one worker and roared, "Put power into your core muscles. Direct your spine and roll up." Hanso swung his hand and smacked the other man hard on the back to correct his posture, making him flinch in panic. Seeing the crowd still confused, Hanso shouted loudly, "You do not know how to put power into your core muscles. Everyone, put your things down and lie face down immediately." At once, all the soldiers on the construction site dropped their weapons and materials together. 70 days had passed since Hanso began his care campaign. A convoy of carriages, strictly escorted by soldiers, was moving along the stone-paved road. Although the mission of the Holy Gothan Knights had caused damage, its true purpose was only to buy time. The cardinal walking beside them added worriedly that if this continued, it would not be long before a large-scale invasion broke out. Hearing this, Jack Min asked innocently and repeatedly, "Why? Why do they want to invade?" The cardinal patiently explained, "Exactly, that is why we are urgently repairing the fortress walls." Redmond still kept asking, Why do we have to repair the walls?" The other party continued analyzing that the enemy knew they did not have much time left, so they fought with extreme recklessness. They also had no regard for their lives, believing their remaining lifespan was already too short. Young Pope continued asking again, "Why? Why do they not have much time left?" The cardinal explained that because the other side was already old, their period of activity was very limited. They only needed to drag things out. That was right, age made it impossible for them to act for long. The problem was to stall for time. However, Jack Min kept asking why, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. It was exactly like spamming endless questions. Faced with the Pope's excessive curiosity, the cardinal inwardly thought that he had to use difficult terminology to block this endless chain of questions. He suggested switching to a private exchange using more advanced words. They would use academic terms to stop the questions, then discuss among themselves afterward. That manner of speaking left Jack Min completely confused, as though countless question marks had appeared in his head. The boy pouted in disappointment and blurted out, "Humph, this is not fun at all." After that, his sulking became obvious. They only used lofty terminology, and after listening, his brain just kept loading without ever finishing. Seeing the Pope sadden, the cardinal hurriedly reassured him, "Pope Jack Min, please do not be too disappointed, because the repairs to the fortress walls are almost complete." Hearing that the construction was finished, Jack Min's eyes immediately shone with excitement. "Everything has been built already." The cardinal confidently invited him to view the results and replied, "Yes. Please look ahead." The city gate opened, revealing a burly figure standing amid the white snow. Witnessing that scene, the cardinals were so stunned that their mouths fell open in shock. Hanso stood towering in the middle of the road, displaying his surging muscular body as he murmured softly, "Although there are still a few imperfect points, this is already enough to use." He began flexing, channeling all his strength until his chest and abdominal muscles swelled violently with each heavy breath. Hanso radiated an overwhelming aura, like a gigantic muscle entity full of menace. Before that sight, Pope Jack Min and the cardinal accompanying him could not help panicking. They shouted in shock, having thought everything had long since been completed. The cardinal's face turned pale with anger as he shouted loudly, "Pierre, what exactly is going on here?" Standing beside him, Pierre could only widen his eyes, horrified by the situation before him. Pierre hurriedly rushed forward to question him. "Hanso, what is going on? Did you not say the work was almost complete?" He calmly answered, "Yes. There are still 2 weeks left until it is finished." That answer left Pierre stunned speechless. At that very moment, a massive shockwave suddenly erupted from the center, spreading throughout the fortress and making the ground tremble violently. That powerful surge of energy continued spreading across the world map. From the Holy Kingdom of Roman, it transmitted straight to the Kingdom of Simbertham. In a small snow-covered house in Simbertham, soft singing sounded amid the freezing air. The old woman inside covered her legs while complaining about the cold, telling herself she had to turn up the room temperature right away. The shock wave reached the place, yet she only cared that the weather was too cold. The old woman carried a tray of food with sweet potatoes and vegetables, slowly making her way toward the fireplace. Unexpectedly, inside the fireplace was not charcoal, but a warrior from the muscle army sitting in meditation, heat billowing from his body. The old woman kindly fed him a bite, then introduced it as a dish combining chicken, sweet potatoes, and vegetables. After eating that nutritious meal, he excitedly roared that he would perform 1,000 squats to increase the warmth in the house. A fireplace powered by a gym warrior, truly proper muscle heating technology. The old woman sat warming herself by the fire and exclaimed in satisfaction, "Oh, how warm." Yet that source of heat did not come from dry firewood, but from a member of the muscle army diligently doing squats inside the fireplace. Suddenly he sensed a strange vibration spreading through his chest. His eyes widened in astonishment, inwardly wondering if this was a signal from Hanso Nim. Unable to sit still any longer, he immediately stood up to check. His muscles quivered with the distant shockwaves, squatting in the gym yet still picking up the muscular signals. In the training area, the clash of weights echoed amidst the thick, humid air. A warrior paused and asked his comrade if that was Hanso Nim's call. The other nodded firmly, the signal weak but the chest contractions matched Hanso. Seeing the familiar gym and the burn warning sign on the wall, they felt a fleeting regret. But the leader's order was absolute. The team halted training and prepared to regroup. In the quiet space, the man sipped his hot tea and regretfully admitted he truly did not want to see him leave. Opposite him was Gulo. He listened respectfully in silence, slowly watching the tea, acknowledging that too much had happened since they entered the gym dungeon. Sitting at the tea table in the antique room, he affirmed that that period had been profoundly meaningful to him. Gulo sighed softly, then added sarcastically that was also the time he almost lost his life at His Highness' hands. Memories of grueling training surged back, where exhausted soldiers lay on stretchers to be carried across the battlefield by their comrades. Suddenly, a violent collision erupted, forming a deep crater amidst the dense smoke. From the rubble, Hildebrand emerged towering, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. The old king stared coldly at his opponent, questioning the one who had reduced the army to this state. A member of the army shouted in panic that they were under attack and ordered an immediate counterattack. Hildebrand stepped forward heavily, his face showing obvious fatigue. He muttered regretfully that the sword had been lost en route. He saw his opponent still standing stunned before him. The king channeled magic into his palm, then suggested, since it was a shame, to determine the outcome with magic, entering combat without weapons. "Your Highness, not over there." Hildebrand paused, turning his head in suspicion. Gulo hurriedly explained that the one just struck was actually an allied monster who had joined the army. Two nearby Go warriors were injured and still bewildered. Hildebrand smiled awkwardly in apology, then invited everyone inside to hear the full story. He and Gulo passed the rows of disciplined soldiers, then asked Leon and the others if they also had matters to discuss. From afar, mysterious figures silently observed the scene, a sly smile appearing on their lips. In the command tent, Hildebrand sipped tea and explained that, not fully aware of the battle, he acted as he did. Gulo forced a smile and said he understood. The old king curiously asked Gulo how life had been in Simbertham. Gulo did not hesitate, laughing loudly and saying everything had truly been a mess. The king chuckled, noting his honesty, and that was why he was even more reluctant to let him leave. Gulo said the kingdom's welfare system had previously been terrible. Hildebrand nodded, acknowledging that he had improved it. Gulo humbly replied that everyone was happy to help. The truth was indeed that the goody builders always volunteered their efforts for the kingdom. Outside the tent, two muscular warriors stood seriously guard in the snow, protecting the important conversation within. The count echoed 1, 2, 3. The fourth sounded in rapid succession as the muscular army passed honeycomb coals hand in hand. They turned with lunges, transferring fuel while training their bodies. The heat generated from training also helped the village save significant heating resources. Woody builders even designed exercises for the elderly. An old man enthusiastically showed off solid arms, combining labor and gym workouts. They achieved this because they all came from a frail, weak race. Weight training helped them revive with powerful muscles. The Gao warrior stood proudly, red eyes radiating fierce aura as he lifted a heavy barbell. Leveraging their experience, the goody builders went to guide retired elders. In the snowy yard, elders trained eagerly, reducing boredom and growing stronger. Friendly waves and bright smiles became increasingly common in the village. An elderly man laughed heartily, his aged face shining with genuine happiness. Witnessing this, Hildebrand quietly observed from behind. It was the first time he truly saw his subjects smile. 2 weeks later, amidst white snow, a violent shock began shaking the sturdy city gate. Peace had barely settled before a major event approached. Before him was Hanso's muscular back, each flex radiating terrifying force. Hinterbrand and Pierre both tensed, wondering what to do next in this situation. Hanso's bright blue eyes stared straight at the target. Then he declared firmly that the wall was right there. The muscular army began advancing with imposing presence across the cold snow. Each warrior stood like a steel pillar, his whole body vibrating with muscle contractions. Hanso affirmed that a trained body was an iron-clad pillar. He led the army toward the mountains, where muscular columns stacked to form a wall. Hanso continued, explaining that when these columns combined, they would form a true fortress. The muscular warriors lined up, tensed every joint, creating an impregnable barricade. The ultimate muscle wall technique officially began. A colossal wall formed from thousands of muscular warriors standing closely, ready to face all enemy forces. Seeing this, female Captain Pierre gritted her teeth in anger, shouting that they dared to treat their holy kingdom as a joke. She immediately raised her hand, ordering the entire army into attack, then pointed forward, shouting to annihilate all enemies. The cavalry charged fiercely, surging like massive waves. Facing the enemy, Hanso roared, ordering the muscular army to form lines. The bulging muscles tightened instantly, ready to absorb blows. On one side, energy was unleashed, on the other, muscles braced. Numerous spears struck the solid muscle layer, yet all shattered or bounced off in futility. Pierre stood stunned, sweat pouring, exclaiming that the attack had no effect. So smiled arrogantly, then declared firmly not to think they were the same men from 3 months ago. A muscular warrior remained steady under the relentless assault, adding that their bodies were not the same as a week ago. And so continued shouting excitedly, stating that since yesterday, an hour ago, even after a training session, their solidity had changed. The muscles glittered under extreme pressure. Hanso bellowed his ultimate training philosophy, progressive overload. As the muscular army easily overwhelmed the Holy Kingdom soldiers, Hanso silently looked at the enemy and casually asked about their rest time. A member of the muscle army smiled confidently and said he had rested enough. Hanso gave a thumbs up, replying with a satisfied good. Immediately, the enemy spears lunged at the warriors' chests but were all deflected. They shattered against steel-like bodies, not leaving a single scratch. Witnessing this, Pierre shouted in panic and doubt, "Hanso, could it be that your claim about building the wall was a lie?" Hanso calmly replied, "Not at all." Pierre still questioned why he lied, but he insisted he had never deceived. In fact, the wall had never moved. Amidst the smoke and dust, the muscle warriors interlocked their hands to form a wall, blocking 2 giant toads. Pierre froze, realizing that from beginning to end, they had never counterattacked once. Simply put, that is the true nature of a real wall. Pope Jackman declared boldly that the Roman kingdom never used monsters as soldiers. But when Hanso suggested, "What if we use them as a wall instead?" the boy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Jackman enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. "That's perfect. By the heavens, a wall made of monsters looked truly cool," while Pierre could only stand silently. A muscle army member suddenly touched Hanso and asked, "Hanso Nim, why are you so skinny?" Hanso's expression immediately changed. He lowered his voice and asked, "What did you just say?" Word skinny hit Hanso's weak point. He angrily shouted, "Are you saying I've lost muscle?" Without hesitation, Hanso swung his hand and slapped the junior who had spoken out of turn. The muscle army member stared at Hanso, his face clearly puzzled. Immediately, Hanso unleashed a series of punches on his chest to stimulate his muscles to the limit. He roared the name of the exercise one-arm dumbbell press, then dashed forward at a terrifying speed. Immediately after, an extremely strong impact erupted, shaking the ground violently. The muscle soldier closed his eyes to feel. White smoke rose from his body. He opened his eyes, gaze determined and smile radiant. He told Hanso not to play with him like that again. But then he suddenly realized Hanso was no longer as strong as before. Hanso was also stunned by the surge of power before him. The muscle army member looked at the smoking hand, recalling the tradition that the strongest becomes Golut, then nervously asserted his claim to succession. At that moment, a man in official robes suddenly appeared and struck the nape, causing him to collapse. The stranger respectfully approached Hanso to inquire, then wondered if the one intending to ascend was ambushed, and so, with a bruised face, choked out the name Gulo. Seeing the leader in tears, Gulo hurriedly reminded not to cry or you'll lose muscle. Both silently sat in the snow, Hanso shivering in sorrow. The minion worriedly watched as the leader showed weakness, fearing the long-standing order and hierarchy would collapse. Behind him, the muscle army, eyes blazing red along with the giant toad, appeared, radiating a threatening aura. Subordinate asked Gulo if they should re-elect Golut. Gulo broke into a sweat, realizing the strong one had arrived, and the giant toads made the monsters below cower in fear. Gulo shouted, "Foolish monsters, do you think about the consequences if the leader here changes?" He analyzed that because they are called monsters. If the leader changes, the Holy Roman Kingdom will attack immediately, and Silver Tome will also see them as enemies. Just changing the leader is enough to wipe out, so everyone fears it's no joke. The only one maintaining the survival balance is Hanso Nim. Gulo turned to ask, "Can you rotate that just with your hands?" Hanso hesitated, looking at the giant dumbbell. "At this moment, I'm not sure I can do it." Gulo immediately encouraged, "It's just a game, just a game. You should try it once." Hanso wondered where this clump of earth came from, then lowered his center of gravity, focusing all his strength into his powerful arms. He took a deep breath, huff, speaking unconfidently, but his body was ready to unleash power. Hanso gritted his teeth, veins bulging throughout his body. He activated the skill Heavy Plantix 1 out of 20. After an effort to the limit, Hanso forced out a then. Seeing this, a muscle member casually approached and commented, "Looks light. Step aside, let me try once." Gulo silently observed and thought to himself that he stood with Hanso Nim, not only for this reason, for he believed he would soon regain strength. Hanso crossed his arms, standing majestically, while Gulo thought perhaps he should soon place his life on this side. The warrior tried to lift the dumbbell, but it barely moved, because Gulo had silently used gravity to make it much heavier. In the end, apart from Hanso, no one could lift that dumbbell. Observing from afar, someone could not help but exclaim, "Wow, and this still can't be done, terrible." In the vast snowy field, a hand was raised high above the crowd. Hanso Nim triumphed, while Hanso remained cold and calm. Behind, the disciples clapped and cheered for their leader. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the gym, where the counting of 6, 7, 8, 9 echoed in the intense training atmosphere. Winning yet still cold-faced, Sigma demeanor leisurely, Hanso completed the final push under the count, but he suddenly paused, thinking this isn't right. Feeling too different, Hanso panted, sweat flowing, then decided to increase by 40 kg. Seeing the weight increase was too small, the disciple nearby asked if something was wrong. Behind, two muscle warriors whispered in shock. One trembling said he had heard of this before. The other curiously asked what was happening. For Hanso, master of all dumbbell techniques, he possessed a very special ability. That is the ability to lift a weight seemingly light, but in his own perception, it felt infinitely heavy. So stood before the bar, concentrating all his will on the moment ahead. He bent down, gripped the iron bar tightly, and took a deep breath. Whoosh, whoosh. To regain his composure and drive away his fear, Hanso slapped both his cheeks hard. He gritted his teeth and told himself it was starting again. Hanso, stop being a coward. There was no reason to fear such a tiny weight. Hanso braced himself, lifted the massive barbell, and shouted, "Lightweight baby." Seeing that scene, the members of the muscle army behind him grew secretly worried. At this rate, it seemed difficult to return to the fragrant butter kingdom. To remain in the holy kingdom of Roman, he understood that relying on the city walls alone was still not enough. He realized the officials were still trying every possible way to drive his group away. In the council chamber, someone declared that all-out war was hard to avoid. If they calculated their forces correctly, they could still win. Pope Jackman nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, the city walls are complete. As long as we defend, the Holy Kingdom will win, correct?" A firm voice rang out. "At last we have found common ground, Pope Jackman." But Gulo immediately waved his hand and shook his head. "No, the Holy Kingdom cannot defeat the kingdom. The fighting spirit of both sides is far too different." Even under the icy glare from across the room, he calmly continued his analysis. The Holy Kingdom soldiers still had families, so they feared death, while the fragrant butter soldiers regarded an honorable death as their final desire. He threw out a provocative remark. "You truly believe the Holy Kingdom can defeat those battle-crazed veterans?" "I believe the God Hand army has already displayed overwhelming strength," it sounded confident, "but their opponents were all tough, tenacious people." He immediately retorted, "Was that not only a small group? Do not merely boost morale. Look properly at the enemy's true strength. Surviving to old age on the battlefield is already enough to prove how terrifying they are." In the middle of the conference hall, the bald gray man loudly declared before the officials. He was reminded not to lecture the Pope like that. Ignoring everything, he roared in anger. "Do not invest in useless places, invest in us. Do you not think one decision of yours could alter the lives of tens of thousands, even millions of people? Stop caring only about factions." Faced with that arrogance, an official curled his lips in contempt. "Just a monster, yet his tongue is quite sharp." The gray man suddenly asked, "Have you never heard the story of Count Gulo's kingdom?" The young Pope Jackman froze, then asked, "Count Gulo's kingdom?" An official wearing glasses began explaining that it was a small rural nation in the south. Hearing this, Jackman cried out in astonishment. The official continued, "That country's national power had grown so strong that all neighboring nations watched Count Gulo's every move with caution." He affirmed that this was currently the hottest story. It was a nation where every citizen possessed a rippling muscular body. The image of Gulo and the muscle army standing imposingly with swords in hand appeared with overwhelming authority, making no nation dare look down on them. And Hanso was the one who had single-handedly created that nation's strength. That information made everyone in the room widen their eyes in shock. Everyone was stunned. One person could carry an entire national meta. Then you can also help the Holy Kingdom of Roman grow stronger quickly. The gray man answered confidently, "Of course. Does the Holy Kingdom of Roman not have something the fragrant butter kingdom does not possess?" Asked what it was, he curled his lips and replied, "It is the recovery ability that comes from youth, like a muscular entity radiating a hopeful green energy." The gray man pointed straight ahead and declared loudly that it was only a matter of time before the holy kingdom of Roman became as strong as Count Gulo's kingdom. "And what is it that you want?" From above, the Pope observed them in contemplation. Gulo slightly curled his lips, his eyes flashing behind his monocle. "What we want is..." At the same time in the training ground, Hanso bent down and prepared to begin a new weightlifting set. Behind him, one member was counting the rhythm. "Come on." Across the training ground, dozens of warriors trained with passion, creating a seething atmosphere. The purple-haired man draped a towel over his shoulder and panted with satisfaction. Nearby, 2 members of the muscle army were searching for 5 kg weight plates. In one corner of the yard, a strange man sat calmly playing with the colorful weight plates, murmuring in amusement that they felt very fun to hold. Seeing the training equipment being treated like toys, Hanso froze in place, veins bulging on his face from anger. Gulo quietly observed and thought to himself, not only had their demands gone unanswered, the surveillance had also become stricter. He looked at the people monitoring them in irritation. These fools from the Holy Kingdom are playing with weights again. No wonder the main man is about to explode. But Gulo's expression suddenly changed, and he laughed sinisterly. Just as planned, what Hanso needed now was weight and ignorance. Amid the noisy training ground, Hanso walked toward the 2 strangers and warned them, "Hey, be polite and use the equipment properly." What answered him was only contemptuous mocking laughter. The brown-haired man jeered that even a monster knew how to speak politely, and the purple-haired man immediately joined in. Suddenly, a red weight plate was thrown over and slammed hard in Hanso's shoulder. He stared after it blankly. The boomerang hit its target. Hanso stood rooted in place, terrifyingly silent. They had provoked the wrong boss and were still laughing. Exactly the kind of move that turned on destruction mode. Hanso's lips pressed together slightly, the pressure inside him seeming to compress tightly. Immediately after, a blazing red killing intent erupted and enveloped Hanso. His eyes shone brightly, and the muscles across his body trembled violently. In the next instant, he launched into the bench press with a strength that terrified everyone. Witnessing that scene, the muscle army broke into a shocked sweat. They wondered whether their leader was all right, training with weights at a time like this. But one member suddenly realized the truth, affirming that this was not simply training. He analyzed that when Hanso was about to rush at the enemy, he instinctively grabbed the bar. When instinct rose up, he picked up weights first. Normal concepts within Hanso gradually disappeared, leaving only an iron will. When anger reached its peak, he chose to bury himself in steel. Hanso poured all his focus into each press, silently counting the reps to erase all stray thoughts. Too furious to hit anyone, he turned to punishing the weights instead, and so sank into his own world. He realized that the number no longer mattered, the essential thing was to feel his body. He told himself he had to focus completely on every muscle fiber. Deep inside, the muscle fibers trembled violently with each movement. In that space that should have been peaceful, Hanso was instead enduring an intense pain. Hanso's face twisted in pain. He angrily wondered why something this light was making him suffer so much. He was so irritated he nearly went mad, cursing his weak body and resolving to end it all today. Hanso shouted in a state of extreme excitement, pouring out all his strength to complete the set. Seeing this, the 2 members of the muscle army were stunned. One asked how long he had been training, while the other answered that it had probably been 21 minutes already. Despite the pain, Hanso's posture never wavered or faltered. The disciples praised their leader's astonishing focus and endurance without end. Meanwhile, the nearby guards looked at them with contempt, thinking the other side was too afraid to fight back. One of them burst out laughing mockingly, asking if the monster boss had gotten so scared that he had curled up. He gleefully declared that he would add one more blow and finish it decisively. He swung his arm and hurled the red disc hard toward the muscle army. The air suddenly turned icy cold. The burly warrior stood still, stared straight at the aggressor, and growled that when someone was training, not even a dog was allowed to touch him. He warned that because he had been watching for a long time. He knew the other side had kept crossing the limit of tolerance. The entire massive muscle-bound corpse stepped forward at once, their momentum blazing with terrifying force. The one who had just attacked finally began trembling. He stammered in panic, asking if they were really going to do it, whether they did not know that touching him meant opposing the holy nation. One person calmly replied that they were not laying a hand on him. They only thought he seemed cold and wanted to warm him up a little. Under that bewildered gaze, the giants pressed closer, surrounded him with their enormous bodies, and softly asked if he felt warm yet. Trapped between those soaked masses of muscle, the young man screamed in terror. That feeling was bizarre and unbearably unpleasant. "Get away from me at once." The muscleman still said calmly that muscles only generated heat when they moved, then muttered threateningly that he would make him even warmer. His eyes suddenly glowed crimson, veins bulging wildly as he sonorously called out the technique name, Great Pectoral Tremor. Immediately afterward, the chests of the giants shook violently, creating wave after wave of vibration that surrounded their victim. The poor young man struggled among the violently trembling muscles, crying out in despair. He screamed in panic that the feeling was too horrifying, repeatedly admitting his mistake. The surging heat left him only enough time to scream that it was too hot. Meanwhile, Hanso was still working tirelessly on the bench press. His face flushed red from the pressure. He wondered inwardly if his whole body was burning because he had poured all his anger into the bar. Hanso thought that whenever he got angry, weight training was the only answer. But the pain of training only made him even more irritated. He gritted his teeth, drove all his strength into his trembling hands, and roared that he was furious, so furious that the more it hurt, the more bitter he became. Watching that scene, one member of the muscle army anxiously asked his comrade Woody Builder how long it had been. The other broke into a sweat and answered that he had only completed a single rep in 42 minutes. The disciples kept cheering for Hanso Nim to hold on a little longer, because he was awakening the muscles sleeping deep within his body. Hanso continued straining under the terrifying weight, amid the thunderous cheers of encouragement from the muscle army. Hanso poured out all his strength to perform pull-ups on the sheer cliff wall. He told himself he only needed to hold on a little longer, even though his old body still could not return right away. After a full 9 hours of grueling effort, Hanso finally completed a single round of training. By then, night had fallen beneath the bright, brilliant full moon. After the torturous training session, he slept deeply beside the heavy weights. In his dream, Hanso's muscles began to contract and shake violently. His eyes suddenly blazed in the darkness, along with the declaration that at last, he was ready to converse. As dawn had just begun to break, Hanso entered a new challenge with a gigantic stone weight in his hands. A doubtful voice rang out, asking whether he could really push it up, and what they would do if he got injured. He was advised to train slowly and safely, and to choose an appropriate weight, because this stone weight seemed far too heavy. Hans still gritted his teeth and endured the immense weight crushing down on his chest. At the question about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly roared for them to be silent. Hanso admitted that progressive overload was correct, and that he was not ignorant, but if he kept being afraid and compromising, his body would never change. He tightened his grip on the bar, smiled with confidence, and declared that his limit was the version of himself that had given up. Every muscle on Hanso's body surged with power as he poured out all the strength he had to surpass his old limit. In simple terms, if he was not going to break the record, then so be it. But once he stepped in, he had to go all out with no turning back. A shout of bench press rang out everywhere as the stone weight was slowly pushed upward. Hanso roared in extreme excitement, his eyes blazing amid the suffocating pressure. At the very moment the bar was lifted to its highest limit, a welcome suddenly rang out, saying that he had returned. Hanso raised his head and looked over with an emotional gaze, recognizing the presence of that long-lost primal source of power. That entity silently looked at him, then softly called out, "Partner." Seeing Hanso immersed in training, the members of the muscle army began to murmur. One remarked that Hanso Nim seemed somehow different today, while another nodded and said his mood seemed very excited. They wondered curiously whether he had just reached a new breakthrough in the process of muscle development. However, one pensive member denied it and said that it was demonic energy. He explained that monsters who did not notice demonic energy the way others did would not realize it. But with Hanso, every time he trained, demonic energy always surged out fiercely like a flood. In truth, that disciple had been extremely worried when he saw that energy disappear for the past few days. Just then Hanso suddenly waved and called Gulo's name loudly. When the loyal disciple stepped closer and respectfully asked what he needed, Hanso said he had something he wanted to ask. Gulo calmly replied, "Yes, please speak." Hanso explained that until now, he had thought the energy inside his body was only the circulation of blood, so he had not paid much attention to it. But then he raised his hand and told him to look at this. Losing the buff for a few days had made the disciple shriek, thinking his pump had dropped without warning. Crimson energy suddenly flared from Hanso's palm. He stared blankly at the strange light surrounding him and asked what it was. Gulo immediately explained that it was called magic power. Hearing this, Hanso clearly showed disappointment. He murmured in a daze that it turned out this was not a new muscle group, while he had thought it was a special kind of muscle belonging to this world. Seeing his boss disheartened, Gulo hurriedly added an important piece of information, saying that if he mastered it, he could create any training tool anywhere. As soon as he heard that he could create gym equipment, Hanso's eyes instantly lit up. He smiled brightly with excitement and asked if that was true. Gulo began explaining in greater detail that magic power was something capable of changing the laws of the world. By creating pressure on the circulation inside or outside the body, the user could make the internal circulation flow grow stronger, or he could even directly influence external environmental factors. The instructor explained that breaking the external cycle was the basic principle, but for Hanso, enhancing internal circulation would be much more effective. He told Hanso to stand with feet shoulder-width apart, then placed his hands on his muscular shoulders, instructing him to close his eyes and feel the mana from his abdomen or heart. Hanso followed, silently wondering if he should feel the flow of mana from his heart. He concentrated fully, then questioned whether he should feel it from the abdomen instead. But Hanso quickly became confused, scratching his head and lamenting the difficulty. Seeing this, the instructor changed his approach. He told Hanso to focus the energy downward to the lower abdomen, placing his own there as a model. Training was intense and questioning caused immediate bewilderment. The instructor continued, telling him to control the muscles as if drawing circles, using the lower abdomen as the center of force. Soon, each abdominal muscle of Hanso began contracting, moving continuously as if with its own rhythm. He encouraged Hanso to imagine directing the muscular flow outward through both hands. The pump and control technique immediately activated. Hanso's chest muscles swirled violently, forming a powerful muscular vortex. Previously separate muscle groups began linking smoothly and seamlessly. Streams of scorching energy coursed through Hanso's body, converging entirely into his glowing hands. He watched the red mana swirl in his palms, then suddenly unleashed it outward. A violent explosion erupted. Just a test move, yet it hit like a final boss attack, shaking the ground violently. Seeing the massive red sphere appear over the castle sky, the muscular army and Lena froze in awe and fear. Someone trembled, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" The bizarre sphere oscillated continuously, then suddenly dispersed into countless red particles midair. Hanso looked up in bewilderment, murmuring, "Oh, it's gone." While Gulo panted, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Hanso expressed regret, saying it was truly a pity. Gulo was stunned, realizing his power had reached this level. Seeing Hanso's muscular back, Gulo's ambition stirred. He could exploit this monster, he could conquer the continent, even the world. Hanso suddenly turned and asked Guloji, "What's next?" Gulo, startled, replying, "Yes, next is," began explaining that there were many different methods to use mana. Gulo's sinister grin stretched to his ears. Then he told him to study how the local creatures wield mana. In the Roman kingdom, an emergency meeting was underway, opening with a firm declaration that they must be expelled immediately. The spectacled official anxiously mentioned the midday mana flow and suggested it could harm the Holy Kingdom. While one side learned techniques, the other held a hasty meeting to expel the guest. Another official nodded, agreeing it was clearly a threat, then requested permission to expel the monster. In the solemn council chamber, cries of "please allow" echoed in unison and decisively. Amid the tense atmosphere, young Pope Jackman casually asked about the Simbertham Kingdom, whether they were coming. The room was taut like a string, yet he seemed merely curious. In the chamber, a worried official reported that Simbertham troops were obstructing the God Hand Knights and urgently suggested building a wall while still in time. Contrary to the seriousness, Pope Jackman calmly replied that a monster wall looked much cooler. His words shocked the advisors, leaving them helplessly exclaiming, "Your Holiness." Opposed Jackman pouted sulkily. Seeing the tension, one official yielded, saying, "I understand." He suggested returning to the discussion of the wall. The meeting continued in the vast hall with rows of empty seats. Meanwhile, in the distant snowy mountains, cold winds howled around the towering peaks in the silent night. Amid the white snow, monsters gathered to strategize. A gigantic ice entity declared it had heard the human wall had fallen. His eyes gleamed, then he asserted they must seize this chance to make humans kneel before them. A long-haired female monster immediately challenged him, saying, "Fine, but why act like a leader? The three clans are equals, contending for leadership before battle. Drama erupts before the meeting ends." A fierce gray-furred Zeti snarled excitedly. The female demon was right. "Among the three clans, Zeti is largest, so I am the leader." To show his power, the ice entity inhaled deeply. He channeled all his strength into his massive hands, then unleashed a thunderous punch to the ground. A violent shockwave erupted, splitting the ground and shaking it with tremendous force. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, the ice entity coldly asked again, "Zeti is the leader? Repeat it." Observing from behind a rock, a muscular army member quietly asked if Hanso saw him use mana to form an ice pillar. Hanso watched silently, then replied. The junior was pleased Hanso had noticed, then explained to the monster that mana was the most accurate measure of strength. He excitedly suggested, "Now let's try predicting who will be the leader based solely on mana levels." Yet Hanso seemed to already have his own answer. He suddenly appeared, lifting Zeti's gigantic arm with one hand, declaring firmly, "Muscle density wins." The monster could only stare in astonishment. In the snow-covered forest, Hinderbrand engaged in a fierce duel with the red-haired youth. The youth defended while smirking provocatively. This old man was indeed hot-tempered. Hinderbrand maintained a stern, serious expression, replying that an elder's time is extremely valuable. He suddenly accelerated, darting like a phantom, then asked in a low voice, "Want me to make it even more costly?" Hinderbrand concentrated intensely, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike. A massive blue beam surged toward the youth, creating a violent collision. He fell to the ground, gravely injured. One strike seemed final, but it was only the beginning. Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword and walked away, confident the opponent had fallen. Yet the youth refused to give up, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. A swift slash unexpectedly counterattacked Hinderbrand, causing him to recoil in shock, eyes wide in astonishment. The youth stood tall with a deep chest wound, mocking, "Still alive. Thought I cleared the boss," yet got countered immediately. From behind, a friend stepped closer and quietly asked, "Do you need a hand?" The red-haired teenager casually waved it off. "Help with what? Just live freely and leave." The friend muttered that he did not seem like someone who was winning at all. Hinderbrand silently observed and inwardly judged, truly a strange body. Seeing that he seemed to know something, the teenager asked sharply, "Is that so? It sounds like you already knew about this." Hinderbrand smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Having lived long enough, what in this world have I not heard of? For instance, an Oculus officer, the heart of organ is not in the left chest." Hinderbrand quietly explained, "It is hidden somewhere in the organs, roughly like that." Hearing the secret exposed, Organ gritted his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Leper was also intently watching every movement of the opponent. Immediately, Organ gathered the blazing red energy in his hands, preparing to unleash a fierce counterattack. Columns of ice and water erupted in succession, creating a force that took one's breath away. The entire battlefield was swept into a white storm, making everything around seem tiny. Battle flared fiercely as the red and blue energies collided violently in midair. A layer of scattered white-green leaves appeared, trying to withstand the attacks. Blazing fire attacks continuously rained down like a violent storm. Hinderbrand's eyes suddenly blazed brightly. He concentrated all his essence into a decisive sword swing. Hinderbrand silently followed the events, his face showing clear concern. Organ grinned arrogantly, raised his hand forward, and exclaimed excitedly, "Truly exhilarating." In the vast snowy field, Hinderbrand coldly affirmed that the rumors about organ-shaped magic were indeed true. Organ shouted in anger, "What right do you have to judge me?" Immediately, an arm was slashed in the air in horror. Hinderbrand still swung his sword coldly. Hinderbrand silently observed, then spoke in a low voice, "His recovery ability is higher than I thought." A massive chunk of meat resembling a heart pulsed continuously, suddenly appearing in the middle of the battlefield. The girl Winnie with cold yellow eyes smiled hauntingly, then casually said, "Thanks for the meal." Seeing that, Organ shouted at Winnie for helping on her own. The girl calmly replied, "If I hadn't helped, you would have had to fight seriously." Hinderbrand stood tall before the giant entity and said coldly, "No matter how sturdy it is. After all, this is just conceptual type of magic, right?" Hinderbrand unleashed consecutive sword slashes like thunder onto the violently pulsing meat. After Hinderbrand's final strike, a horrific energy explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Organ turned his head to instruct the girl behind. "Winnie, remember to report clearly to the captain." His face became sinister, eyes blazing red exuding terrifying aura. He laughed madly and shouted, "I will wipe everything out." Hinderbrand silently sheathed his sword and calmly declared, "This is enough. I will accept that proposal." The tense atmosphere temporarily eased. Before the sturdy city gate, the night team lined up, strictly guarding the camp area. Hanso looked at the soldiers blocking the path and casually remarked, "They are no different from living walls." An official wearing glasses and a red robe declared, "While you were absent, we completed the fortress walls, so your presence is no longer necessary." A member of the muscle team doubted that the fortress walls could not be finished in half a day. The story immediately turned into a tense background check. He insisted the Holy Kingdom could not allow hostile monsters into the city. At that moment, a soldier ran in a hurry to report urgent news. The official unrolled a letter to read, his face gradually tightening with tension. He immediately ordered all activities to halt for a secret meeting. Inside the camp, shadows whispered secret discussions in an extremely serious atmosphere. After a discussion, the official cleared his throat to regain composure. He declared the Holy Kingdom did not want to increase risk, but if expelled, Hanso's group would be vulnerable to external attack. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and declared boldly, "Because life is extremely precious, the Holy Kingdom allows the monster group into the city." On the towering wall, a soldier secretly observed the distance amid the incessant wind whistling. He swallowed tensely at the terrifying silence engulfing everything. Suddenly, the battle drums rumbled, and a multitude of red flags and spear barricades appeared from the horizon. The elite army of the kingdom, the muscular veteran soldiers, were advancing majestically. Some wore rabbit masks, some tied pink bows stylishly, yet all exuded formidable aura. The rabbit princess general with red glasses arrogantly lamented that war is boring, no dopamine. The minister grandfather nodded in agreement. Looking at the construction ahead, the rabbit general muttered, "I remember last time I destroyed the wall over there." He snorted coldly, seeing the opponent could repair it surprisingly quickly. Looking at the tightly closed gate in the snow wind, he turned to ask his comrades whether to charge first. A nod immediately triggered the attack. A vast army bearing red flags stormed across the snowy mountains. On the walls, soldiers panicked as the Heldangian legion approached. Suddenly, eyes behind red glasses gleamed sharply. A command to stop echoed, halting the attack. The rabbit general immediately noticed something unusual. Both sides of the wall had snow maiden magic traps, green circles appearing under the snow. He guessed the enemy used fog to conceal the formation, then smirked, realizing they dared view the kingdom as an enemy. The target immediately changed. "Good, the next task is to punish the Snow Maiden," he excitedly commanded. "Charge straight to the center." The muscle army charged like a tornado of power, heading straight for the city gate. On the city wall, the Roman soldiers shouted in unison. They braced themselves and drew their bowstrings taut, ready to enter battle. At the order to fire, countless arrows tore through the wind and flew out, pouring down on the enemy like a dense rain. Yet before the rain of arrows, the muscular warriors wearing bizarre hats calmly said hand flowers were flying toward them. The scene was no different from a bugged version of a meteor shower. Instead of being struck by the arrows, they used their flashy blue movement technique, smoothly twisting aside and dodging every arrow with incredible skill. Witnessing that unbelievable scene, a soldier on the wall cried out in shock, "What kind of soldiers are these?" Immediately, a muscular man wearing sunglasses curled his lips and declared that the next step was to set up siege ladders. Cries of Zota Zota rang out in rapid succession as the massive wooden ladders were raised upright and pressed close against the sturdy wall. After dodging the skill, they immediately turned to pushing the tower, giving the opponent not even a moment to breathe. From above, a white-haired warrior asked blankly what that guy was doing. Below, the man in the yellow tank top still tried to climb amid shouts of danger. Hanso suddenly appeared on top of the wall, focused as he clearly declared, "Pullover tree." The ladders were pushed over, bringing the panicked screams of soldiers as they fell from above. Witnessing the strange technique called pullover tree, the old man said in astonishment that this was a kind of magic he had heard of for the first time, and he had no idea what region it belonged to. The old man adjusted his virtual glasses, looking extremely intrigued that even at his age, he could still encounter a type of magic he had never known. Instead of feeling afraid, the old man grew even more excited, shouting that this was truly far too interesting. The old man leaped with powerful force, charging straight toward the city wall. As soon as they heard the sound ring out, the soldiers shouted in panic, "Those are the footsteps of General Jebus. Get out of the way now." General Jebus, with red glasses and his distinctive rabbit ears, broke into a mad smile and roared with determination that he would pierce through even the city wall. A violent impact rang out, shaking the entire area. Yet amid the dispersing smoke, General Jebus suddenly stopped short and let out a puzzled sound. He realized that his attack seemed to have been stopped by an invisible obstacle. From within the hazy dust, pale muscular entity appeared, standing tall and firm as a rock. Looking at that unbelievable sight, General Jebus widened his eyes and asked what the hell this was. He had been about to unleash piercing force, only to run into a Brahmic wall. How embarrassingly awkward. Beneath the screen of dust and smoke, an entire army of muscles with pale skin and soulless eyes appeared imposingly. General Jebus stared at the strange creatures and asked if they were monsters. One member of the army calmly replied, "City wall." Before the provocative answer, General Jebus curled his lips and asked back, "Is that so?" Immediately afterward, he suddenly swung his rabbit club, launching a powerful strike at the opponent's neck. After the impact, General Jebus could not help but marvel, "Oh, it truly is very hard, perhaps even sturdier than the city wall." Looking at the smug expression of the pale giant, he immediately discovered its weakness and shouted loudly, "You are too short." General Jebus swung his club down from above, aiming straight at the top of the opponent's head. But immediately he gaped in astonishment at a new presence and cried out, "What the hell is this thing now?" The city gate shattered as a gigantic creature suddenly appeared, making General Jebus cry out in shock. He immediately ordered the entire army to retreat 10 steps to maintain a safe distance. Seeing this, Gulo's soldiers cheered, thinking they had won. But the Count immediately warned that the enemy did not only know how to use brute strength. In truth, General Jebus was someone who leaned more toward brains than force. He was extremely excited by the new challenge that had just appeared. To focus on studying how to conquer the opponent, he ordered his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts right to the battlefield. Taking the tray of food, he smugly prepared to enjoy the sweet pastry right in the middle of the front lines. Yet a hand suddenly swung over and knocked the pastry away, making him cry out in shock. Hanso appeared imposingly in the heart of the enemy army, his face terrifyingly stern. General Jebus laughed sinisterly, thinking Hanso was making things difficult for himself by daring to choose confrontation mode against him. Hanso still stood there proudly, completely unshaken before the enemy spears. He coldly declared that he could hear screams ringing out without end. General Jebus mocked him, asking if those were the screams Hanso was about to let out after being defeated by him. Hanso asked back forcefully, "Can you not hear them?" He said the muscles on Jebus's body wanted to escape and were screaming endlessly. Before the enemy's blank look, Hanso let out a resounding roar, "Train, you brat." Hanso's blazing momentum engulfed the space. "The muscles want to escape your world," they are screaming. At the foot of the towering city wall, a large crack appeared directly above where the muscle army was forming ranks. Two members wearing heart-shaped and star-shaped glasses quietly observed, then discussed that this spot seemed breakable. The other confidently said it would be as easy as turning over his hand. They decided to hold a speed race to see who would break the wall before the official order was given. Suddenly, a deep voice rang down from above. "Zeddy will not let anyone bully Brothers' subordinates." A gigantic entity covered in dark purple fur charged straight down from the air toward the city wall. Thick dust and smoke immediately blanketed an entire crimson area. The proud monster roared that when Big Brother was absent, Zeddy would be Big Brother. Big Brother had to protect the subordinates. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, showing off before the two muscular warriors. Two members of the muscle army silently looked at each other with extremely sharp awareness. The moment Zeddy swung its arm and launched an attack, He immediately sprang aside, narrowly dodging the heavy sweeping strikes. After a series of continuous attacks, the monster suddenly stopped short and muttered in discomfort that Ziti felt so itchy. Rage erupted and it shouted loudly, "Disappear!" The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a violent roar, revealing a threatening row of razor-sharp teeth. Two muscle warriors wearing heart-shaped and star-shaped glasses suddenly charged in, landing a heavy blow that made the giant yeti collapse. He confidently declared that all of the monster's attack patterns had long since been memorized. Looking at the creature lying motionless on the ground, the two smugly asked why the yeti still refused to stand up. Immediately afterward, they shouted loudly and rushed forward together, beginning their assault. Even after taking a full barrage of direct hits, that man still stood firm as a boulder, his expression completely unmoved. The opponent's calmness before the entire army behind him left the two attackers stunned beyond belief. Both of them panted from exhaustion, bewilderedly wondering why they could not cause even the slightest injury and how they were supposed to break through his defense. When they looked more closely at the towering muscles before them, an astonishing truth suddenly appeared in their minds. Wait, looking closely at this group, staring at that layer of muscles as hard as steel, they desperately wondered how they could ever break through armor of muscle this perfect. Hanso appeared imposingly with his burly physique, instantly drawing every gaze. The man in the pink rabbit outfit remarked that the costume was quite impressive, but this were first meeting. He coldly warned that if Hanso did not understand his opponent's attacks, he would die for nothing. He asked suspiciously whether he was truly confident in his ability to take hits. In the next instant, Hanso was surrounded by the crowd and attacked relentlessly. Amid the chaos, Hanso suddenly closed in and restrained a man from behind. He held the opponent tightly with his powerful arms and began instructing him, saying he had to grip firmly like this. Hanso performed a triceps movement right on the victim's body, making him cry out helplessly, asking what triceps were and saying his strength was too great. Hanso calmly maintained the exercise, began counting the rhythm, and reminded him to feel his back muscles. 5 more reps. 1, 2. The man screamed in pain, telling him not to move anymore because this feeling was truly awful. Despite the opponent crying for help from the extreme discomfort, Hanso moved on to the one wearing a red tank top, corrected his posture, and reminded him to hold his hands wider. Hanso coldly announced that the next exercise was the lunge. The pitiful man trembled in a kneeling stance, bewildered and unable to understand what technique had just hit him. From afar, the commander with a mustache and sunglasses curled his lips into a sinister smile. That man admitted this was the first time he had witnessed this kind of power. That man silently observed the muscle army using bodybuilding exercises to restrain his soldiers, yet he still maintained his confidence. That man believed that no matter how strong a beast was, there would definitely be a way to counter it. As long as they attacked continuously, the beast's stamina would gradually be worn down, and its weak nature would be exposed. Once it lost confidence and fell into fear, the fierce beast would not even be able to display its inherent strengths. In the end, when the monster was completely subdued and shrank back, a single sword strike would be enough to end everything. He confidently asserted that time was ultimately on his side. He smugly watched and challenged Hanso to see how long he could hold out. Meanwhile, Hanso was still calmly performing overhead presses amid the smoke and flames of the battlefield. 30 minutes slowly passed. The enemy was bewildered, wondering why the opponent still refused to collapse. A muscle warrior turned around when he sensed someone approaching. He quietly observed and noticed that the muscle activation was uneven. Ignoring life and death, the muscle soldier demanded that the opponent perform another 529 movements toward this side. Gulo was not doing any better either, groaning that everything was far too heavy and making him feel as though he was about to run out of strength. Hearing this, Hanso immediately came over to check and calmly asked if it hurt. He continued correcting the posture, demanding that he bend his knees lower and lean slightly forward. Hanso urged him to contract and extend his muscles to the fullest right there, then roared for a powerful squeeze to achieve maximum effect. Furious at being dragged into this bizarre training session, Jebus whipped around and shouted loudly. Hanso simply looked at him with an obsessive gaze and asked why he was asking when he already knew. He broke into a radiant smile so crazed it seemed mad, then sonorously shouted the safe training motto, "Lightweight baby." The entire muscle army rhythmically performed their training exercises, shouting in unison with surging momentum. Hanso stood at the head of the formation and clearly counted the rhythm. 3, 4, 5. Their arms began trembling violently under the extreme pressure of the exercise. His entire body shook uncontrollably, but inwardly he felt that this sensation was strangely addictive, and his joints did not hurt at all. The old man was even startled when a strange feeling of exhilaration spread through his body, then told himself that everything was still fine. But strength had its limits in the end, and he collapsed to the ground, wheezing that they should stop now. Hanso immediately leaned his face close, wore his familiar radiant smile, and asked whether the member was very tired. Looking at the young man before him, the old man inwardly admitted that the training brought a new kind of dopamine, so interesting that it almost made him accept defeat. The reason for that sudden stop was that His Majesty the King had appeared from far away atop the windswept snowy hill. King Hinderbrand, with his long white hair, swept his cold, sharp gaze across the battlefield. A member of the muscle army standing nearby could only break into a sweat from shock. Hinderbrand slowly advanced toward Hanso and sonorously asked whether he was the one Gulo had chosen. The final boss had appeared, and the atmosphere instantly turned serious. Looking at Hanso's burly physique, Hinderbrand inwardly judged that this body could not have been created by ordinary experience alone. That man was certain that behind that flesh and skin lay the power of someone truly formidable. Hinderbrand silently stepped closer, his eyes never leaving his opponent. Hanso also stood tall and imposing, his face turning solemn as he directly faced the legendary king. The two faced each other, creating an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating amid the snow-covered land. Hanso threw a punch as heavy as a sledgehammer straight at Hinderbrand, making the old king stagger under the terrifying force. At present, Hinderbrand's muscles existed in two main forms: atrophied muscles and giant muscle memory. Hanso stood proudly, displaying his powerful muscles, while the old king tried to recover his battle instincts. Which one would have the stronger effect, even Hinderbrand could not know before he truly struck. In other words, it was precisely a Schrödinger-style state of muscle. The question now was whether Hinderbrand's muscles truly existed or not. Immediately afterward, an earth-shaking collision erupted, making the entire atmosphere tremble. The punch slammed straight into Hanso's face, sending white smoke billowing up, and the initial answer seemed to be no. Hinderbrand continuously poured a barrage of punches onto his opponent, leaving Hanso almost standing still and taking the blows. Another heavy blow came crashing down again, yet reality afterward clearly proved that they did. Hanso's eyes blazed with blue light, filled with unwavering will. He quickly regained absolute focus to prepare a counterattack. Witnessing that from afar, a subordinate wearing sunglasses curiously asked Princess Ribbit why King Hinderbrand was fighting bare-handed. Figure wearing pink rabbit ears silently observed, then replied with profound meaning, "You are still too inexperienced. True mastery only needs muscles, not weapons. The greatest feeling is defeating an opponent with their own specialty. That is the ultimate realm all masters pursue." Hanso stood firm before the chain of punches and calmly said this time it did not hurt at all, then counterattacked with a powerful bench press technique. He thought that although Hanso's style was intense, it was far too simple. Consecutive blows struck Hanso's chest, gradually making him show clear signs of struggle. Hanso roared, affirming that weight training was absolutely not simple. Memories from the days when he had first begun training flooded back, when Hanso was still a naive teenager asking his master why they repeated those boring movements every day. The master, wearing a red headband, smiled, explaining the differences in each muscle group, the number of sets, the weight load, the range of motion, and even every cell of the body. Back then, Hanso only nodded reverently, realizing that a gym routine was not repetitive, it was simply that the trainee had not yet understood it all. Turning to the battle, So shot past his opponent at terrifying speed, while the enemy remained confident that such obvious attacks could not touch him. But immediately a fierce punch came crashing down, leaving him gravely wounded and stunned as he caught blood. Seeing that scene, someone standing outside cried out excitedly that it was only a lucky punch, and so frowned slightly and repeated those words in doubt. A lucky punch? Not at all. Without giving the opponent time to react, he immediately switched to an overgrip. A blow like thunder came crashing down, sending the old king flying far away before his body slammed hard into the ground. The old man slowly stood up after the strike. Hinderbrand curled his lips in interest, remarking that he had dared to change even the attack trajectory, then loudly acknowledged Hanso's combat technique. Hinderbrand silently drew a sharp weapon. His entire body suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue power. The old man activated a physical enhancement technique and coldly declared that the game ended here. Seeing the opponent use supernatural power, a muscle member shouted in panic that he even knew magic. Hanso Nim had to use magic too. Hanso stood there blankly wondering what magic was. In his mind, a new definition gradually appeared. Magic was abdominal muscles. He told himself that the abdominal muscles were the core, and the core was the center of the body's balance. Hanso's muscle blocks began contracting violently. Hanso focused entirely on his core to make his body magic reach maximum hardness, then roared magic. He immediately shifted into the 212 division state, a brutal bodybuilding category with a surging physique and clearly defined thighs amid a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand could not help being stunned, muttering that in all his life he had never heard of this kind of magic. Yet Hinderbrand did not falter at all. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, gathered blue spiritual power around the blade, and sneered that his opponent was merely shrinking his body. Immediately afterward, the old man suddenly unleashed a massive energy slash that tore through the wind and rushed straight Hanso. The extremely powerful collision erupted, but Hanso calmly used his steel-like arm to completely block the slash. Hinderbrand widened his eyes in horror, sweat pouring out as he witnessed the young man's unbelievable defense. In contrast to the old man's panic, Hanso merely curled his lips slightly, revealing a confident and arrogant smile. The story suddenly returned to the year 2007, when every professional IP athlete competed on the same stage, with no weight classes divided yet. Amid the massive muscular physiques of the towering opponents, a giant slayer suddenly appeared. He was an athlete of modest height, but he possessed perfect muscle mass, so sharp and defined that it shook the entire hall. From then on, when shorter bodybuilders continuously ranked higher than taller ones, the bodybuilding world suffered a great shock. The taller athletes gradually fell into gloom and disadvantage. Only then did people see that height could be flexed, but muscle definition was true love. The pride of the taller bodybuilders was heavily wounded after losing to shorter opponents, to the point that it threatened the very future of professional competitions. Under that pressure, the authorities were forced to consider changing the judging criteria to make things difficult for the shorter athletes. In a tense press conference, they were questioned about why they had created separate competitions. Chairman Ibsen Toya boldly affirmed that the organization had considered this matter for a long time, because the shorter someone was, the more advantageous they were in physique management. The bodybuilding reporters asked in shock what that meant, whether the results would still be no different, even if the conditions were changed. The official frowned and snapped in irritation. You call yourselves bodybuilding reporters, yet you do not even understand this. Because every cell of these people was connected with extreme tightness, allowing them to transform their bodies flexibly, no different from chameleons. Back to the battle, Hanso in his Tuna 12 form stood towering opposite Hinderbrand. The old king concentrated all his magic power and boldly declared that he would use rebound force to pierce through Hanso. A thrust like lightning, carrying blazing blue spiritual power, shot straight into Hanso's sturdy back. Yet he still stood firm as a boulder, coldly striking a back double biceps pose and powerfully flexing both arms from behind. Hanso's back muscles began to contract, then trembled violently under the pressure of the blade. The situation gradually surpassed ordinary logic in a way that was hard to explain. Hanso glanced back slightly and told the goody builders not to feel inferior because of their small builds, but to watch carefully. The muscle army behind him could only widen their eyes and hold their breath as they watched their leader display a power beyond imagination. Each fiber of Hanso's back muscles surged up like steel mountains, clamping tightly around the opponent's blade and leaving it unable to move. Cracking sounds rang out one after another until Hanso shouted clearly, "Weapon Breaker, the destroyer of weapons." The old king's sword instantly shattered under the crushing force of his muscles, making Hinderbrand cry out in shock that it was impossible. Refusing to lose, Hinderbrand frantically activated a series of states: muscle enhancement, explosive enhancement, and stamina enhancement. Blue spirit fire enveloped the old king. Hinderbrand roared that he would pour in all his strength once more. The old man dashed forward with wind-like speed, unleashing fierce attacks that surrounded Hanso in a dazzling halo. Hinderbrand screamed madly in desperation. Yet Hanso still smiled with arrogance. He calmly stood still, enjoying the continuous impacts and calling it a full-body massage, an electric current massage. Hanso stood towering in place, using the opponent's brutal attacks to stimulate and relax his great muscles. Hinderbrand panted heavily. After the relentless chain of attacks, the old king was almost completely exhausted. Hanso walked over leisurely and calmly asked if the massage session ended here. Standing before the opponent who was collapsing, he declared loudly that he would receive the old man's move. Hanso turned his body, displaying his rippling muscles, then shouted. Side chest, a radiant aura erupted, leaving Hinderbrand stunned in astonishment. Hanso continuously displayed the powerful side chest pose, while the old king could only grow dazed before collapsing completely. Before everyone's blank stares, an observer shouted that they must have seen the roar of a wild beast clearly revealed in every movement. An instant, a blazing red beast head aura enveloped Hanso, creating a suffocating pressure that suppressed the entire battlefield. Everything escalated to the point where no one could tell what was performance and what was destruction. Hinderbrand quietly looked at his opponent and wheezed that he would help him. The old man asked whether they should stop because throughout his long life, he had never met anyone with such terrifying defensive ability. The old king firmly declared his surrender. Hanso smiled and answered that he had thought correctly, old man. But when it came to close combat, everything suddenly shifted direction. The old king swung his blazing blue magic sword, but Hanso immediately dodged with divine reflexes. Hinderbrand admitted in shock that his reflexes were truly no different from a monster's. The old man raised his sword high and affirmed that he now acknowledged Hanso's body as a form of magic as well. Magic was the ability to materialize mana, while at this moment Hanso was gritting his teeth and circulating his power, turning his entire body into a blazing red mass of overwhelming force. Hinderbrand created a special magic weapon, covered in a brilliant blue energy. Even though Hanso's body could destroy ordinary weapons, against something with no fixed shape like this, His muscles could not possibly hold it tightly. Hinderbrand immediately moved at extreme speed. The old man swung the magic sword and slashed straight into Hanso's shoulder, injuring him. Hanso gritted his teeth through the pain, softly saying that for the first time in his life, even his muscles had to admit this situation was a little tough. Hanso entered a ready stance, his leg muscles surging powerfully. It was the motion of gathering the strength needed before releasing all his energy. With a body trained to its absolute limit, his cumbersome preparatory steps were now almost completely omitted. And so shot forward like lightning, unleashing a powerful tackle that pierced through the deep blue magic defense. When every preparatory movement vanished, it seemed there was no longer any way to defeat Hanso. Yet Hinderbrand suddenly reached out, seized his face tightly, and coldly denied that. Hanso froze when he realized he had been completely restrained in a single instant. Amid the thick dust and smoke, the old king silently used one hand to pin the struggling giant to the ground. Hinderbrand looked straight at his opponent with an icy gaze and declared loudly that there was nothing in this world that could not be conquered. Hinderbrand held Hanso's head tightly and said coldly, if he could not cut through the muscles, then he would wear away his skin. The old king poured blazing blue mana into his palm, focusing his intent on thinning that layer of skin until it burned with pain, then scraping it clean. Sharp streaks of blue spirit power swept repeatedly across Hanso's solid back, leaving many wounds amid harsh sounds of impact. Caught by the sudden attack, Hanso widened his eyes in shock. He quickly analyzed the situation and thought of breaking the fingers holding him down. Hanso immediately moved. He launched a lightning-fast counterattack, then decided to use a hit-and-run tactic. Hanso struck and retreated to widen the distance, using his leg strength to spring far away. But Hinderbrand gave him no rest. The old man roared that he would not escape and chased after him at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Hinderbrand's hand once again seized Hanso's face tightly. The old king said coldly that he had hit again, then steadily rode on the opponent's enormous shoulders amid the blazing blue halo. Hanso gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, thinking to himself that if this were a bodybuilding contest, he would certainly have won. Hinderbrand quietly observed Hanso from behind, the spirit power erupting violently. The old man confidently affirmed that if this blow fully landed, even his bones would be hard to keep intact. The old king's face turned solemn under the pressure of the deep blue magic. At that very moment, Hanso's speed suddenly surged to a terrifying degree. His strikes were so fast the naked eye could hardly follow them. They were compared to the sharp punches of a professional boxer, but professional boxers could usually dodge those quick jabs with refined technique. That became possible thanks to countless experiences in real combat accumulated over a long period. Thanks to those experiences, every attack from the opponent could be seen through with ease. Hinderbrand widened his eyes in shock, concentrating intensely as he realized every one of his techniques seemed to be read instantly. Hinderbrand was stunned by the terrifying speed he was experiencing for the first time in his life. In the middle of the vast snowy field, Hanso faced a type of warrior he had never seen before. Hanso began tightening his body, displaying radiant muscles filled with pressure. His boots stomped hard onto the snow-covered ground. Hinderbrand smiled with great interest and murmured, "How fascinating." The old king's fighting spirit seemed to blaze more fiercely than ever. He shot forward in a surge of brilliant blue spiritual power, pouring all his strength into the small blade in his hand. Hanso did not retreat either. He roared and charged straight ahead in a blazing red aura. Hinderbrand regretfully thought that if they had met in his prime, this battle would surely have been far more spectacular as he closed into attack. Hinderbrand bitterly muttered, "This aged body is truly hateful." Hanso gritted his teeth and endured, inwardly lamenting that he had to keep moving without even a second of rest between sets. He realized this fighting style resembled a pyramid drop set, starting from the heaviest level and gradually decreasing to drain all strength. Hanso was suddenly bound tightly by an invisible technique called spiderweb magic. Watching from below, Hinderbrand sighed and told himself that once age had advanced, his declining stamina prevented him from prolonging the fight, and he did not want to ruin the greater matter for his own preference. An earth-shaking explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. The muscular army cried out for Hanso Nim in panic when they saw their leader blasted away. But then they realized he still maintained perfect form in midair. That was originally a movement that used lower body strength to drive powerfully down into the ground. Hanso recalled a time he trained squats in the forest, when a strange thought suddenly occurred to him. Why had no one tried pushing the sky? That simple change in perspective was what allowed Hanso to fly. He did it by kicking hard against the air as if stomping down on the ground. He continuously generated propulsion to move through the sky, then landed decisively right before his opponent. If Newton had witnessed this scene, he would probably have wept silently in helplessness. Hinderbrand realized that stalling for time was no longer easy, so he had no choice but to focus again. Hinderbrand extended his hand forward, compressing magic power into crushing pressure that descended upon Hanso in the distance. At that very moment, a member of the muscular army locked him tightly from behind and declared firmly that he would support the duel. Hanso gathered all his strength and launched a thunderous punch straight into Hinderbrand's chest. The violent impact heavily injured the old king in the chest. Seeing this, the monocle-wearing member of the muscular army cheered excitedly. A direct hit, that blow is enough to take him down. Hildebrand panted heavily, his face clearly showing exhaustion. The old king bitterly lamented that time was too cruel. If it had been before, he would have defeated this opponent with ease. Just then, a system notification appeared before Hanso. The former king's consecutive quest was complete, bringing the second clue about Oculus. In the silent air, a mocking voice rang out. From the darkness, red-haired Organ strode forward, dragging a black shadow by the hand. He muttered sinisterly that they finally faced each other. Organ stared straight at Hanso, laughed madly, and said, "Long time no see." Physical therapies always have clear effects in correcting posture, restoring function, and reducing muscle pain. Hanso inwardly thought there was one benefit gym people especially liked, being assisted in stretching the body. He had originally planned to find a specialist for intensive therapy after finishing this matter. Seeing the enemy before him, Hanso gritted his teeth in fury. "If you had not reduced my therapist to that state." But Block suddenly raised a hand to stop him and advised Hanso Nim, "Please wait." He stated that the reason he was here was precisely because of the enemy before them. It was an Oculus executive, one who fought using magic that altered the functions of internal organs. And the one standing before them was Zoom, the man with the ability to control bladders. Rage flared as Block recalled how that man had once used something filthy to insult the muscles of his seniors. He roared, "I cannot forgive one who dares humiliate the muscles of my seniors like you." Hanso radiated seething killing intent and intended to deal with him himself. But Block stopped him again, advising Hanso Nim to rest. "Because you are injured, your muscles seem severely dehydrated." Block emphasized that Hanso had to prioritize preventing muscle loss immediately. Hearing this, Hanso seemed to awaken and nodded. "Right, I almost pushed my body too far again." Looking at Block's back, Hanso felt quietly proud that he had become reliable enough to worry about muscle health. "Good, then for now, let's trust him once and rest." The red-haired man smirked mockingly when he recognized Block. "Aren't you the one who ran away last time?" Block calmly replied, "Thank you for remembering." The enemy burst into mocking laughter, reminding him that Block had been so frightened back then that he lost control. Block admitted in a low voice that perhaps he did not remember it that way, but that did not matter. The truth was that he had failed completely. Block's face turned solemn. He told himself that to wash away his humiliation, he had undergone repeated training. Block began throwing himself into harsh exercises, starting with powerful bench presses, then fierce deadlifts right beneath ring currents, and heavy squat sets meant to temper his will to the utmost. A member of the muscular army asked worriedly whether Block could win. On the city wall, Gulo sneered because they had never seen him train. Someone doubted him because of that fatty body. Gulo declared firmly that in terms of the three basic lifts, Block was in no way inferior to Hanso. Block charged forward wildly, unleashing power that left others horrified. "All in, no need to think too much. If you take the risk, reap the reward." The red-haired man lightly dodged to the side and mocked, "Far too predictable." He gathered a crimson surge of energy in his palm, then launched a counterattack as fast as lightning. A dazzling blue explosion of energy erupted, as if tearing through space itself. Gulo roared in encouragement, "Move forward, Block with the hardness of your muscles." Block poured out all his strength and shot forward like an arrow, piercing through the red energy to close in on the enemy. He was confident that he could easily knock this attack aside. But immediately after, a cold blue ray pierced through his chest. Block was stunned to realize that his defense had been completely broken. Red streaks of light continued raining down, leaving Block badly wounded and almost unable to stay on his feet. From afar, the red-haired man curled his lips into a sinister smile. He sneered that Block now looked no different from a dying wild boar. Even so, the red-haired man still calmly wore a mocking smile. Coldly asked whether that was already everything Block could do. Meanwhile, Hanso was still lying down to rest, completely unaware of what was happening outside. The members of the muscle army screamed in despair, begging for someone to hurry and save Block. One warrior tried to rush out to help, but was immediately stopped because they had to hold the formation. If he left his position, the wall would be pierced through and all their previous efforts would vanish. Though worried for Block, Gulo still told everyone to watch closely. If they looked closely, they would see that as long as he was still breathing, there was still a chance. Gulo affirmed that the fighting fire in Block's eyes had not yet gone out. Block wheezed through broken breaths. He still struggled to insist that this was not over yet. His entire body trembling, Block dragged his badly wounded legs forward. The red-haired man stood in the distance and laughed, mockingly asking whether he still wanted to continue, because he was beginning to pity him. His trembling hands still clung tightly to the iron bar. That was the spirit of a powerlifter. Those people devoted themselves to training or competition, aiming only for the goal of lifting the maximum weight in the three basic lifts. They did not care at all about building a visually beautiful body like bodybuilders. Their philosophy was extremely simple, just lift it up and push forward with all their spirit and strength. Even though the attack pierced through his body, and even left him severely injured, that will did not waver at all. Block roared fiercely, focusing everything on the opponent before him. Just once, exactly one time, Block reached out with his vein-bulging hands and grabbed Organ's clothing tightly. His eyes blazed with a radiant blue spiritual power. Block's arm muscles swelled powerfully, making Organ cry out in terror, asking what kind of strength that was. He was shocked to realize that he could not escape that fated hold. Block used his guardian-like hands to lift Organ off the ground, locking down every resistance with a grip as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Block gritted his teeth and roared the name of his decisive technique, Deadly Fisheries. Terrifying pressure burst out, warping the opponent's body under the compressed power. Witnessing that scene, Block was stunned and thought that his entire spine should have already been destroyed. He thought it was over, only to realize it was the greatest deception of the century. Block could not believe his eyes and stammered, wondering how this could be. On the ground, Organ, with his blazing red hair, began twisting his body, producing terrifying dry cracking sounds. He laughed mockingly, saying that the hits had landed so well earlier, but now there was no more spark. Organ slowly stood up, his demonic eyes glowing brightly amid the white smoke. Just as you said, I am a bladder bubble, and a bladder never needed bones in the first place. Without the slightest hesitation, Block immediately roared. Bench then charged madly straight toward the enemy. Block unleashed a punch as powerful as thunder, named Press. However, at the exact moment the two sides collided, Organ's body suddenly swelled violently, no different from a giant ball. Block froze when he saw his opponent turn into a perfectly round sphere, huge enough to block out the sky, truly a pig bladder. In an era before the concept of the ball existed, people always sought ways to drive away boredom. Then they discovered that when a pig bladder was filled with air and tied tightly, it became tough, elastic, and capable of absorbing and rebounding every impact. Back in the present, Organ had completely transformed into a giant ball covered in red veins. That made almost all of Block's attacks useless, while he had to brace himself against that gigantic elastic sphere. A football had just been born. That grotesque transformation instantly plunged the battlefield into a new chaotic rhythm. Organ, in his spherical form, was shot away like lightning, diving straight down with a technique named water rocket. The collision created a violent explosion right in front of Block. Seeing this, Gulo's eyes widened in horror and he blurted out that things had truly gone wrong. Another member asked blankly whether they were not winning. The fragile hope that had just flickered was immediately extinguished by reality. Gulo immediately denied it. No. Judged in a low voice that the essence of a powerlifter was to lift up or push out, but against an elastic object that kept moving like that ball, lifting or pushing became meaningless. Block silently looked at the sphere flying through the air, understanding that trying to lift it would be useless. Block tensed his body and used all his strength to hug the sphere tightly. That gigantic sphere was radiating Organ's purple magic power. Seeing the dangerous situation, Gulo shouted in panic, "Dodge, Block. First, we have to find a way to deal with it." Block replied with a faint smile, "Thank you, Brother Gulo, for worrying about me, but I have always believed in the power of powerlifting." His hand bulged with veins, clinging tightly to the sphere's outer shell with a resolve not to let go. Block asked Gulo if he knew what the most important thing in powerlifting was. It was the strength to push the weight up in the bench press. His hand tightened around the bar, carrying a will as hard as steel. It was also the strength to drive oneself up in the squat. Every muscle fiber in Block tightened as he poured all his spirit into the barbell. And finally, it was the strength to pull and lift a gigantic weight in deadly fix. The true strength of a weightlifter began with grip power. When all the force of an extreme grip is driven into both hands, the fingertips will dig firmly into the target. They leave deep marks, like clear proof of an unshakable iron will. Amid the hazy battlefield, a shocking explosion suddenly erupted. Back in the training room, a merfolk warrior was panting hard, sweat pouring from exhaustion. "Come on, member, onto the next set." The merfolk youth complained in frustration, "Teacher, how can we stop when it is getting so intense? Finish this set first if you want to hear the rest." The merfolk youth immediately roared and threw himself into frantic training so he could hear the continuation sooner. Alright, let us see what happened after that. Story was locked behind muscles, refused to train, and there would be no drama left to follow. If the battle had continued naturally, Block would certainly have defeated Organ, but at that very moment, someone else suddenly appeared and interfered. Hinderbrand stepped out in a youthful form, towering and imposing. Standing in the vast battlefield, the young man looked straight at his opponent, wondering whether he could win. Hinderbrand coldly advised, "Give up, young man. Have you not already exhausted your strength?" Seeing the danger, his companions shouted anxiously from afar, "Block, that is enough, run quickly." With a jumping squat skill, retreating now would not be difficult. The young man muttered in doubt, "Run away." He lowered his head in contemplation, his eyes sinking deep into the darkness of tangled thoughts. Looking at the powerful opponent before him, he felt no fear. On the contrary, excitement surged up and made him grit his teeth with determination. He shouted loudly, "Such a powerful opponent is standing right in front of me," then immediately lowered his center of gravity into a stance full of might. Hinderbrand sneered that it was truly foolish, then swung the sword wrapped in blue spiritual power, bringing down a thunderous strike. A violent collision immediately erupted between the two forces. Hinderbrand curled his lips into an amused smile. Foolish or not, one must first dare to face it. That is a very good habit. The old king declared that thanks to the time Block had bought, he had completed the process of muscle super recovery through deep sleep. Hinderbrand stood towering there, the icy blade held firmly in his hand. Hanso declared sonorously that he was no longer just a bodybuilder who had completed muscle growth for the day, but a super bodybuilder. In the snow-covered battlefield, Organ lay collapsed on the ground, while the atmosphere grew heavy. Hinderbrand silently observed through the smoke and dust, softly repeating, "Super bodybuilder, what is that?" Immediately, a member of the muscle army broke into a sweat and said in shock that he had once heard the legend of that terrifying existence. Under his comrades' astonished gazes, he began explaining the principle of muscle growth based on the cycle of destruction and recovery. Normally, exercise causes muscle fibers to break down. The trainee must combine it with proper sleep so the body has time to regenerate and grow muscle cells. However, a super bodybuilder belongs to an entirely different level. For everyone's curiosity, the muscle soldier pointed at Hanso and told them all to look carefully at his eyes. Hanso stood proudly, his rippling muscles radiating a dazzling aura. Yet strangely his eyes were tightly closed. A shocking truth was revealed: a super bodybuilder was actually not in a conscious state. It was an extraordinary existence capable of destroying and restoring muscles at the same instant. At the same time, in the kingdom of Simbertham, the atmosphere before the enormous stone structure became extremely tense. Amid the heavy snowfall, the soldiers anxiously discussed letting King Hinderbrand go into battle alone. Gulo stared ahead in deep thought. He worried that in chess, once the king was captured, it was over, yet now their leader had personally entered the battlefield. Hearing this, a white-haired old general standing beside him asked how long Gulo had been enlisted. When he heard the answer was 35 years, the old general faintly curled his lips, saying Gulo was still too young and did not understand. He asked how the current textbooks taught the formation of the kingdom of Simbertham. Gulo replied loudly that they were taught it was a mighty military nation, thanks to sending mercenaries everywhere. The white-haired old general nodded, saying that was what everyone knew, but the truth about Simbertham was far different from what they imagined. In the past, King Hinderbrand had once invaded other countries alone, coldly wiping out those who resisted before annexing their territories. Amid the desolate ruins beneath the blazing red sky, Hinderbrand became the symbol of this kingdom's painful birth. Hinderbrand declared loudly that he himself was the kingdom of Simbertham, then shot forward like lightning, slashing straight toward Hanso. Despite his burly physique, Hanso was still pierced through the layer of muscle by the sword strike, making the wound severe. Hinderbrand looked down from above at the fallen opponent, mocking that whether he was a super bodybuilder or anything else, the ending remained unchanged. Suddenly, the muscles on Hanso's arms swelled violently, coiling tightly around the exact spot that had just been wounded. Hinderbrand unleashed attacks one after another that shook the surroundings, yet he still could not stop Hanso from advancing. Hanso's leg muscles continued to expand powerfully, as if bursting with new strength. He roared the name of the technique, bench press, then shot forward at an unbelievable speed. The enemy realized in terror that Hanso had become many times faster than before. He immediately poured all his focus into observing every movement of his opponent. He was shocked to realize the problem was not speed, but that Hanso's size was constantly increasing. Hanso slammed his fist down like thunder, creating a violent shockwave. Hinderbrand screamed in pain, completely overwhelmed. Hanso stomped with full force, making the ground beneath him shake as if bearing a 1,000-pound weight. The muscles on his arms began to contract, emitting blinding streams of light. Hanso used his guardian hand to crush all resistance from his opponent. Seeing this, official Sinbotham shouted in panic, "Wang, could he really be forced back so easily?" Even the muscular army was stunned, acknowledging Hanso Nim's strength but not expecting such a huge disparity. A comparison chart between Hinderbrand and Hanso appeared. In reality, Hinderbrand's average ability score was still superior. Especially in experience and combat instinct, the gap between them was immense. The data was superficial, but actual combat told a different story. With an eye that could see through all laws, Hinderbrand should have easily dodged every attack. Yet, before his vision could react, Hanso's hand suddenly closed in right in front of him. In every movement, Hanso's muscle fibers tore and regenerated extreme speed, radiating terrifying heat. Seeing victory near, Gulo cheered excitedly, "Very good, Hanso Nim, keep going." Among the disciplined soldiers, one suddenly asked Gulo Nim what's happening. He looked at the leader in confusion. Why has Hinderbrand become younger? At that moment, a member of the muscular army recoiled in horror, sensing the cold murderous aura. He stood atop the high wall, shouting in panic to warn his comrades to stay away from the area. At the base of the wall, a green liquid began oozing from large cracks. The green ooze poured like a flood, quickly surrounding the entire formation of soldiers. The one behind smirked maliciously, eyes glinting with evil, whispering, "Too late. This phase is totally doomed." The muscular army immediately fell into chaos, screams rising from the burning, stinging sensation under their feet. Toxic green smoke covered the area, clinging to the soldier's skin, causing extreme pain. Amidst the messy scene, Hanso quietly stood, head lowered, face extremely serious. He silently noted that irritated or damaged skin would cause major distraction during movement. For someone who values absolute focus like him, this was an unacceptable obstacle. Hanso gritted his teeth in anger, face shadowed, eyes ablaze with rage. He firmly stated that being disturbed during training was his greatest annoyance. Herbivores' teeth crush grass to sustain life. At the end of the prey chain, life gradually loses its innate strength. The eagle swooped down from above, aiming straight at the fox holding its prey. Decayed bodies exposed skeletons to the world. Bacteria entered the rotting flesh, causing gradual decomposition. Fragmented corpses eventually became soil, from which new life sprouted. Cycle repeated, eaten and absorbed to keep life flowing. From grass, grasshoppers, mice, snakes to eagles, all formed an eternal cycle. In essence, life is a massive digestive system, with the true function of the stomach being the reincarnation of all things. In the mystical space, a mysterious entity appeared, declaring clearly, the mother of life called digestion is Winnie. Seeing the leader's muscles explode with terrifying power, the muscular army cheered excitedly. "Excellent, Hanso Nim, please advance." Yet, amid the boiling atmosphere, one member showed clear worry. He trembled, swallowing nervously, saying, "Not good." He realized Hanso Nim could not sustain this state any longer. To his astonished comrades, he asked what were the 3 basic factors for muscle development. Upon hearing the answer, proper training, sufficient sleep, and nutritional supplementation, he became even more panicked. A loud noise tore the atmosphere. From the wall, he shouted desperately, "Hanso Nim, you must stop fighting. Eat something first." Below, Hanso collapsed, body exhausted from overexertion. Member shouted in panic, "There's still backup protein here." Immediately, a giant chicken toad appeared, face full of fear and body trembling nonstop. Subordinate approached worriedly, looking at the leader's back and hesitantly asked, "Hanso Nim, if you keep fighting like this, will we lose?" Hanso gave a sinister smile in the shadows. He boldly stated, "We will win." Despite exhaustion, Hanso declared victory without additional nutrition. The process of muscle destruction activated. Hanso lowered into a squat, body erupting in blazing orange heat, swelling his muscles under oppressive pressure. He lunged forward at incredible speed. He threw a thunderous punch, tearing the ground and creating a massive trench through swirling dust. He smirked mockingly, "Too weak." Without giving the opponent time to react, Hanso continued forward like a blazing red arrow. He closed in on the enemy hiding behind a cloak and wide-brimmed hat. The opponent shouted, eyes suddenly bright as he activated a summoning magic to shift the situation. The battle seemed set, yet he stubbornly resisted. Giant flesh wall called the stomach suddenly rose, immediately blocking Hanso's 1,000-pound punch. The impact forced the summoner to be thrown back. Hanso gritted his teeth. He channeled all his strength, pressing his bulging muscles against the violently contracting flesh wall. He noted in shock, "This is really tough." Hanso was pushed backward. He realized the opponent suddenly possessed a terrifying burst of power. Winnie smirked, eyes blazing with challenge. "Do you really think so?" She calmly explained that as a stomach mage, she could convert everything digested into endless energy. Below, the green ooze filled with debris and bones bubbled terrifyingly. Winnie continued to attack psychologically, stating that the longer time passed, the more disadvantageous for Hanso, while she grew stronger. Immediately, the stomach gun summoning technique was activated. Winnie held the blazing golden weapon, declaring, "This incat is really bad for you." Dangerous green beams continuously shot from the stomach gun. Hanso moved frantically, dodging amidst the rain of flashing energy bullets. Despite the peril, he calmly noted, "I admit that attack carries immense kinetic energy." Hanso suddenly leapt into the air, charging straight at his opponent and boldly stating, "Yet between you and me there still exists an overwhelming disparity in physical strength." He closed in on Winnie with a cold glare, leaving her in stunned amazement. Hanso roared the name of the skill, jumping squat. Amid the relentless storm of blows, Hanso still dodged with skill, so uncanny it was as if he were using hacks. Winnie furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "Your sixth sense is fairly sharp too." Right after that, she activated her ultimate state, full body stomach acid armor, transforming her body into a gigantic monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth foaming with acid. From inside the slimy sphere, Winnie mockingly repeated, "I already told you, this matchup is not good for you." Contrary to expectations, Hanso calmly jumped straight into the poisonous water and replied, "No, this matchup is actually wonderful." Winnie asked in astonishment, "What do you mean by that?" Without dodging, Hanso stepped straight into the center. He stood towering amid the smoke and dust, calmly explaining how her digestive ability combined with the intensity of his training. He raised his thumb with complete confidence and declared, "Is that not the most perfect cooperation?" After hearing this, Winnie burst into hearty laughter, leaving the muscle army behind her staring at one another in confusion, wondering whether Hanso Nim's nonsense truly suited her taste that much. Suddenly, the smile on Winnie's lips vanished when she realized a truth that shook her to the core. Winnie stared at Hanso and blurted out, "Impossible, you are still so calm, but your muscles have not grown even a little since earlier." Trembling, she posed the final question, "Could it be that you have truly regained your senses?" Hanso calmly admitted that he had been found out. He explained that when nutrition was lacking, the body would target the muscles first, so he absolutely could not allow himself to lose muscle. Seeing this, Winnie coldly declared that she would take it as her opponent having admitted defeat. She gathered a brilliant golden energy in both hands, told the creature to obediently become her nourishment, then pressed her dazzling palms onto the small monster. Hanso stood towering as he watched and confirmed that his guess was completely correct. He saw through his opponent's weakness, then questioned the limits of its digestion. Hanso analyzed that, because the opponent had been too desperate to win, she had frantically stuffed everything into her stomach, until it was nearly at its limit. He clenched his solid fist, raising a threatening hypothesis about what would happen if that swollen belly took an extremely powerful impact. Winnie observed silently, her face clearly showing anxiety before Hanso's overwhelming momentum. Her initial advantage was now turning into a ticking time bomb inside her own body. Unexpectedly, Winnie gave a sinister smile and calmly revealed that when the stomach encountered appealing new food, it would contract on its own to make more storage space. A gigantic mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly opened wide, preparing to swallow Hanso whole amid the crimson gastric fluid. Winnie watched the trap slowly close and mockingly asked whether he truly did not know this. Hanso widened his eyes in shock and asked back, "You did not know," right before he was sucked deep into the enormous widening mouth. A blinding beam of light shot straight into the center of the monster before the eyes of everyone around. Hanso fell freely through the air while a soldier cried out his name in panic. A gigantic pillar of orange liquid suddenly erupted from the ground, blasting everything around it away. Hanso gritted his teeth and roared, "Blah." He stood towering opposite Winnie, while she calmly said that there was no need to digest too much more now. Winnie stared straight at Hanso and coldly declared, "Hanso, I will focus on you." Hanso felt his body grow unbearably heavy and thought to himself that his muscles could no longer move. He gritted his teeth in bitter resentment, wondering whether it was because he had neglected replenishing his nutrition. The stomach monster opened its mouth wide again. Winnie smiled hauntingly. "Good, obediently let yourself be absorbed." At that very moment, the muscle army suddenly appeared and charged forward like a storm. They shouted in unison, "Hanso Nim, we are here to help." Hanso questioned them in shock, "Did you abandon the wall to come here?" A warrior smiled confidently and replied, "Anyway, if Hanso Nim loses, the wall will collapse too." He affirmed that the entire team had decided to leave it behind and come here. The muscle warriors all charged into the monster's gigantic mouth and shouted, "We just need to make that woman full, right?" The muscle army surged into the monster's mouth, solemnly declaring that these bodies were created by Lord Hanso's grace, so they would offer up everything. Watching his disciples be swallowed one after another, Hanso screamed in despair. No. He frantically warned that this hypothesis had not yet been scientifically proven, but it was already too late for everything. Winnie calmly absorbed all the energy from his connections, then smiled faintly in satisfaction. Delicious. Immediately after, a violent explosion of purple energy erupted, shaking the entire snowy mountain region. Winnie stood amid the thick cloud of smoke and dust. She wore a sinister smile and kept praising that this was truly a terrifying cheat-like ability. Amid the tense situation, Gulo suddenly appeared, making Hanso cry out in delight. It is Gulo. He secretly believed Gulo was completely different from people like himself who only knew how to rely on muscles, and that he must have found a way to turn the situation around. Gulo calmly confirmed to Hanso that he had finished calculating every move needed for victory. Amid the chaos, his appearance was like a ray of hope arriving in crisis. Gulo raised one finger high and boldly declared that this was the only winning move among millions of possible outcomes. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight into the enemy's enormous widening orange mouth. Right before being swallowed whole, Gulo calmly told Hanso that this move was this very sacrifice. The monster's mouth snapped shut, leaving Hanso frozen in stunned disbelief. The pain and bitter resentment of losing his most loyal training companion erupted fiercely within him. Hanso's brainwaves suddenly blazed to life, awakening every sense that had been buried in slumber. He began moving again, the bulging muscles across his back trembling with powerful force. Hanso gathered momentum, then suddenly shot into the air, like an arrow tearing through the sky. He poured all his strength into his legs and roared, "Inner tie." A thunderous collision erupted between Hanso and the opponent's orange energy. A decisive voice rang out, confirming that the attack had landed. It hit, while his companions silently watched the final decisive battle. Within the crimson space of gastric fluid, Hanso's consciousness began to stir as frantic heartbeats and the calls of his comrades echoed around him. 2 members of the muscle army rejoiced when they saw him awaken and cried out. His eyes opened. "Hanso Nim, can you hear us?" Hanso looked up dazedly and muttered, "Woody, builder." Hanso gradually understood the situation and asked, "Did you wait until I woke up?" As his consciousness was pulled back from the border between stupor and clarity. "Did you protect me?" It turned out that everyone was trapped inside a gigantic chamber, while the muscle army had to exert all their strength to push back the contracting walls of flesh. One person immediately answered clearly, "During the breaks between training sets, our mission is to protect you." Another member strained until his whole body trembled, then gritted his teeth and said, "Hanso Nim, this place truly is a natural training room." Pressure was so terrifying that he still had to laugh amid the danger, a warning that if they lost focus for even 1 second, everything would be crushed. It was exactly like stepping into a hell-level gym. The moment they let go and rested even a little, they would be gone. The stomach was originally the organ responsible for digesting food. Through the coordination of layers of muscle and constant contractions, it turned everything inside into a liquid mixture. Digestion time varied depending on the type of food, and starch usually took about 2 to 3 hours. Protein needed around 4 to 5 hours, while fat could last 7 to 8 hours. For Hanso's group, they had only 4 to 5 hours at most before being completely digested. The pressure from the stomach walls kept pressing down suffocatingly. In this constantly shifting environment, keeping their balance was almost a major challenge, because the flesh beneath them never stopped shaking. Because the pressure changed unpredictably, the muscle army faced countless difficulties timing their counterpush. At that moment, gastric juice began to surge out, clinging to their flesh and making sizzling sounds as the process of breaking down muscle began. In that perilous situation, Hanso suddenly spat something out. After warming up his jaw joints, he clenched his teeth tightly, producing terrifying dry cracking sounds. Hanso opened his mouth as wide as possible. Immediately after that, he lunged forward and bit hard into the flesh on the stomach wall. His eyes flashed red. With terrifying strength, he tore a large chunk of flesh from the opponent's body. Hanso began chewing decisively, then swallowed each piece of flesh into his stomach. Though it was merely an ordinary act of replenishing nutrients, it was still enough to awaken the vitality that was nearly depleted. His abdominal muscles began to tighten, pulsing with powerful force. Every muscle on Hanso's body erupted, swelling violently under the suffocating pressure of growth. He reached his enormous hand forward, preparing for the next step. The effect came so quickly it was as if he had just been fully loaded with buffs on the spot. Thanks to the energy he had just absorbed, Hanso slowly stood up inside the monster's cramped stomach cavity. Before his teammates' astonished gazes, he opened his mouth and clearly declared that he would eat well. The feast inside the enemy's body had officially begun. Hanso began biting savagely into the stomach wall with heavy, crushing mouthfuls. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army asked worriedly, "Hanso Nim, can this thing really be eaten?" While chewing nonstop, Hanso realized this was nutrient-rich stewed stomach, with over 21 grams of protein, and almost no starch per 100 grams. Knowing this was an extremely protein-rich food source, the entire muscle army cheered excitedly, saying they had to eat right away too. A warrior immediately rushed forward and bit into the flesh wall, sending liquid spraying out. But very quickly, he realized something was wrong. Even though he tried so hard that his face twisted out of shape, he still cried out helplessly, "This is strange. No matter how much I bite, it will not tear." While Hanso ate with ease, the others were completely powerless against the unbelievable toughness of the stomach wall. Clarify the problem, a world-leading eating expert was invited for consultation, the legendary Takeru Kobayashi. When the reporter asked how confident he was when it came to eating, Kobayashi smiled arrogantly, mocking that perhaps the reporter still did not understand his true capacity. In response to the apology and the question about a specific number, Kobayashi declared boldly that he had once set a record by eating 110 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. He did not stop there, and went on to list more impressive achievements such as eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes, even handling more than 5 kilograms of cow brains. The reporter was deeply impressed, but still asked another difficult question. Those numbers were already enough to fill an ordinary person, so had Kobayashi ever tried eating a tire? That outrageous question nearly made the competitive eating warrior choke on his water. He denied it in panic at once. "Are you joking? How could a human possibly eat something like that?" Seeing that the reporter was about to conclude that he had never tried, Kobayashi immediately shouted that a tire could not even be chewed. The truth was, the monster's stomach wall at this moment was as tough as the most durable rubber tires. Hearing that, everyone immediately wanted to give up on eating it. A member of the muscle army shouted in despair, "I want to load up on protein too." Amid their extreme hunger and thirst, a strange object suddenly caught the eyes of the warriors craving protein. The thing that stunned Hanso was the mouthpiece, a jaw protector. Usually, this was equipment used in martial arts to reduce the risk of broken teeth during impact. In high-intensity sports, people also use mouthguards because the teeth could clench too hard. Excessive pressure could cause teeth to wear down, crack, or suffer serious damage. The average bite force of an ordinary person was only around 84 kilograms. By comparison, a hippopotamus had a bite force reaching 770 kilograms. As for a killer of the waterways like the saltwater crocodile, it could generate a bite force of more than 200 kilograms. However, thanks to his extremely brutal training of the chewing muscles, Hanso's bite force was estimated to reach 5,000 kilograms. That power was likened to the awakening of an ancient creature, far beyond all standards to the point that every comparison became outdated. That number was equal to the terrifying bite force of the tyrant dinosaur, the T-Rex. To avoid being dissolved, Hanso decided to unleash the full bite force he had sealed away for so long. He decisively threw away the mouthguard, choosing to reverse digest the enemy himself. Hanso frantically tore into the stomach wall in fury. On the boundary of survival, he chose to eat the boss in return. Witnessing Hanso's recklessness, Winnie clutched her stomach in pain, drenched in sweat, trembling as she wondered whether that man intended to digest her in return. She roared in challenge, immediately releasing bolts of energy lightning that covered her body, pouring all her magic power into overwhelming the opponent. Winnie frantically concentrated on increasing the acid concentration in her gastric juice, determined to melt the enemy right inside her own body. However, Hanso only curled his lips into a cold smile and calmly declared that it was already too late. Immediately after that, Hanso activated the super bodybuilder state. Amid the falling green gastric fluid, his muscles swelled violently. Hanso was stunned to realize that the growth rate this time far surpassed before, each crimson muscle fiber surging with overwhelming power. Before that shocking sight, a member of the muscle army cried out in panic, ordering everyone to cling tightly to Hanso Nim so they would not be swept away. Tiny pitch-black warriors hurriedly climbed up, struggling to cling to the towering muscle masses of their leader that kept expanding without pause. Amid the wreckage of shattered organs, a subordinate anxiously asked Lord Gulo what exactly the phenomenon before them was. Gulo wore a solemn expression and began explaining that the previous super bodybuilder technique had actually not been complete. He analyzed that although the muscles had been destroyed and restored again and again, Hanso still had not been able to break through the final limit because he lacked energy. Gulo looked at Hanso's blazing body and affirmed that everything was different now. In an environment overflowing with protein, he could absorb nutrients instantly. This was the perfect muscle feast never seen before. Hanso gritted his teeth, pouring in terrifying strength to tear open the stomach wall. The muscles across his body became enormous, bulging with blood vessels. He declared in a ringing voice that there was no need to place any limits on growth anymore. Terrified by that fierce resistance, Winnie screamed wildly, ordering Hanso to obediently lie still and be digested. She immediately poured in all her power, raising the acid concentration to its absolute limit to corrode her opponent. Hanso's feet sank deep into the foaming green water, his skin eaten away by the extremely powerful acid. This was a brutal battle of attrition, as both sides drained every resource to overwhelm each other. Heavy stumps crashed down one after another, making the ground tremble. In the crisis, a thought flashed through his mind. If he was digested, his body would immediately regenerate. Amid the erupting green and red acid, the question of whether destruction or growth was stronger still had no answer. Winnie gave a faint, arrogant laugh, admitting that she was extremely astonished by that extraordinary digestive ability, something she had only ever seen in her master before. But Winnie's gaze suddenly turned icy. She said Hanso had underestimated her far too much, then roared in fury that to win, one had to chew thoroughly. Winnie began explaining the nature of the stomach, using snakes as an example because they still swallowed their prey whole without needing to chew. She clutched her stomach tightly, her face twisting in pain. Meanwhile, Hanso was still struggling fiercely amid the gastric fluid. Winnie coldly declared that she would show him how a real snake digested its prey. The image of a colossal reticulated python appeared, a species capable of swallowing creatures even larger than its own body. However, the tragedy of pythons was that if they could not find a place warm and safe enough, they would lose the ability to digest. Amid the torrential rain deep in the forest, the pitiful python died before it could complete its cycle of survival. Winnie asserted that snakes not chewing was actually a fatal weakness, absolutely not an advantage. At once Hanso opened his mouth wide and chewed with powerful ferocity in response. Before the explanation had even ended, he had refuted it with decisive action. Hanso mobilized every muscle group, from longitudinal muscles and circular muscles to oblique muscles, creating terrifying pressure. The organs contracted violently with each rhythm, while he poured every fiber of flesh into reverse digestion. An earth-shaking explosion suddenly erupted from inside the orange monster, blasting everything outward. Hanso and the muscle army strode out of the devastated scene. Amid the torrential eruption of gastric fluid, Standing amid the ruins, Hanso quietly declared that this was the final victory for the entire team. A spear tore through the air and shot toward him, accompanied by a cold challenge, "Die." But the moment it touched the man's guardian arm, that sharp weapon was instantly knocked away and shattered. This was the other world that Hanso's master had accidentally wandered into while performing deadly fixed training. Amid the battlefield, a soldier trembled as he pointed his spear at him, shouting in panic not to come closer. Being called a monster, he roared in anger and realized this new world was truly pathetic, because everyone was as thin as skin wrapped around bones. He was only training, yet he was regarded as a monster. Everywhere he passed was filled with frail people. To change that reality, he began building an empire named Jim Dungeon. He tirelessly interacted with all kinds of beings, from teaching an old man how to take in enough carbohydrates, to supplementing protein and quality fats, then even befriending tribes of beastmen. He devotedly taught every training movement to everyone, while gathering like-minded companions. He was determined to create a peaceful world where anyone could focus on training every day. From a lost outsider, he had unintentionally built an entire gym system that spanned worlds. As the system gradually became complete, the people began looking at him with reverence and honored him as a god. Wishing to help the world, he frankly made a proposal. The strong should do farm work in place of the weaker. However, his words were disastrously misunderstood by later generations. A believer raised a book and a whip high, screaming wildly that God had spoken. Race, gender, appearance, and every difference were twisted into excuses for people to oppress one another. Those holding whips forced the strong to work, while monsters also acted cruelly against humanity. Witnessing that corruption, the man wearing the red headband felt disgusted and no longer wanted to face this world. He told himself that the system had been complete for a very long time anyway. Then he silently turned away, walking alone along the narrow trail deep in the forest. Suddenly, Mr. Kuang seemed to realize something important. He glanced back slightly, gave a meaningful smile, and said, "Hanso, you are seeing this, aren't you?" His eyes blazed as he extended an invitation to his disciple. He said this place was the home gym he wanted to invite him to. It was Utopia Gym, where a dazzling radiance burst forth and covered the entire space. Immediately after that, the red headband fell through the air. Mr. Zhang suddenly landed straight on Hanso's face, just as he was still sunk deep in sleep. Hanso jolted awake, the red headband still draped across his forehead and covering one eye. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing shock and extreme tension. Seeing Gulo standing beside the bed, he asked in panic what exactly had happened. Gulo kept a calm expression and softly replied that "You have awakened Hanso Nim." He began recounting what had happened after the battle, asking whether Hanso remembered successfully escaping. Hanso nodded in confirmation, then Gulo continued, saying that at the time, the whole team had intended to advance and completely suppress the enemy. However, Winnie suddenly collapsed, both hands still clutching her painful abdomen. At that very moment, Hanso seemed to suffer an enormous shock, making his face turn pale with horror. He fell, consciousness fading completely. The battle ended as all enemies attacking the Holy Kingdom were destroyed, leaving only Hanso's guardian body lying motionless in the vast pit. In the darkest and deepest dungeon of the Roman Holy Kingdom, an old figure sat silently among the cold chains. Hinderbrand had now returned to his true form. He looked at the person outside the bars, sighing as real age returned. "You came to mock me, young man." The scene was both tragic and like a has-been recounting his past. And so gazed at the old king with heavy eyes, then asked why peaceful neighboring nations had been driven into war. Hildebrand chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Heh, everything is over, yet you still want to know." He was silent for a moment, then decided to speak the truth. "Very well, I will tell you. My kingdom has contracted a disease no doctor can cure." The old king bitterly declared that the disease was aging itself. Hinderbrand explained that to save a kingdom now full of old people, he had to seize the holy relic of the Holy Kingdom, a sacred object capable of fulfilling any wish. Hanso was stunned, sweat pouring as he asked if such a thing truly existed. Hinderbrand confirmed it, but added that the true size and power of the relic remained a secret unknown to anyone. Hinderbrand revealed this was also why Organ could not fully steal the entire relic. He only managed to take a tiny fragment to bring onto the battlefield. Their goal was to use that energy fragment to restore his youth. From there, he would have enough strength to conquer the entire Holy Kingdom. Seeing his gaunt hands bound by chains, Hanso innocently asked if his only wish was to become young again. Hinderbrand lowered his gaze to the chains and sighed that children never understood how precious youth truly is, and so confidently declared he could fully make the old king's come true. Hinderbrand asked in astonishment whether Hanso could truly make all his subjects young again. Looking at the coiled muscles, Hanso reversed the question, asking if he really wanted his entire country to become youthful. Hinderbrand gritted his teeth, declaring that if he could achieve it, he was willing to pay any price, an exchange sounding like a high-stakes gamble, and so stared directly at him, asking to confirm any price indeed. Hinderbrand shouted in despair that he could even sell his soul to the devil, and so curled his lips into a dangerous smile, declaring that he himself would become that devil. Hanso's figure rose imposingly, his red eyes radiating a threatening aura. 4 years later, a carriage slowly entered new lands. The old man in the carriage softly said they had finally arrived. Carriage crossed a bridge leading into the Senior Classic Kingdom, formerly known as the Simbertham Kingdom. Young Taylor curiously asked why they chose to travel to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that as people age, they gradually lose strength, but in this kingdom, even the elderly retain miraculous vitality. Here, anyone could learn valuable life lessons. Everywhere, muscular bodies trained enthusiastically under blazing flames. Cheering echoed, creating an unprecedented lively atmosphere. Amid the excited crowd, the symbol of Hell's Dungeon shone brightly, heralding a new era of strength. Time returned to the present, and so sat quietly by the tea table, his face thoughtful after obtaining the red headband. Gulo sipped tea, admitting he had never heard the name Utopia Gym. A muscular member guessed it might just be a symbol. A place with him is a gym. Hanso immediately denied this, saying his master was not that kind of person. He began explaining his master's nature, noting that a true master did not choose his tools, but a real master must exploit up to 120% of a tool's efficiency. Hanso was certain that the machines in Utopia Gym would be completely different, and it must be an extremely special gym. Hearing this, the spirit dog wondered if such a place existed. Why had no one ever heard of it before? Hanso pondered and replied that the entrance might be special. He recalled his master saying he had become a god. Hanso believed that just like Hell's Dungeon was unlike ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Gym must also be extraordinary, perhaps with unique entry conditions. Seeing the discussion reach a dead end, Mr. Frog sighed. The problem had returned to the beginning. The more he spoke, the more confused, and the meeting had no direction. Gulo thought silently during the meeting, then suddenly proposed a bold idea to hold a bodybuilding convention. Hanso repeated in surprise, a bodybuilding convention. Gulo explained he had heard in Hanso's homeland, such contests were famous and very performative. Images of muscular athletes flexing on stage appeared as proof of the allure of muscle art. Gulo excitedly raised his hand, asserting they would show everyone, combining hard-earned muscles to create feats approaching divinity. Scenes of grueling training, from lifting heavy weights to stretching, appeared full of determination. The official announcement rang out. The bodybuilding convention had taken its first steps, a plan both absurd and curious if it could be realized. Posters showing flexing poses were pasted all over the trees in the forest. Two muscular members muttered skeptically as they worked, "Who would come if done this way?" "I think so too." One feared that only Hell's Dungeon was a proper gym around here, so in the end, members would probably only compete among themselves, creating little effect. Suddenly, a giant dark figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind them, asking what was happening just as they thought it would be empty, unexpectedly welcoming a guest. Two warriors jumped, shouting in panic, then questioned the strange creature that appeared. The giant minotaur stared at the poster, muttering that it was the first time he had heard of bodybuilding. But seeing the prize was a year of food, its eyes lit up instantly. It roared decisively, "I will join," then displayed its muscular body, leaving the two members stunned. Because this was another world where even a safe meal was uncertain, the strong grew more eager. Masters everywhere went wild for this event. With 90 days left on the countdown, Hell's Dungeon was livelier than ever. When asked if he would participate, Gulo responded while lifting weights, making subordinates suspicious of his rounded figure. Gulo looked at his fat belly and honestly explained, as a coach, yet his body fat was so high. He knew it would be hard to earn the trust of the club members, so he decided to take this opportunity to lose weight at the same time. Hearing that, the junior casually remarked, "You just need to skip meals, that's all." An unbelievably bad piece of advice. Gulo shouted angrily, "Do you think everyone can control their eating as easily as you can?" He helplessly yelled that there were many people who loved food as much as he did. Without motivation, it was impossible. Faced with Gulo's crazed fervor, the junior could only reply warily, "Good luck," then quietly turned away. Gulo stood frozen, crying in frustration because no one understood his suffering. A tragedy between the passion for eating and the goal of losing weight. In the gym area, Gulo was training his legs while turning to ask Hanso Nim which category he intended to participate in. Hanso focused on each push-up, and then explained, on Earth, bodybuilding had no unified supervisory body, so the categories were very messy. Gulo listened attentively despite sweating from the intense workout. Hanso said categories like 212, men's physique, classic physique, or open bodybuilding were not suitable for a place with so many races. Gulo, drenched in sweat, still seriously asserted that since this was the first convention, rules had to be prioritized. Hanso nodded in agreement while diligently training. He believed the team needed to create a bodybuilding convention in their own way, so that even audiences unfamiliar with bodybuilding could appreciate the beauty of the body as the convention progressed. It was a difficult problem, balancing the rules while keeping the audience engaged. Gulo looked at Hanso and said they had to do one thing first. Hanso gritted his teeth, deciding to temporarily set aside his thoughts and focus all his energy on completing the final workout of the day. 3 months passed by like this. Finally, the important day arrived. Crowds from all over poured in, filling the arena with a lively atmosphere. After days of relentless preparation, the moment to showcase muscles officially began. Stepping onto the stage, the girl Randip with bright blue hair confidently introduced herself as the host. She sincerely thanked the vast audience for coming to support the first Hyodangian bodybuilding convention. Randip enthusiastically announced that the number of registered participants had reached 572. However, due to the large number, the organizers had to eliminate many people from the preliminaries. Randip sternly said the rule for this round was simple. Randip invited the skilled assistants onto the stage. Two members of the muscle team appeared, one claiming to be a contestant, the other a judge. Immediately, the first instruction echoed throughout the arena: attack, but the strike came from the organizers. Witnessing this strange scene, one member of the muscle team called out to Hanso Nim with a question. Why was the selection process attacking contestants? Hanso did not answer. He silently approached a contestant and suddenly closed in at extreme speed. Instinctively, the contestant braced himself, assuming a solid frontality spread stance to defend. Hanso smiled brightly, placed his hand on the contestant's shoulder, and asked, "Understood?" The poor contestant remained confused, stammering without comprehension. Hanso explained that creatures instinctively used the hardest part of their body to resist predicted impacts. The organizers merely applied pressure to reveal potential, not to cause real harm. At that moment, a monster stepped out and tensed, roaring fiercely. He immediately displayed his most confident muscles under the suffocating pressure of the incoming strike. Sitting at the judges' table, Hanso wore dark glasses, continuously taking notes to select the most potential candidates. Contestants stepped forward one by one to perform and received results through the preliminaries. Even a beetle fighter could easily advance, thanks to exceptionally prominent muscles. However, a fat-bellied giant stepped out and was immediately disqualified by Hanso's cold declaration. He could not accept the announced result at all. He roared loudly and slammed his fist onto the ground to vent his anger. Kron stepped forward to question, arguing that this was a contest to honor the beauty of the body, then angrily pointed at a skinny skeleton passing by. Meanwhile, the skinny skeleton had luckily passed the preliminaries. A bizarre matchup, when fully muscled individuals lost to a fleshless skeleton. Growing increasingly furious, Kron shouted how could this be reasonable, then rushed to attack the staff. Hanso appeared immediately, caught a member of the muscle team, and kindly asked if he was okay. Hearing he was fine, he turned back. Hanso stood firm before the giant, sternly reminding him that even if he didn't understand the rules, he should not be aggressive toward the organizers. Despite the warning, Kron began to exert, revealing trembling muscles along with super regeneration and a pain-free state. Kron tensed, clenching his massive fists, absolutely confident in his power. He asserted there was nothing more fearsome than a warrior who did not feel pain. His eyes blazed with killing intent. Kron charged behind Hanso and roared that he would show him what a truly strong body was. Yet Hanso casually blocked the opponent's heavy punch with one hand, stunning everyone. He leapt into the air, gliding over Kron's head, then mockingly remarked, "What a pity for one who does not know pain." Hanso immediately countered with a combination of one-arm dumbbell row and one-arm dumbbell press techniques. He coldly remarked that it was precisely because Kron did not feel pain that he failed to understand how crucial defense was. Immediately after, Kron's super regeneration skill activated, blue energy enveloping him and instantly healing his wound. Seizing the opening, Hanso delivered a thunderous punch, causing the opponent's body to suffer severe shock. He silently watched the giant collapse to the ground, then calmly cracked his arm with a sharp snap. Hanso held the monster's head firmly, coldly asking if he felt suffocated. He explained that Kron was born with innate power, so he always lived according to his will, unconcerned about injuries as they would heal on their own. Hanso continued, most creatures worried about their weaknesses. They trained deficiencies or honed strengths to grow. He tensed, displaying his massive biceps, and used his skeleton friend as an example. He asked Kron if he knew why that skeleton friend passed the preliminaries. When attacked instead of enduring, that friend chose a very special way to respond. A subtle display, yet enough to make everyone think. By applying magic, the skeleton friend created his own muscle fibers. He showcased vibrant, firm, and robust muscles that amazed everyone. Hanso looked directly at Kron and proposed a hypothesis. What if someone trained based on their own strengths? Those words gradually led Kron into vague thoughts about the scenario if he truly trained diligently. The image of Kron tirelessly carrying gigantic boulders to temper his strength appeared in his mind. He understood that as long as his muscles were strong enough, any attack could be blocked. Admitting that his opponent was superior, Kron silently lowered his head and told himself he had been completely defeated. The giant slowly left the stage in silence. The first preliminary round officially ended, with 257 outstanding contestants earning tickets to advance to the next round. The arena atmosphere erupted again as the blue-haired girl boldly announced the start of the second round. A tiny hamster, introduced as a low-level earth spirit, lay neatly in the contestant's gigantic hands. The mission was to interact with it without using violence under any circumstances. The muscle warrior waved his hand to call the spirit to look over. Right after that, the absurd requirement was announced. They could not hit it, but had to make the spirit burst into tears. A contestant took a deep breath and flexed, making his muscles swell violently. He was not allowed to strike, yet still had to make his opponent cry. This challenge was truly hard to understand. Before that terrifying sight, the tiny earth spirit could only widen its eyes in horror and scream. The goal of this round was to make it cry. In waiting room number 2, a mysterious female warrior in a cloak silently judged that this challenge looked simple, but was actually not easy. She knew earth spirits were not easily frightened simply by seeing muscles with the naked eye. What truly terrified them were the discordant vibrations emitted from the muscle fibers themselves. The female warrior quietly observed, confident that she had not wasted her time training bitterly, revealing a firm waist and clearly defined abdominal muscles. She introduced her secret technique, a combination of the ancient martial art les and modern weight training, creating a balanced physique with round shoulders as solid as grenades. Most special of all were her legs, a perfectly balanced lower body that she believed would lose to no one. The female warrior was certain that with this strength, passing the second preliminary round would be an easy matter. Suddenly, a shrill scream tore through the air. A toadbird warrior was defeated, collapsing to the ground under everyone's stunned gaze. From above, a dark figure with vulture wings appeared, mockingly asking whether he wanted to decide victory and defeat with the body. The stranger dove down to attack, declaring that this was also a way of using the body to determine superiority. The attacker was revealed to be Kira of the Harpy race, wearing a sinister smile full of excitement. Kira repeatedly unleashed powerful swiping and sidekick skills, delivering a thunderous kick that gravely injured the opponent in an instant. Looking down at the arena, dark figures lay scattered across the stone floor. An authoritative voice rang out, saying that in House Dungeon, rules were set by the strong. Immediately, the image of Dungeon Master Hanso appeared towering like a blazing crimson muscular entity behind the long-haired girl. Someone challenged that if she wanted to make demands, she should first defeat him. The enemy curled his lips in a smug smile, pleased, because he had learned who the dungeon master was. He transformed into a violent whirlwind, sweeping everything into a vortex of energy. Amid the raging gale, the challenger said smugly that this gave him one more reason to win this tournament. He roared with ambition he had to eliminate Hanso and become the dungeon master. The red-haired girl quietly observed, then replied contemptuously that the opponent was so stupid she could not even be bothered to fight. She furrowed her brow and repeated, rules are set by the strong. The enemy in birdman form roared in provocation, asking whether the strongest one in the dungeon was also avoiding battle. Without the slightest hesitation, the red-haired girl immediately counterattacked with sidekick. The thunderous kick struck the birdman directly, leaving him only enough time to let out a cry of pain. After declaring the end, she descended from above with a teaser as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The battle ended, and the girl stood proudly in the arena, her blazing red hair standing out vividly. She quietly swept her gaze across the battlefield. Countless defeated enemies lay scattered under her feet. Amid the silent space, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the great gate. A gigantic dark figure with blazing eyes, surrounded by a crimson aura, boldly declared that they should stop disgracing the Dragonkin race. It was Dreva, the proud representative of the Dragonkin race. In waiting room number 4, a mysterious entity draped in a black cloak quietly appeared on the icy ground. He calmly asked that he had heard there was an out-of-control skeleton around here, and wondered whether anyone had seen it. Immediately, the Gallic named Bellic, with a crown on his head, revealed himself and coldly threatened whether he should rummage through the other party's head. In waiting room number 6, a long-eared demon in a white coat silently observed everything. Meanwhile, in room number 7, the Stone Oros warrior Tendurum was also releasing a suffocating pressure. Before the managers of Health Dungeon could intervene, Hanso had already sensed the roar of muscles echoing from the waiting rooms. Every muscle fiber on Hanso's body began to tremble violently, releasing a pressure full of power. Terrifying demonic energy spread from him, shaking everyone present. All the warriors in the arena were stunned by that pressure, unable to stay calm. They gradually lost control and were drawn toward the center of the arena. Hanso stood towering in the middle of the arena, emitting a suffocating pressure that enveloped all the strongest beings now revealing themselves. Facing those formidable entities, someone asked whether he was the strongest person here. Hanso smiled confidently and replied, "That is right." The demon Ramin curled his lips slightly in ridicule, asking what the hell he was saying. Frowned in irritation, asking in return whether that statement included him as well. The atmosphere instantly grew taut as a drawn bowstring when Ramin was about to act. But at that very moment, a grayish-blue arm of the Dragonkin race shot over and stopped him. Hanso quickly intervened, using his gigantic hands to seize the opponent's arm with strength as heavy as 1,000 caddies. Hanso still kept his radiant smile and calmly reminded them to wait and set this argument aside for now. Hanso tightened his grip on the green monster's hand and asked whether he was still dissatisfied with the rules after all. The opponent broke out in sweat, terrified by that horrifying strength. Hanso flexed his body and boldly declared that the winner would receive the prize money and take all of Hell's dungeon along with everything in it. He asked his opponents whether changing the rules like this was enough to satisfy them. Seeing the monsters grow excited, Hanso formed a smug smile. Shadowy entities silently observed, then judged that it seemed everyone had accepted this decision. Hanso raised a hand to his throat to control his vocal cords, then tested his voice. Standing in the vast arena, he boldly announced that the tournament would proceed under a new format from now on. According to the first rule, the competition range would expand from the alley mine in Hell's dungeon to Count Gulo's territory. No matter where or when, victory meant taking everything. The second rule clearly stated that once the final 2 people were determined, they would gather at this arena to decide the ultimate winner and loser. He confidently raised his thumb, then added that since the rules had changed, he would also take part in this competition. Hanso gave all the contestants a smile that was both dangerous and provocative. Hosting it himself and then joining it himself, he truly knew how to overturn the game. The dissatisfied ones finally left the place, leaving behind the 87 finest faces to officially enter the semifinals. To make it easier for the contestants to recognize one another, each person was given a special badge with an entry number made by Behemoth. Faced with this somewhat strange process, a member of the Muscle Army asked worriedly, Hanso Nim, is it really all right to organize a bodybuilding tournament like this? Hanso did not answer right away. He silently took in the whole scene, then slightly curled his lips with a meaningful smile. Hanso said thoughtfully that he had always agonized over how to bring people to bodybuilding in the most natural way. He flexed his body, displaying abs as solid as cold steel, and declared boldly, bodybuilding has always been closely connected to street confrontations. Hanso laughed with excitement, then emphasized, exactly, those street brawls. He gave an example of an area where disputes and clashes happened almost every single day. It all began with a tense car collision in the middle of the street. When men faced each other, what was the first thing they did? A driver stepped out of his car with an irritated expression, constantly grumbling about the other party's driving. Was it to immediately rush in and grapple? Or would it be powerful straight punches like in martial arts? The answer was absolutely not. The aggressive driver yanked open the car door and roared in challenge, you there, are you getting out or not? This kind of tension usually began with a facade of forced calm. In truth, the moment men came face to face, instinct urged them to immediately assess the opponent's strength. The driver suddenly froze. Sweat burst out as he saw a massive black shadow with a guardian-like muscular body looming into view. Radiating suffocating pressure, the weaker one could only tremble in terror, his mouth stammering without forming words. He began fearing for his life, because before the law could intervene, overwhelming strength was already right before his eyes. The giant bent down and looked straight at his opponent, then asked in a growling voice, "What did you just say?" The one facing him could only scream in despair, "I am dead for sure." His eyes bulged in terror, sweat drenched him, and he kept begging, I am sorry. No, it was my fault." Before an existence far too large, the weak could only bow their heads and admit fault in trembling fear. Hanso realized that bodybuilding was a battle of every cell, directly tied to survival. He stood towering, showing off his muscles with a confident smile. At that moment, Hanso truly understood the core value of training the body. His muscles seemed to speak for him, saying not to look down on self-discipline. At the alley mine, the one called the guardian of this place officially appeared, Lizarian. With his lush green muscular body, he strode heavily through the forest, carrying a heavy responsibility. Lisa Roman lifted her gaze toward the high sky, her eyes filled with determination. However, after provoking Hanso's group, his status had plummeted miserably. To escape poverty and save his tribe, Lizerman was determined to win at all costs. Lisa Rittman stopped, stood towering, and called out challengingly, "Hey." He looked down heavily at his opponent and declared clearly, "Let us fight." The one being challenged was a dragonkin warrior wearing a red cloak. He raised his head and looked up, asking suspiciously, "Are you serious?" Lisa Littman gave a sinister smile, then answered decisively, "Of course." The question was whether the dragonkin race was truly weaker than Lizerman. Reality was completely the opposite. The dragonkin were a race on a superior level. If lizardmen were merely tiny salamanders, then dragonkin were no different from ferocious Komodo dragons. Between an ordinary lizard and a giant beast, there was clearly no equal match. Then what had made a lizardman recklessly challenge an opponent who far surpassed him? He opened his mouth wide and roared in a resonant voice, "Do not look down on the Lizarian tribe." He aimed straight at the beastman who had his back turned, but instead of taking down his opponent, Lizerman's own arm suffered an extremely powerful recoil. His eyes widened in shock when he realized the attack was completely useless against a defense as hard as steel. The beastman warrior still stood firm, like bedrock. The old beastman quietly turned his back and walked away, coldly dropping one sentence, "Get lost." Only after throwing the punch did he realize he had chosen the wrong day to flex his strength. Lisa Raymond lay flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, fearfully watching the strong one's back. The old beastman commented in a low voice, "Even if your bloodline has been diluted, do you not still carry the blood of dragons within you?" The old man declared that he would spare him this time, but still left behind a chilling warning. Run and never appear before the dragonkin again. Faced with that unexpected mercy, Lisa Roman hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir." He promised to bring this grace back to his tribe and turn it into a lesson passed down through generations, then quickly slipped in the deep forest. However, a challenging voice suddenly rang down from above. "Did you think things would unfold like that?" Immediately afterward, a surprise blow shot straight toward the old beastman. The violent impact forced the old man to immediately raise his hand to block. The ground shook violently under the suffocating pressure of the strike. The old beastman realized in shock that his opponent's speed was extremely fast, far beyond those before him. He curled his lips confidently as he looked at the old beastman, then asserted, "You are finally interested in fighting." Lisa Rima looked at the stronger one with a challenging expression and asked, "You said you would spare me once?" "Only once, correct." Waiting room number 1 before the finals officially began. A small Lee Zerman warrior stood trembling, completely overwhelmed before the gigantic back of a Dragonkin member. He regretted it to the extreme, his entire body shaking. "If I had known, I would not have joined. Why did I have to share a waiting room with the Dragonkin?" He was certain he would lose his life, certain he would be crushed instantly if the other party made a move. Then, Lisa Raymond froze when he saw the giant quietly turn his back and leave, not even bothering to pay attention. He wondered in shock, is he just leaving like that? Lisa Raymond felt no relief at all, only humiliation because the other party had completely ignored him. Being treated as non-existent hurt even more than actually being beaten. He gritted his teeth and roared in fury, "You dared to ignore me once. To stand here today." Lisa Rittman had trained madly with the sole goal of catching up to the bodybuilders. He had trained his legs to the limit, from the quadriceps, glutes, and hamstrings to the calves. Even the pelvic muscle group and the entire tail muscle complex had been trained to be sturdier and more flexible than ever. This was an explosive combination strike, making full use of the perfect synergy between a powerful tail and a solid lower body. Han Ding Quang charged forward with unwavering faith, thinking that with this power, even a high-ranking dragonkin could be brought down. Yet Drava still stood like a mountain of steel, his eyes blazing with authority, radiating a heavy pressure that seemed ready to crush all resistance. The main round officially began, and the contestants started spreading out everywhere, while the members of Health Dungeon remained different. As the host and the force with the largest number of bodybuilders, Health Dungeon always maintained discipline as hard as steel. Even if enemies launched a surprise attack, nothing had the power to make them abandon their unfinished sets. The only thing that could make these muscle monsters stop was the brief rest between sets to stabilize their heartbeats. Amid the quiet atmosphere, Block and a member of the muscle army sat there panting after an exhausting workout. His teammate looked over and exclaimed in admiration, "Block, your body has developed incredibly lately." Block modestly replied that he was only trying to train steadily as part of his daily habit. Seeing him work so hard, his teammate joked that he should not overdo it, or others might think Block was his senior instead. Block once again stepped into heavy sets, his entire body maintaining intense focus. While bracing himself through the movement, he humorously admitted that his core was a little thick, so people could easily mistake him for a senior. His teammate burst into hearty laughter and affirmed that by common sense, whoever trained first was the older brother. Block cheerfully nodded in agreement that is right. The hierarchy rule sounded simple, yet strangely enough, it became an extremely tense truth. However, he suddenly remembered another unspoken rule and said that whoever had the higher total in the big 3 lifts was the real senior. His teammate immediately rejected that strange view, insisting that the one with the better physique deserved to be the true older brother. In the middle of their heated debate, Hanso suddenly appeared and made a dramatic proposal. "If so, you two should compete." He reminded them that both Block and the Goody Builders were now official contestants of the convention. Hanso smiled, thinking that clearly deciding the hierarchy would make everything more orderly. A member of the muscle army broke into a sweat, saying in shock that although Block looked like a monster, he was actually still human. Another person looked at Block's guardian-like body and asked doubtfully, "A body like this is human?" Block sighed softly, admitting that he did not want to fight and saying how could he possibly attack the Goody Builder seniors. Right after that, a Goody Builder senior stepped forward, gathering strength to demonstrate a peak technique called vacuum. Witnessing the masterful stomach vacuum technique, the crowd shouted in amazement, "Vacuum," realizing that the slimmer waist had clearly enhanced the body's aesthetics. The senior continued showing off the front double biceps pose, fully displaying an X-taper physique perfect in every detail. The crowd shouted excitedly when they saw Block immediately respond with the same front double biceps pose. However, the difference quickly became clear, causing everyone to stir. It was the same pose, but Block was completely overwhelmed. The vibe was entirely off. Hanso quietly appeared behind a spectator and asked, "Look closely, do you know why Block is at a disadvantage?" He began analyzing that thanks to the vacuum technique, the waist of the Goody Builder Senior was narrowed, creating a powerful visual effect. That very point made the biceps, already the highlight, stand out more than ever. Hanso pointed toward Block and explained that because he trained in powerlifting, his core was very thick, and because he overbraced his abdomen, the muscle groups he needed to show looked relatively smaller. Hanso judged that even though Block did not follow the bodybuilding system, the gap in posing skill right now was still far too obvious. He declared sonorously, "If this continues, it will be an overwhelming victory for Senior Woody Builder." Block lightly relaxed his body and smiled, admitting that he truly could not defeat the seniors in bodybuilding. After a long weary breath, Block suddenly compressed his breath and flexed violently. This was a counterattack using a professional powerlifter's breathing technique, causing his chest and stomach to swell, spreading pressure across the entire arena. With just one flex, it felt as if even the surrounding space was being compressed. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army shouted in panic, "Woody Builder, hurry and step back to find a way. No matter how big your arms are, this is dangerous." Once caught by a powerlifter, the spine would surely endure terrifying pressure at once. In reality, although both involved weight training, powerlifting and bodybuilding created two completely different body types. A powerlifter stakes his life on a single push or pull. Bodybuilding, meanwhile, focuses absolutely on the aesthetic beauty of each muscle. One side is pure strength, the other is beauty like art. A strongman was straining through a heavy deadlift, his face contorted under terrifying pressure. By contrast, bodybuilding was the crystallization of efforts devoted entirely to the beauty and aesthetics of muscle. When a powerlifter faced a bodybuilder, victory was certainly hard to grant to the side that focused only on beauty. Block charged forward fiercely, using his veined arms to lock Goody Builder's body tightly. However, an unexpected truth was revealed. Block could not bring himself to harm his opponent at all. He gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently in painful inner conflict, because in his eyes, Woody Builder's body was no different from a work of ceramic art, exquisitely shaped by the hands of a master. Block understood very clearly the pain and grueling training his teammate had endured. All of it was to create each flawless muscle fiber, refined enough to command admiration from others. To Block, that body held even greater value than world cultural legacies such as ancient statues or pyramids. Looking at Woody Builder radiantly displaying the results of his training amid a dazzling halo, Block could only clutch his head in despair and helplessness. He stood frozen, completely subdued by the beauty of a living masterpiece he could not bear to destroy. A gray-skinned member of the muscle army suddenly locked the young man from behind to perform a chokehold pose. The victim gritted his teeth in pain, his face flushed red from suffocation, his whole body trembling under immense pressure. He realized in horror that he was being squeezed tight like in the coils of an anaconda, while also being forced into an awkward pose. Hanso quietly observed from behind, understanding the intent to escape that was silently taking root in the other party's mind. Block struggled wildly to break free, but then a bizarre thought suddenly struck him. Looking at the guardian-like muscles right before his eyes, he wondered whether he had enough courage to harm such a work of art. Block suddenly felt guilty when he thought that his spine and skull were blocking the opponent's magnificent pectoralis major. He completely let go of his will, thinking that hiding such a perfect body was a waste to humanity, and that death would be better. Suddenly, a colossal stone entity appeared behind him, its eyes blazing with intimidating light. It coldly called them all slim, making the atmosphere in the gym suddenly grow heavy. In the middle of the gym, the giant stood towering among the warriors sprawled across the floor. The monster's crimson eyes radiated heavy killing intent as he declared that he would punish those who dared bully Slim. Hard as stone, heavy as a great mountain. That was the most accurate way to describe the stone ogre. Battling muscles as hard as stone made anyone feel as though they were facing a moving fortress wall. Everyone looked at the colossal entity with glowing eyes as it loomed behind the fortress wall. A member of the muscle army said worriedly that this battle would not be easy. Hanso paused, then asked why. A comrade explained that the Gao did not follow the usual path of evolution. Without effort, their muscles would gradually fade away, and they would soon return to being ordinary, frail Gao. There had once been a time when they were obsessed with muscles, but then they forgot the reason, and in the end had to return to their primitive form. However, the Stone Ogre was a completely different case. This was a race born for bodybuilding, because even without training, they would never lose their muscles. They were exactly the type that appeared with maxed out stats from the start. Standing before that heavyweight opponent, Block silently stepped forward and declared that he wanted this battle entrusted to him. Hanso watched with concern and asked, "Block, are you really all right?" Block did not answer, only focused on compressing power into his hands as they stretched forward. He told himself that he could not destroy a work of art, but breaking a similar weapon was entirely possible. Block tensed up, displaying his surging muscles with overwhelming pressure. The battle at Hell's Dungeon officially entered its most tense moment. Block quickly realized the attack had arrived. He understood that at this moment, he did not need to block it head-on, but had to escape the attack range first. Block calmly dodged the thunderous punch at the moment when everything hung by a thread. The stone ogre madly pressed him with consecutive attacks, forcing Block to keep moving before the terrifying reach of the stone giant. He lowered his center of gravity, prepared to gather his strength, and thought that it was time to use the next option. Yet the match remained extremely difficult, as Block continuously endured heavy punches from the stone ogre. Seeing this, a member of the muscle army worriedly asked Hanso whether a power lifter only took hits before counterattacking. Looking at his brother being overwhelmed, Hanso still calmly asserted that Block had actually not used his full strength yet. Even so, the subordinate was still full of doubt when he saw Block almost only standing still and taking the beating. Hanso calmly explained that powerlifters excelled at squats, bench presses, and deadlifts. It looked as if he was being pressured, but in truth Block was gradually accumulating power. However, there had always been a decisive difference between powerlifting and bodybuilding. And so declared in a ringing voice that as long as that thing was used, the state of the battle would certainly reverse completely. Amid the fierce rain of blows, Block gritted his teeth and endured. He felt that he could not advance even a single step. In that critical situation, Block shouted for Hanso's permission to use that thing. He received a confident, approving smirk from his leader. Hanso immediately gave a decisive order, "Do it, Block." Immediately after that, Block braced himself, pouring in all his strength and making his muscle masses swell violently under suffocating pressure. He declared in a ringing voice that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. This was the technique Block had always suppressed until now, solely to uphold the basic principles of a power lifter. Block suddenly focused his power into a single point, activating a dazzling current of strength. The energy erupted violently, crushing all resistance within the blinding radiance. His finger seemed to press a switch, opening a chain of explosive attacks. Powerful punches and kicks struck the stone ogre's boulder-like body one after another, making the ground shake violently. Too fast, the muscle army standing outside froze in shock. They asked Hanso Nim in unison what that technique was, and why they had never seen it before. Hanso silently looked at his disciples, then calmly said that pure bodybuilders would not know this move, because it rarely appeared in traditional weight training curricula. Block shot forward like lightning, landing another heavy blow in the center of the stone ogre's chest. Hanso declared in a ringing voice that this was a technique that used elasticity and full body reaction force to push speed and power to the limit. Call it Anza in Branch Star. Immediately after that, a thunderous collision rang out violently. He affirmed that once the trajectory had been mastered, the attack would become many times faster and stronger. Block poured all his essence into the final punch named one-arm dumbbell press. An earth-shaking explosion immediately echoed everywhere. The enemy's stone defense shattered amid thick clouds of dust and dry cracking sounds. The stone ogre madly swung his fists in futile resistance, causing Hanso to inwardly judge that it was a far too poorly calculated attack style. Among the training benches, Hanso looked at the opponent collapsed on the ground and affirmed that no matter how hard he was, the accumulated damage had already been enough to make him lose the ability to resist. He told himself that he had to end everything with the most decisive blow, then braced himself to perform his ultimate secret technique. He roared deadlift, then used his enormous strength to lift the entire stone mass into the air. He performed a powerful deadlift directly on the enemy's own body. He squeezed the stone mass so tightly that it seemed everything was about to crack apart. At the climax, he suddenly wondered whether he had just heard the sound of a spine being broken, while everything before his eyes became hazy. A dark shadow with blazing eyes suddenly appeared right behind him. His hands still gripped that stream of darkness tightly until the very moment cold blue ray of light suddenly shot straight into his face. What had just happened? His body lost control, collapsed, and then fell freely in shock as his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. He was still falling straight through the air, but very quickly he twisted his body and made an extremely decisive landing. He looked up at the enormous entity before him and told himself, right, there was no way that could happen. He thought to himself that perhaps he had been hit in the head too many times and had started hallucinating. He diagnosed himself as dizzy from continuously taking heavy blows. However, Block quickly regained focus and realized that his opponent had also suffered no small amount of damage. He boldly affirmed that if judging only by the power of each punch, he still held the absolute advantage. Block gathered his strength and charged straight forward, throwing a punch that completely shattered the enemy's resistance. Looking at his opponent collapsing with a distorted head, he coldly declared that he was the one overwhelming him. Suddenly, the defeated one's body convulsed and transformed abnormally, with strange lumps of flesh rising from his back. He smiled faintly with confidence, but immediately froze afterward upon witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon. Before his eyes now appeared two individuals with similar physiques. Could there really be two blocks? He stared at the two guardian-like bodies, their central muscles thick, like powerlifters. The boss had not only revived, but had also cloned himself. The excitement of training spread throughout the space, making someone scream that he could not endure any more. All across the gym, warriors charged into heavy weight sets with wild enthusiasm to release the surging energy boiling within them. Dry sound rang out as the heavy block of iron slammed hard onto the stone floor. Hanso pointed at the barbell and declared boldly 240 kilograms. The strongman asked blankly, 240, what do you mean? He slowly stepped forward, gripped the bar tightly, then flexed his body and lifted the block of iron high. After lowering the weight with effortless ease, he calmly said one word, easy. Hanso continued adding more weight and announced that the new load was 280 kilograms. He wondered to himself, what exactly is this guy planning? He poured strength into both hands to perform the next lift, but this time his face began to stiffen under the pressure. Sweat ran down his forehead as he struggled against the terrifying weight. Seeing signs that his opponent was slowing down, Hanso suddenly slapped his back hard and roared encouragement. Driven on fiercely, the strongman gritted his teeth, poured all his strength into lifting the weight, and shouted loudly with determination. After overcoming the challenge, he dropped the barbell to the ground amid the sound. Thunderous applause from the members of the muscle army. Hanso still did not stop. He continued raising the weight to 360 kilograms. With only one hand, he performed a one-arm deadlift and calmly said, so easy, while his muscles clenched tightly around the iron bar under immense pressure. The heaviness of the workout was quickly pushed to an insane level when it reached 14 tons. In the vast arena, Hanso and his teammates stood high above, lifting the enormous weight amid the thunderous cheers of thousands of warriors. Amid extreme exhaustion, the muscular man strained himself to hold the bar, his breathing ragged as he wondered what he was doing. Looking at his muscles contracting violently, he began to panic, wondering whether his body had already gone beyond his control. Immediately, Hanso rushed over, slapped the opponent hard on the back, and shouted loudly, "Go, go, go, go!" Suddenly being pushed, the strongman angrily shouted back, "Stop talking nonsense. How could anyone lift this thing?" The chant of "Go, go, 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 go" thundered throughout the arena from thousands of spectators below. The man gritted his teeth, his face tightening under terrifying pressure, then shouted in despair that he could not do it. Just as he was about to give up, a hand gently settled on Chenan's shoulder, and so silently handed him a lever belt, a specialized powerlifting belt that could be released quickly with just one finger. After tightening the belt, the man gradually regained his composure and stood towering on the high platform. Amid the endless cheers rising from the crowd, he poured in all his strength, preparing to enter the decisive lift. Hanso suddenly appeared behind him, lightly touched his back, and reminded him of the technique, use a mixed grip. He personally demonstrated how to place his hands to optimize pulling force, making the man nod slightly in confirmation. It was only a small adjustment, but it felt as if another layer of strength had just been unlocked. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense with each chant of "Go," the muscles of the man's back rolling like boulders and radiating terrifying pressure. He took a deep breath, then poured all his remaining strength into his hands, which were trembling under the pressure. Hanso and the muscle army shouted wildly in encouragement. Everything formed a surging wave of momentum that enveloped the entire stands. The man gritted his teeth until blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. He still poured in strength madly under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators. When the barbell reached its highest position, the man declared boldly, "Easy." Hanso stepped closer, looked at his teammate drenched in sweat with wounds seeping blood, then teased softly, "Hey, buddy," making the other man tiredly look up in suspicion. Immediately afterward, the announced record number left the entire audience stunned, 14.5 tons. Afterwards, the powerlifting session continued with extreme intensity. The muscle army members exerted themselves to lift heavy bars amid cheers of encouragement. Yet Sun arose, with the weakest will, quickly collapsed, and was the first to give up. He lay motionless on the floor, gasping before being lifted onto a stretcher by his teammates. Immediately after, another terrifying challenge was set with a weight of up to 20 tons. The atmosphere at the training ground was hotter than ever. Hanso gritted his teeth, sweat streaming as he poured all his strength into the decisive lift. He took a deep breath, his veined hands gripping the steel bar as if he could crush it. Under the tremendous pressure, every muscle on Hanso's body bulged violently. The enormous barbell slowly rose, causing everyone around to hold their breath in anticipation. Hanso stood like a god of strength, completing the lift perfectly amid a radiant aura. About 1,000 years ago, in the dungeon of the departed, a dark atmosphere pervaded everywhere. Sitting on a throne amid flickering blue flames, the dungeon lord Lick-Belek looked at a glowing spellbook. Realizing intruders had arrived, he coldly ordered his legion to eliminate them. Rows of skeleton troops immediately obeyed, rushing madly with weapons to punish those who dared trespass. The arrival of the hero far exceeded the monster's imagination. Before the skeleton army, the hero loomed with rippling muscles and characteristic pale skin, Faced with such extraordinary physical power, the skeletons were utterly powerless, unable to inflict even a scratch. One skeleton soldier was stunned seeing his teammate overwhelmed by rock-hard muscles. In his mind, he marveled at the beauty, thinking even monsters would want the training plan. Though completely controlled by Belek and unable to speak freely, the skeleton soldier with the red scarf could not hide his admiration. Realizing the opponent seemed interested in his muscles, the hero immediately posed with powerful flexing, sparkling brilliantly. Even the skeleton soldier became excited, imitating the hero's poses right in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword struck the hero's back, producing a dry clang and shattering the friendly atmosphere. The truth was that Belek's power was absolute. He used magic to strip the skeleton legion of their will, forcing them to keep attacking. Watching potential friends turned into soulless machines, continuously trembling as they advanced, the hero began to show clear signs of annoyance and anger. Not letting the Lich continue his tyranny, the hero struck down Belek, smashing the throne and ending his reign. The skeleton soldiers were finally freed. He strolled out of the hazy blue smoke, leaving behind the one who once controlled him. That was Benzi, recently returned from the dead. His white-banded hand gripped the staff tightly, emanating an unpredictable, mysterious pressure. To rebuild the kingdom and reclaim lost skeleton soldiers, Benzik quietly entered the deep forest, officially joining the convention. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier with the red scarf turned to ask his master, "Didn't you say you wanted to reduce excess from uncontrolled eating?" Before him stood a muscle army member with an eye patch, looking confused and asking how one could eat and lose weight at the same time. The giant showed clear worry, hastily explaining that if he did not eat, he would lose muscle. Looking at the sweet cake on the plate, the skeleton soldier doubted that eating cake could build muscle. Feeling his pride touched, the muscle soldier growled angrily that he himself had once said he wanted to learn how to gain weight. Skeleton soldier calmly replied that he wanted to gain muscle, not fat. The nutritional debate sounded like two magical schools quarreling. Instantly, a vivid green energy flared, revealing the shape of a strong muscular arm. The skeleton pointed decisively at it, stating that he meant the muscles inside. The muscle soldier eating the cake immediately froze, trembling as he asked if the skeleton truly saw his muscles. The skeleton replied sincerely, "Of course. How could I not see the sweat, bones, and tears you have shed?" That statement left the giant stunned. For all this time, his body had almost only received criticism and ridicule. He recalled the days standing beside true athletes, feeling awkward when asked about his abs, claiming they hid out of shame. Even in the gym, he was always doubted by students. They asked if the teacher was really skilled in weightlifting. Each time, he could only helplessly shout that he had said he was very skilled. He slammed his fists into his own stomach, firmly asserting that all his muscles were being hidden under this fat layer. Yet, miraculously, in the eyes of that skeleton child, all his efforts seemed fully visible. The muscle army member proudly flexed, feeling the results of his hard work deep in his bones. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the darkness, saying it had been found, as a bony hand pointed directly at the target. Immediately, a massive ice block surged up, freezing everything in sight. A muscle warrior shouted in panic to dodge quickly, then hurriedly ran with the skeleton soldier out of the danger zone. The skeleton soldier with the red scarf widened his eyes, terrified by the destructive power looming behind. Gulo was completely frozen, leaving his teammates to desperately shout for Master Gulo. The mysterious figure stood up the high mountain, silently observing, then coldly asked if he knew how long it had been searching for him. That was the skeleton king with blazing red eyes. He did not understand why his magic control had been nullified so easily. The skeleton soldier with the red scarf trembled in fear, his teeth chattering under the pressure from the powerful figure. The skeleton king stared piercingly at his opponent, asserting that he would uncover the truth through this very skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton king cast gravitational magic, creating sharp ice pillars that sealed off the space. Yet he immediately froze in astonishment upon seeing the glowing green spirits diligently lifting weights right before him. He was shocked, wondering if these were summoned creatures. The glowing muscle entities coordinated their breathing rhythmically while training enthusiastically. A shout echoed, and the guardian spirits exerted full force to lift massive weights overhead. Immediately after, a series of dumbbells shot through the air, demonstrating the throwing technique. The impacts thundered like lightning, leaving the skeleton king only able to scream in pain. Looking at the defeated one, he sarcastically remarked that it seemed he was the former director of this place. He bluntly questioned whether pursuing employees who had escaped from such an exploitative company was excessively cruel. The life of a skeleton was indeed monotonous to a sad degree. Every day they silently wandered through the dungeon, with no idea what they were supposed to do. Until they encountered a living creature, they would immediately charge in and attack. Even if they were beaten to pieces, it did not matter, because magic power would revive them all to repeat that meaningless cycle. Exactly like employees chain KPIs, without knowing what the KPIs even were. Yet unexpectedly, one skeleton began flexing and posing with excitement amid a sparkling halo. It no longer wandered aimlessly, but walked with firm purpose, then gradually broke into a jog and called it barracks training. Just like that, it tirelessly ran through the dark corridors deep within the dungeon. On the first day, its kneecaps began to ache. It realized cartilage was a consumable item, so it had to use it sparingly. From this point on, the dungeon officially switched to hellish cardio mode. On the second day, it tried adjusting its running posture. Realizing that stomping too hard made its knees throb, it began lifting its knees higher and landing on the middle of its feet. Thanks to the new technique, the pain eased noticeably. Before long, a running crew had formed. Many other skeletons began following along, copying every movement, creating a mighty running army inside the dungeon. However, not everyone could keep up with that harsh training program. A skeleton suddenly tripped and fell, crashing hard to the ground with dry clattering sounds. The red-scarved skeleton silently turned back, looked at its comrade shattered into pieces, and thought to itself, that was wrong. It stared closely at the pile of broken bones lying on the floor. It moved its jaw slightly, making clacking sounds, then stammered, "Ba ba." Foot position, those were the first words born from the little skeleton soldier's concern for his comrade. He rhythmically performed the technique of landing on the soles of his feet while running wildly. In the distance, Gulo and the skeleton soldier were confronting a mysterious entity in a black cloak. Gulo quickly analyzed that in a battle between mages, technique, casting speed, and the amount of magic power were the decisive factors for victory or defeat. Because Gulo's magic had countless variations, the enemy would find it extremely difficult to predict. He decided to go all out and launch a relentless attack at once. Gulo roared, gravity magic, then unleashed an ultimate skill called Three Duckweed Tower. A gigantic pillar of purple energy erupted, enveloping the cloaked entity in terrifying pressure. Yet the enemy still calmly dragged his staff across the ground, completely unharmed. The old man calmly declared that the basic principles of magic were the same everywhere. Old Wang contemptuously believed that this kind of ordinary magic was far too easy to dispel. He began gathering a radiant stream of energy and declared, "Now it is my turn." A frigid chill spread out as he prepared to cast ice magic. The Skeleton King boldly challenged the opponent to try blocking this attack. Immediately, the ultimate skill blizzard was activated. A razor-sharp wall of ice was created, flying forward with wind-tearing speed. Amid the critical situation, the skeleton soldier was still busy shouting, "Land on the soles of your feet," while he and Gulo frantically ran to dodge the ice pillars. Witnessing that bizarre action, the Frost King could not help feeling stunned, wondering what on earth was happening. Seizing the moment when the opponent showed an opening, Gulo shouted, "Now is the time, ultimate skill, dumbbell throw." The Frost King repeatedly roared in pain as he was bombarded by blue energy spheres. He wildly swung his staff to counterattack, but the target had already vanished from sight. The red-scarved skeleton soldier was using the technique of landing on the soles of his feet to accelerate, leaving the enemy far behind. Seeing that scene, the Skeleton King was so furious that he ground his teeth loudly. This was not merely an escape. Every step the skeleton soldier took was carefully calculated and contained a tremendous amount of magic power. Gulo observed from afar and realized that he was using that magic-infused footwork to disrupt the Frost King's process of channeling power. The gigantic Skeleton King lowered his head and looked down at his palm. The tiny skeleton soldier was still tirelessly striding forward. The observers began to panic, because their opponent was an entity on par with the dungeon master. A shocking truth was confirmed: the old king's strength was actually on the same level as Han So's. A lightning-fast collision sent the skeleton soldier flying into the air. Gulo instantly broke out in cold sweat. He was stunned when he saw a gigantic blue magic circle suddenly appear beneath the ground. The skeleton soldier ran wildly along the magical lines, leaving Gulo utterly astonished. He shouted when he realized the little skeleton was not running aimlessly, but directly drawing a gigantic magic formation. With such a massive scale, the amount of magic power and stamina consumed was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Yet the skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly blazed with intense blue flames, marking the beginning of the runner's high state. The skeleton soldier explained that as long as one maintained high-intensity exercise for more than 30 minutes, the body would gradually feel weightless and fill with exhilarating pleasure. Gulo could only freeze in place as he watched each blue-flamed step of the skeleton soldier sweep past him. After hearing it, he only wanted to ask whether this was cardio or unlocking cheat mode. The skeleton soldier slightly curled his lips, revealing his stark white teeth in extreme excitement. He admitted that at times like this, he was usually very lacking in confidence. Specifically, he was not confident at all that he could stop. The old lich tightened his grip on his staff, silently judging that he could not dispel all of this magic. Blazing red magic circles suddenly appeared, surrounding the member of the muscle army. With only one decisive wave of his hand, The old lich made countless gigantic ice pillars pierce up from the ground, which glowed red like lava. The decisive attack had been completely neutralized. Taking advantage of the opening, the member of the muscle army and the small skeleton soldier immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack. The two coordinated smoothly, slipping past the razor-sharp ice blocks to close in on the target. A radiant purple magic potion was collected, proving that this reluctant cooperation had produced very promising results. Going alone meant being no match for anyone, but going as two meant no one could match them. Suddenly, a bony hand punched the member of the muscle army hard in the chest, making him freeze. He stood frozen with an expressionless face, while the small skeleton soldier kept punching him in the stomach. The skeleton soldier looked up with an extremely serious expression, as though he were carrying a great responsibility on his shoulders. Immediately, a notification appeared confirming that the warrior's mood was truly not good. The knight spurred his horse across the formation of soldiers, quickly approaching the commanding general. The wounded soldier carefully handed over the child and reported, "Lord, I have safely returned the young master." The lord in the blue cloak froze, unable to believe the sacrifice of his subordinate. The loyal soldier whispered emotionally, my lord, my lord." The lord hurriedly embraced his brother, choking with emotion, saying a son can be born again, but a loyal minister like you exists only once in the world. Amid the surrounding soldiers, the general held the soldier's hand tightly, instructing Vita never to do that again. That was the power of recognition. When one's value is respected, a person can value others even more than their own life. Returning to the present, a member of the muscle army stood firm as stone, letting the small skeleton soldier continuously punch his stomach. Suddenly, the skeletal king wearing a crown laughed wickedly, saying, "Just joking a little and you're already this happy." He smugly claimed that controlling the mind of a skeleton was easier than climbing stairs. The small skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly blazed with a ghostly blue fire, completely controlled by the old skeletal king behind him. Facing this threat, the muscle warrior silently circulated his energy, emitting heavy purple spiritual power to prepare for a counterattack. The hand-throwing dumbbell technique was executed, countless glowing dumbbells hurtling toward the enemy. The old skeletal king dodged and mocked that this technique was far too ordinary. He said with disdain that such attacks only made him sleepy. Immediately after, the old king swung his staff, creating a series of giant ice pillars rising from the ground, crushing all resistance. Sharp ice shards continuously shot straight at a member of the muscle army. Strangely, they only produced dry clashing sounds, leaving no injuries at all. The old skeletal king was shocked by the scene, wondering why their forms seemed to overlap. Every attack became useless. A towering muscle warrior charged straight forward, ignoring the shattered ice shards hitting his chest. That reckless charge left the opponent unable to react. In the blink of an eye, the giant hand grabbed the enemy's head. He declared boldly, "The one has not awakened." And he used his 1,000-pound strength to deliver a thunderous punch, forcing the enemy to slam into the ground. The violent collision cracked the ground, leaving the scene shrouded in hazy gray smoke. The old skeletal king hastily activated Frozen Barrier, encasing himself in a deep blue ice sphere for defense. Gulo silently watched the hands gradually freezing, thinking quietly. Inside the ice sphere, the old skeletal king worriedly reminded himself that after the previous defeat, he always considered what to do if that person or his descendants returned. Rapidly frozen chicken breasts always retain freshness, ready to use at any time. But the old king was wrong, because that only applied to lifeless muscle masses. Gulo looked at the cracked ice on the hands and explained that this only happened when muscles were immobile. When muscles move, the generated heat melts the ice immediately. Judging only freezing resistance, he still surpasses Hansonim, because this body is a perfect combination of fat and muscle. The Max Blink Press technique was immediately activated. The strike crushed the skeletal foe below, leaving him only able to emit a pained cry. Not stopping, a heavy stomp like a falling sky forced the enemy to scream in helplessness. A purple aura covered the entire body as the muscle warrior continued raining attacks from above. A heavy collision rang out violently. He sat astride the opponent, boldly declaring that this was the power of Golud. Gulo stared at the defeated foe and asked, "Have you now lifted the mind-controlling magic?" The enemy could only stare in terror, letting out desperate cries for help. The old skeletal king trembled, begging, "Yes, please spare my life." Gulo silently observed, then began teasing, "Let's see, should I spare you or not?" He laughed triumphantly, saying that he himself was really torn. But just as Gulo was laughing arrogantly, his body suddenly began to freeze. The old skeletal king stood towering beside the ice block, coldly declaring that he was not happy at all. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself that the opponent had awakened unpleasant memories. He immediately decided that he had to deal with this arrogant one on the spot. The small skeleton soldier suddenly sprang up, throwing himself in front to block the blow for him. The old king froze, realizing that the mind-controlling magic had seemingly not been lifted, while the skeleton soldier on the ground still trembled continuously. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the old king suddenly understood. "Ah, you want to quickly return to the lab." He smiled wickedly and declared that there were still many experiments to conduct, so both would depart immediately. Meanwhile, Gulo remained trapped in the eternal ice, helpless tears running down his frozen face. Deep in the dark cave, a mysterious ritual unfolded within a circle of blazing red magic and flickering candles. From a nearby rock crevice, two strangers secretly observed him. The orange-haired one confirmed the target was Damon, and the opportunity to complete the commission had arrived. He drew his weapon, reminding that demons feared things made from two intersecting lines, then decided to launch a solo ambush. Seeing his companion about to act, his friend worriedly asked if he truly intended to use that weapon. Excitedly charging forward, he introduced that this was the new magic treasure he had obtained from the Hell Dungeon. He leapt into the air, aiming straight at Damon, who sat silently within the magic circle. As he roared, forcing the demon to die, he shouted the name of the technique, Ebel Sly. A giant ab-roller was swung with tremendous force, aimed straight at the opponent's head. Yet as the strike descended, Simon casually blocked all that power with one hand effortlessly. He silently stood up, face full of irritation, scornfully thinking that such a trivial thing dared to ruin his ritual. At this moment, Luck was completely defeated, lying on the floor, body trembling in helplessness. Jamin looked down at the loser with cold eyes and asked loudly if he was ready to accept his fate. Seeing Luck in danger, the remaining teammates hid behind the cliff, panicked, discussing the need to use the angelic weapon immediately. Though still hesitant, the captain affirmed that there was no other way to turn the situation around. He decisively ordered the entire team to charge and rescue their comrade, then roared the skill name, Angel S. Zing. A series of weight plates immediately flew like deadly discs, slicing through the air toward the demon. The red-skinned demon with long majestic hair stood still, calmly enduring the relentless attacks. Seeing this, the adventurers could not hide their smugness. One shouted that the dungeon item was indeed powerful, yet the joy did not last long, as the demon suddenly appeared right before them, eyes blazing threateningly. He launched a counterattack like thunder, creating a red energy wave that crushed the opponent's confidence. The remaining two adventurers could only stare in horror at such overwhelming power. He smirked, eyes darkening, and calmly said he had just thought of a good idea. This ritual was dull, so he would use them as sacrifices. He smiled wickedly, affirming that even useless beings like them could become useful that way. Before the fear-stricken faces of the adventurers, the demon leaned close, speaking coldly, "Are you enjoying this?" Amid the ruins, one adventurer weakly regained consciousness, clutching his head in pain, bewildered, asking what had just happened. Horrific memories surged, making him tremble and mutter, "That demon." Looking into the distance, he saw a red magic circle glowing amid chaos, where his teammates were used as sacrifices. The demon walked leisurely, carrying a motionless body on his shoulder. He glanced at the revived adventurer and asked, "Awake now?" He silently observed the prey and coldly warned it would be troublesome, so don't run too far. The demon smiled smugly, declaring that he knew there was no escape. "Right." The adventurer froze, sweat pouring as the pressure nearly suffocated him. He swallowed in despair, silently admitting the demon was right, as he could not even think of running now. Watching the demon's back walk away leisurely, he painfully wondered if he truly had to end up so hopelessly. Luck gritted his teeth in anger and roared, "Don't be ridiculous." It turned out that before attempting to steal the item, he had carefully asked how to use this treasure. In memory, Luck held the ab-roller, curiously asking a muscular army member, "Master, how do you use this?" The muscular young man calmly replied that it was an AB slide roller, very simple to use, just push out and pull back. The procedure was explained very clearly. First, kneel, tighten the abs, and slightly curl the lower back. Next, push the roller forward so that the back and elbows do not bend. Finally, use the abs to pull back to the starting position. The most important point is to never let the back sag excessively, while adjusting the push distance according to personal ability. Back in reality, when Luke activated this magical item, he frantically pushed the roller, his whole body shaking violently. Luck's eyes widened in terror, shouting in helplessness. The trembling could not be stopped. Observing from afar, the red-skinned demon quietly watched the struggling shadow, thinking, has he gone mad with fear? Feeling his abdomen continuously battered, Luck gritted his teeth, shouting that his mana was being drained. Despite drenched sweat and near exhaustion, Luck reminded himself not to give up because his teammates were relying on him. He tensed his body, letting out a loud roar to fuel his own strength. Guy stood next to the magic circle, puzzled, sensing no trace of mana from the bizarre action. Luck panted heavily, muttering that this was beyond what a normal human could endure. He looked at the roller, endlessly questioning why, despite his efforts, no magical effect appeared. Luck suddenly recalled Gora was a mage, and began to suspect whether he was exhausted from mana depletion. With the meager mana of a thief, Luck wondered if he could even use the item once. His strength gradually depleted, breathing rapid, yet his hands still clutched the ab-roller tightly. He panicked, wondering if this was a mana bash phenomenon tormenting his body. Luck's whole body shook violently, sweat pouring with each painful motion. At that moment, Hanso's stern voice rang out, "Don't let your lower back sag." Hanso approached excitedly and continued urging, "Feel your abs contract to the limit, never relax." Luck fell as if suspended in the vast universe, each push draining his life force. Hanso began counting steadily. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luck gritted his teeth, face twisted from extreme torment under strict supervision. Truth about the AB slide dungeon item gradually revealed itself. It contained a special summoning magic. Master Hanso appeared, standing tall, smiling brightly, then placed a hand on Luck's head in praise for his extraordinary effort. The video ends here. Everyone, please hit like so God can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye.